Off the coast of the Paracel Islands in the South China Sea, Captain Li Ji steadied himself against the wheel as a wall of water slammed into the bow of his ship. The churning green sea stripped another layer of faded paint from the deck of the vessel known as the Dragon. To a man of his experience, this frothing violence on the water was more than just bad weather. It was a sign of the turmoil to come, both from the sky and from within his own command. Without taking his left hand from the helm, he tapped a command into the dashboard's digital display with his right. The screen bloomed into a swirl of furious reds and oranges, the weather radar painting the approaching typhoon as a monstrous abstract painting. It was going to be a brutal one, just as forecasted. His plan was simple. Get his valuable shipment back to the safety of Zhanjiang port before the storm's full fury was unleashed. The same confidence did not extend to the Vietnamese fishing trawler struggling in the heavy swells a few hundred meters off his port side. A voice, soft yet carrying an undeniable weight, came from behind him. "You are sure their engines are silent?" Li Ji did not turn. He told himself it was to keep his focus on the treacherous waves, but the truth was far simpler. The woman with the pale hair and a voice as quiet as a tomb frightened him more than any ocean ever had. The sea was a predictable danger. This woman was an existential one. A single word from her could erase him and everything he loved. "Confirmed," Li Ji replied, switching the monitor feed. "This is the passive sonar array. No engine harmonics. Their power plant is completely dark." He gestured at the display, his finger tracing the silent return. On paper, a simple cargo ship like the Dragon had no business carrying a passive sonar system, let alone one sophisticated enough to classify targets over 100 kilometers away. But the Dragon was a masterpiece of deception. Registered as a common freighter, her rust-streaked hull concealed a powerful engine room capable of driving her at nearly 30 knots. Those massive diesels also fed a pair of generators that powered a suite of hidden capabilities, banks of radio frequency interceptors, disguised electro-optical sensors for long-range surveillance, and more. Yet all of that was merely supporting equipment for the vessel's true heart, a fortified compartment in the deep hold there. A two-person deep-sea submersible, hardened to withstand the crushing pressures of the abyssal plain, waited. In his 5 years as captain, Li Ji had used that mini-sub for delicate tasks, tapping communication cables, planting sensors in foreign harbors, shadowing underwater tests. Once in an operation still spoken of in whispers, they had even managed to tag an American ballistic missile submarine. But those past missions felt like rehearsals for the operation just completed, an undertaking so clandestine it had brought a new and terrifying element aboard, a platoon of armed men under the command of that one quiet woman. If they had been regular naval infantry, Li Ji would have been wary, but these soldiers were something else entirely, and their presence turned his unease into a cold, gripping dread. The Sea Dragons, the Marine Corps Elite Jiaolong Commando Unit, were a familiar sight in their distinctive black gear, frequently assigned to protect Chinese shipping lanes from pirate threats. However, the 24 armed figures now packed into Li Ji's quarters were not military personnel. They were operatives from a private security firm identified only by the acronym HAS. These were hired guns, professional soldiers of fortune. Li Ji and his crew had executed what many would call a miraculous operation with the seamless skill they were renowned for. Yet the mission was far from over, as the soft-spoken woman had emphasized. Until the Dragon reached port and its secured cargo was unloaded, Li Ji and his men remained on a combat alert. "Are they aware of our presence?" The woman inquired, her voice a low, dangerous scrape. Li Ji hesitated, weighing his response. His extensive background in covert operations had ingrained the value of discretion, but in his heart he remained a mariner. The idea of being helpless before a storm's fury was the deepest kind of dread. Yet, fear of the weather was abstract. This woman and her squad of assassins were a tangible, immediate danger. "It's unclear," Li Ji replied, as another massive swell slammed against the Dragon's prow. Seawater foamed across the reinforced glass, obscuring the view of the distressed vessel ahead. Then the wipers swept the view clear, revealing the fishing trawler once more. "We're broadcasting interference across all bands as you ordered, but we're picking up no radio frequency signals from that boat. If she has radar, it's off, and her comms appear dead. She might as well be a derelict. Regardless, without engine power for control, she won't survive this weather for long." Voicing that final assessment stirred a profound unease in Li Ji, but he felt compelled to state the grim reality. He came from a long line of sailors, forever shaped by the years he spent learning the ocean's moods beside his fisherman father. Watching the powerless trawler being tossed in the towering waves struck a chord of empathy only another seafarer could truly feel. In that instant, the ghost ship wasn't just some Vietnamese registered boat. It was his own family, his uncle and father fighting a losing battle against a furious sea, struggling to restart their engines before the waves swallowed them whole. The slender woman with hair the color of chalk, whose gentle tone held absolute authority, drummed her slender fingers on the imitation wood console. Her impassive gaze remained fixed on the struggling trawler. She was about to speak when a signal lamp flickered to life from the trawler's wheelhouse, cutting her off. Engines dead. "Taking water. Require aid urgent." As poignant as the Morse code message was, Li Ji didn't translate it for her. The fishermen had just signed their own death warrants. Sure enough, the woman was already speaking into the compact radio clipped to her belt, the device connecting her to the massive battle-scarred mercenary leader. After a brief, terse exchange, she released the button and secured the radio. Moments later, light pierced the stormy gloom again. But this illumination delivered something infinitely more final than a distress call. A rapid sequence of flashes erupted along the trawler's hull as specialized armor-piercing rounds found their mark. The wounded ship heeled sharply to starboard, its internal compartments breaching and flooding. In less time than it took for Li Ji to silently beg the ancestors to welcome the lost sailors, the trawler was dragged beneath the churning surface. "Any survivors?" the slight woman asked, her tone clinical. Li Ji obediently swept the dragon's thermal imaging system across the turbulent water, scanning the dark, heaving sea for the faint white glow of a living human form. He was sure he'd seen a flash of gray on the first sensor pass, but the second sweep showed nothing but churning ocean. Convinced it was a trick of the light, Li Ji switched the display back to the weather radar. "Nothing out there," he reported. "The storm is closing in fast." "I strongly recommend we head for port now." "Agreed," the woman replied, her voice steady. "And I strongly recommend you get us there in one piece. There's more than our lives riding on your skills today." Li Ji offered a tight nod and pushed the twin throttles forward, feeling the dragon surge beneath them. Behind his practiced neutral expression, however, a tremor of fear ran through him. He sent a silent, desperate plea to his ancestors, this time bargaining for his own soul. "University of Regensburg. Regensburg, Germany. Excuse me, where is the mathematics faculty building?" Jack Ryan Jr. did know the way, though not from any passion for advanced calculus. His last math class had been taught by Father O'Neill, a man whose devotion to algebraic formulas was matched only by his love for medieval theology. Jack had barely scraped by with a C+, much to his surgeon mother's disappointment. She considered anything below a B.A. personal failing. His knowledge of the university's picturesque campus didn't come from a late-blooming academic interest or a wish to make up for past collegiate priorities, which had favored the football field over the library. Nor had he learned it by taking leisurely strolls under the bright Bavarian sky. No, Jack knew the location of the math building for the same reason he was planted at a table in the cobblestone common area at the university's core. He was running surveillance. Explaining that, however, wasn't an option for the attractive blonde in the white crop top, black leggings, and pristine athletic shoes. While higher math had never been his forte, Jack had certainly appreciated other aspects of the university experience in his day. "Sorry," Jack said with an easy smile. I'm not a student." The young woman smiled back, and Jack's grin broadened. At 6'2" and 220 pounds, he was a large man. Nearing 40 now, he worked harder in the gym to maintain his athletic frame, but his blue eyes were still clear, his face relatively unlined, and his brown hair remained thick and wavy. Judging by the co-ed's friendly demeanor, he figured he wasn't doing too badly. The charm, it seemed, was still there. "Of course you're not." The girl laughed, switching to lightly accented English. "You're much too old to be a student. I thought perhaps you were visiting your son or daughter for family weekend, or maybe not." "No kids," Jack said, struggling to keep his smile from faltering. "Just here for a conference." "Oh," the girl replied, her cheeks flushing. "My mistake. Could you still point me toward the mathematics building?" "Sure thing," Jack said. "Fastest route is right through there." He turned in his chair to gesture toward the university student office doors behind him. "It'll be the first building you see on the other side." "Thank you," she said, offering a final smile that carried a distinct hint of sympathy before walking away. Jack clenched his jaw, bracing for the inevitable. As jarring as it was to realize he could no longer blend in as a student, he knew the real embarrassment was still coming. Right on schedule. A familiar, raspy voice sounded in the nearly invisible receiver nestled in his right ear canal. "Do we have a first aid kit on hand?" "Why?" Jack responded, his focus snapping back to the operation. "Did you get a paper cut? I was thinking you might need something for that bruised ego of yours." The voice crackled back, its smoky tone immediately conjuring an image of dark hair and smooth olive skin, lightly scented with vanilla. While Jack sat at a rickety metal table, his only companion, a doner kebab wrapped in foil, his co-worker and girlfriend, Lisanne Robertson, was stretched out on the lawn south of the university student office. Had they been the only two operatives active on the network, Jack might have risked breaking protocol just to tell the Lebanese-American woman about the time he'd mistaken salt for sugar in his coffee after seeing her in what she called her campus casual outfit. He kept quiet, however. Part of this was due to the ongoing challenge of balancing a covert partnership with a romantic one, and part was because they were far from alone on the comms. "Don't worry about it, Jack. Aging happens to the best of us." That squeaky comment came from Gavin Byery, like Jack and Lisanne. Gavin worked for the campus, an intelligence agency operating without official sanction. But unlike the two paramilitary officers, Gavin served as the organization's director of information technology and its lead hacker. Consequently, he was stationed in his ergonomic chair at the campus headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia, not in Germany. Since this mission had been classified as surveillance only, Gavin had lobbied to join his teammates on the ground. Jack had vetoed the idea. The portly tech expert was infinitely more valuable, nestled in his climate-controlled digital warren, than he would be in the field. Not to mention his fashion sense, which did not translate well to summer attire. "For the record, I am not old," Jack countered. "And secondly, let's keep our attention on the job. Coffee break is approaching." "Sure thing, old-timer," Lisanne replied, her low, husky voice sending a familiar shiver down Jack's spine. Before his flight to Munich, Jack had been summoned for a meeting with his boss, John T. Clark, the campus's director of operations. Clark's career was legendary, stretching from his time as a Special Operations Group veteran and a Navy SEAL in Vietnam to roles as a CIA paramilitary officer and the original commander of Rainbow. He and Jack's father had first crossed paths decades ago in the Colombian jungle during a botched CIA counter-narcotics mission. Now, with Jack's father as president, Clark was the one giving Jack his orders. When John Clark spoke, Jack listened, even on those rare occasions when he privately disagreed. This had been one of those conversations. Jack and Lisanne had been upfront with their colleagues when their relationship evolved beyond friendship. While most weren't surprised, Clark had taken them aside to outline the operational complications. In short, it changed everything. Contrary to Hollywood portrayals, working alongside a romantic partner was fraught with difficulty, and serving objectively as that person's team leader was a near impossibility. Jack didn't dispute Clark's logic. Who was he to argue with a man who'd been tracking national threats before Jack could walk? Still, this assignment wasn't a full-blown operation so much as a tactical rehearsal. It was a test of Isabel Yang's potential value as a campus asset and a demonstration for a unique piece of software Gavin had been refining for months. It also served as a trial run for Jack and Lisan's ability to function as a team in a field environment. By campus standards, it was about as routine as it gets, monitoring an academic conference in the quiet German town of Regensburg. A complete milk run had been Jack's exact words to Clark. "I've got movement on Socrates' phone," Gavin announced, his voice cutting through Jack's thoughts. Socrates was the call sign for Isabel Yang, a 26-year-old doctoral student being cultivated as a potential helper for the campus. With a black-side roster numbering fewer than a dozen, the organization's lean structure and absence of red tape were among its key advantages. Unlike the typical intelligence agencies bound by legal restrictions and oversight, the campus operated without such constraints. Jack Ryan Sr., along with Jerry Hendley, the organization's co-founder, served as the guiding principles for determining which missions were acceptable. Although Jack Jr. wasn't a historian like his father, he understood enough about past failures to recognize this loose structure was risky. But that was a concern for the future. His immediate worry was the severe shortage of personnel. While a lean team excelled at precise surgical missions, the campus increasingly found itself needing brute force. With several teams deployed worldwide at once, the strain on support functions, logistics, recruitment, and personnel management was becoming obvious. Even the field operators were stretched to their limits. Compounding the issue was the absence of a formal hiring process, leaving no standard method to evaluate and integrate new recruits. This brought Jack to consider the concept of auxiliary support. He looked to the Mossad as a model of efficiency. Israel, a nation of roughly 9 million, consistently outperformed its size on the global stage, and its intelligence service was a prime example. To counter adversaries with vastly greater resources and manpower, the Mossad cultivated a worldwide network of helpers. These individuals weren't full-fledged agents, but were civilians in distinctive roles or possessing rare skills who could provide crucial logistical or intelligence support during operations. Someone like Isabel Yang fit this profile perfectly. Fluent in 3 languages and capable of blending into multiple cultural backgrounds, Isabel was also the daughter of a U.S. Army Special Forces soldier. Her father, a Chinese-American Green Beret with the 10th Special Forces Group, had been killed in Afghanistan, instilling in her a profound sense of patriotism. Jack had first met her during a mission in South Korea, where her resilience left a strong impression. Now their professional relationship was deepening. At the campus's direction, Isabel was attending an academic conference at the University of Regensburg, a gathering that also included 3 prominent Chinese scientists whose research had dual military and civilian uses. The conference was into its 2nd day. Isabel had verified the scientists' attendance but hadn't made contact yet. Jack hoped today would change that. "Understood, Gavin," Jack said. "Can you verify she's moving toward the lounge area, over?" "Give me a second," Gavin replied. Tracking a phone's location was simple outdoors, but the signal always failed inside buildings. Until now, Gavin had been experimenting with using a phone's built-in motion sensor to calculate a person's direction and pace, but calibrating the software was tricky because everyone walks differently. His eureka moment came when he decided not to focus on the target's phone alone. Instead, he would use the other phones connected to the same Wi-Fi network as reference points to map its movement. He created an application dubbed Parsec that turned a local wireless network into a makeshift satellite navigation system. Initial tests at a shopping center near Alexandria had been promising. This was its first real-world trial. "Confirmed," Gavin said, his voice brimming with excitement. Socrates was guiding the subjects toward the designated break zone. "Copy that," Jack acknowledged. "Lisanne, are you set?" "Absolutely," came her reply. "Both video and audio streams are crystal clear." While anti-smoking campaigns had swept across America, many parts of the world, including the Chinese scientific community, hadn't embraced the trend. This made the courtyard outside the mathematics building a favored spot for those seeking a nicotine boost over coffee. The area provided fresh air and, crucially, ample ashtrays. After observing the targets bypass the coffee shop for the smoking section on the first day, Jack had modified his approach. He repositioned Lisanne and her equipment, and he proposed to Isabel that she take up smoking. Predictably, the first instruction was met with far more enthusiasm than the second. Isabel, a dedicated fitness enthusiast, considered smoking only marginally safer than swimming in a nuclear reactor's cooling pond. Yet, by the conference's second day, she had reluctantly accepted Jack's logic. The three Chinese scientists kept to themselves during lectures and skipped all the university's planned social gatherings for visiting scholars. The smoking area was their sole point of potential contact. As a legitimate academic, Isabel's cover was flawless. She was not an intelligence officer, and her background supported that entirely. Her task was straightforward: engage the Chinese scientists in casual conversation. Jack didn't want her to ask for contact information. That would be too transparent. Instead, he instructed her to simply be herself, an accomplished researcher attending a conference. This approach accounted for Isabel's inexperience and Jack's intention to ease her into fieldwork in a low-pressure setting. If Jack's instincts were correct, he wasn't the only intelligence professional at this conference. Other operatives were likely also scouting for valuable contacts, and Isabel, as a genuine scientist, was the perfect lure to identify them and their objectives. But Jack kept this layer of the plan from Isabel. Though she had performed well during their initial encounter in South Korea, she remained a novice, and Jack needed her to act like one. Intelligence officers are skilled at detecting people who aren't what they seem. Isabel would be most convincing if she remained unaware of her role as bait. At least that's what Jack assured himself. "All right," Lisanne's voice cut through his thoughts. "I have visual on the three Chinese scientists, plus 2 minders and a few other members of the smoking circle, awaiting clear facial shots. Lisanne's chosen attire would undoubtedly draw the men's attention. Dressed in typical college casual wear, a cream-colored tank top, denim cutoffs, and flip-flops, she blended with the campus style. Though she was several years older than most students, she carried it well. She had tied her dark hair into a ponytail, donned large aviator sunglasses to obscure her features, and adopted the fashionable short shorts and fitted tops common among the university's female population. Jack always found Lisanne striking in operational gear, but when dressed to captivate, his girlfriend was truly breathtaking. Today's outfit highlighted her sun-kissed skin, and her long, toned legs looked particularly alluring against the white blanket she had laid on the grass. Usually, an operative's goal is to disappear in plain sight, to become the gray man for Lisanne. That was an impossibility. Beauty can be toned down, and an attractive figure can be concealed under loose clothing, but Lisanne's most distinguishing feature could not be hidden: her missing left arm. During a campus mission that took a disastrous turn, Lisanne suffered a severe gunshot injury, leading to the loss of her arm and a fight for her life. In most intelligence circles, such a wound would have ended her field career permanently. The campus, however, operated differently, recognizing that she needed their support more than they needed her skills. John Clark granted Lisanne the freedom to redefine her position. Her days as an operative in the field were behind her, yet both she and Jack were convinced she still had a vital part to play. This afternoon proved their point perfectly. Lisanne would have drawn attention with 2 arms. With one missing, she became impossible to ignore. Jack planned to use that very fact to benefit the team. Settled on the lawn with an iced coffee, her laptop, a stack of books, and a notebook, she blended in with the other students relaxing on the grass. The difference lay in her messenger bag, which held a combined camera and parabolic microphone, wirelessly feeding data to her computer. If people were going to stare anyway, Jack aimed to turn their curiosity into an asset, capturing facial images and voice recordings of the Chinese delegation for the campus biometric files. His strategy was working beautifully. The male scientists looked her way for apparent reasons, while the women offered a longer, more lingering glance at her missing limb. All the while, Lisanne gathered crucial intelligence, taking the concept of a surveillance lure to a whole new level. "Smile for the camera, gentlemen," Lisanne murmured. Jack unwrapped his doner kebab and took a hearty bite. He was positioned farther from the scene than he preferred, but as a curious student had earlier reminded him, Jack didn't quite fit in the way Lisanne did so naturally. Therefore, he was managing command and control for the operation, a duty he didn't particularly enjoy. Then again, soaking up the sunshine between bites of what he considered the world's best kebab with a half-finished glass of Pilsner beside him certainly beat many other ways to make a living. "All right," Lisanne's voice came through his earpiece. "I have clear shots of each target scientist, and the microphone is picking up their conversation, sending the raw feed to you now, Gavin." "Got it," Gavin replied. "I'll run the audio through a translation program a buddy at the agency lent me. It's still in beta, so no promises on the quality, but it's worth a shot." As usual with Gavin, Jack found the exchange revealing, both for what the tech expert said and what he carefully omitted. For instance, Gavin hadn't specified which agency provided the software or exactly how he'd borrowed it. But, as Ding often reminded Jack, sometimes it's better not to ask questions when you know you won't like the answers. "Lisanne," Gavin continued, "I'm tracking Socrates moving toward the smoking area. You should spot her any second." "I see her," Lisanne confirmed. "She just stepped out of the building, and get this, she's got a cigarette in her mouth, but no lighter. She's walking over to the Chinese group now." Jack set the remainder of his kebab on the metal table and brushed off his hands. He pictured the scene as he listened to Lisanne's live commentary, beyond facilitating an introduction to the Chinese team. Gavin had advocated for a small escalation in Isabel's assignment. The brilliant hacker had been fine-tuning a program he called Houdini, designed to infiltrate a user's mobile device. Currently, the application exploited a phone's Bluetooth connection, which tended to have lighter encryption compared to Wi-Fi or cellular networks. The tool had performed well in tests, with the main constraint being the target phone's proximity to stay within Bluetooth range. With that in mind, Gavin requested to trial his new creation on the Chinese scientist's phones, using Isabel as the conduit. Jack saw little risk in the attempt, since it wouldn't demand anything extra from the scientist beyond what she had already agreed to do. She made casual conversation with the other researchers, while Gavin worked his technical wizardry. It seemed straightforward. At least that was Jack's hope. "Running the trace now," Gavin announced. "Let's see what we've got." "All right, I'm picking up 3 Xiaomi 12's Ultra devices. They don't even appear to have standard government-level encryption. This should be a walk in the park." Jack suppressed a grin at Gavin's tone. The tech expert almost sounded insulted by the lack of a real challenge. "Just get it done, buddy," Jack replied. Like Ding always says, sometimes the day just starts on a good note. Truthfully, Jack was fairly certain Domingo Ding Chavez, his mentor and fellow campus operative, had never uttered those exact words. But the man was a wellspring of practical wisdom. Besides, whenever Jack credited Ding with a piece of advice, the team rarely questioned it. "On it, Jack?" Gavin confirmed, beginning the breach now. Gavin hummed along to the rhythmic clatter of his keyboard, seemingly unaware of the slightly awkward silence his choice of words had just created. Jack was about to key his mic to say something, anything to steer the conversation elsewhere, when Lisanne spoke up first. "We have a development," Lisanne said, her tone all business. "2 security personnel have just joined the scientists, with Isabel included. The group now totals 6 individuals." Jack quickly pulled out his phone, willing it to show the feed from Lisanne's sensor. Her compact camera and microphone package could stream live, but Jack had opted against using that function. Real-time video required significant bandwidth, and he hadn't wanted to risk triggering any Chinese signals intelligence monitoring, or worse, allowing a potential compromise of the feed. While the threat assessment suggested such countermeasures were unlikely in the world of espionage, excessive caution was a professional virtue. "How's Socrates handling the new arrivals?" Jack asked. "Like a pro," Lisanne reported. After getting a light from Target 1, she stuck around to chat. She didn't even flinch when the two minders joined the group. This woman has a real knack for this. Having spent a nerve-wracking afternoon with Isabel in Seoul evading a North Korean assassination squad, Jack was inclined to agree. Still, it was reassuring to have his assessment validated independently. The recruitment process was a peculiar kind of courtship, and a handler's blind spot could easily become an asset's fatal flaw. Even though Isabel occupied a gray area between fellow operative and recruited agent, Jack was running the show. He needed to keep his evaluation objective. That said, if Isabel had the tactical instincts to slip away from a team of DPRK commandos, making small talk with a few academics was probably well within her capabilities. "Hey, team, I'm picking up something strange here," Gavin interjected, his voice tightening. "My spectrum analyzer is detecting fluctuations across the entire band. It's almost like..." Gavin's transmission cut off abruptly. Jack's initial reaction was irritation. While the computer whiz was a maestro in the digital realm, his awareness of the physical world sometimes faltered when he was deep in the code. For instance, leading with what he was actually seeing would have been helpful. A cold realization dawned: spectrum fluctuations, electronic interference, lost communications. Someone was jamming Gavin's signal. "Lisanne, this is Jack. Do you copy?" Silence? "Lisanne, are you there?" Nothing. So much for a simple, quiet operation. "I have a question, Sergeant First Class," Jad Mustafa said. Master Sergeant Carrie Marks let out a slow breath, bracing for what was coming. Carrie had served alongside the man sitting across from him all over the globe. The scenery changed, but one thing was a constant. Jad always had a question. "What is it?" Carrie said. "Are we in heaven?" Carrie didn't bother with a reply, not immediately at least. Carrie's pause wasn't really about irritation, even if his partner had a talent for it. The truth was, he just didn't have a good answer. Haid Platz Plaza might not have streets paved with gold, but in Carrie's mind, if heaven had a look, it would probably resemble Regensburg. "If this is the promised land," Carrie finally said, "then one of us is seriously lost." "What? Because I'm Muslim and you're Christian?" Jad asked. "Hardly," Carrie replied, a grin spreading. "It's because St. Peter has a very firm rule about Green Berets. He only lets one through the gate at a time." Jad let out a short laugh. "I walked right into that. Should have remembered not to debate theology with a Presbyterian." "Baptist," Carrie corrected. "Potato, potato," Jad shot back. "My point is, if this isn't heaven, it's the next best thing." Carrie had to concede that. They were settled at a small table outside a cozy Italian spot known for incredible food and even more impressive beer. The evidence of a demolished margarita pizza sat between them, alongside two half-finished glasses of Radler. The pizza had been attacked with gusto, but the beers were being sipped slowly, despite Jad's poetic description. This wasn't a vacation. It was a job. The kind where keeping a clear head was non-negotiable. Still, if amazing pizza and local beer were going to be standard fare in this new line of work, Carrie figured he could adapt without much complaint. "You don't miss the sand and the bugs back in Syria?" Carrie prodded. "I miss the team, the action," Jad said, brushing crumbs from his hands. "But look where we are. Feels like we're filming a segment for one of those travel shows." Carrie smiled but didn't argue. Both men were part of the 5th Special Forces Group out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, Green Berets from Operational Detachment Alpha 555, the legendary Triple Nickel. This was the unit of the horse soldiers, the teams who famously rode with the Northern Alliance in the early days of Afghanistan. Those stories were before their time, but Carrie and Jad had certainly added their own chapters to the unit's history. From multiple tours across the Middle East to a tense operation in South Korea that almost sparked a larger conflict, Team Sergeant and Sniper Carey, with his reliable spotter Jad, had seen their share of global hotspots. On the surface, there were opposites. Carey Marks was a blonde, blue-eyed farm kid from New England, his accent thickening under pressure, while Jad Mustafa, with his dark complexion and laid-back California cadence, took endless ribbing from the team about being a SEAL wannabe, a suspicion his fondness for hair product and sharp clothes did nothing to dispel. Yet, those superficial differences had stopped mattering years ago. Like most who have faced combat together, they were brothers in a way that went deeper than blood or background. They'd watched each other's backs in more dangerous places than Carey cared to remember. But this was the first mission that genuinely felt like a tourist getaway. It was also, not by accident, their first assignment with the campus. You think every job with these new guys involves finding the best local brew and pie, Jad wondered aloud? Carey just chuckled. Next to his own family, he'd spent more of his life with this Libyan American from California than with anyone else. Countless hours of that time were spent squeezed into hidden observation posts, a spotting scope, and a heavy rifle for company. On their last deployment together, while surveilling a fanatical group, it was their watchful eyes and steady hands that had kept a young Jack Ryan Jr. from meeting a very grim and public fate. Not long ago, Carey and Jad had teamed up with Ryan once more this time to help defuse a crisis on the Korean peninsula. Having saved Jack's life again, they found themselves presented with an offer that was impossible to turn down. Jack had revealed his unique family connection to the president and extended a personal invitation to the White House. Over cigars after a meal in the executive residence, Jack's father had posed a simple question. Had they ever thought about switching teams? The two Green Berets, fresh from a rotation in South Korea, were due for some stateside time to train and reconnect with their families. As Team Sergeant, Carey's schedule was packed, and his initial instinct was to say no. But declining a personal request from a president, especially one with Jack Ryan Sr.'s reputation, wasn't done lightly. Fortunately, Sr. wasn't one for strong-arm tactics. He simply suggested the men join his son for a 2-week working trip to Bavaria. Now, just a few days into that assignment, Carey was rethinking his earlier refusal. His decade as a team sergeant had been rewarding, but with 2 passed-over promotions, his Army career had hit a ceiling. His knees ached, his back was a constant complaint, and the days of long marches under a heavy pack were numbered. The idea of a quieter, more cerebral role, perhaps a prelude to retiring to his family's maple syrup operation in New England, was starting to hold some appeal. "Let's not get too cozy with the pastries and fancy coffee," Carey remarked. "The first time we worked with Jack, you took a round. The second time, we nearly triggered a global catastrophe." Jad simply shrugged. "Occupational hazards, boss. Speaking of hazards, the lady at the next table has been giving me the eye for. Hold on." The casual tone vanished. The instant Jad said, "Boss," Carey's focus snapped into place, a reflex honed through years of partnership. Playtime was over. It was the kind of moment that usually involved a weapons safety clicking off. But for this supposedly low-stakes mission, they were unarmed, a distinct disadvantage, even on a trip billed as straightforward. "What do you see?" Carey asked. They were positioned at one corner of a triangular cobblestone plaza looking south. The space was lively, centered around a grand statue where tourists clustered for photos, surrounded by cafes and restaurants. The picturesque city of Regensburg, with its old-world charm, was bustling, but Carrie and Jad weren't there for the ambiance or the food. Their attention was fixed on a traditional five-story inn across the square, its heavy wooden doors looking like they belonged to a fortress. More specifically, they were watching a set of rooms on the hotel's third floor, currently occupied by a Chinese delegation. While this was technically a training exercise, it was clear Jack's evaluation of potential new recruits at the local university wasn't the only item on the agenda. The mission, it seemed, had just acquired some unexpected complications. Carrie and Jad had drawn what many would consider a plum assignment, keeping watch over the hotel housing the visiting Chinese scientists and their security detail. In the often monotonous world of a sniper team, boring was practically the baseline expectation. With the hotel featuring only one main access point, their job seemed straightforward. Yet, as Jad had pointed out earlier, in their line of work, the distance between routine and chaos was vanishingly small. "Bob and Jim are leaving the building now with large bags," Jad murmured. "This feels like a move." While Carrie shared his spotter's instinct, he fought against rushing to judgment. Their Green Beret training emphasized building a comprehensive pattern of life for any subject, but their practical experience in a dense urban environment like this was admittedly thin. Still, the midday departure of their principal targets was a glaring deviation from the norm. "Time to shift," Carrie stated quietly, dropping a couple of euro bills onto the cafe table. "I'm making the call." "Copy that," Jad replied. The Libyan-American operative didn't head directly for the street. Instead, he moved toward the restaurant's rear, a deliberate feint meant to throw off any hostile observers who might be watching the watchers. Surveillance was a delicate dance of deception. A savvy target would often deploy their own counter-surveillance team, looking to spot the reaction to a sudden provocative action, exactly what was unfolding now. With just the two of them, Jad had to reposition to maintain coverage on the moving Chinese operatives without making their intent obvious. Carrie adjusted his seat slightly, his eyes tracking the two men they knew as Bob and Jim. He keyed his discreet radio. "Scepter. This is Reaper over." He and Jad were on a separate channel from Jack's team at the college, but if the Chinese were truly bugging out, those parallel operations were about to collide. A white cargo van navigated the tight cobblestone lane and halted west of the pizzeria. Its side door slid open, revealing a shadowy interior. Bob and Jim altered their path, making a beeline for the vehicle. The waiting was over. Jack's initial impulse was to bolt toward Lizanne's position. He forcefully suppressed it. The sudden, total silence on his team's channel pointed to one grim reality: their communications were compromised. If this was the work of a hostile service and not just bad luck or technical glitches, his next actions were critical. Gavin's earlier warning about widespread signal interference now seemed ominously prescient. Jack wasn't a communications wizard, but he understood the stark difference between a surgical frequency jam and a blanket broadcast of noise. One required precise intelligence. The other was a scattershot approach used when you suspected something was happening but lacked the details. If he reacted visibly now, he would confirm that suspicion. Patience, not panic, was required. His phone vibrated with a single-word text from Lisanne: "Trouble." Or perhaps it was a false alarm. He rose slowly, his mind racing. The absence of his usual sidearm felt acutely conspicuous at that moment. This mission had always been pitched as low-risk surveillance, barely a step above a training scenario. They weren't here for a confrontation. Officially, Jad and Carrie weren't even on the campus's active ops roster. Isabel was a non-combatant, and Lisanne's injury limited her options. Starting a firefight was the last thing they needed, a fact that felt less like a procedural guideline and more like a terrifying vulnerability. As the quiet around him grew heavier, Jack's eyes fell on the faint red lines crossing his left forearm. Those scars were a permanent reminder of his last, decidedly unpleasant, meeting with an MSS agent, a Tel Aviv encounter that had left a deeper mark than any mission in Europe. Pushing the grim memory aside, he fired off a quick text to Lisanne with one thumb while pulling open the student office door with his free hand. Coming, he sent it and moved through the bustling lobby, weaving past clusters of students. He cut through a common area, passing the inevitable campus coffee shop and scattered study nooks, then stepped out onto an elevated walkway on the building's south side. To his right, a footpath curved west through green lawns dotted with beech trees. To the left, the same path headed east before meeting a north-south thoroughfare that ran parallel to his walkway back toward the student office. This path sliced between the mathematics building to the west and a multi-story parking garage to the east. A wide, grassy common stretched out beside the garage, edged by a small pond that separated the student facilities from the main university grounds there. On the eastern fringe of the grass, a woman lay on a blanket surrounded by a small fortress of textbooks. Lisanne. If she noticed Jack's arrival, she showed no sign. Attention was likely fixed on the mathematics building to her west, or more precisely, on the designated smoking area where Isabel Yang was supposed to be engaging 3 Chinese scientists in casual conversation. Jack's view of that courtyard was blocked by the building's corner and a thicket of trees. His attention snapped to a new threat: 2 BMW motorcycles speeding north along the pedestrian path, heading straight for the math building. This wasn't good. Both riders were helmeted and clad in head-to-toe black leather, a common sight on German roads, but utterly out of place here, making identification impossible. Their intent was equally unclear. The way students scrambled out of their path said everything bikes tearing across the quad was not part of the daily routine. Dropping any pretense of blending in, Jack broke into a sprint along the walkway. He veered left and leapt down the steps to the lower path. "Reaper, this is Scepter," he said into his comms as he ran. "We've got trouble." The dead silence in his earpiece was all the confirmation he needed. The bike's arrival and the sudden comms blackout were no accident. Something was happening. Something bad. He saw Lisanne stand up from her blanket, but he ignored the dark-haired analyst. She had one arm, no comms, and no weapon. She wouldn't be able to help with whatever was about to unfold. The 2 motorcycles reached the smoking area a good 15 seconds before Jack did. As he rounded the corner, the bikes skidded to a stop. A group of Asian men from the smoking area was maneuvering someone onto the grass. Jack caught a flash of a young man in his early 20s with short, cropped hair and distinctive black, thick-rimmed glasses. The man's escorts pushed him toward the nearest motorcycle. He hesitated, but after a firm, unfriendly shove, he reluctantly climbed on behind the driver. Jack's mind raced to kidnapping, not in the classic Hollywood sense. You can't exactly keep someone prisoner on the back of a speeding bike, but just because the guy climbed on himself didn't mean he wanted to go. Forced departures came in many forms. If yanking someone into a van in a dark alley was one extreme, this kind of pressured invitation was the other polished, sinister end of the spectrum. Every instinct Jack possessed screamed that this was a rendition in progress. The question now was, what was he supposed to do about it? With the captive secured on the back, the motorcycles tore away from the smoking zone in a haze of fumes, first heading north before cutting sharply to the west, directly toward Jack's position. The realization hit Jack immediately. The route the riders were taking would pass a multi-level parking structure before meeting Universitätsstraße, a major north-south thoroughfare. From there, it was a mere 500 meters south to the on-ramp for Highway 3, a fast east-west artery. Once they reached that asphalt river, the kidnappers would vanish. The only chance to stop them was for Jack to do something reckless, absurdly reckless. As the bikes thundered closer, Jack's eyes scanned the pavement below, calculating vectors. They would have to slow under the pedestrian bridge to navigate a cluttered maze of cafe tables. Their most probable line would bring them close to the stairwell on Jack's left. It was a slim opening, but it was all he had. He took the concrete steps 2 and 3 at a time, hitting the bottom just as the motorcycles blew past. He let the first bike, with its struggling passenger, go by. Then he launched himself into the air. For a heart-stopping second, all Jack saw was unforgiving concrete. He had a fleeting, ridiculous image of himself splattered across the pavement like a bug on a windshield. Then the second bike shot into the space below him, almost, but not quite, where he'd aimed. The rider had drifted slightly to the right. Instead of a clean tackle onto the rider's back, Jack was now plummeting toward a world of hurt. Jack was a substantial man. Not a professional athlete, but he had enough mass to make an impact. His plan had been a simple clothesline. His execution, however, was about to be a spectacular failure. The rider blurred beneath him in a rush of black leather and engine snarl. Missing his shot at the man's throat, Jack improvised. His hand shot out, snagging a fistful of the rider's jacket collar. He wrenched sideways, turning his airborne disaster into a brutal collar tackle. The physics were brutally efficient. The motorcycle slewed violently in one direction. The rider was ripped from the seat and flung in the other. The man impacted the concrete with a sickening crunch as the BMW high-sided and crashed onto the grass. Jack landed mostly on his feet, absorbing the shock through his legs. The rider wasn't moving, his helmeted head lolling at an awkward angle. Jack briefly considered checking the man's face, but the receding growl of the first bike's engine decided for him. He sprinted to the downed motorcycle, heaved it upright, threw a leg over the frame, and gave chase. Though the takedown had taken only moments, the lead bike had already opened a dangerous gap. Having cleared the outdoor seating, its rider had pinned the throttle. Jack could see the bike still accelerating, forcing another split-second decision. He could try to match the bike's path through the twists, or he could gamble, cutting across the grassy lawn to an intercept point farther south. Guess wrong, and the kidnappers would disappear for good. Fate, in the form of a profoundly distracted university student, made the choice for him. The young man stepped out from under a building awning, eyes glued to his phone, fingers scrolling, earbuds sealing him off from the world. He walked directly into Jack's path. If Jack held his line, the student's digital journey would end very permanently. Gritting his teeth, Jack dumped the bike hard to the left, downshifting violently. The engine screamed in protest, a mechanical shriek that finally pierced the student's electronic bubble. The kid's head snapped up, his eyes wide, his mouth forming a perfect silent circle of shock. Jack blasted past the frozen figure, then threw his weight back to the right, rolling on the throttle. The BMW's rear tire lost traction and fishtailed wildly, but Jack wrestled it back under control, staying mostly on course. The chase against all odds was still on. Swerving to avoid the student forced Jack to guide the BMW onto the grass, the motorcycle's rear tire ripping a deep gash through the immaculate lawn. The positive takeaway was that Jack remained in the saddle and the startled student was untouched. The downside was his trajectory now locked him onto the southern route, while his target had veered onto the northern fork. Weaving through a cluster of trees, Jack erupted from the greenery onto a north-south pedestrian walkway, marking the campus's western edge. He slammed on the brakes, planted a boot, and gunned the throttle, swinging the bike around his anchored leg. This pivot worked smoothly on the lighter dirt bikes. He rode back home with his brother, but the hefty BMW fought the move. As the turn began to stall, Jack fed it more power. The machine shuddered, its engine howling with over 100 horses, and then catapulted him out of the bend like a projectile. He raced down the path after his fast-vanishing quarry. Leaning low over the handlebars, Jack narrowed his eyes against the wind and flying debris. The kidnapper was a football field ahead, but his brake lights flared red as he carved between a line of trees with skilled precision. Jack's earlier reconnaissance told him the land to the west was dense forest and occasional unused fields, ideally clear of bystanders. With the path ahead open and the common area to his right empty, Jack twisted the throttle wide open. The BMW surged, its suspension absorbing the rough terrain ahead. The fleeing bike slid around the western corner of a multi-story building and disappeared. Jack pushed his motorcycle harder, shifting gears in rapid succession. He couldn't grasp the kidnapper's destination. His own instinct would have been a left turn, speeding south down University Street toward the quick escape offered by Highway 3. Going north felt all wrong. Then it clicked. He'd been thinking of the passenger as a willing participant, not a victim. This man had been forced onto that bike, and every second behind his captor was a chance to reconsider, to struggle. The motorcycles were for a fast campus extraction, not a cross-country ride. The lead rider was taking this man somewhere definite, or to someone definite. If his memory was right, that building was the university dining hall. A parking lot ran along its western side, shielded from view by the building itself, with easy access to University Street and several smaller westbound roads that fed into the larger Highway 93. This wasn't an escape route. It was a transfer point. They meant to switch the victim to another vehicle. Jack revved the engine to its limit, the trees to his left melting into a streaked wall of green. If that transfer happened before he got there, they were gone. Using the other bike's trajectory as his guide, Jack cut straight across the lawn instead of following the footpath's sharp left turn. The BMW protested, but Jack downshifted, kept it balanced, and fed power to the rear wheel. The bike carved deep trenches in the pristine grass. He held the off-road line a touch too long, shot between two pines, and rejoined the path just as it hooked north. As he leaned into that final turn, the scene ahead came into full view. The BMW he'd been chasing was now parked beside a white Sprinter van, its cargo door wide open. Two burly Asian men were wrestling a struggling figure into the back. The roar of Jack's motorcycle snapped their heads toward him. In that instant, he realized his single-minded focus on the chase had left him with no real plan for what came next. Swerving left, he ran his bike alongside the low stone wall, aiming to cut off the van's northern escape route. It was a shaky plan at best. In a direct confrontation, his motorcycle stood no chance against the van's massive weight. But maybe his sudden appearance would be enough to disrupt their operation. So far, these kidnappers had only broken traffic laws. Jack's instinct screamed that this was an abduction, yet a sliver of doubt remained. Could this all be some colossal mistake? That hope vanished as he caught the glint of compact submachine guns. No, this was no misunderstanding. Back at the plaza, Carey adjusted his phone, hit record, and zoomed in as he tried Jack's line again. Any station near Scepter? This is Reaper over silence. Reaper 2, this is Reaper 1, Carey pressed. Are you picking up my Scepter signal over? Jad's voice crackled back. 1, this is 2. I read, you want me to try him? Carey waited. If they'd been on radios, having Jad call would make sense, but the full bars on his screen confirmed the problem wasn't signal interference, at least not on his end. The two Chinese operatives were now tossing their bags into the van. Jad needed to stay on mission.
-2,
Carey said.
We've got bigger problems. Are you in position, over?
The plaza had a tight eastern exit, more of an alley for pedestrians, and the occasional brave delivery driver. Carey had bet the team would use the western access point instead. This side street was narrow but straight, dumping into a major intersection. Locals called Stevens Place, a hub with 5 radiating roads perfect for a quick disappearance. The van was pointed west. His guess seemed right. Come on, boss. Jad's voice came through, slightly strained. I'm quick, but I'm not a comic book hero. Plus, my mom always said not to run after a big meal. Carey stood up, keeping his eyes locked on the van. If only Mrs. Mustafa could see her boy now. Bob and Jim are loaded up and the door's shutting. Move faster, soldier. Following their plan, Jad had slipped out a restaurant side door and was now booking it west. His speed was a careful balance, fast enough to get there, but not so fast he'd draw attention. All their work would be wasted if a counter-surveillance spot spotted him before he could intercept. But the Chinese team had cleared their room. They weren't coming back. If that van reached Stevens' place, they'd vanish for good. The cargo door slammed. The van began to creep forward. "Van's rolling," Carey reported. 50 more meters." Jad panted, the effort clear in his voice. He was in a full sprint now. Carey needed to stall, even if it meant exposing himself. Luckily, he'd prepared for this. A bike rack sat right where the cobblestones met the street. Directly in the van's path, Carey slipped his hand into his pocket, his thumb finding the key fob. He pressed the unlock button, but instead of a car chirping in response, the mountain bike nearest the curb gave a violent shudder. Its rear tire erupted with a sharp, cracking pop that echoed across the plaza. The sudden noise sent a jolt through the crowd. Heads swiveled instinctively toward the sound. Carey had mixed a pinch of fine dust with the small charge, creating a satisfying puff of debris that made the spectacle impossible to ignore. The combined sight and sound seized everyone's focus, including the driver of the Sprinter van. The vehicle's brake lights flared as it jerked to an abrupt stop. A moment later, as the dust settled, a ripple of nervous laughter passed through the onlookers. Bike tires didn't just blow up every day, but it was a plausible, if odd, mishap. The van's driver seemed to reach the same conclusion. After a brief hesitation, the Sprinter smoothly pulled away, heading west. 2, this is 1, Carey murmured into his calms. "Bought you what time I could hope it was enough." "It was plenty," Jad replied, his breathing now even. "I'm a Green Beret, remember? We actually plan ahead." A faint smile touched Carey's lips as he turned toward a cafe on the far side of the square, making for the compact car parked near its entrance. His pace was brisk but controlled. Jad would pick up the van's trail now, maintaining visual as the surveillance went mobile until Carey could get into position to assist. Though every instinct urged him to link up with his teammate immediately, Carey was resolved not to reveal his presence to any potential counter-surveillance. So far, the operation was unfolding as intended, except for that persistent crawling sensation between his shoulder blades, the feeling of being watched. A career as a Green Beret had ingrained many lessons in Carey, not the least of which was knowing when to listen to that primal lizard brain instinct. In his world, the polished intellect he'd spent years cultivating often took a backseat to raw, survival-oriented intuition. The old adage, "kill or be killed," wasn't some macho slogan. It was a daily reality. This was especially true for a sniper. Every time he'd lain in a hide, stalking a target, he remained acutely aware that someone with similar skills could very well be on the other end of the scope, hunting him. Because of this, Carey worked to stay in tune with his subconscious. He was as willing as any operator to use the advanced tech his country provided, but he never discounted the ancient, wary part of his mind, particularly in moments like this. He slowed his approach to the car, affecting the casual demeanor of a tourist savoring the crisp Bavarian afternoon. An impatient stride could broadcast anxiety, and that was the last thing he needed. Even as he knew the Chinese team and Jad were moving farther away with each second, Carey exercised tactical patience. Another lesson learned while crawling through the dirt, a sniper's success almost always hinged on the stalk, not the shot. Pausing at the transition from cobblestones to pavement, he shot a quick glance up and down the street before crossing. Germans were famously rule-abiding drivers, but accidents happened. As if on cue, a black Audi station wagon to his left revved its engine and lurched out of a parking spot. Carey took an instinctive step back as the vehicle sped past, and his moment of startled reaction gave him perfect cover to peer into the cabin. 2 athletic-looking men occupied the front seats. So, he wasn't the only one interested in the hotel. 2, this is 1, Carey said, as he opened the door to the Volkswagen hatchback. Status over. 1, this is 2, I'm mobile. Where do you want me to set up over, Carey? Considered the question as he slid into the driver's seat, buckled his seatbelt, shut the door, and fired up the small engine. In no scenario could a 2-man team maintain eyes on a mobile target for long. If this were a standard stateside operation, he'd have at least 4 mobile units at his disposal. The reality of their current threadbare resources was a stark reminder of how far they were from home. The size of the team gave the leader the flexibility to shift the entire unit in whichever direction the subject moved, regularly cycling personnel through the observation post to keep their identities concealed. A simple 2-person tail could never manage such a complex operation. Carey, however, was playing with a few advantages. First, he knew the Chinese team's endpoint was the University of Regensburg. Second, he had predicted their probable route and formulated a plan to intercept them. The university lay only about 2 miles south of the hotel, but the main railway station created a significant obstacle along the path, a sprawling complex with over 20 tracks running east to west. Just 2 roads crossed over it, Kampfmüller Street to the west and Galgenberg Bridge to the east. Kampfmüller was the more straightforward choice, and Carey's gamble that they'd take it appeared to be correct. Now it was time for the next move. Jad on his motorcycle was highly mobile, but also a conspicuous figure. They'd agreed he would position himself ahead on the anticipated route rather than follow directly. Carey would close the distance, planning to take over as the primary eye once the Chinese van entered the university's maze of streets. The trick was positioning Jad to monitor without revealing their hand. 2, this is 1, Carey said, speeding through a roundabout lined with charming cafes before turning south onto Newhouse Street. Suggest you set up near Grisham over 1. This is 2, copy Grisham over. Grisham was the parking lot for a tobacco shop just south of the railway station, sitting at a junction of 3 roads leading to the campus, a natural choke point. If Carey were driving that Sprinter van, he'd run a surveillance detection route right after crossing the bridge, using the confined terrain to spot any followers. By waiting at that lot, Jad could pick up the van as it passed, blending in with the traffic from any of the 3 roads. At least, that was the idea. Carey made a sharp turn past the City Theater, accelerating south past the crowded Bismarck Plaza on his left. His earlier scouting told him this pedestrian zone would be packed, forcing him to weave carefully between meandering and likely tipsy tourists while trying to gain ground. Just a few hundred yards ahead, the worst of the congestion would clear. Suddenly, a cluster of flashing brake lights signaled a delay, a group of pedestrians using a crosswalk. Carey eased off the gas, letting his vehicle slow, and then recognized the Audi station wagon in front of him. With a muttered oath, he realized he'd failed to update Jad on this new variable. 2, this is 1, Carey transmitted. Heads up, we have at least 1 new player. A dark Audi wagon pulled out shortly after the Chinese team departed the hotel, 2 military-aged males inside, currently at the intersection of Schotten Street and Wiesmeyer Way, heading south. Over. 1, this is 2, copy all. Do you have a plate? Over? As if listening in on their channel, the Audi sped away from the crosswalk, just as Carey got close enough to see it. 2, this is 1. I have a partial Sierra, Alpha, Delta over 1. This is 2, Jad responded. Got it. What's the play? Carey turned the problem over in his mind, a flicker of dark amusement cutting through the tension. Perfect. Just when you think you've got the board figured, someone adds new pieces. The straightforward shadow job was now a crowded chess match on unfamiliar streets. He needed a move that wouldn't checkmate his own team. Jad wanted to know if Carey planned to overtake the Audi, a move that would let him narrow the distance to the Sprinter van, while staying back was the safer choice regarding the Chinese. If the Audi's 2 occupants were also running surveillance, pushing ahead would risk exposing Carey entirely. Surveillance tradecraft was always adapting, but one rule never changed: spotting the same person or vehicle across different places and times meant you were looking at a surveillance team. Carey had seen the Audi's passengers clearly, so standard procedure meant assuming they'd gotten an equally good look at him. If they saw him again now, they'd mark him as a fellow operative. 2? This is 1, Carey said, holding his position behind the southbound car. I'm sticking to the most direct route toward the railway station. I'll maintain pace with the Audi, no attempt to pass. Your task is unchanged. Lock down that Sprinter van once it clears the south side of the bridge. If the Audi stays in the picture, we'll handle it then. Roger, boss, Jad replied. I'm in position at Grisham, facing north. I've got visual on the south end of the bridge only. No sign of the van yet. 1 copies, Carey said. Bridge is about 1 kilometer south of me. You should see the van within 30 seconds. Standing by, Jad confirmed. Ideally, Jad would have a full view of the bridge, but finding a spot that allowed that hadn't been possible. The road curved southwest after the bridge, cutting between 2 tree-filled green spaces. In choosing between watching the bridge or the intersection south of it, Carey had picked the intersection. Setting up past the choke point let Jad track the van through several likely routes without revealing himself, a smarter tactical play. Still, Carey wished he had eyes on the Chinese team right now. The Audi was keeping its distance, forcing Carey to do the same. Then it hit him, like the Green Berets. The men in the Audi were professionals. They were probably part of a larger surveillance net, so they didn't need to get close to the Sprinter van. The realization didn't soothe Carey's frustration, but it did open a door. 2, this is 1, Carey said. Plan change. I'm going to blow past the Audi and head to King Street to try re-establishing contact with Scepter. If the Chinese team is moving towards Scepter, I'll pick them up. If not, I'll collapse onto Scepter's position to assess the situation. 1, this is 2, Jad answered. Copy all, heads up. I already tried raising Scepter from my location and got nothing. Something feels off, boss. Agreed 2, Carey said, ending surveillance now. Jad's transmission hardened Carey's decision. He hated dropping surveillance, but bigger forces seemed to be moving. Back in his Green Beret days, Carey's grizzled mentors had dished out plenty of wisdom. Some advice was more useful than the rest, but one saying had held true every single time. On an operation, there are no coincidences. The Green Berets lost contact with Jack's team just as the Chinese operatives left the hotel. The game was officially on. Carey stomped the accelerator. German drivers weren't perfect, but they tended to follow traffic rules better than their American counterparts, especially the most sacred rule of all: the left lane is for passing only. Carey signaled left and merged into the next lane, pressing the accelerator. The Volkswagen's small engine protested with a high-pitched whine rather than a roar. Europe had its charms, but micro-sized cars definitely weren't among them. Ahead, the Audi cleared the northern rise of the bridge. 1, this is 2, the Sprinter is off the bridge, stopped at a red light. Corner of Kampfmüller and Friedenstrasse over. Copy 2, Carey replied, speeding onto the bridge deck. I'll turn east at that intersection, then south on University Avenue before looping east toward Scepter's last coordinates over. 2 reads you. Heads up, Sprinter is moving through the intersection, now proceeding east on Friedenstrasse. I repeat, east on Friedenstrasse. Over the Chinese team was taking the most direct path toward the university campus. Carey's hunch had been right. The Audi slid into the passing lane, surging past slower vehicles. Carey narrowed the gap, closing to within 50 yards of the station wagon. For a moment, it seemed the operation might actually stay on script. Then the Audi's tire exploded. 1 second, the wagon was speeding across the span. The next, its rear driver's side tire disintegrated in a puff of smoke and shredded rubber. Carey's foot hovered over the brake, unsure whether to stop in lane or swerve. The consequences of a blowout at high speed could swing from a minor hassle to a fatal wreck, all depending on the driver's next move. The Audi shimmied briefly as it veered right. This was the critical instant. Calm hands and gentle braking meant a simple roadside headache. Instead, the brake lights flared red and the car jerked violently left as the driver oversteered. Then the station wagon went airborne. Carey swore as the vehicle sailed over the concrete and metal barrier that divided the road from the elevated pedestrian walkway running alongside the bridge. The Audi's undercarriage caught on the barrier, spinning the car before it slammed against concrete. For a heartbeat, Carrie thought it would complete its roll and plunge over the edge. But in a freak twist of balance, the car settled on the tubular steel railing, rocking perilously toward the drop, but not quite going over. Not yet. Braking hard, Carrie angled his car left to block the fast lane and hit his hazard lights. A grinding shriek of metal greeted him as the Audi shifted, its hood dipping toward the train tracks below. Carrie threw the transmission into park, vaulted the barrier, and sprinted toward the wreck. The steel tubing had punched through the Audi's roof, pinning it in place but also acting as a pivot. With the heavy engine block and the passenger's weight all on the side hanging over emptiness, Carrie knew it was only a matter of seconds before the car went over. 2. This is 1, Carrie gasped as he ran. Forget the van, I need you here now. 1, this is 2, Roger. What's going on? The Audi crashed. It's balanced on the edge of the bridge and damn it. As Carrie reached the Audi, his view cleared past the wrecked vehicle for the first time. More precisely, he saw what was waiting on the pedestrian walkway just beyond. A figure in full motorcycle gear stood beside a idling bike. A figure holding a compact submachine gun. The rider's helmet visor was up, revealing dark eyes that widened in surprise at Carrie's sudden approach. The weapon rose to the man's shoulder in one smooth motion. Carrie threw himself to the concrete as a staccato burst of gunfire tore through the air. 1, this is 2, say again. Over. Armed gunman on the east side pedestrian walkway, Carrie said, scrambling on hands and knees toward the Audi. He's facing north and doing his damnedest to turn me into Swiss cheese. Over. 2 copies, all hold position. Over. Carrie had complete trust in his spotter, but holding position was the last thing he intended to do. The shooter didn't have a clean line of sight on Carrie, but that small window was closing fast. The armed man was already moving toward the wrecked Audi. Carrie covered the final distance in a low crouch, the car letting out another metallic shriek as he reached the driver's door. He hesitated, his hand hovering near the handle, acutely aware that one wrong move could send the whole vehicle sliding off the ledge and onto the train tracks below. The decision was made for him by a sudden eruption of shattered glass. If he stood by and did nothing, the gunman would kill the unconscious men inside and Carrie right along with them. Sometimes, you just have to roll the dice. He yanked the door open and was met with the sight of 2 unresponsive occupants. The passenger's head lolled at a sickening angle, a clear sign of a broken neck. As much as he wanted to render aid, Carrie's immediate priority was stopping the immediate threat. He quickly patted down the driver's torso and waistline as another volley of automatic fire stitched across the car's frame. The passenger's body twitched violently as bullets struck home. Fighting every instinct to bail out, Carrie kept searching. If he didn't find a weapon, he'd be next. Then his fingers brushed against the textured grip of a pistol. He ripped the Glock from its holster, leaned around the car's edge, and sent 2 quick shots toward the advancing figure. The gunman flinched but didn't go down. Instead, he dropped to one knee and unleashed a sustained burst at the teetering SUV body armor. Of course, he was wearing body armor just perfect. 2, this is 1, Carrie said into his comms. Target is armored. Over 2 copies. 30 seconds, came Jad's calm reply. The countless hours spent side by side with his best friend had forged more than just mutual annoyance. It had built an unshakable trust. Carrie didn't ask for details. He trusted his spotter implicitly. Besides, the Audi emitted a long, grinding groan as its hood dipped another few inches toward the abyss. 30 seconds was a luxury he didn't have. Taking a steadying breath, Carrie braced his arms against the car's frame, leaned around the bumper, and found the crouching shooter in his sights. He began firing. In 5 seconds, he emptied half the magazine, watching rounds impact the gunman's armored vest with little visible effect. Well, little lethal effect? But in a firefight, psychology is everything. The gunman's submachine gun was objectively superior, faster, with more rounds. But knowing that in your head is different from feeling it in your gut when someone is shooting back with unnerving precision. The shooter's nerve broke. He ducked behind a metal barrier as Carey's 9mm rounds sparked off concrete and steel. With a final desperate flurry, Carey expended the rest of the magazine and tossed the empty pistol aside. He scrambled on hands and knees toward the still-open driver's door as the Audi groaned, its balance shifting perilously, with a killer on one side and a cliff on the other. Anyone else might have stepped back and let fate run its course. But Green Berets have a notorious allergy to standing aside. Reaching into the wobbling vehicle, Carey hit the seatbelt release, hooked his hands under the driver's arms, and pulled. For one heart-stopping moment, he was sure he'd miscalculated. The car's rear end lifted like a seesaw, the nose tipping down and pulling Carey off his feet. Instead of letting go, he committed, fully grabbing 2 fistfuls of the man's shirt and hauling back with all his weight. The driver tumbled from the cab just as the SUV flipped over the railing, a deafening chorus of twisting metal and bursting glass marking its descent. His trousers caught on the doorframe, tearing clean away and leaving Carey flat on the pavement with a very undignified, unconscious passenger sprawled across him. One of the perks of being a Green Beret was the sheer unpredictability. You never had the same day twice. At this particular moment, however, Carey was seriously reconsidering the appeal of a nice, boring desk job. He shoved the man aside, concrete erupting near his head from gunfire, and used his own body as a shield while he fumbled for the spare magazine on the driver's belt. His fingers felt thick and clumsy. He'd never reload the man's pistol in time. He tensed for the shot that would end it. Instead, his earpiece fizzed with a voice he knew, now sporting a terrible British accent. Tally-ho, old chap. Carey was sure his spotter added another ridiculous remark, but it was drowned out by the scream of a high-performance engine. Jad came from behind the shooter, rocketing down the walkway on a motorcycle. The gunman spun, bringing his weapon to bear. Carey saw the hopeless math of it instantly. Jad's only real weapons were surprise and noise until he got closer. Neither would stop a bullet. Pushing to his feet, Carey launched himself forward, aiming to spear the shooter in the back. Even as he ate up the ground with long, desperate strides, he knew it was a futile gesture. The distance was too great. Physics, like so often today, was not his friend. But Green Berets don't quit. They just get more stubborn. When he was mere strides away, Jad did something gloriously stupid. He yanked the bike into a wheelie. It was, Carey noted with a bizarre flash of clarity, a profoundly bad wheelie. The front wheel wavered at a drunken angle, the bike wobbling precariously. It was less a stunt and more a cry for help from the laws of physics. Yet the effect on the gunman was electric. Facing down his speeding bike took nerve, but seeing a massive black tire suddenly filling your vision was a primal terror. The shooter froze for a critical second. That was all Carey needed. He slammed into the man, driving with his legs, a brutal tackle that smashed the shooter face first into the asphalt. The submachine gun clattered away. Carey reared back, fist coiled to deliver a kidney punch that would have lasting consequences. He never threw it. The gunman bucked and twisted, lashing out with a wild backward elbow. Carey got his arm up in time to block a direct hit to his temple, but the force of the blow against his forearm still snapped his head sideways with a jarring crack. Stars exploded in his vision. The world tilted and swam as he fought to stay conscious. The man writhed out from under him, and Carey could only raise his leaden arms, bracing for the kick he knew was coming next. What's more, the laws of physics seemed to have a personal vendetta against him. Suddenly, Jad was there. The motorcycle's engine screamed, a vibration that shook Carey's teeth, as his spotter abandoned the bike to leap into the chaos. The assailant's gaze turned to Flint. In one fluid motion, he cleared the railing and dropped into the void. Gritting his teeth, Carey hauled himself up using the railing, his legs protesting as he stood. He looked over just in time to see the gunman drop from the mangled car roof onto the gravel and stone of the rail yard below. "You have got to be kidding me," Jad muttered. Carey turned to find his partner now holding the gunman's compact weapon, his finger taking up the trigger's slack. A sharp command cut through the air. "Halt!" Carrie spun to see a tide of blue uniforms as a squad of police officers converged on their position. An array of handguns leveled at the two Americans. "Drop it, Jad. Slowly," Carrie said, his voice calm. "Let him go." Jad exhaled, a sound of pure frustration, but complied, placing the submachine gun on the pavement. "I was this close to giving that jerk a new ventilation system," he grumbled. "Look on the bright side," Carrie said, lowering himself to his knees and lacing his hands behind his head. "I'm sure we'll be out of here before dinner." "You really believe that?" "Not a chance," Carrie admitted. "But after that pathetic excuse for a wheelie back there, I thought you could use a little optimism." Any retort Jad might have had was lost as an officer's knee found its way firmly into his back, as Carrie's own arms were pulled behind him to the soundtrack of shouted German. A single clear thought crystallized. With Jack Ryan Jr. involved, the word routine simply didn't apply. Weapons like the Chinese CSL-S06 weren't built for distance. Firing standard pistol rounds, it lacked the powder charge and barrel length to be effective much beyond 100 yards. But that was never its purpose. In full auto, it could unleash a blistering 800 rounds a minute, its unique top-loading drum magazine packed with 59mm cartridges. It was, in short, the ideal tool for intimate, violent conversations. Exactly the sort of situation now unfolding, seeing the weapon extend toward him. Jack launched himself from the motorcycle, twisting his body toward a patch of scrubby bushes. He tucked his head between his arms just as he heard the distinctive foot of a suppressed automatic. Then he was crashing through the foliage, snapping branches with his momentum until a solid beech tree decided to introduce itself. The impact was tremendous, a jarring collision that sent his consciousness reeling inside the protective cage of his limbs. The world dissolved into a blurry, pain-filled haze. Awareness returned in fragments. First came sound unfamiliar voices, speaking German, pulling him from the depths. Then sensation arrived, a full-body protest of bruises and aches that vividly illustrated why leather and padding existed. Jack pried his eyes open and let out a low moan. He was on his back, staring up at a perfect cloudless sky. So far, so good. The less good news was that he felt like he'd been used as a tackling dummy. Carefully, he tested his fingers and toes. Nothing broken, and he could move. On the decidedly negative side, he was once again staring into the muzzles of firearms, two of them held by a pair of very serious-looking German police officers. Jack let out a breath that was half sigh, half groan. German police were known for their discipline and training. He was probably in capable hands, a small comfort given the circumstances. The officer nearest his head unleashed a rapid torrent of German. Jack knew some basics, but the man's thick Bavarian accent, combined with the persistent throbbing in Jack's skull, made the words sound like gibberish. His brain, usually reliable, was failing utterly at translation English. Jack asked, his hand instinctively moving toward his face to check if the wetness on his cheek was blood or tree sap. The sudden motion was a mistake. The second officer reacted instantly, seizing Jack's wrist and twisting it into a punishing armbar. "Down!" Now the policeman ordered in German, smoothly converting the hold into a precise shoulder lock. Jack obeyed, a sharp hiss escaping his clenched teeth. The German police were known for their efficiency and for having zero patience with non-compliance. Jack's lack of understanding was irrelevant, even as he rolled onto his stomach. A detached part of his mind analyzed the technique. His own combat trainers had been top tier, but this officer was in their league. Or perhaps that was just his wounded pride talking. With stars still flickering at the edges of his vision and a body that felt like one giant bruise, he wasn't starting a fight. "Easy. I'm cooperating," Jack grunted. The officer's response was the pragmatic firmness Jack should have anticipated. He cranked Jack's arm upward, secured one wrist with a cuff, and swiftly fastened the other. Only after the metal was firmly locked did he show any concern. "Can you stand?" the man asked in accented but clear English. I'm not entirely, Jack began. He was cut off as he was hauled upright. The men weren't just efficient, they were powerfully strong. The abrupt shift made the world tilt and spin, and Jack stumbled, his weight caught by the nearest officer. They then steered him firmly toward their patrol car. As he was marched forward, Jack got a clear view of the aftermath. The parking lot was deserted, with no sign of the kidnappers' motorcycle or their van. His own bike was propped against the stone wall that had likely saved his life, a path of shattered branches marking his chaotic crash landing. "What's the charge?" Jack demanded. The officer to his left answered with a rapid stream of German. When he finished, his partner added more. "English, please," Jack tried, but the policeman's brief multilingualism had evidently expired. With a final burst of instructions he couldn't understand, the officer on his left opened the rear door while the one on the right guided him inside. The door thudded shut, sealing him in silence. "Good afternoon?" Or perhaps not. Jack shifted awkwardly into a sitting position. The front passenger seat was occupied by a man with neatly trimmed gray hair and glasses, who didn't seem the least bit surprised by Jack's arrival. "Who are you?" Jack asked. "That is not the pertinent question," the man replied in English, tinged with a German accent. "But you may call me Hans." Hans didn't turn around, keeping his gaze lowered as he adjusted something in his lap, seemingly content to let Jack speak first. "A pleasure, Hans," Jack said, his tone dry. "So am I under arrest? Did anyone say you were arrested?" Hans countered. "Consider this an informal discussion between colleagues. Colleagues don't usually wear handcuffs," Jack pointed out. "In our particular line of work, they sometimes do." "I don't follow," Jack said, playing along. "But of course you do," Hans replied, a note of weary amusement entering his voice. "To save us both from the tedious back and forth. Let me be direct as you Americans prefer. I am with Department 4 of the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution. My focus is counterintelligence. You are an American intelligence officer conducting unauthorized activities on German soil. It really is that simple. I'm willing to look past this breach of the law so we can have a frank discussion," Hans stated. "While I'm in cuffs," Jack replied, shifting his weight to relieve the ache in his shoulders. The cold metal was tight against his skin, threatening to cut off the feeling in his hands entirely. "I said I would look past it," Hans clarified, his tone measured. "Not excuse it. One of my officers is gone. Another might not make it through the night. Consider yourself lucky this talk is happening at all, and not somewhere far less comfortable." "I had nothing to do with what happened to your men," Jack insisted, the words feeling hollow even to him. The campus abduction replayed in his mind, the precision, the audacity of striking in daylight. It was a message, not just an operation. "Not directly, perhaps," Hans conceded, glancing in the rearview mirror. "But the two associates of yours currently in my custody tell a different story." "You could have looped me in. Maybe then we wouldn't be having this conversation in a car with a body in the trunk." Jack stayed quiet, his thoughts racing. Hans was BFV, Germany's domestic intelligence service, but nothing else about this situation was clear. The jammed comms, the professional yet blatant snatch. It wasn't the work of amateurs. This was a calculated high-stakes play. "What is it you're after?" Jack finally asked, leaning forward as much as the cuffs allowed. "Justice," Hans said, the word sharp and cold. "Or what passes for it. When we're done here, I get to tell a woman her husband isn't coming home. Then I'll drive to a hospital in Regensburg and watch a good man struggle to breathe. And my government will expect me to thank the people responsible and ask for seconds." "How can that be?" Jack pressed. "Money?" Hans answered flatly. "China is our biggest trading partner. Billions of euros change hands every year. So when they quietly informed us they would be retrieving one of their own citizens from a university campus today, the official response was to look the other way. Keep the machinery humming. My boss will expect a report that calls it a tragic misunderstanding. Will you write it? A man is dead for doing his job." Hans's composure cracked, his voice rising before he steadied it. They told us it would be a quiet persuasion, a chat over tea. Instead, they brought a tactical team and automatic weapons to a place full of students. They shot a policeman. And for what? A software engineer named Wang Lei who posted the wrong opinions online 5 years ago. Jack understood now. The Chinese Ministry of State Security had long conducted renditions, but previously in shadows and compliant countries, announcing the operation to the host nation was a bold, arrogant escalation, a test of boundaries. The gunfire on campus was the exclamation point, and you're just going to let them get away with it on your soil. Hans met his eyes in the mirror. What would you have me do? Start a trade war. The men who did this are probably already on a plane. The order came from Beijing. I have a file to close and a flag to fold. The resignation in his voice was absolute. The anger banked into a bitter, smoldering coal. For a moment, the professional gave way to the profoundly disillusioned. They didn't just take Wang Lei today, they took a piece of what this country is supposed to stand for, and we handed it to them with a smile. I'm speaking to you, Hans insisted. Jack held up a hand. Look, I feel for anyone caught up in political trouble, but this isn't my battle to fight. You're mistaken, Hans countered. The scientist who was taken is from China, but his brother Zhang Wei holds American citizenship. He's a researcher in the States. That got Jack's focus. You suggesting this is a pressure play using the brother as leverage? Jack asked. Maybe you should pose that question to him directly, Hans replied. What are you talking about? Jack said. Zhang Wei is currently in the city as it happens. Manila, Philippines. Mario Reyes could not stand fish. He despised their foul taste, their slick, cold bodies, and above all the smell. It was a scent that invaded his nose and seemed to settle permanently in his sinuses, a greasy film that tainted everything. The odor alone could turn his stomach, and once it got into his clothes, it lingered for days, ruining meals and spoiling any moment of peace. This presented a significant issue. Mario lived and worked just a few miles from one of the globe's biggest fishing hubs. His own family had fished for generations, and nearly all his clients earned their living from the sea. He was perpetually surrounded by what he loathed. Actually, that wasn't entirely accurate. While fish disgusted him, his deepest contempt was saved for where they were gathered, the Navota's Fishport complex. The very place he was walking toward now, Mario paid the taxi driver with a wad of Philippine pesos and sent him off. As a prosperous banker who funded a sizable part of the local fishing fleet, Mario didn't need to take cabs. His chauffeur, Alejandro, was always ready to drive him in the polished Range Rover, or if Mario wanted a thrill, he could take his Bentley Continental GT. He did neither, solely because of the reek now attacking his senses. Business demanded his presence at the port, but he was determined to carry as little of it back with him as possible. This was why the tires of his luxury vehicles would never touch Palenque Street. It was also why he wore old jeans and a plain tee instead of his usual office suit. No laundry detergent could ever purge the fish essence that would soak into the fabric after just one visit. Sir Mario ignored the pleading child as he navigated past the corroded buildings of various fishing companies, carefully avoiding the perpetual puddles. As a boy, he had worked on his father's boat, just like his 4 brothers were expected to do. But while his siblings resigned themselves to a life on the water, Mario rebelled, if anything. Those nauseating days spent at sea fueled a fierce determination to break free from that world. With every grueling shift and every evening spent cleaning the day's catch, he swore this would not be his future. He would get away from the ocean. He'd only partly succeeded. Mario was no fisherman, but his fortune was still built on the sea. Good day to you. Mario gave a curt nod to the greeting called from a shop doorway. Even at this early hour, the complex buzzed with relentless activity. Workers in tees, shorts, and essential rubber boots sorted glistening piles of fish, arranged overflowing tubs hosed down the perpetually stained concrete, and scrubbed at puddles filled with waste. Many of the laborers recognized Mario. Though he had hated his father's trade, he had inherited the man's relentless diligence. Unlike many of his peers, who were happy to analyze spreadsheets from air-conditioned offices in Makati, Mario needed to see his investments firsthand. With his average build and unremarkable features, there was nothing intimidating about his appearance. But dock workers still made a path when they spotted his distinguished gray hair. If he were being completely honest, Mario would have to concede that a portion of the respect he received came less from his financial acumen and more from the company he kept. Associates such as the man he was meeting. Now, Mar, it's good to see you. As if conjured from Mario's own thoughts, a lean figure detached himself from the shadows beneath a salt-crusted awning. With piercing dark eyes and an authoritative voice, the man's name was Ramon, though his inner circle knew him as Mon. To everyone else, he was Mr. Garza. Both men had grown up on the decks of fishing boats, but their paths diverged sharply. Mario had pursued a respectable route to prosperity through the halls of the Asian Institute of Management, while Mon earned his education in the port's unforgiving streets and shadowy lanes. He wore the collared shirt and slacks of a businessman, yet his actual trade made the bloody work of fish gutting seem like a peaceful hobby. Mon was Mambo Butang, a gangster and the unchallenged ruler of the waterfront. He was also family. "Good to see you, Mon," Mario replied, accepting a proffered handshake. While the bulk of Mario's operations were above board, truly honest merchants were a rare breed in Navotas. Like ports everywhere, it was a natural hub for smuggling and the organized crime that shadowed it. Corruption in the Philippines was a deep-rooted tradition, its influence stretching from the dock worker unloading illicit goods all the way to the highest offices in the land. Mario had consciously chosen to focus on lawful commerce, yet certain facets of his trade inevitably brushed against the underworld and its inhabitants. People like his cousin. "You as well," Mon said. Handshakes in the Philippines were typically gentle, but Mario felt the bones in his hand grind under his cousin's grip. Monon was enamored with all things Western, especially American culture, and he was a devoted fan of gangster films. He loved ambushing the unsuspecting with a handshake that would leave a lingering ache for days. Mario squeezed back with equal force, refusing to yield. They might be blood, but Monon was a hunter by nature, always probing for vulnerability. Mario was determined to show none. Come in, Mon said, releasing his grip. "There's something you need to see." Mario nodded and followed the taller man into the warehouse, bracing himself. His cousin had extended invitations to join his broader criminal network on several occasions, and each time Mario had politely declined. He was content to finance Mon's fleet of vessels, some suspiciously sleek and fast for mere fishing, but he drew a firm line at direct involvement in illegal schemes. Mon, perhaps recognizing the value of having a legitimate financier in the family, had always accepted these refusals with apparent grace. Yet, with every offer Mario turned down, a quiet dread grew that one day the proposal would come with an unspoken pressure he couldn't withstand. Maybe that day had arrived. "It's over here," Mon guided him through the cavernous, dim space. "One of my crews hauled it up, tangled in their nets. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but I thought of you." A wave of relief washed over Mario. This wasn't the feared strong-arm recruitment, but it was replaced by a different kind of tension. As a successful private banker, Mario's role extended far beyond providing loans to the fishermen. His clean reputation and political connections had made him a unique kind of problem solver in the community. He wasn't a fixer who used bribes. He traded in favors and influence, leveraging his legitimate standing to navigate the complex social currents. Whatever Mon had fished from the sea, it clearly required a touch of that social alchemy. Mario understood people, and they often came to him for his connections as much as for his resources. He trailed his cousin to a less damp section of the warehouse, where three men huddled near a bench. With a nod from Mon, the fisherman moved back, revealing the reason Mario had been summoned to the dock so late. He stopped cold. Resting on the worn wooden surface wasn't a corpse. as he dreaded, nor was it boxes of smuggled goods or narcotics. Under the lone hanging bulb lay a long metallic cylinder. It had the general shape of a missile, painted a dull oceanic gray, with a pointed tip, small mid-body fins, and a little propeller at the back. Mario's initial fear was that the fisherman had pulled up some kind of weapon, but a closer look dismissed that idea. The tube was too slender for an explosive, and the propeller seemed too modest to power a high-speed torpedo. He still had no clue what he was looking at, but he was fairly sure it wasn't immediately lethal. Fairly. What is this thing? Mario asked, turning to his cousin. Not certain, Mon replied, but the crew pulled this in with their nets. Following his cousin's gesture, Mario saw an opened access panel on the casing. Inside were a series of ports, a small digital screen, and several rubberized buttons. Mario leaned in, squinting at the stenciled lettering above the connectors. He couldn't decipher the words, but he recognized the language instantly. Mandarin. Well? Mon prompted. Instead of answering, Mario pulled out his phone and started taking photos. He got shots of the whole cylinder, but focused most on the open panel and the Chinese characters. Only when he was satisfied did he face his cousin again. I think you might have found something very valuable to the right buyer, Mario said. You know a buyer? Mon asked. Possibly, Mario said, his mind going to a particular American contact, a man who paid for information about the shadowy traffic through the Navotas port. Who else has seen this? Mon indicated the three men, the fishing crew, and these guys all men I trust. Mario had his private doubts about that trust. If even a fraction of the stories about his cousin were true, Mon ruled through intimidation, not loyalty. Fear worked until something scarier showed up. Rumor had it another local boss was making moves on Mon's territory, according to Mario's police contact. But he kept that to himself, simply nodding. I'll make some discreet inquiries. Give me a day. In the meantime, I'd advise you to guard this very closely. This is my warehouse, Mon stated flatly. There's no safer place in Manila. Mario nodded again, not bothering to argue. He opened his encrypted messaging app, selected a conversation, typed a brief note, attached the photos, and sent them. He considered adding a plea for speed, but held back. This strange device, much like his cousin's shaky grip on power, wasn't really his concern. Or so he tried to convince himself. Meanwhile, in Regensburg, Germany, Jack Ryan Jr. sat under a canopy of leaves, gazing at a field that felt heavy with finality as he weighed his choices. Each one seemed worse than the last. He'd spent the last hour putting as much distance as he could between himself and the disastrous kidnapping attempt. Thankfully, the BFV officer, Hans, had seemed just as eager to part ways. After his vague warning, Hans had signaled to a police officer standing at a polite distance, though the look the officer gave Jack was anything but polite. Jack got the message. While truces between intelligence agencies might look good on paper, it was often the local police who faced the messy aftermath when those agreements fell apart. The human cost was all too real. Children left without fathers. The officer had swung open the passenger door and assisted Jack from the patrol car, though assisted was a generous term. The burly German prevented him from stumbling, but his grip was far from gentle. A steely hand clamped onto Jack's bicep, a silent, unmistakable signal of how the policeman expected this encounter to end. After a rapid exchange in German with Hans, the officer's hold loosened, just a fraction. Once satisfied Jack was steady, the man removed the handcuffs. You are free to go, the officer stated, though his icy blue gaze conveyed a very different message. Jack gave a curt nod, rubbing his wrists. He turned to offer a final remark to Hans, but it was pointless. The BMW pulled smoothly from the curb, leaving Jack alone to sift through the operative's implications. What he had left unsaid was as telling as his actual words. Jack needed to process everything, but the street was no place for it. He headed north, following the sidewalk along Universitätsstrasse until he reached the Upper Catholic Cemetery. Only when he was deep among the rows of headstones did he feel secure enough to find a bench beneath a stand of trees and plot his next move. Hans had hinted at a great deal during their short conversation, but provided no solid evidence. Maybe the BFV officer had proof connecting Jad and Carrie to Jack, or maybe it was all a bluff. Either way, Jack wasn't about to make the man's job easier by contacting his team anywhere the German authorities might be listening. Stirring the pot was a classic counterintelligence ploy. Jack was resolved to put distance between himself and anyone linked to the government before reconnecting with his people. He performed a quick visual scan of the grounds as he retrieved his phone. Sitting on a bench surrounded by graves was admittedly grim, but a cemetery was an excellent spot to regroup after a potentially compromised operation. Visitors were expected to linger. The manicured lawns provided clear sight lines, and the sprawling complex offered multiple entry and exit points from every direction. In the days before the internet, tombstones were a goldmine for crafting aliases. A spy could find a deceased person of the right sex and age and borrow their personal details for a cover. While modern algorithms had made that particular trick obsolete, the location's physical advantages still made it a favorite among intelligence professionals. Kathy Ryan often said the more things changed, the more they stayed the same. Once again, the world-class surgeon was proving prescient. Tapping the weather app on his phone's home screen, Jack waited 2 seconds before pressing and holding the volume down button while toggling the mute switch. A moment later, a hidden, encrypted chat window appeared. Following campus standard procedure, Jack was switching to the briefed alternate communication method, a secure app Gavin had designed for low-profile operations. Much like his decision to leave the university district, he was moving to backup comms out of sheer caution. Other than a brief interruption likely caused by broad-spectrum jamming, he had no indication his team's secure radios were compromised. But in the espionage business, safe always trumped sorry. The first message in the queue was from Lisanne, continuing the mission with Socrates, the perfect call. The kidnapping of the Chinese researcher had certainly set one hell of a chain reaction in motion, though Jack doubted any MSS agents had stayed behind. That didn't rule out other discreet surveillance methods. If he were running the opposition, he'd have planted cameras to film the crowd's reaction to the abduction, hoping to spot members of the other team. Lisanne had proven sharp enough to grasp that danger immediately. Instead of leaving the university grounds as Jack had, she'd wisely chosen to remain in place after the chaos settled intelligence and grace, a combination that inevitably summoned his mother's persistent advice to her wandering son. Marry that girl before somebody else does. A faint smile touched his lips as he actually entertained the thought, which of course only made John Clark's gravel-voiced warning echo louder in his mind. Do not work with someone you love. As if a Chinese direct-action squad and a kidnapped scientist weren't complication enough. Another alert chimed on his secure stream. Reaper elements are PZ clean, so Jad and Carrie were also clear of the police. Though the Green Berets were recent additions to the campus, they were no strangers to subtle operations. China fell squarely within the 5th Special Forces Group's area of expertise, and these men had been honing their skills for a potential confrontation with the Asian powerhouse, rehearsing tactics in denied environments like South Korea. Rather than return to the university, the commandos had settled into a quiet coffee shop in downtown Regensburg. His team had handled the unexpected crisis like seasoned professionals. Now they simply needed direction. Direction from him. With a resigned breath, Jack thumbed a reply. Scepter acknowledges all anticipate mission change. Stand by for instructions. Confirmations from Lisanne and the commandos appeared moments later. Now with communications restored, Jack was genuinely out of excuses to delay the inevitable next step. He'd often lived by the old adage that it was easier to beg forgiveness than ask permission. But those days were over. As a solo operative, he might have justified impulsive choices. That luxury vanished with leadership. The autonomy he'd been granted carried a weight of responsibility. His wasn't the only neck on the line anymore. Clark had entrusted him with this operation. He wouldn't betray that trust. Jack calculated the time difference as he selected Clark's number. Noon in Germany meant 6 a.m. in Alexandria, Virginia. Here's hoping Mr. C had already downed his first cup of coffee. "Clark! Hey, Mr. C," Jack said. "It's me." The familiar exchange drew a ghost of a smile. How many conversations had started exactly this way? Then his eyes drifted across the rows of tombstones nearby, and the fleeting humor dissolved. His adventures often began innocently enough, but they rarely concluded that way. For a heartbeat, he was back on a rain-drenched North Korean hillside, pressed against the mud beside Jad and Carrie while rounds cracked past his head. The campus had beaten the odds more times than not. But even the best luck eventually expires. "Junior? You there?" Jack snapped back to the present, realizing Clark had been speaking while he drifted off. Never a smart move with the former Rainbow commander, especially at this hour. "Yes, sir," Jack said. "My apologies. I need to provide a situation report and request authorization for a follow-on mission." "Another training run?" Clark asked. "No, Mr. C," Jack replied. "This is real world. Here's what happened." For the next several minutes, Jack briefed his boss thoroughly to his credit. Clark listened without interruption, letting Jack lay out the full story. Here he was, asking permission before charging into one of his notorious crusades, and Clark was hearing him out calmly. "The world really must be turning upside down. That's our current status," Jack said, moving from the situation report into what came next. "I think we should reach out to the brother and bring him in for a debrief," Jack proposed. Clark's voice was measured over the line. "You honestly believe the Chinese would try to forcibly extract an American citizen?" Jack let out a slow breath, his gaze drifting to the faint scars on his forearm. "Judging by what's been in the public reports, I'd say no. But the operation I just saw wasn't exactly subtle. It has a certain boldness to it, a signature that reminds me of something from Tel Aviv. The FBI has kept tabs on Dr. Schweigart ever since she came back from Israel." Clark informed him she was under around-the-clock surveillance for the first 6 months, but the counterintelligence team saw no sign of Chinese activity. "From what I understand, she gets occasional visits from the local field office. But as far as the Bureau is concerned, the file is shut. More importantly, your father took it straight to the Chinese president. Mary Pat told me he made the consequences crystal clear to President Chen if the MSS ever tried a stunt like that again. Doctor?" Rebecca Schweigart was an applied physicist whose groundbreaking work in material science had produced a series of tunable coatings capable of scattering or transmitting radio frequency energy. Put simply, she'd invented liquid stealth. The MSS had tried to recruit her to get their hands on her research. When she refused, a Chinese paramilitary operator was sent to eliminate her. Jack had intervened. His father had raised hell at the highest level, and that was supposed to be the end of it. But maybe it wasn't. Jack respected his father's direct approach, yet he suspected this was a different kind of play. The Chinese were masters of strategic patience. While assassinations might be off the table for now, that didn't mean the CCP had abandoned its ambition to acquire American technology. In fact, Jack was certain they'd simply shifted tactics. "What if this is a new strategy for dealing with scientists like Schweigart?" Jack mused aloud. "We know Zhang Wei is a researcher, but Gavin's still digging for details. Still, I wouldn't be shocked if the American is the actual objective. The BFE officer I spoke with strongly hinted at it. So the Chinese kidnapped the brother to apply pressure. For what purpose? To force the American to defect?" Clark asked. "Maybe," Jack conceded. "Or maybe not. It hinges on what Wei is working on. If his projects are sensitive, maybe the party wants him right where he is." "To serve as a long-term asset?" Clark said. "I suppose that's within the realm of possibility." "It aligns with their preference for the long game," Jack agreed. The MSS might calculate that his ongoing access to technical programs is more valuable than whatever he knows. We won't get answers until someone talks to him. Someone does need to speak with him, Clark affirmed, but I don't think that someone should be you. Why's that? Jack pressed. Between the FBI legate, the CIA station, and DIA personnel, there's no shortage of qualified people already in Germany to handle the interview, Clark explained. Campus resources aren't unlimited. It's your job to deploy them where they'll have the most impact. You have another assignment for me? Jack asked. For your whole team, Clark clarified. I think you should make for Manila. What's in Manila? Not for this line, Clark said. Check your secure email. Jack hesitated, a detail clicking into place. Mr. C had said, I think? Hey, Mr. C, Jack began, the question feeling oddly formal. Just so I'm clear, is that a suggestion or an order to drop the scientist? Contrary to Jack's expectation, the silence that followed was brief and carried no weight of disapproval. If anything, Clark sounded almost puzzled. Jack, you're leading a team now, Clark said, his tone shifting from its usual granite to something more mentoring, almost wry. I don't make a habit of ordering my team leaders around. If you believe interviewing that scientist is the best use of your people, then do it. You're the commander on the ground. I'm just an old-timer in the rear with the spare parts. Jack knew Clark was anything but a has-been, but the trust implicit in those words meant more than any direct order ever could. As the team leader, the tactical calls fell to Jack, and with that authority came the full weight of responsibility for whatever happened next. He took a steadying breath before replying. Copy that, Mr. Clark, Jack said. We're wrapping up here. The team and I will be wheels up for Nuremberg Airport within the hour. I'll link up with Gavin to get secure access to your briefing. Manila is the destination. Good hunting, Clark replied, simply before the line went dead. The end of the call left Jack with a sudden, unexpected feeling, like the time his father had handed him the keys to the vintage Mustang for his first solo drive. He just prayed he could navigate this mission without crashing the proverbial car. Us, Delaware, South China Sea. For Commander Christina Dixon, facing a difficult decision was nothing new. The 37-year-old, a petite woman with blonde hair, had been navigating tough calls since a Naval Academy recruiter appeared unexpectedly at a pivotal lacrosse game during her junior year of high school. In that very match, she had netted 3 goals, securing a full scholarship offer to Johns Hopkins University, the pinnacle of college lacrosse, renowned for both its academic rigor and athletic legacy. It was the school her parents had attended, the one she'd dreamed of since childhood, wearing her father's old Hopkins jersey while watching championship games. The Hopkins coach had approached her after the final whistle with the expected scholarship. It should have been the easiest choice in the world. Yet there on the sidelines stood a naval officer in crisp dress whites, presenting a different path. Play lacrosse for the Naval Academy instead. In a move that stunned her family and surprised even herself, Christina turned down Hopkins for Annapolis, setting herself on a course defined by one hard choice after another. She opted for political science over pre-med, selected submarines over aviation, and chose fast-attack boats over ballistic missile submarines. Now, 15 years later, those relentless choices had paid off. As captain of a Virginia-class attack submarine, Christina stood among fewer than 100 female submarine officers and was the sole woman commanding her own vessel. She was at the absolute peak of her profession, reaping the rewards of decisions that began on a sun-drenched lacrosse field. Yet here she was, confronted with what might be the most formidable choice of her career status. Christina said, the single word functioning as both a query and an order. Commanding a submarine was a uniquely solitary burden. Unlike her surface warfare counterparts, she didn't receive flashing light signals from an admiral on a carrier. She wasn't part of a grand, thundering fleet demonstration of power. Christina was a lone wolf, a nuclear-powered predator silently hunting in the ocean's depths. This role granted her an extraordinary degree of independence in executing her missions. However, she now stood on the verge of outright disregarding her direct orders from ComSubPac, the commander of the submarine force in the Pacific. Contact S-47 remains unchanged, reported Senior Chief Petty Officer Bill Davis, his eyes fixed on the sonar display, bearing 270, range 2,000 yards, speed holding steady at 7 knots. It appears to be mirroring our course. To the untrained eye, the shifting cascade of data on the Senior Chief's screen might as well have been gibberish, a chaotic digital waterfall. It visualized the sounds and bearings picked up by the submarine's sophisticated sonar arrays, a complex puzzle to interpret. Fortunately, Senior Chief Davis oversaw the boat's team of enlisted sonar technicians, the best in the business at making sense of the ocean's hidden whispers. He was the go-to expert for the sophisticated computer systems that transformed the USS Delaware's extensive sonar inputs into actionable intelligence. The submarine was equipped with both low and high-frequency towed arrays, plus advanced optical sensors along the hull, all working in tandem with the classic bow-mounted spherical sonar. While the Virginia class was famously stealthy, its equally impressive detection capabilities often went underappreciated. Those capabilities were now focused on the persistent contact tailing them. "All right, Senior Chief, let's hear it," Christina pressed. "What's out there?" Bill adjusted his glasses, a familiar sight among seasoned submariners where contacts were impractical. But Christina knew this wasn't just about eyesight. Bill Davis was an anomaly, an enlisted technician with undergraduate and master's degrees from Ohio State University. His hesitation wasn't uncertainty, it was the caution of a scientist who hated being wrong, a feeling the mysterious blip had been reinforcing for hours. "It's not system noise, Captain," he stated, his voice measured. "All sensor diagnostics are green. I've verified the signature across 2 independent arrays. Honestly, if I weren't specifically looking for it, it would just blend into the background static." "Could it be a biological?" Christina asked. Bill shook his head. "That was my first thought, too, but take a look at this." His hands moved swiftly over his console. The Virginia class was a fully digital network, a far cry from the Los Angeles-class boats Christina started on. From her command station, she could access any system with a few taps, a power she sometimes had to consciously restrain. This was a warship displacing nearly 800,000 tons, not a video game. "Here's some faint marine life the system logged earlier," Bill said, pulling up a display. "The amplitude and frequency are similar, but the pattern is all wrong. Living things are messy, even at a micro level. This contact is perfectly regular. It's manufactured." Christina turned to the tall officer beside her. "Your take, XO?" Where Bill had an academic air, Lieutenant Commander Dan Young was pure sailor, his engineering degree funneled into the command track. A Jolly Roger tattoo on his arm hinted at the aggressive instinct needed to drive an attack sub. His perspective was always a vital counterbalance to Bill's analytical approach. An hour earlier, Dan would have joked that the anomaly was just whale gas or a glitch in the Senior Chief's system. He kept his voice low, a deliberate choice to ensure his words stayed within their small command circle. It wasn't that he doubted his own assessment, but he was careful not to undermine Bill's authority. Christina understood this dynamic well. She had worked tirelessly to foster unity, yet she knew that personal loyalties could still create subtle divides. The crew's sonar techs, faced with a choice between the charismatic pirate and the meticulous scientist, would naturally gravitate toward Dan. Charisma was a valuable asset in an executive officer, but not when it sowed doubt about another leader's judgment. Dan was aware of this, and he tempered his natural flair accordingly. Christina had noted his command potential in his last evaluation, and she planned to reinforce that recommendation at the next opportunity. "But what's your take now?" Christina prompted, steering the conversation forward. "Now I'm uncertain," Dan admitted. "I believe the professor has identified something real, but I'm not convinced it justifies diverting from our primary objective." That was the heart of the matter. With a price tag nearing $3.5 billion per vessel, A Virginia-class submarine was not an asset to be used for exploratory detours. Christina was moments away from initiating the mission profile that would define their operations for the coming weeks. The South China Sea, spanning over 1 million square miles, stood as the world's largest sea and one of its most fiercely disputed waterways. Strategically, it was unparalleled. A third of global maritime trade passed through its waters, and vast, untapped reservoirs of oil and gas were believed to lie beneath its floor. Ensuring free navigation here was a core duty of the U.S. Navy for these reasons alone, but the Delaware's presence boiled down to a simpler, more pointed reality: China. Beijing asserted sovereignty over the entire sea, its scattered islands, and all associated resources, known and unknown. And they weren't relying solely on diplomatic channels or legal forums to press these claims, operating on the principle that possession equates to ownership. The Chinese Communist Party had been aggressively turning its territorial ambitions into facts on the ground, or rather, in the water. A chain of artificial islands now dotted vital shipping lanes, each one a fortified outpost bristling with military equipment. Surveillance arrays, advanced radar systems, fighter aircraft, and anti-ship missiles all sprouted from these manufactured shores. The hidden threats lurking below the surface were equally formidable. Back in 2015, the Chinese Navy surpassed the U.S. fleet in sheer numbers. By 2021, its expansion rate was so rapid, it was akin to adding the entire French Navy every 4 years. What had been a modest force of under 60 ships in 1996 was now a formidable naval power, a status cemented by the launch of China's first domestically built aircraft carrier in 2019. Their submarine development told a similar story of accelerated ambition. The first Chinese-built diesel submarine, the Type 039, entered service in 1998. In less than a decade, they made a staggering leap to produce the nuclear-powered Type 094 ballistic missile submarine. In their initial haste to build a fleet quickly, however, Chinese engineers made a critical error. They prioritized production speed over acoustic stealth. Designing a truly quiet submarine is a delicate blend of art and precise science, a process that cannot be rushed. Their early shortcuts in the race for operational boats left clear and audible deficiencies in their wake. The Chinese submarine fleet had long been considered easy to track by American forces, which stripped away the primary advantage of operating beneath the waves. That assumption was now in question. If Christina's instincts were right, she might have just stumbled upon a new class of Chinese vessel, one with stealth capabilities that could match, or even surpass, her own boat. "What's the quality of your track on this anomaly?" Christina asked. Bill's face tightened as he searched for precision. He was a brilliant engineer, but the dynamic conditions aboard a fast-attack submarine rarely allowed for lengthy analysis or perfect answers. Christina reminded herself to discuss this tendency toward over-deliberation with the senior chief. Later, running the arrays independently gives me a solid track for now, Bill explained, tracing a finger over the jagged lines on his screen. But if we lose contact, I'm not confident I can reacquire it easily. It sounds backward, but I need to know where to look. My team is coding some new algorithms to narrow the search, but until we test them, I'd rate our odds of holding this contact at about 50-50. Bill's point was logical. Years earlier, Australian researchers had stirred controversy by claiming they could track US B-2 stealth bombers. Technically, they were correct, but only in retrospect. By comparing radar data with known flight logs, they had identified subtle atmospheric disturbances left by the massive flying wings. Those faint returns were buried below the noise floor filtered out by standard radar, so the practical impact was minimal. Still, the lesson resonated. Even the best stealth technology has limits if your opponent knows where to focus. For the moment, Bill knew where to look. That advantage would vanish if Christina followed her original patrol orders, a big if she was now reconsidering. Here was a chance to investigate a potential threat to the entire U.S. undersea fleet, though chasing it meant veering from her assigned route through the maze of deep trenches in the South China Sea. The risk, she decided, was justified. "Officer of the deck," Christina said, the plan crystallizing as she spoke. "Come to new course, 090, maintain current speed and depth. Stand by for further maneuvering orders. For the next hour, we're going to see what our mysterious contact, designated S-47, is truly capable of. New course 090, maintain speed and depth." "Aye," repeated the officer of the deck. Lieutenant Brian Andrews was still junior, but he showed the steady temperament of a natural submariner. Rumor had it he was writing a novel in his off-watch hours. If his prose was half as sharp as his ship handling, Christina mused, she might someday find herself reading his work. "I want us to collect every possible data point on S-47 in the next 60 minutes. Christina continued, "Senior Chief, design a test protocol. Dan, work with him. After that hour, I intend to break contact and resume our patrol." "Aye, Captain," Dan replied. "We'll make it happen." Shaking S-47, however, proved harder than expected. The elusive contact clung to them through multiple course and speed changes, adapting across various depths. Though she kept her concern from the crew, Christina felt a growing unease. After 45 minutes, she ordered the boat rigged for ultra-quiet and then initiated her most aggressive maneuver yet, a hard turn to double back on their own trail. That final reversal did the trick. As the Delaware glided north-northeast through the dark water, S-47 held its southern course and gradually faded. Christina watched the waterfall display until the last trace of the contact vanished into the oceanic static. "Did we lose the contact, Senior Chief?" Christina asked. Bill nodded, his expression grim. "We might piece it together from the data later, but this is the best real-time picture we're getting." "Officer of the deck," Christina said, turning away from the console. "You have the con. I need to draft a message for headquarters about our discovery. I have a feeling they won't be thrilled." She walked toward her cabin, unaware of just how accurate that feeling would turn out to be. Meanwhile, at Zhanjiang Port in China, Fen Li stood on the deck of a pitching launch, the greenish water slamming against the hull and sending cold spray over her rubber slicker. The small boat rocked violently underfoot, and she clenched her jaw, fighting a wave of nausea. She had always hated boats, a deep-seated aversion that now felt bitterly ironic as her entire future became tethered to the sea. "As you can observe," she said, forcing her voice to remain steady, "we are prepared to depart immediately." Fen dragged her gaze from the churning water to the man facing her on the bridge. Swamped in her oversized poncho, with her pale hair plastered by the mist, she felt insubstantial, almost ghostly. Her quiet tone was nearly lost in the roar of the engine and the crash of waves. The launch's captain, built like a sturdy barrel with legs planted firmly as if he were part of the vessel itself, seemed to embody the very solidity she lacked. It was precisely why Hao Yu, her second-in-command, was here. As if sensing her thought, Hao Yu shifted his muscular frame closer to the captain, a silent show of support. "If I issued the order this instant," Fen called out, raising her voice, "how long before the ship is underway?" Ship was too ordinary a word for the Maocheng caterpillar in Mandarin which loomed above them. 40 meters wide and over 200 long, displacing 70,000 tons. It was less a ship and more a floating industrial complex. Its deck was cluttered with cranes, girders, and a towering central structure that brought an oil rig to mind. But the Maocheng wasn't searching for petroleum. Its purpose was to harvest something far more precious for the modern age. Fen pushed up her slicker sleeve, glancing at the large American brand sports watch on her wrist, a high-quality tool like all important things, manufactured in China. "Not minutes," the captain replied, puffing out his chest. "Seconds. Give the word, and we'll be moving seaward in 30 seconds. Fen studied the captain's face, looking for any hint of deception. Timing was critical. The excavation site lay near the Paracel Islands, roughly 350 miles southeast of the port. The Maochong would need at least 2 days to reach the location, with additional time required to deploy its specialized equipment. This was the narrow window Fenn had to work within. Move too early, and the entire operation could be exposed. Hesitate too long, and the chance would vanish forever. The captain held her gaze, his expression unreadable, projecting a confidence that seemed genuine. Was she equally prepared to act? Fenn slipped her hand into the raincoat's deep pocket, her fingers closing around a small, hard object, a piece of China's destiny, and her own. Roughly the size of a walnut, the black polymetallic nodule contained a concentrated mix of manganese, cobalt, nickel, and rare earth elements. Some clever marketer had called it a battery in a rock, a description Fenn found perfectly fitting in a world ravenous for energy storage. These unassuming little stones were ounce for ounce among the most valuable materials on the planet, or, more accurately, beneath the waves. Just a few months prior, Fenn had funded an expedition to collect samples from a newly identified field of polymetallic nodules in the Paracel Islands. The rock in her pocket was proof. The seabed concentration there was among the richest ever recorded, and critically, the depth was workable. It wouldn't be easy, but the deposits were well within the capabilities of the Maochong's specialized harvesting systems. There was a single significant complication. The waters holding this treasure were claimed by another, actually by several others to be exact, but Fenn had a strategy for that too. Her phone buzzed after another glance at her watch. She pulled it out as expected. Her team was right on time, one of the clear advantages of hiring former military personnel. Keeping her expression neutral despite the adrenaline, she read the single-word message, "Success." Eyes moved from the screen to the captain standing before her. The decision was made. "Prepare to launch, Captain," Fenn instructed. This time, she let the smile spread across her face without restraint. Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Liberty Crossing Intelligence Campus, Virginia. Mary Pat Foley surveyed her desk and released a quiet sigh. In her 60s, the Director of National Intelligence was among the more senior members of President Jack Ryan's cabinet. Her hair, once a warm nutmeg brown, had long since turned a distinguished gray, a change she had never bothered to dye. She was an intelligence professional who worked within the political world, yet she had never bowed to its obsession with youth. She kept herself fit, but her clothing choices prioritized practicality over style. Today, like most days, her dark pantsuit, simple blouse, and comfortable flats would not draw much attention, and that was perfectly fine by her. Mary Pat wore her age with pride. The lines on her face mapped a career of hard-earned wisdom, decades spent in service to her country. She was older than most in government, having begun her career in an era dominated by paper files and handwritten notes. Her workspace reflected that history, while she had the required array of technology, a laptop, a desktop, a tablet, and a secure phone all humming nearby. These capable tools were not her preferred way to digest the daily flood of information. As the DNI, she led the 18 agencies of the U.S. intelligence community, though this role was merely the latest in a long and distinguished career. She had started at the Central Intelligence Agency, spending her formative years recruiting and running agents behind the Iron Curtain. It was no accident that her boss, President Ryan, had also begun his path in that same organization. Back then, the tradecraft was physical. Chalk marks, dead drops, and brush passes were routine, not relics. Computers, 4 decades ago, were novel, cumbersome, and suspect. Case officers relied on hard copies. Technology had since advanced dramatically, and the espionage game with it. These days, analysts questioned whether the once-dreaded Russian bear could even manage to absorb a small neighbor, much less all of Europe. Communication used unbreakable encryption. Data was visualized in link charts generated by algorithms. Yet the core relationship between a handler and an asset remained stubbornly, humanly analog. Much like the woman who had built her life mastering that very art, Mary Pat's mind worked best with real paper under her fingers. But the 3 files spread across her desk were stubbornly resisting her famous analytical skills. Letting out a quiet breath, the country's most senior intelligence official glanced at the chipped coffee mug sitting just out of reach. Her assistant, Sam, knowing his boss's old-school habits, kept a steady stream of her preferred brew flowing from a clunky silver percolator nicknamed the Bullet, much like her trust for printed reports. The machine had been cutting edge around the same era F-14 Tomcats ruled the skies, hunting Soviet MiGs. It still did the job, though. The fact it was filled with simple Folgers, not some artisanal roast favored by her younger staff, only added to Mary Pat's seasoned aura, or so she liked to believe. A quick look at the wall clock gave her the willpower to ignore the coffee's tempting call. While her mind remained sharp, her body wasn't the tireless instrument of her youth when she'd run on caffeine, takeout, and the occasional cigarette. These days, she had to cut off caffeine by early afternoon unless she wanted to spend the night wide-eyed, listening to her husband Ed's steady breathing beside her. Sleep had become a fragile commodity long ago. With the burdens she carried, artificially fueling her insomnia was the last thing she needed, which circled her thoughts back to those 3 perplexing documents. Mary Pat adored Ed, but her loyalty to President John Patrick Ryan ran a very close second. The man in the Oval Office was everything the nation's founders had hoped for in a leader. A reluctant public servant, a modern Cincinnatus who'd planned a quick return to private life. Years later, circumstances had stretched that quick return into a prolonged duty. Even now, Jack frequently reminded her that once his term ended, he was finished with Washington and all its political creatures for good. But here was the twist. While Ryan was the ideal of a servant leader, he wasn't infallible. Mary Pat, perhaps more than anyone except Kathy Ryan, understood his very human limits. Jack had earned his credentials in the same agency, but he was no clandestine operator. He'd started as an analyst, and that mindset still shaped him. Because of this, Mary Pat was especially deliberate about what intelligence reached his desk. It wasn't a question of his ability to grasp complex global shifts, quite the opposite. Jack devoured raw data and loved to pick apart the president's daily brief with intense scrutiny. His intellect was a powerful beam, and she was careful about where she let it shine. Unlike her predecessors, she personally vetted every PDB before it went to him, accepting the extra workload as part of the job. Jack Ryan was brilliant, but he needed guardrails. Usually, her instincts were flawless at separating critical issues, needing presidential action from those his capable team could handle. Today, however, the puzzle pieces refused to fit, challenging even her legendary grasp. Mary Pat's instincts, honed over a clandestine career worthy of any spy thriller, told her these seemingly unrelated topics were connected. The documents outlined 3 distinct events: a Vietnamese trawler lost at sea, the recovery of a Chinese glider, and a startling report from an American fast attack submarine. Individually, such incidents rarely crossed her desk. Her role demanded she monitor the entire globe, filtering essential signals from the endless noise. Her dedicated team of analysts and case officers excelled at this. Yet Mary Pat enforced one unwavering rule: anything happening in the South China Sea required her immediate attention. All 3 events had unfolded within those contested waters. Most Americans could hardly be blamed for overlooking a distant maritime region nearly 7,000 miles away. Why should the West concern itself with Asian territorial disputes? Recent decades of foreign conflict proved the U.S. military had plenty to handle without inviting new troubles. This line of thinking, however, was the very trap that ensnared many in uniform. Keeping the South China Sea free from Chinese domination wasn't just about navigation rights. It was fundamental to preserving Taiwan's independence, and Taiwan's independence was non-negotiable for national security. The island produced 65% of the world's semiconductors, a figure that soared to nearly 90% for the advanced chips vital to defense systems. From everyday appliances to spacefaring rockets, the global economy relied on a territory no larger than Maryland. Thriller authors often speculated about the chaos an electromagnetic pulse could unleash on a nation's infrastructure. Mary Pat acknowledged the threat, but in some ways, a Chinese takeover of Taiwan posed a far graver scenario than any EMP strike. Damaged chips could eventually be replaced, but if Beijing controlled the world's supply of critical microprocessors, the resulting crisis would border on apocalyptic. The most optimistic forecasts suggested it would take years to establish replacement production on U.S. soil. Mary Pat found those projections naively hopeful. The United States had helped win World War II by severing enemy supply lines for essential resources. With Taiwan under its control, China could do the same to America. She lifted the nearest file, reviewing the summary inside for the fourth time. On the surface, the loss of a Vietnamese fishing boat, while a human tragedy, shouldn't demand the Director of National Intelligence's focus. Commercial fishing remained a perilous trade, even in the modern era, and the South China Sea was especially hazardous. But this was no ordinary accident. A surviving crew member told a compelling story. His vessel had been deliberately sunk by a Chinese ship. In those crowded, disputed waters, maritime clashes weren't unheard of. Rival captains often jostled aggressively for position. According to the fisherman, however, this was different. He insisted his trawler had been targeted and struck by munitions, likely RPGs fired directly from the Chinese boat. Always quick to gain an advantage from its larger neighbor, Vietnam had filed an official protest with the international maritime authorities. China dismissed the incident, claiming it never happened. The event might have been forgotten if not for the diligent efforts of an analyst at the National Reconnaissance Office. While she couldn't obtain images of the supposed confrontation, she compiled a list of Chinese ships that might have been nearby. One vessel immediately raised concerns for Mary Pat's team. The Dragon, officially listed as an oceanographic research ship, the CIA classified it as a dual-use platform. Like many similar vessels, the Dragon could certainly collect scientific data and conduct seabed sampling. However, the agency was certain its true purpose was far less innocent: covert underwater operations. This specialty could involve anything from intercepting submarine communications cables to retrieving American underwater sensors, or even exploring sunken wrecks. Whenever the Dragon sailed, U.S. intelligence analysts took note. If this dual-use ship was indeed involved in sinking a Vietnamese fishing boat, it strongly suggested its crew was on a clandestine assignment, a secret mission in the contentious waters of the South China Sea. Placing that report aside, Mary Pat turned to the second troubling development, an urgent message from the USS Delaware. Jack Ryan was a naval expert. Though this wasn't her primary field, you didn't need to be a tactician to grasp the significance of the submarine's report. For a considerable period, an unidentified contact had managed to shadow the world's most advanced stealth submarine. The analyst included a brief historical note about a past surprise that had stunned the U.S. submarine force. Before developing their own high-speed nuclear submarines, the U.S. Navy operated under the assumption that American aircraft carriers could easily outrun any Soviet submarine sent to chase them. That confidence was shattered during an encounter between the USS Enterprise and a Soviet November-class nuclear submarine tasked with following it over 2 days. The Enterprise's captain gradually increased speed until the ship was pushing 31 knots at full power. The Russian submarine matched the pace effortlessly with power in reserve. That moment forced the U.S. Navy to acknowledge the urgent need for its own high-speed nuclear submarines to counter the Soviet threat, leading to a new era of American undersea supremacy. The USS Delaware was considered the pinnacle of that dominance. A submarine so quiet that moving through the water created less noise than its predecessors generated while docked. The Virginia-class submarines were thought to be invisible, or so American intelligence had believed. Now Mary Pat faced compelling evidence that this might no longer be true. If the Delaware's commander was right, his boat had been followed through a complex series of evasive actions. If this unknown tracker was Chinese, then the strategic balance in the South China Sea had just undergone a dramatic shift. This brought Mary Pat to the final piece of the puzzle, the Chinese glider. She set the submarine report down and picked up the only summary that included photographs. The object pictured wasn't what anyone would call sleek or intimidating. The glider was a long, tube-like cylinder, looking more like a cartoon spaceship from the 1950s than a cutting-edge military tool. But its outdated appearance was deceiving. This glider presented an opportunity that couldn't be overlooked. In their most basic form, gliders are unmanned sensor platforms that move by adjusting their buoyancy. Riding ocean currents, much like an aerial glider, uses thermal updrafts to stay airborne. This ingenious design meant that while it couldn't travel quickly, the glider could navigate the ocean without a motor, dedicating all its internal power to its sensors and communication systems. The potential for persistent, hard-to-detect surveillance was staggering. A silent, patient listener in the deep, paid for on a shoestring budget. It was almost ironic. Billions spent on stealth technology, and here was a simple, cheap device that might just have rendered some of it obsolete. Originally designed for long-term oceanographic studies, underwater gliders had found a new, urgent purpose: tracking enemy submarines. Networks of these silent, data-sharing drones could methodically sweep the deep sea, uncovering threats that once remained hidden, yet their very design contained a critical flaw. Moving at a sluggish pace of just 3 or 4 knots and lacking agile control, a glider was defenseless against the ocean's many dangers, from unpredictable currents to human-made traps, things like commercial fishing nets. A CIA informant stationed to watch arms trafficking at Manila's Navotas fishport had stumbled upon a surprising prize, a Chinese glider, tangled and adrift. Mary Pat briefly toyed with the idea of asking the State Department for a hand in its recovery. But she immediately dismissed it. The current mood in Manila toward Washington could best be described as frosty, if not openly hostile. Rather than risk torching a delicate diplomatic relationship, she resolved to handle this internally. Retrieving the device was a job for shadows, but which shadowy group to use? Deploying official CIA paramilitary teams was off the table for the same reason. Involving the Filipino government was a non-starter. If the mission blew up, the Philippine president could score a major political victory by simply handing the glider back to Beijing. A single gesture that would both snub the United States and curry favor with China, all while creating an international incident over a covert CIA raid on sovereign soil. Thankfully, there was an outfit built for exactly this kind of messy problem. The campus, though its founding documents painted it as an independent entity, the line between it and the U.S. government had grown increasingly blurry. Its operational value depended heavily on accessing American intelligence streams. Even the most skilled operators were useless if they didn't know which way to point their guns. But the real unspoken reason for bringing the campus under the Director of National Intelligence's umbrella had more to do with Mary Pat's ultimate boss, President Jack Ryan. Ryan had a well-known distaste for the whole concept of plausible deniability. While he understood the necessity of covert action as well as any seasoned spook, he'd made it abundantly clear he would never sacrifice a field operative for political convenience, a principle forged from his own harrowing experience being left stranded in a Colombian jungle years prior. He'd told Mary Pat, more than once, exactly what he thought of that kind of cowardly bureaucracy. So, using the campus was the perfect solution. John Clark and his team of specialists could enter the country under false identities, secure the glider, and exfiltrate without a trace. If rumors of the operation did leak, the Philippine president might have his suspicions about U.S. involvement, but he'd lack proof. More importantly, he could look his Chinese contacts in the eye and honestly claim he didn't know for sure. Mary Pat had approved Clark's operational plan hours earlier, but the urgent dispatch from the USS Delaware only heightened the stakes. The Chinese were clearly up to something new in the South China Sea, and examining this captured glider could give the brains at the Naval Research Laboratory crucial insights into what America was facing. Then there was the disturbing incident with the Vietnamese fishing boat. The brutality of that response felt wildly disproportionate. So a trawler accidentally crossed paths with a Chinese spy ship. Was that really grounds for massacring a dozen fishermen and inviting a storm of political backlash? Mary Pat's brow furrowed as a line from a famous heist film echoed in her mind, a stark reminder of the high-stakes game now in play. The scene played out in Mary Pat's mind like a grim film reel, a team of professional thieves eliminating security personnel to leave no trace. What had the crew of that Chinese ship been so desperate to hide from the eyes of those fishermen? She dismissed the thought. Chasing shadows was a fool's errand. Beijing was clearly maneuvering in the South China Sea, but she wouldn't speculate on their endgame just yet, nor burden her director with vague suspicions. Once John Clark worked his unique brand of magic, the picture would come into clearer focus. Until his report landed, her attention was better spent on the dozen other global crises already ablaze. The world, as ever, was generous in providing them near Regensburg, Germany. The silence from the driver's seat was becoming conspicuous. "You're not your usual chatty self up there," observed Jad from the back. Jack kept his eyes on the Autobahn. "Is there a problem with thinking for regular folks?" "Not at all," Jad replied, "but you're our acting officer." When the man in charge goes quiet, it usually means trouble is brewing. "Hey, that's a little harsh," Carrie chimed in from the passenger seat. "Admit it, boss," Jad pressed. "You were thinking it? You're just too nice to say it out loud. And you're not nice," Carrie shot back. "Nope," Jad said cheerfully. "We had a beer with Jack's dad. Promised the old man we'd look after his kid. Hard to do that when Junior here clams up and starts plotting in secret." "I'm right here, you know," Jack interjected, swerving slightly to avoid a speeding Audi. "Perfect," Jad said. "So unload, you'll feel better once you share the crazy plan. Take it from me." Carrie sighed in agreement. "Look, between us, Jad and I have served under more team leaders than I can count. The faster you let your non-coms in on the scheme, the better our odds of keeping you out of a German prison." Carrie delivered the line with a grin, but the underlying message was solid and sincere. In their short, action-packed time together, these two Special Forces soldiers had already pulled Jack's bacon out of the fire more than once. This drive was meant to be a low-pressure introduction, a chance for the operators to size up Jack and the campus without the chaos of a live mission. Instead, they just survived a firefight. Not exactly the relaxing team-building exercise they'd signed on for. "All right," Jack conceded, his own sigh echoing Carrie's. "I was considering a slight change of itinerary." Carrie dug into his pocket, pulled out a wad of euro notes, and flung them over his shoulder. "Told you he'd crack," Jad said, snatching the money from the air. "What is this?" Jack asked, bewildered. "We had a bet," Carrie explained. "I said you'd wait until we could see the airport terminal. Jad had more faith in your impulsiveness." "Faith in what exactly?" "In your decision to politely ignore your boss's orders and go interview that American scientist," Jad clarified. Hearing it stated so bluntly made Jack far less confident in his burgeoning plan. "I'm not ignoring anyone," he insisted. "I was merely noting that the Edelweiss Lodge is barely an hour southwest of Munich. We could swing down, have a quick conversation, and still make our flight with time to spare." "Whatever helps you sleep at night," Jad retorted. Jack channeled his frustration into the accelerator, but the underpowered rental sedan, a vehicle that made a standard sedan seem like a race car, only responded with a pathetic whine. He flicked the turn signal. "Easy, team leader," Carrie said, placing a calming hand on the dashboard. "Jad's just giving you a hard time in a way. It's a compliment." "How do you figure that?" Jack asked, easing off the gas as a Honda Civic blew past them. "Guys like us," Carrie explained, "we don't know how to quit when there's a loose thread. Despite my partner's charming personality, what you're doing is standard operating procedure for a Green Beret, which is developing the situation," Jad stated. "It's a fancy military term for poking a hornet's nest to see what comes buzzing out." "That's a terrible analogy," Carrie argued. "Obviously hornets come out of a hornet's nest." Developing the situation is more like shaking a tree to see what kind of fruit or rocks fall out of it. Only if your tree grows anvils, Jad countered with a smirk. This isn't our first rodeo with young Mr. Ryan. We're both aware the odds are good that, before this wraps up, someone's going to end up with a painful reminder of why you don't poke the bear. Right here again, Jack replied, though a grin softened the words. The Green Berets had a point. His usual approach was more akin to kicking a hornet's nest, but circumstances had shifted. Hans had provided a final, crucial piece of intelligence. The American scientist, Zhang Wei, was checked into the Edelweiss Lodge and Resort. Nestled in the alpine terrain near the German-Austrian border, the family-oriented resort fell under the U.S. Army Garrison Bavaria, catering to military personnel, Defense Department civilians, and their families. The biggest threat there was probably a shortage of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream, not some international incident. Frankly, Clark would likely appreciate Jack taking the initiative for a preliminary chat. Official campus resource requests funneled through Mary Pat Foley, and the Director of National Intelligence was perpetually swamped. Each request meant crafting a bureaucratic smokescreen to hide the trail of an organization that officially wasn't even there. The campus excelled in agile, covert action. It was the labyrinth of government paperwork where things got sticky. The logic became clearer the more Jack considered it. A quick off-the-books conversation with the scientist before departing Germany made perfect sense. He could dash off a summary from the airport lounge before his flight to Manila. If Clark deemed the intel worthy of formal pursuit, he could forward the request and Jack's notes to Mary Pat. If not, no damage done. Yet, several gaps remained. "What's the profile on this guy?" Jad asked, once again syncing with Jack's train of thought. The abbreviated version is, "We're in the dark," Jack admitted, "but we're about to flip on the lights. Are you looping Lisanne in?" Jad inquired. Jack caught the commando's reflection in the rear view. The man was the textbook image of tall, dark, and handsome, and his recurring concern for Lisanne's role was starting to feel a bit too personal for Jack's comfort. "Negative," Jack said, fighting the instinct to press the accelerator. "Our covers are compromised, but hers might still be intact. As Isabel's handler, she needs to stay in place until the conference concludes. Besides, it's time you two were introduced to my not-so-secret weapon." After syncing his phone to the car's Bluetooth, Jack selected a contact. The sound of ringing filled the cabin. By the fourth ring, Jack's confident setup began to feel a little theatrical. While willing partners, Carrie and Jad weren't campus, a distinction John Clark had emphasized. The operations director viewed this more as a temporary talent exchange than a recruitment drive. Still, Jack had grown to respect both men and was already mentally preparing for the inevitable conversation about making their roles permanent, a discussion that would require persuasion on both sides. Jad hadn't been kidding earlier. Over dinner, Jack's father had made a rare direct pitch to the Green Berets, a move spurred equally by his knack for recognizing capability and his gratitude to the men who'd saved his son. The pitch had landed. Both commandos had agreed to a provisional exercise, but Jack knew skepticism lingered. They weren't just putting promising Army careers on hold, they'd be stepping into danger without the extensive support infrastructure they were used to, trading a well-oiled machine for a far more improvisational playbook. Working for the campus required a different kind of stealth, operating in the shadows, without the thunderous support of an AC-130 or the immediate backup of a Ranger Quick Reaction Force. It was a unique brand of espionage, and Jack wanted to give the Green Berets a taste of its particular magic, provided his key asset ever picked up the phone. After what felt like an eternity, the call finally connected. "Jack, is that you?" Gavin's voice was its usual gravelly tone, though Jack knew the tech wizard had just been assisting on the ground at the University of Regensburg and shouldn't be sleepy. Unless, of course, he'd slipped into one of his legendary 20-minute power naps. "Yeah, it's me," Jack replied. "You have a second?" "Absolutely," Gavin said. "I was just doing some delicate pruning." Jack mashed the mute button just as a chorus of stifled laughs filled the vehicle. Gavin, Jack said carefully, what are you pruning? Oh, for crying out loud, Jack, my bonsai tree. I've got an Aikido test this evening for my greenbelt. Trimming the little pine puts me in the right headspace. This time, Jack wasn't fast enough with the mute, and he had to mask the snorts from the back seat with a couple of exaggerated coughs. So much for projecting operational professionalism. You all right over there? Gavin asked. Fine, just swallowed wrong, Jack said, clearing his throat loudly. Listen, I need your expertise. Need someone to watch your six? Gavin quipped, because I'm getting a vibe that Green Beret Jade has eyes for Lisanne. It's Jad, came the immediate correction from the rear. You certain? Gavin pressed. Pretty sure, Jad replied dryly. I was front row for the christening. This conversation was rapidly becoming a master class in awkwardness. My apologies, Gavin, Jack interjected. I should have mentioned our Special Forces guests are riding along. As Jack's brain scrambled for a way to salvage the situation, he quietly noted that while Jad had fixed the name, he'd offered no denial about Lisanne. A curious detail. Hey, Gavin, Carrie cut in smoothly. Good to finally hear your voice. For the record, my boy tends a few bonsai trees himself. He's deep into that Cobra Kai series. Get out! Gavin exclaimed. When they brought back Allie Mills, we're on a tight clock, guys, Jack interrupted, steering the conversation back. We're en route to speak with Zhang Wei, the American sibling of the abduction victim, Wang Lei. Can you walk us through your findings? Right, of course, Gavin said, shifting gears. I scraped all the usual public databases and compiled a targeting packet to your secure server. The summary is this. Zhang Wei is a specialist in machine learning. Which means what exactly? Jad asked. Was that Jade again? Gavin said. Near enough, Carrie offered. Thought so. I never forget a voice. Anyway, picture machine learning as hyper-advanced pattern recognition. You build algorithms that teach computers to draw insights from massive data sets. Say you run a factory making engine mounts, and a specific batch keeps cracking. You know, the process is flawed, but not where. Machine learning would sift through every data point from every pass and fail inspection, spotting correlations a human would likely miss. It often reveals the problem's root cause in surprising ways. Any military uses? Jack asked. Endless possibilities, Gavin stated. It's like stealth technology was in the 1970s. The next great frontier in gaining an edge. At its peak, machine learning can extract insights from enormous data sets and actually instruct computers on improving their problem-solving methods. Jad raised an eyebrow. You want to break that down for a simple soldier? Gavin nodded. Take fingerprint analysis. Everyone knows computers outperform humans. A sophisticated algorithm can scrutinize arches, loops, and whirls with a precision no human bioinformatician can match. But that's just the start. The real magic happens when the system studies all the correct identifications made by human experts and uncovers entirely new patterns for linking a print to its owner. The machine teaches itself. Surveillance, Jad remarked, his tone carrying a note of respect. Jack felt a flicker of relief. For all his eccentricities, Gavin was proving his worth, slowly winning over the skeptical team. Any concrete details on Zhang Wei's research? Jack pressed. Afraid not, Gavin admitted. His dissertation and thesis are run-of-the-mill, then his professional trail goes cold. Explain, Jack said. After earning his PhD, Zhang Wei published a handful of papers and then just stopped. His LinkedIn shows some postdoctoral stints with the usual Silicon Valley suspects, but the last update is nearly 5 years old. I even called his last company's HR. He hasn't been on their payroll for 2 years. Government lab, Jad stated flatly. My thoughts exactly, Gavin confirmed. Jack felt a spike of frustration at their cryptic back and forth. What are you two talking about? There's an old academic mantra, publish or perish, Jad explained. When a scientist suddenly stops publishing, it typically means one of two things. Either they've left the field entirely, or they've taken a position with a government lab doing work that's classified. Gavin finished. Jack caught Jad's reflection in the rearview mirror. The Green Beret was grinning. "He's an echo," Carrie said, anticipating Jack's next question. "That's like having a doctorate in radio frequency engineering. Jad's crossed paths with more than a few scientists. The sharpest guys in Special Forces usually are." "And the most handsome," Jad added, his smile widening. "All right," Jack said, steering the conversation back. "Any theories on why our guy is vacationing at Edelweiss?" "Not definitive," Gavin replied, "but the fact he secured a reservation at all points to a government connection. The resort is on a military installation. You need to be service, a government civilian, or have a sponsor to get in. As for his purpose, I've reviewed the resort's security footage from the past few days. Zhang Wei has been consistently accompanied by a brunette woman. They share breakfast each morning. His single-room reservation started 2 days ago, but he also has a second room booked beginning tomorrow, the day the University of Regensburg conference concludes." Carrie noted. "Is the woman wearing a ring standby?" Gavin said. "Let me pull that up. You have live access to their video feeds?" Jad asked, incredulous. "Naturally," Gavin said, a hint of pride in his voice. "I infiltrated the system and mirrored the drives after Jack asked me to look into things. By the way, the hotel has a promo rate for the next 3 days if you're interested. And to answer your question, yes, she's wearing an engagement ring, but no wedding band." "How on earth did you manage to?" Jad began. "Save the tech talk for later," Carrie interjected. "I suspect the second room is for Wang Lei. Perhaps Zhang Wei wants his fiancée to meet his brother, or maybe the conference in Regensburg was just a convenient cover for a family trip to Europe," Jad offered. "Both are plausible, so what's our move?" "We meet with Zhang Wei, inform him about his brother, and gauge what he knows," Jack said, feeling less like a driver and more like someone clinging to a runaway train. "Gavin, can you book us rooms? It'll help us avoid drawing security's attention." "Consider it done," Gavin said, the sound of rapid typing filling the line. "Mountain view or parking lot view?" "Mountain, absolutely," Jad declared. "Got it," Gavin confirmed. Then he chuckled. "Okay, wow, those mountain views come with a mountain of a price tag." Jack glanced at his companions. "Are you three planning to share a room?" "Gavin," Jack interjected, cutting him off. "Sorry, Jack," Gavin replied, not sounding particularly sorry. "You know how Mr. C is about the budget." "All right, 3 rooms with mountain views are booked. I've sent Zhang Wei's file to you. Still no leads on Wang Lei or the team that took him." "Leads from where?" Jad asked. "The German CCTV network," Gavin answered. "The BFV just lets the campus tap into their feeds." Jad pressed skepticism clear in his voice. "It's less about permission and more about them not noticing we're there," Jack clarified. "My digital skills are pretty formidable," Gavin added, a hint of pride in his tone. "Gavin," Jack said, his voice a warning. "Fine, sorry," Gavin conceded. "It just felt appropriate. Anything else you need?" "That's all," Jack said. "Thanks. Good luck out there," Gavin offered. "We don't need luck," Jack countered. "This is just a casual conversation." "Right, of course it is." Gavin chuckled, the sound tinny through the speaker. "Remember that time in?" Jack ended the call. Jad leaned forward from the back seat. "Do your calls always cut out like that?" "Only when someone is actively trying to block them," Jack said, his eyes on the road. The thought of Chinese electronic warfare units buzzing around Munich was an irritating background hum to the mission. "Maybe we should gear up before this friendly chat," Carrie suggested from the passenger seat. "It's an interview," Jack stated firmly, pressing the accelerator. "There will be no need for weapons." "Want to place a wager on that?" Jad asked. Jack did not. An hour and a half later, Jack guided the car into the resort's expansive parking lot. The Edelweiss lived up to its name, a sprawling complex nestled against the formidable slopes of Germany's highest peak. It was a world of its own, complete with sprawling pools, multiple dining venues, and every luxury amenity imaginable. Jack, unlike his father, had never worn a uniform, and he'd always pictured military resorts as cheap, stark imitations of the real thing. The Edelweiss shattered that assumption immediately. The grand lobby, with its rich leather seating, exposed stone walls, and heavy timber beams, felt more like an opulent alpine retreat than any standard hotel. It had a quiet, solid dignity to it. As he approached the front desk, Jack mentally rehearsed his approach. His initial plan, check in, then simply knock on Zhang Wei's door, now felt naive and sluggish. Time was a luxury he didn't have, and the entire situation with Wang Lei's abduction nagged at him. The operation had been executed by professionals. Yet it was messy, blatant. It reeked of desperation. Why stage a dramatic public snatch in the middle of the day? A quiet word in a bar or a discreet nighttime hotel room entry would have achieved the same result without the fireworks. The only reason for such a brazen paramilitary-style grab was a severe time constraint. Something had forced their hand, making a more careful clandestine operation impossible. This realization, however, only spawned more questions. By killing a German intelligence officer, the Chinese team hadn't just entered the game. They'd kicked over the board in front of the home crowd. Germans, like anyone else, wouldn't tolerate that insult on their own soil. Politicians might talk about geopolitical necessities, but the public and the security services would be furious, hunting for answers and for someone to blame. He needed to find Zhang Wei, and he needed to do it now. The staff at a place like this would know their guests' movements. With a practiced motion, Jack withdrew a leather credential case from his jacket and presented it to the woman at the desk with a polite smile. "Good afternoon. I need to speak with one of your guests." The credentials were a recent and somewhat ironic upgrade to the campus's standard gear. They were a tangible acknowledgement that the organization's work had evolved far beyond simple reconnaissance. Jack was increasingly finding himself in scenarios where men like him had to not only justify their unexpected appearance, but also persuade onlookers to cooperate. That's where the credentials came in. The black leather holder displayed Jack's photograph, an alias, and the insignia of a genuine yet decidedly unglamorous federal agency, the Department of Agriculture. It was a calculated choice. While DUA agents did carry investigative powers, the department lacked the allure of the FBI or the mystique of the CIA. No one was likely to brag about being questioned by the Department of Agriculture, or so the thinking went. As he'd anticipated, the clerk was American. She studied the proffered ID, glancing between the photo and Jack's face before speaking. "I can't provide room numbers," she stated, her dark gaze challenging him to object. "But I can call a guest for you." "Perfect," Jack replied. "I'm trying to reach Dr. Zhang Wei." On impulse, Jack retrieved a photo of the scientist on his phone and pushed it across the counter. The woman hesitated, her finger hovering over the phone as she examined the image. "I can still ring his room if you want," she offered. "But I believe you just missed him." "Missed him," Jack said, his smile tightening. "Yes," she confirmed. "He asked me for directions to the Ibz Hotel as he left, maybe 10 minutes back. It's a lakeside resort about a 15-minute drive from here." "You're certain it was him?" Jack pressed. "Not 100%, she admitted. "But we don't get many Asian guests staying with us." "I appreciate it," Jack said. "Could you try his room anyway?" "Happy to," she replied, though her tone suggested the opposite. While she dialed, Jack quickly searched for the Ibz Hotel on his phone. A glance at the results explained her attitude. The Edelweiss was nice, but it was no Ibz. That resort was perched on the eastern shore of a pristine glacier-fed lake with an outdoor terrace practically dipping into the sparkling water. Judging by the Google images, the place looked like it was ripped straight from a postcard for The Sound of Music. Breathtaking was an understatement. "No answer," the clerk announced. Replacing the receiver, her smug tone sparked an idea. "With a memory for faces like yours," Jack remarked. "You might be in the wrong profession." The woman allowed a smile. I'm actually on a gap semester traveling before I finish my degree. This job is temporary. What's your field of study? Jack inquired. Accounting. Well, if ledgers ever start to feel too dull, give me a call, Jack said, sliding his business card onto the counter. We're consistently recruiting talented individuals, and the job offers travel to some fascinating locations. Thanks again for your assistance. Hold on a second, the woman said as Jack turned to leave. Would you like me to call you if he returns? That would be excellent, Jack answered. He saw her inputting his number into her cell as he walked out, a small victory that reminded him of his mother's old adage, "You attract more with sweetness than with vinegar." Of course, this was hardly a revelation, since Kathy Ryan was correct about most things, almost everything. In fact, Reaper elements? This is Scepter radio check, over? Scepter? Reaper 1, Carrie responded. Reading you 5 by 5, over. Scepter Reaper 2. Jad chimed in. Loud and clear here, over. Roger, Jack acknowledged. Falling back on the call signs from the North Korea op felt instinctive, but the shorthand also dragged up a flood of unwelcome memories. Jack had faced his share of close calls, but that mission in North Korea, that one was in a league of its own. For weeks afterward, he'd jolted awake from nightmares where faceless shapes were swarming his position. Scepter, Reaper 1 has visual on Sheldon. He's solo at a table on the schnitzel side of the beer garden. Over. Jack let out a weary sigh. If the call signs Reaper and Scepter brought back difficult memories, the unique brevity codes the Green Berets had chosen for this operation were busy creating fresh ones. Since Zhang Wei was a scientist, Jad had immediately nicknamed him Sheldon, inspired by the character from the TV series The Big Bang Theory. Not wanting to be left out, Carrie had designated the Ibz Hotel as Schnitzel, with the nearby buildings becoming Brat, Wurst, and Spatzel. If nothing else, their radio chatter was guaranteed to work up a serious hunger. Copy that, Reaper 1, Jack responded. Reaper 2, do you see any party crashers? Over beyond their fondness for odd radio lingo, the Green Berets would fit right in as campus operatives. Both men were snipers, and they had logged more hours observing high-value targets than most shooters spent maintaining their gear. Even without the rifles and spotting scopes they usually carried into combat, the commandos had quickly drafted a plan built around Jack's contact with the American scientist, operating alone, as he often did. Jack wouldn't have hesitated to stroll right up to Sheldon and introduce himself. Jad and Carrie had overruled that approach, while there was strong reason to believe the MSS direct action team they'd clashed with earlier was now far away. The Green Berets weren't willing to roll those dice. Honestly, Jack was thankful for their presence. Though nightmares might still visit his sleep, reality had unfolded differently. The three of them had survived a run-in with a larger, well-trained force, a confrontation Jack knew would have ended badly without the Green Berets. He considered the snipers' fierce, precise application of violence a reasonable trade for their eccentricities. Most of the time, anyway. Scepter, this is Reaper 2, negative on party crashers. I have visual on the red and green sides of Schnitzel and a decent line of sight into the woods on the black side. No Hermans in sight, over. The hotel truly was an ideal spot for a covert meeting. The western or white side of the resort boasted a wraparound deck that functioned as the outdoor dining area for the hotel restaurant, just a few steps from the rocky shoreline of the glacial lake. The beach stretched both north and south. Carrie had taken position in the pavilion of a second restaurant roughly 100 meters southwest of the hotel's southern or green side. From there, the team sergeant had a clean view of the wraparound deck and the marina nestled between the two structures. As the team spotter, Jad had opted for the high ground, quite literally, in homage to the Zugspitze peak that lorded over the landscape. The Germans had built a cable car to shuttle tourists to the summit. The station was a modern glass and metal structure that looked more like a contemporary art gallery than the creaky lifts of the past. After his initial reconnaissance, Jad had settled into the second-floor observatory, making the most of the floor-to-ceiling windows. His observation post not only provided a superior vantage point, but also gave him a plausible excuse to use a hastily procured pair of Steiner binoculars. While most tourists around him were fixated on the mountain, a sizable number were also admiring the lake's brilliant blue water. It was perfect cover. "Scepter copies all," Jack said, entering Schnitzel now. Although the hotel's amenities were technically reserved for guests, the online reviews Carrie had scanned while Jack was driving hinted that this policy wasn't strictly followed. After all, euros spent by outsiders spent just as well as those from registered patrons. Jack reasoned that if the restaurant wasn't too busy, the staff would likely turn a blind eye. Now it was time to test that theory. After climbing the steps, Jack moved through the lobby with purposeful ease, as if he belonged there, which in a way he did. The tall hostess stationed at the podium fired off a rapid string of German as Jack caught her eye. He answered with a friendly smile and a shake of his head, gesturing toward the inviting restaurant deck. "Just meeting a friend," Jack called out, maintaining his pace without a pause. The hostess looked ready to protest, but a couple arriving right behind Jack immediately demanded her attention with a torrent of complaints, their agitated German leaving little need for translation. Seizing the distraction, Jack moved swiftly past her and into the main dining area. Another attendant tried to intercept him, but he was already most of the way to his destination. Playing up the classic American tourist bit, he spoke in a loud, deliberate drawl as he kept walking. "Just heading out back," he said, nodding toward the terrace doors. The woman offered a muttered reply but ultimately waved him through. Jack weaved between the tables and pushed through the double doors onto the open-air patio. He paused for a moment on the other side, partly to scan for Sheldon and partly to absorb the breathtaking panorama. The outdoor seating was arranged on a cobblestone plaza that doubled as a roof for a sunken conference room below. Hotel rooms with small balconies started on the second story and rose above, leaving the dining space open to the sky. Tables were generously spaced, shaded by large collapsible umbrellas. Yet it wasn't the layout that captivated him. It was the vast, stunning expanse of Lake Eibsee stretching out beyond the railing. Thanks to his parents, Jack had been a global traveler long before his work with the campus. Some of his earliest memories were of wandering through London museums during his father's assignment with MI5. But as impressive as those sights had been, this view was in a league of its own. The patio was edged by a low railing that made the perfectly still azure water appear to merge seamlessly with the horizon, like an infinite pool mirroring the lush green slopes that surrounded it. Under different circumstances, Jack would have happily ordered a plate of currywurst and spent the entire afternoon simply appreciating the view. But today was not for leisure. Sheldon was sitting alone at a table near the railing at the far right corner of the patio. One glance at the scientist told Jack his day was not going well. A plate of Jägerschnitzel sat untouched in front of him, accompanied by a nearly full beer stein. Even the smile from a passing blonde waitress refilling his water glass failed to register. Sheldon was clearly preoccupied. Jack could relate Reaper elements. "This is Scepter," Jack whispered into his comms. "I have eyes on Sheldon. He's alone at the northwest corner of the patio, Scepter. Reaper 1 copies," Carrie responded. "He's partially blocked from my position by one of the columns, but I have visual on the rest of the seating area." The column Carrie mentioned was one of 4 spaced evenly across the deck, each about 15 feet tall and anchored in large planters filled with shrubs, all concealed under heavy tan tarps. Jack had no clue if they were heaters, misters, or just some quirky local art installation, and frankly, he didn't care. What mattered was that the one nearest the lake was blocking Carrie's line of sight to Sheldon. It was a classic reminder, even in the most picturesque German resort, operations never followed the script perfectly. Reaper 2 here, Jad chimed in. Brat, Wurst, and Spetzel remain clear. I'm seeing the normal lunch crowd hustle, but no lone wolves acting suspicious, and, more importantly, no Hermans. Herman was their brevity code for potential Chinese operatives. Unlike their mission on the Korean peninsula, here in homogeneous Germany, Jack knew he and the team had a visual advantage. Unless the Chinese hitters showed up in full motorcycle leathers again, they'd stick out noticeably in this crowd. No Hermans meant one less thing to worry about. Scepter copies all, Jack acknowledged quietly, his eyes never leaving Sheldon's troubled figure. I'm heading in. Jack moved easily through the scattered tables. In the late afternoon lull, the patio was only partially occupied. Too late for lunch. Too early for dinner. Under a brilliant blue sky, with the lake shimmering and the mountains calling, most guests were likely out enjoying the scenery that worked for Jack. His chat with Sheldon promised to be informative, and fewer listeners meant fewer complications. Sheldon caught Jack's eye briefly before turning his attention back to the water. Jack noted the reaction, turning it over in his mind. The chair opposite Sheldon was vacant, but the table was set for two. Sheldon was clearly waiting for someone. Stay alert, Jack whispered to himself. Our man isn't alone. As Jack closed the final distance, Sheldon watched him approach. The scientist's table was tucked into a private corner of the patio, no doubt arranged for discreet conversations away from prying ears, a spot meant for intimate talks, not business. Sheldon's initially neutral expression shifted to one of clear annoyance as Jack drew near. Is this seat taken? Jack asked. Running agents was fundamentally about building connections. To be effective, a handler had to make the asset believe the concern was genuine, not merely transactional. This first meeting was a kind of audition where the asset sized up the handler's competence, honesty, and empathy. No one wanted to work for a cold, results-obsessed boss, especially in the delicate world of intelligence. Jack could have simply sat down, but by asking permission, he offered Sheldon the polite fiction that they were starting as equals. No, Sheldon replied, his brow furrowing. Well, not yet anyway. Sheldon was lean, but carried the defined musculature of a distance athlete, not just someone who was thin. His thick, dark hair was pushed back by a stubborn cowlick. A faint, pale outline around his eyes suggested regular use of sunglasses, likely during long runs or bike rides, supporting Jack's theory that Sheldon was into endurance sports. Honestly, it wasn't a hard guess. Many researchers favored solitary physical pursuits like running, cycling, or swimming. Sheldon's narrow frame ruled out swimming, and given the bulky GPS watch dominating his left wrist, Jack would bet on trail running. The network of hiking paths around Edelweiss made it an ideal getaway for someone like Sheldon. Well, almost ideal. Good, Jack said, taking the seat across from him, because I need a moment of your time. Do I know you? Sheldon asked, his tone wary. No, Jack answered, but this isn't about me. It's about your brother. Jack had practiced his opener during the drive to the hotel. He wasn't aiming for gentle or reassuring. He wanted a reaction. Time was short, and Jack needed to cut straight to the core. He had to find out if Sheldon knew about the kidnapping, and if so, whether instructions had already been delivered. The look on Sheldon's face told Jack everything. The scientist knew. Fear and anger battled in his expression, prompting Jack to revise his initial assessment. Most people default to fear, a flock animal response. But anger? That hinted at a fighter underneath, a promising sign. What do you know about my brother? Sheldon demanded, his voice tight. Jack offered a simple response. Not a lot, but I'm here to help. He fished his credentials from his pocket, flipping open the leather case and tilting it toward Sheldon, using the table's edge to block the view from the rest of the patio. Sheldon leaned in, his forehead creasing as he examined the identification. Department of Agriculture? He asked, his frown deepening. Shouldn't this be the FBI or State Department? Because I'm the one who's here, Jack replied. I witnessed your brother being taken, and I couldn't prevent it. I have to assume his kidnapping is connected to your work. Am I right? Sheldon gave a firm shake of his head. I can't discuss my work. You should go immediately. The earlier anger was still present, but now it was overshadowed by a sharper, more urgent tension. Sheldon's slender fingers tapped a rapid, nervous rhythm on the tablecloth as his eyes darted past Jack's shoulder. He had deliberately chosen the seat with a full view of the dining area and the rocky shoreline beyond. He was clearly expecting someone. "What did the kidnappers tell you to do?" Jack pressed. Sheldon's expression turned stony, a flush rising in his cheeks. "Since when does the Department of Agriculture look into missing scientists?" "You work for a government lab," Jack stated. "Correct? Then I'm sure you can piece it together. Your brother was likely targeted because of you. If you want to handle this alone, I won't stand in your way, but it's a terrible idea." "What are you proposing?" Sheldon asked. "Assistance," Jack said. "Tell me what they said. I'll do everything possible to get your brother back, but you need to be completely straight with me." Sheldon studied Jack in silence. Jack wondered what the man saw. Working for a government lab didn't make Sheldon a spy, but it meant he likely moved in circles that included people like Jack. The Department of Agriculture credentials might not have been impressive, but Sheldon could guess their real purpose, even if he guessed the wrong agency. Jack's clothes were disheveled, his face bore fresh scratches, and his knuckles were bruised. He didn't look like anyone's financial planner. But if you were facing a problem that required a certain kind of rugged resolution, Jack's appearance might be the perfect recommendation. "They told me to come here," Sheldon finally admitted. "To the hotel?" Jack asked. "No," Sheldon said, shaking his head again. "To this specific table. They even specified which chair to use." A cold prickle ran down Jack's spine. This was a trap. He froze, weighing whether to move and potentially spring the ambush or stay put and coordinate with his team. Then, the glass carafe beside his right hand shattered. Carrie Marks was mentally reviewing a list of his questionable decisions. He was overlooking a stunning glacier-fed lake that mirrored the mountains, but he felt no joy. As much as he appreciated the cool breeze and the warm sun, he almost yearned for the cramped, focused intensity of a sniper hide. It wasn't the dirt or the smell he missed. No, Carrie was uneasy for one reason. His instincts screamed that everything was about to unravel, and his only weapons were a sharp tongue and his special forces optimism. Maybe he was just being jumpy. "Reaper 1, this is Reaper 2. Jad's voice came over the radio. "This situation feels off over, or maybe not." To avoid interfering with Jack's meeting, the team was using a separate channel. Jack had just reported entering the restaurant. If something was going to happen, Carrie knew it would be soon. "I agree," Carrie responded. "What's your read?" The pavilion Carrie had selected for Overwatch was just over 100 yards in a straight line from the hotel's outdoor seating area. The shoreline angled sharply southeast for roughly 50 yards, then curved back toward the southwest, creating a sheltered cove. This layout gave Carrie a perfectly clear view over the open water. He easily picked out Jack as the campus operative stepped out from the restaurant, moved through the outdoor dining area, and took the chair opposite Sheldon. So far, so smooth. Our guy has his back to the open water. Jad's voice came through his earpiece. His table is right on the sand. Making him a perfect, easy target, Carrie finished, voicing his spotter's unspoken concern. "I don't love it either, but I'm not picking up any threats." "You seeing anything?" The pavilion where Carrie was positioned was maybe half occupied. Patrons mostly nursing beers or glasses of wine, while a mix of languages floated on the air. Every face was white. In theory, that meant they weren't the individuals Carrie was hunting. In theory. But theory did nothing to ease the prickling sensation crawling down his spine. "1, this is 2, Jad reported. "My sector's clear, but I think I chose poorly. This vantage point is great for watching, but useless for stopping anything. If this goes hot, I'll never reach you in time. I'm moving to a new position over." In their world, interdiction was the polite term for a well-placed bullet, and Carrie agreed with Jad's call. Maybe they'd both been approaching this wrong. Carey had selected this spot for its clean line of sight to Jack and the surrounding terrain, but now he needed to think like the enemy, like a fellow sniper. If he were the one taking the shot, he wouldn't do it from a crowded pavilion. Instead of purely watching Jack, maybe they needed to shift their focus to hunting the hunter, scanning for the kind of concealed positions a shooter would use. "Copy that, too," Carey said. "Update me when you're set. I'm going to relocate as well." Carey glanced over his shoulder to signal for his check, but his plan changed instantly. The table about 30 feet behind him, which had been empty, was now occupied by an Asian man. Well, damn. Carey catalogued the man's appearance as he let his gaze sweep past him, pretending to look for the waitress. When his eyes inevitably met the other man's, Carey didn't flinch or look away too quickly. There was no flicker of recognition in the man's expression, but that meant little. The team that had taken Sheldon's brother were pros, and pros didn't make amateur errors. The waitress, catching his eye, offered a bright smile and began walking toward him. This complicated matters. Being unarmed was bad enough. Being unarmed and potentially boxed in by civilians was worse. "Just another beer," Carey called out, his tone brusque. The waitress's smile vanished, replaced by a stiff, professional nod. Reaction left a sour taste, but he'd take a disappointed server over a dead one any day. Now his attention was fully on his new neighbor. The brief exchange with the waitress had given Carey another chance to study the man. He was still alone, but now he had a cell phone pressed to his ear. This detail threw Carey. If this guy were a shooter, he'd want both hands ready. Why? The phone call? The answer was obvious. Because he wasn't the shooter. Cursing under his breath, Carey reached for his radio, but Jad's voice cut in first. "1, this is 2, I've gotta." The distinctive muffled thwump of a suppressed rifle shot severed the transmission. A heartbeat later, the sound of shattering glass carried across the cove. Jack tumbled from his chair, but seemed to be moving. Hopefully he was okay. While Carey was concerned for the campus operative, his immediate problem was seated right behind him. If Jad had eyes on the actual shooter, then the Asian man sharing the pavilion with Carey could only be one thing. The spotter took hunting for wind drift posed a significant challenge for any long-range shot. The outdoor patio was a mess of swirling air currents. The breeze coming off the lake would be drastically different from the air moving across the upper parking deck where the sniper was positioned. This told Carey that the Asian man seated behind him must be relaying wind data to the shooter, marking him as a hostile snatching his beer stein. Carey hurled the heavy mug at the man. While hurling barware wasn't a skill taught in the Special Forces qualification course, Carey had a particular background for it. Like many in special operations, he'd been a standout high school athlete, a catcher known for his deadly arm, nailing runners at second base. From that angle, tossing a glass object 20 feet should have been simple. He quickly learned a stein doesn't fly like a baseball, no matter. It carried plenty of force. The mug caromed off the table and thudded into the man's chest, dousing him in beer but doing little real harm. What did have an impact was Carey's size 12 boot. He drove his foot into the table with his full weight, twisting his hips into the motion. The table edge smashed into the man's solar plexus, folding him over and sending his phone clattering to the ground. Carey didn't hesitate. He grabbed a fistful of the man's black hair and slammed his face into the tabletop. Once, twice, a third time for good measure. In his line of work, if something was worth doing once, it was worth doing thoroughly. The man slumped from his chair into a motionless heap. A small, distant part of Carey's mind mourned the fact he'd never get another smile from the cute waitress, while the more practical part hoped desperately this man was armed. He needed a weapon to help his team, and he needed to believe he hadn't just brutalized some innocent bystander. A quick search found a pistol tucked at the man's waist. Carey yanked it free, racked the slide to chamber a round, or more precisely, to chamber a second round, as the first already in the pipe spun into the air. Fine. Racking was faster than a press check anyway. What wasn't fine was the scene now developing around him. Several brave or foolish patrons were starting to move toward him. Apparently, repeatedly bashing a man's head on a table wasn't socially acceptable here. Carrie could appreciate their courage, but the scuffling sounds and another rifle crack in his earpiece meant time was up. He persuaded them to reconsider. With the nuanced diplomacy Green Berets are famous for, back the fuck up, Carrie stated, leveling the pistol at the nearest person. Between his eloquent phrasing and the weapon's menacing bore, the message was received. The budding heroes retreated hastily toward the restaurant interior, exactly where Carrie needed to go. Avalanche! 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 The last time those words were spoken in sequence, Carrie had been the one saying them, dug into a fighting position overlooking a Syrian compound full of fanatical militants. Jad had been gravely wounded then, and their sniper team was nearly overrun. Now Jad was calling for help. The charming lakeside setting instantly lost all its postcard appeal. "On my way, brother," Carrie responded, bypassing the usual radio formalities before launching himself from the deck. The pavilion stood only 10 feet above the ground, but the landing zone was the lake's gravel beach, hardly a soft target, though still preferable to hitting a concrete runway with 60 pounds of gear strapped to his back. Mostly. Carrie tried to cushion the impact with a modified parachute landing fall, but the loose stones shifted under his weight, sending a sharp pain through his feet and twisting one ankle. Those were problems for later. His teammate had just called an avalanche, and Carrie had a job to do. He turned and sprinted toward the road leading to the cable car parking lot. Through his earpiece, he could still hear the grunts and heavy thuds of a brutal fight, each sound hitting his nerves like a shot of adrenaline. Jad was fighting for his life. In just a few long strides, Carrie reached the top of the drive and faced a choice. The paved path curved to the right, climbing toward the cable car station where Jad had originally set up. But Carrie doubted his spotter was still there. The platform offered no line of sight to the patio and was packed with passengers still queued outside the glass lounge, waiting for their ride to the summit. Germans might be known for their stoicism, but mothers were still mothers. Carrie couldn't imagine them calmly handing out snacks and juice boxes if a gunfight was erupting just feet away. The shooter had to be elsewhere. Carrie's eyes shifted to the tree line spilling down from the hillside to the rocky lakeshore. That's where he would set up. Good sight lines, seclusion, and multiple escape routes. Decision made, he took off running. Moving into the trees, Carrie transmitted, receiving only silence in reply. He tried not to dwell on Jad's lack of response. His partner wasn't invincible. But he was one hell of a fighter, someone Carrie would bet on against almost any single opponent, except Jad probably wasn't facing just one. These were professionals. They wouldn't place a sniper without security. Jad was likely grappling with 2 armed hostiles. The odds suddenly felt a lot less promising. As he moved from grass into the forest, Carrie fought the urge to stop and listen for the struggle. Instead, he followed the rolling terrain toward the summit, trusting his instincts. He didn't have time to hesitate. If he chose wrong, Jad was finished. If he was right but too slow, the result would be the same. Scrambling up a rocky outcrop, Carrie caught movement to his right, 3 figures locked in a violent struggle. He was too far away to make out details, but he knew he had to end this. Now, Carrie paused, lining up the pistol's short barrel, but the distance was too great. He couldn't distinguish Jad from the others. Changing tactics, he aimed at the ground near his feet and fired 3 rapid shots. The gunshots shattered the forest's quiet, breaking up the scuffle. 2 of the men stopped fighting and looked toward Carrie, giving the third a chance to roll off the ledge and tumble limply to the hard ground below. Jad, seeing his best friend's body fall, unlocked something raw inside Carrie. He rushed forward, firing as he advanced. While he resisted the animal urge to break into a full sprint, he covered ground faster than he could accurately shoot, and just as he tempered his pace, he also restrained the impulse to empty the magazine in a wild burst. Instead, he maintained a controlled, rapid rhythm of fire, each shot measured against the pounding of his own heart. Dirt erupted in plumes, tree bark shredded into the air, and sparks flew as rounds ricocheted off stone. A visible puff of material flew from the chest of the attacker on the left, the impact spinning him but failing to drop him. Body armor, Carey's situation had just escalated from bad to catastrophic. He covered the final stretch in a desperate sprint. His pistol now little more than a loud distraction, joining the chaos with a raw, guttural yell that would have made his forebears nod in grim approval. He embraced a brutal truth. In a close fight, with even numbers, sheer, unbridled ferocity could sometimes tip the scales. It was a thin hope, but it was all he had. A final lunge brought him to Jad, just as his pistol's slide locked back, empty. Letting the weapon fall, Carey hauled his unconscious spotter into the scant cover of a rocky ledge protruding from the cliff face. The two gunmen held the high ground and, presumably full magazines, they controlled the game, almost. The one card Carey held was the terrain itself. The ground fell away sharply below him, while the stone shelf offered a ceiling. To finish the job, his pursuers would have to scramble down that slope, making themselves perfect targets. The cliffside, as his hammering heart could confirm, grew even more precipitous just beyond their little alcove. A grenade tossed from above would likely tumble harmlessly down the hill before exploding. Similarly, the jagged, uneven overhang would severely limit any attempt to simply lean over and fire blindly. By pulling Jad into this rocky nook, Carey had transformed himself into a trapped predator. Now the hunters had to weigh the cost of trying to dig him out. The rustling in the foliage above was already growing fainter, the sound of cautious retreat. It seemed they weren't ready to pay that price today. With a shaky exhale, Carey turned to his partner, confirming Jad was breathing. His hands moved quickly over the man's torso, searching for entry wounds. Finding none, he carefully rolled him to check his back again. Nothing. Returning Jad to his back, Carey widened his search, looking for the signs of blunt trauma that could mean a blocked airway or internal bleeding. A fierce red bruise was blooming across Jad's forehead. It looked painful, but not critical. "Jad," Carey said, giving his friend's cheek a light tap. "Wake up, brother! Huh?" Jad's eyes blinked open, unfocused. "What's going on?" "You took a dive off a cliff after getting clocked," Carey said, a tired grin forming. "That's a lie," Jad grunted, pushing himself up to sit. It was a strategic repositioning. "Where are the hostiles?" "I handled it as per usual," Carey replied. "Can you stand?" "I'm a Green Beret," Jad said, his speech clearing. "Walking is the easy part. Find my knife, and let's move." "You brought a knife?" Carey asked, surprised. "You didn't," Jack said, no weapons. Jad gave him a look of pure disbelief. "Have you met Jack?" Fair point. "Got an extra?" Carey asked. "Help me up first," Jad said, accepting a hand. "Then we'll discuss your alarming lack of foresight. Speaking of which, what's our illustrious leader doing right now?" It was an excellent question. The explosion of the glass water carafe across the table startled Jack, a cascade of water following the shattered fragments. For a frozen second, he remained seated, his weary mind struggling to process the event. Then he identified the distinct, sharp crack that had preceded the breaking glass, the sound of a rifle bullet breaking the sound barrier. He was already lunging from his chair, reaching for Sheldon, when a second crack split the air. This time, the supersonic snap was accompanied by a sickening wet thud of a round finding its mark. Sheldon was thrown sideways from his seat. Jack threw himself atop the scientist as more rounds tore into the patio table and the stone around them, the sharp reports echoing off the mountains. Stone fragments carved shallow tracks across Jack's face as an unseen barrage hammered the patio around him. That he remained untouched felt less like skill and more like a cosmic oversight, a temporary loan of fortune he was certain would be recalled with interest. His radio was a maddening presence in his front pocket, a lifeline rendered useless by the simple, lethal geometry of exposure to retrieve. It would require a shift, an elbow flare, a betrayal of his current strategy of impersonating the concrete. The air buzzed with the passage of bullets, a sound that made the very space around him feel hostile and occupied. Moving meant donating a limb to that occupied territory, a transaction he firmly declined. Yet, immobility had its own cost, as the sudden, brutal impact against his hamstring proved. A shockwave of fiery numbness exploded down his leg, drawing a stifled groan from his lips. Clenching his jaw, he risked a glance. No blood, a ricochet then. The equation was static, and he was the variable that needed to change. Now, his gaze swept left, landing on one of the decorative metal columns lining the patio. Perfect. Sliding off the still-twitching form of Sheldon, Jack gripped the scientist's ankles and began a tortuously slow drag toward that slender pillar. By keeping his profile flat, he stayed beneath the sniper's sightline, a luxury denied to the other patrons. Their panicked shrieks formed a dissonant chorus as they scrambled blindly. The conflict between duty and survival was a sharp ache in his chest. But standing up was simply a faster way to join Sheldon on the ground. Then an idea crystallized. After wedging Sheldon against the column's base, Jack pulled himself up, his fingers searching the cool metal. There, a stiff, rusted crank handle. He seized it with both hands and threw his weight into the rotation. Metal screamed in protest, but slowly, stubbornly, the mechanism above began to turn. A massive canvas umbrella started to unfurl from its housing like a slow-motion bloom. His efforts seemed to draw more fire. The sporadic shots intensified into a sustained torrent, pinging and thudding against the spreading canopy. Jack took it as a perverse compliment and cranked harder, his muscles burning. The shooter was panicking, rushing his aim as his target vanished behind fabric. After a furious dozen rotations, the umbrella was half deployed, a tattered shield. The metallic hailstorm diminished to a sporadic, frustrated patter. Either his makeshift cover was working, the gunman was reloading, or, please, his green beret backup had finally arrived. With a temporary lull, Jack turned his attention to Sheldon. Hollywood had it all wrong. A high-velocity rifle round did not deliver a neat, dramatic hole. Even a non-fatal torso hit sent a devastating shockwave through the body, turning organs to pulp and unleashing internal torrents. Jack's hands moved to tear open the blood-soaked shirt, then froze, hovering above the scientist's chest. The question of a survivable wound was rendered academic. In the chaos, Sheldon had sustained a second catastrophic injury. The left side of his head was simply gone. Jack slowly withdrew his trembling hands. The screams around him were beginning to subside into sobs and confused shouts. The sensory overload for the survivors would soon crystallize into clear memories. He couldn't afford to be one of them. Keeping his voice low, he keyed his radio. "Any Reaper element? This is Scepter." The response was almost immediate, edged with exertion. "Scepter? Reaper? Actual Reaper 2 and I are egressing toward the rally point. We intercepted the shooters, but they disengaged and fled over." "Roger that," Jack whispered. His eyes still on what remained of Sheldon. The immediate threat was over, but the cost of the afternoon was laid bare before him. "I'll meet you there." Sheldon was shot in the head. "He didn't make it." "Reaper copies all," Carey replied. "You need to move!" "I can see police lights at the lake turnoff. You've got 3 minutes, maybe less." Jack clenched his jaw. Leaving Sheldon behind felt wrong, even though they'd just met. Jack carried a weight of responsibility for the scientist's death. If he'd been quicker, maybe things would be different. His gut had warned him, but being right was cold comfort when the man he was supposed to protect was lying dead. Staying wouldn't bring Sheldon back. It would only land Jack in handcuffs. He could try name-dropping Hans to talk his way out, but that would take hours he didn't have. More likely, the German federal police would lock him up and throw away the key. This wasn't like the mess at Regensburg University. A civilian was dead, maybe more. Germany didn't see shootings like this every day. There was no way this would be quietly buried. Someone would take the fall, and an American intelligence officer running an unsanctioned op on Allied soil made a perfect scapegoat. "Roger that," Jack said. "I'm moving now. See you at the rally point." "You sure?" Carey pressed. "We can swing by Worst to grab you." "Positive," Jack answered. "I don't want you getting boxed in by police cordons. It's still chaos here. One more person running for cover won't stand out." Jack hoped that was true, but there was only one way to know. The screams around him were fading into stunned silence. If he wanted out before the area locked down, he had to go now. He took a final look at Sheldon's ruined face, committing it to memory. Somebody owed the man justice, and Jack had a feeling that somebody was him. As he started to rise, a thought struck him. He quickly patted down Sheldon's trousers, found the scientist's cell phone, and pocketed it. Then he turned and melted into the crowd streaming from the restaurant just as sirens wailed up the driveway. He stayed with the flow until he reached the tree line, then broke onto a trail, pushing toward his team and the promise of payback. "What now, boss?" The question came from the back seat, but Carey, behind the wheel, glanced over, too. Both Green Berets looked a little less enchanted with their campus assignment than they had when this German trip began. Jack understood the feeling. He shared it. "Decision time," Jack said. For once, something had gone right. His escape from the hotel and the link-up with Carey and Jad had gone smoothly. Maybe someday more than just running away would go according to plan. After buckling into the passenger seat, Jack had motioned for Carey to drive. The Green Beret complied, heading northeast on the A95 at a steady 80 miles per hour. Once they'd put about 12 miles between them and the shooting, Jack knew it was time to choose their next move. He'd been weighing options when Jad spoke up. Now was as good a time as any to bring his team into the conversation. They'd earned that much. "Here's the situation," Jack said, eyeing a sign for the rapidly approaching turnoff to Highway B472 and the Austrian border. "We've got a couple paths. Mr. Clark wants us on a flight to Manila out of Munich. Staying on this highway gets us there, but I'm thinking the smarter move is to cross into Austria and fly out of Salzburg under fresh paperwork. Getting new identities will take time, though, and that delay could throw off Clark's whole timeline. Both paths carry their own dangers, the kind that lands us in handcuffs at airport security." Carey asked. "Security," Jad scoffed. "Forget it. Munich airport is blanketed with German CCTV. We'll be lucky to make it out of the parking garage. Jack here has been in 2 firefights in a nation that sees fewer than 100 gun homicides a year. The police likely have his photo on every monitor." "In my defense, Jack isn't the only one leaving a mark," Carey countered. "From where I was standing, you mostly ventilated some innocent forestry," Jad shot back. "I hit what required hitting," Carey insisted, "and for the record, those trees were my intended target." "The fellow I introduced to my knife probably walked away," Jad said. A thick leather jacket stopped the blade. "Hold on," Jack interjected, struggling to steer the discussion. "You smuggled a fighting knife into Germany." "Absolutely," Jad confirmed, unclipping a Spyderco from his belt. "And thank goodness. My partner here shoots like my elderly aunt and has the running speed of a tranquilized sloth." "I explicitly said no weapons," Jack stated. "Every time I've been within 100 miles of you, I've needed a firearm," Jad retorted. "Today was no exception. Those last 2 clowns came dangerously close to ending my shift." "Not that close," Carey said. "I had a clear view." "The lump on my forehead strongly disagrees," Jad replied, his tone shifting from weary to defiantly sarcastic. "Here's the reality, Jack. Your father might occupy the Oval Office, but that doesn't crown you emperor. From this point forward, if I'm going anywhere with you, I'm carrying a Glock, even if it's for a casual beer with your dad. If his Secret Service detail has an issue, they can try to take it from my cold, calloused hands." Jack had served alongside Green Berets enough to respect Jad's combat instincts, But he wasn't sure who'd prevail in that particular confrontation. That was irrelevant now. His debut as an actual team leader was far from a triumph. The mission was compromised, his team was fractured, and his two remaining operators were at each other's throats. This operation demanded a complete reboot, beginning with himself. "This is my responsibility," Jack admitted. "All of it you two have endured far beyond your job descriptions. We're exposed with no local support, and I critically underestimated the threat level twice. So, option 3, we proceed to the U.S. consulate in Munich. You can both step off this disaster in motion." "Now you're ditching us?" Jad said, feigning hurt. "That's cold, boss. Really cold, exceptionally cold," Carrie agreed, nodding. "Especially after the promise your father wrung out of us. And who says no to Jack Ryan?" Jad added. "Certainly not me," Carrie chimed in. "Wait," Jack said, catching Jad's eye in the rearview mirror. "My dad made you promise something." "Yep," Jad said. "The moment you stepped away to use the restroom, your old man is very convincing," Carrie added. Jack resisted the urge to ask the obvious question. He managed for 2 whole seconds. "What did he make you promise? Should we tell him, boss?" Jad asked Carrie. "Feels like a breach of confidence." "A definite breach," Carrie affirmed. "And loyalty seems to be a big deal for Jack Ryan. Massively important," Jad echoed. "You're not going to tell me?" Jack pressed. "How about this?" Carrie offered. "Let's first deal with the lowlifes who tried to kill us after we've corrected their life choices and are safely back on U.S. soil in a bar that serves something stronger than water. We'll revisit your request." "And not just beer," Jad interjected. "Gluten gives me gas." For a moment, Jack was utterly perplexed. Even as the exit for the B-472 highway approached, he couldn't decipher what the two commandos were implying. He glanced at Carrie. Though the man was staring ahead, the ghost of a smile played on his lips. Then, understanding dawned. "I take it you're both agreeable to a slight detour into Austria?" Jack ventured. "Are all intelligence guys this slow on the uptake, boss?" Jad replied. "I think my spotter's point," Carrie said, turning on to the B-472, "is that we've been hit hard twice already. Maybe it's time we became the ones doing the hitting. Did I sum that up, Jad?" "Close enough," Jad replied. "Then hold on tight," Jack said, steering the car east toward the Austrian border. "The rest of this ride is going to get rough." "Rough, as in more people trying to end us?" Jad asked. "Or rough like you're improvising this whole plan?" "What's that saying my father always used?" Jack countered. Jad let out a long sigh, slumping lower in his seat. The commando shut his eyes. "Just nudge me when the rough patch is over." Zhanjiang Port, China. Fen Li's gaze was fixed on the massive flat-screen television that dominated her office wall. The screen, like every other element in the room, was a study in minimalist, cutting-edge design, a fitting environment for a CEO of her stature. As usual, the touchscreen displayed a world map centered on China, dotted with an array of colored markers. Each marker signified an active contract being handled by her network of former intelligence and paramilitary specialists. While most pins were clustered around projects linked to the Chinese Communist Party's vast Belt and Road Initiative across Africa and Asia, or marked commercial fleets navigating the perilous South China Sea. A few outliers drew the eye. One such anomaly was in Europe, specifically a city in Germany near the Austrian frontier. This pin glowed a distinct warning red fen, could have walked over and tapped it for a full mission debrief, but she felt no need. Breaking from her usual practice of granting operatives broad autonomy, she had personally overseen this European operation. Perhaps her oversight hadn't been stringent enough. Her slender fingers traced the surface of her pristine glass desk until they found its sole ornament, a polymetallic nodule about the size of a walnut. To a casual observer, it looked like a lump of scorched charcoal. But Fen knew better. Like herself, the rock concealed immense potential. This specific ore sample was the key to securing the future of her company and her own rise within the upper ranks of the party. Her powerful ally and silent partner had guaranteed it. China might call itself a communist state, but it danced to the tune of capital as fervently as any Western nation, perhaps even more so. Recent years had seen the party place colossal financial bets on its trillion-dollar Belt and Road projects, investments that had yet to yield convincing returns. Then there was the domestic real estate market, a bubble swelling to the bursting point and tied to nearly a third of the nation's GDP. Western economists compared the practices of China's largest developers to a pyramid scheme, while internal government estimates suggested a rescue could cost upwards of 800 billion yuan. The collective picture was of an economy teetering on the edge. But Fen Li had no intention of letting it fall. The preliminary data from her covert surveys of the Paracel Islands deposits was promising, and her team of geological experts grew more optimistic with each analysis. She held in her hands the means to change everything, her destiny and China's, that is, if she could salvage the situation where her European team had stumbled. Her eyes lingered on the accusatory red pin. The safe move would be to inform her benefactor of the European complication and ask for more assets. Yet this path carried its own dangers. The entire arrangement with her co-conspirator was built on her promise to shoulder the operational risks, allowing him to remain insulated and still claim a share of the ultimate reward. A sudden request for help might be seen as a failure of nerve. If she requested further assistance, he would certainly recognize it as a chance to renegotiate their deal. The company she had dedicated her life to building was entirely linked to this endeavor. Fen had no desire to hand it over to a bureaucrat whose political career had never faced anything more dangerous than an occasional paper cut, while her own earlier years in the Ministry of State Security had left her hair streaked with gray and her body worn down. Her eyes shifted from the touchscreen television to the digital clock mounted above it. The Mao Chong was already well past the halfway point to the Paracel Islands. Although the mission in Germany hadn't unfolded exactly as Fen had hoped, her partner had already supplied her with the tools to correct the setback, and the components of her strategy were aligning. The opening she'd been pursuing remained within reach. She simply needed the courage to take it. Placing the nodule aside, Fen pulled a cell phone from her purse and dialed a number. It wasn't her benefactor's line. She'd gotten this far by depending on her own resourcefulness, not the generosity of others, and she wasn't about to start now. Salzburg, Austria. As it happened, the turbulence lasted longer than expected. Moving from Germany into Austria was about as complicated as driving from Indiana to Ohio, but what followed proved far more draining. While all three men had entered Germany under their real identities, Jack had wanted to deploy as many campus resources as possible during the surveillance phase. That meant tasking their documentation specialists to produce an alternate set of passports for the team. Unlike weapons, forged papers could be discreetly hidden in custom compartments inside each man's luggage and just as easily discarded if necessary. For covert travel, Canada was the preferred option for American operatives. No tricky accent to mimic. And outside a few major cities, hardly anyone knew much about the country. Plus, unlike their American counterparts, the stereotype of Canadians as polite, kind people was both true and flattering. Unfortunately, the team's alternate passports were still tucked away in their luggage back at the hotel in Regensburg. While the CIA's Vienna station could arrange replacement documents, Jack was reluctant to activate that channel. Every contact with official intelligence personnel risked exposing the campus's off-the-books status. Sure, Clark had run a few joint ops with Mary Pat's approval, but those needed to stay rare exceptions. If this were a genuine emergency, Jack wouldn't hesitate to ask. But as messy as things had gotten in Germany, by campus standards, this didn't yet rise to that level. If Jack were being honest, though, operational security wasn't his main worry. John T. Clark was. Jack had delivered his situation report like a professional, and Mr. C had treated him like one. Instead of reining him in as he'd done so many times before, Clark had deferred to Jack as the field leader, Never mind that said leader was the most junior member of the campus. Clark had given Jack the same autonomy and discretion he would have granted his second-in-command, Ding Chavez. And how had Jack repaid that trust? By improvising an operation that got their only lead killed and almost certainly set back Clark's work in Manila. Jack let out a tired sigh, staring into his half-empty espresso as if it held answers. With its breathtaking architecture, cobblestone lanes, and the scenic Salzach River, Salzburg, was every bit as picturesque as the travel brochures promised, but Jack was waiting for a sight far more compelling. And there she was, walking into view. Even after swapping her crop top for a simple tank and exchanging her cutoffs for a white denim skirt, Lisanne's arrival still commanded the entire cafe's attention. Her dark hair cascaded freely around her shoulders, and the aviator sunglasses perched on her nose only deepened her enigmatic air. The skirt, much like the shorts had earlier, showcased her long, sun-kissed legs, the pale fabric making her olive skin seem to glow. Jack felt that familiar nervous flutter in his stomach, his mother's old advice echoing in his mind, "Don't let that one get away." Given the number of male glances tracking Lisanne's movement across the room, it seemed all of Austria was full of potential rivals. "Hey," Jack said, rising to his feet. That uncontrollable boyish smile spread across his face again. Here he was, a seasoned covert operative who navigated global shadows to deliver justice, yet one glimpse of this woman could unravel him into a star-struck kid. "Hey back," Lisanne replied, stepping in for a brief hug. Jack buried his face against the warm curve of her neck, breathing in the faint, comforting scent of vanilla that was uniquely hers. The sensation left his skin buzzing, and pulling away required genuine effort. "Any issues on the road?" Jack asked once he'd guided her to a chair and returned to his own. Lisanne shook her head, her dark hair swaying. "None. I cleared out both rooms and ditched the luggage in a dumpster. The passports and IDs are safe. I rented a car under my cover and took the long way into Austria. No obvious tales, but I didn't have a window for a full surveillance detection route. Where are the guys?" "Out gathering what we need," Jack said, mentally slotting her report into place. Their window was tight. The next flight to Manila departed soon. He'd booked 3 separate tickets under their current aliases and sent the Green Berets to buy suitable travel clothes and gear. Flying internationally with no bags was a sure way to stand out, the exact kind of notice they couldn't risk. While the team handled the errands, Jack had reviewed the intel Gavin sent, waiting for Lisanne to deliver their new identities. She'd agreed, though leaving Isabel behind had clearly bothered her. The scientist wasn't linked to the campus team, so there was no reason to think she was in danger. Then again, just this morning they'd had no reason to expect a daylight kidnapping attempt by a crew of Asian operatives either. The mission's focus had shifted away from the Regensburg campus. The center of action was now here in Austria with Jack and his soldiers. Getting to Salzburg, however, had forced a hard choice. Under normal protocol, Lisanne would have executed a long, twisting surveillance detection run. Those meticulous maneuvers were brilliant for shaking off tails when done right. But right took time. Jack didn't have. Clark had been crystal clear. The Philippine operation was ticking clock. Jack had already missed one flight out of Munich. Missing the Salzburg connection wasn't an option. In the endless calculus of risk versus reward, he'd prioritized speed over perfect security. So Lisanne came straight here with a bigger team. She could have managed an abbreviated detection route by planting observers ahead of her path, but they had no extra personnel to spare. As the lead, the weight of that decision rested squarely on Jack's shoulders. In his defense, back in Arlington, he'd never planned to be running a live op with this skeleton crew, but in the spy game, results were all that counted. Intentions were just footnotes. That was a debate for another day. Right now, his job was to reach Manila fast. But first, he needed to have a conversation with Lisanne. One he was genuinely not looking forward to. He drew a breath to speak, but Lisanne beat him to it. I'm not going, am I? Lisanne asked, her voice flat. Jack shook his head. No, this mission has turned hot twice now without warning. I can't bring you into a situation that could erupt into a firefight. Lisanne gave a slow nod, but the warmth in her brown eyes hardened into something sharp. You telling me that as my team leader, she asked? Or as my boyfriend? Jack started to answer, but she pressed a finger gently to his lips, stopping him. Forget it, she said, her tone softening. That was unfair. I'm not angry with you. I'm angry with this. She lifted her arm, gesturing with the stump where her hand used to be. I was a Marine, Jack. I was a cop. I'm not someone who gets sidelined when things get dangerous. At least I never used to be. Jack took her hand, lacing his fingers with hers. Lisanne Robertson, you're exactly who you've always been, he said firmly. You're a fighter, a warrior. Losing an arm didn't erase that. It just changed the battlefield. I know. Lisanne whispered, squeezing his hand. I know that logically, but it doesn't stop it from feeling like a betrayal. I don't know if I can keep living like this. Like what? Jack asked. Like being told to stand down every single time the situation gets real, she said, her voice cracking. Is that really the only problem here? Jack pressed. Lisanne held his gaze, her iron resolve dissolving as her eyes welled up. Jack felt a lump form in his own throat. I don't know, she finally admitted, a tear tracing a path down her cheek. Probably not. I love you, Jack. But I'm completely lost. One moment you're the man I love, and the next you're giving me orders. Between my injury, my place at the campus, and whatever chaotic operation we're running now, I don't know who I am anymore. What do you want? Jack asked, almost afraid of her answer. Lisanne let out a sound that was half a sob, half a bitter laugh, pulling her hand away to wipe her eyes. What I want is irrelevant, she stated, her voice regaining a steely edge. 2 men are dead. A scientist is missing. You're about to fly to the other side of the planet, and here we are, having a couples therapy session in the middle of an airport. This is broken, Jack. Your passports are in the bag under the table. Go save the world. She stood up abruptly, turned, and walked away without looking back. Jack watched, paralyzed as she disappeared into the flow of travelers. A torrent of conflicting thoughts crashed over him. As usual on this chaotic assignment, he had no clear next move, but one truth cut through the noise. Lisanne was right. Whatever this was between them, it wasn't working. Manila, Philippines. Junior, so glad you could make it. Jack stopped in the doorway of the apartment, his brain struggling to process the scene. The safe house itself was utterly predictable. A generic 3-room space with bare white walls, scuffed gray tile floors, and furniture that was strictly utilitarian. A sagging couch, a stained love seat, and a battered end table. A basic kitchen open to the right, and a living room with an old TV sat to the left. It was a scene repeated in anonymous buildings across the globe. The people in it, however, were a complete shock. Seated on stools around the small kitchen island were Ding Chavez, Dominic Dom Caruso, and the man who had spoken John Clark. Clark's expression was grim, a sentiment clearly shared by the rest of the campus team gathered there. The last day had been a grueling marathon of travel. While there were several flight options from Salzburg to Manila, none were direct. Jack had vetoed any layovers in Germany, heeding Jad's warning about their surveillance capabilities. Playing it safe, he had booked each team member on a separate routing. He and Carrie had taken different Turkish Airlines flights with staggered departures, while Jad had managed a seat on a Lufthansa plane, all converging on this unexpected and tense reunion. The journey had been a grueling marathon of airports and waiting lounges, stitching together stops in Istanbul, Doha, and Abu Dhabi before the trio finally regrouped in Manila. Fun was the last word any of them would have used to describe it. To fill the endless hours. Jack pored over the data Gavin had sent, his mind relentlessly picking apart the disastrous meeting with Sheldon. He kept circling back to the same ugly, inescapable truth. His team had been compromised. The cause was still a mystery. Maybe surveillance they'd missed, a slip in their own procedures, or something else entirely. But the result was crystal clear. They were burned, and an American was dead because of it. Jack made the call to stay silent, sending no update to Clark about the delay or the catastrophe in Germany. Until he could figure out how their protocols were breached, he had to assume every channel was poisoned. The Manila safe house would have a secure line. Until then, he'd remain in the dark. In the rare moments his thoughts weren't consumed by the operational failure, they drifted back to the cafe with Lisanne. The memory was a loop, always ending at the same frustrating crossroads. What was right for the team leader was wrong for the boyfriend. Clark's old warnings echoed in his head now with the clarity of hindsight. Mixing love and fieldwork was a recipe for disaster. When someone you care about is on the line, the mission blurs. Your judgment falters. He didn't have to look far for proof. His own father was the textbook example, Jack Ryan Sr. Was as tough as they came, a man who'd crawled into a Soviet sub to stare down a KGB officer and once used his bare hands to stop an assassin during a family trip in London. Yet even he had drawn a line. When a paramilitary group kidnapped Kathy, Ryan stepped away from the presidency. Objective command and personal love simply couldn't occupy the same space. But this friction with Lisanne wasn't just about divided loyalties. It was about identity. After proving his mettle in Syria and on the Korean peninsula, Jack had finally earned his own team. This was new territory in the past. He'd often worked solo, tapping campus resources like Gavin when needed, and usually calling Clark after the fact to explain his actions. He'd cherished that independence, the freedom to be the master of his own fate. The Germany exercise was supposed to be a test run, a way for both him and Clark to see where he fit in the campus's future. From Jack's current vantage point, that future looked pretty bleak. Germany had been a total catastrophe. And now, as if to hammer the point home, his boss had flown out to the field to personally ground him. Walking into the safe house to find Clark, Ding, and Dom already there sparked a flash of anger. But Jack knew better than to direct it at them. The real target of his fury was staring back at him in the mirror. "We expecting a party?" Carrie asked, his gaze sweeping over the crowded apartment. Jad shut the door firmly behind them. "And that's reason 112 why I'm never going anywhere with you again without a weapon," he muttered. It suddenly struck Jack that this was the first time the Green Berets were meeting the core campus team face to face. While Clark had signed off on the Germany mission, he deliberately kept the Commandos and Isabel separate from the clandestine side of the organization. The two worlds weren't meant to collide like this. Despite the senior Ryan's personal endorsement of the Commandos, John Clark held the final say on any new campus members. Until he was completely confident in the two Green Berets, their involvement would remain strictly compartmentalized. An organization operating entirely off the books could only stay hidden by limiting the circle of outsiders aware of its existence. Carrie and Jad had understood and accepted these terms. They had already fought alongside Jack Ryan Jr. twice, and the elder Ryan was a persuasive advocate. However, there was a vast difference between knowing your loosely affiliated shadow organization employed other operators and actually encountering them in a cramped, foul-smelling apartment that reeked of old fish and stale garbage. The Green Berets weren't on a combat footing, but their posture was far from friendly. Carey had positioned himself to Jack's right, while Jad slid to his left, each man ready to control the space. It was like two rival packs sizing each other up on a narrow trail, all five men performing an instinctual lethal calculus that was second nature to professionals who lived by the rifle. With a weary sigh, Jack stepped between the two groups. "Mr. C wasn't expecting you," he said. "Carrie, Jad, this is my boss, John Clark, his second in command, Ding Chavez, and my cousin, Dom Caruso. Gentlemen, meet Carrie and Jad. Carrie's the team sergeant for ODA 55 and Jad is his teammate." "Triple nickel," Ding said with a grin, extending his hand. "That's not the 3rd Battalion, 17th Infantry, but your unit's reputation is pretty solid. Please? Jad replied, returning the handshake. From the stories we hear, you campus guys are only a half step above Navy SEALs? What was that about SEALs? Clark asked. The former Rainbow Six commander was smiling, but his voice carried a steely edge. Sorry, Jack interjected quickly. I probably should have mentioned that before founding Rainbow, Mr. C was a Navy SEAL and served with Mac V. Sog in Vietnam. Jack braced for an awkward silence. He should have known better. Well, hell, Jad said, looking at Clark with a newfound respect. Guess I put my boot in my mouth again. Standard procedure for him, Carey said, offering Clark his hand. A genuine honor, sir. The honor is mine, Clark replied, his smile now warm and authentic. Triple Nickel has an impressive legacy. We're glad to have you both assisting. Our pleasure, Jad said, moving to shake hands with the others. Working with Jack here is never dull. The brief moment of camaraderie evaporated as quickly as it had appeared. Both Clark and Ding turned their attention to the youngest member of the team. I don't doubt that for a second, Clark stated. Jack, give us the short version of events. I haven't had time to review your situation report. That's because I didn't send one, Mr. C, Jack admitted. He appreciated his boss offering him an out, but a leader had to own his decisions. After reviewing Gavin's intelligence packet on Zhang Wei, I didn't feel comfortable leaving the scientist to another team. Wei lives and works in the United States, but he just happened to be in Germany the same day his brother was taken. I didn't buy the coincidence that he was staying at a hotel less than 2 hours from Regensburg. It all pointed to a narrow window, so I adjusted the itinerary we'd discussed. Based on our scheduled departure from Munich, I calculated I had enough time to question Wei and still make our connecting flight to Manila. I'm guessing calculated is the key word there, Clark asked. Jack nodded. It didn't go according to plan. We located Zhang Wei, but the kidnappers had already made contact and arranged a meeting. While we were talking with him, a sniper put a round through his chest. Clark shook his head slowly. Did you get anything from him? Nothing useful, Jack said. But Carey and Jad had a close encounter with the team that took the shot. They were pros, Carey confirmed, highly skilled. The shot itself wasn't an extreme long-range attempt, but the execution was very technical, with a complicated escape route through the city's back streets already mapped out. The rocky ledge where the shooters had positioned themselves was considerably higher than the target area down by the lake's edge. That's a steep angle for a shot, Clark observed, giving a knowing nod. I'd imagine the wind coming off the water created very different conditions for the target compared to up on that ridge. Right on the money, Jad replied. You shoot long distance too, John. Just John is fine, Clark said. And no, I'm nowhere near your league. I'm more of a hands-on, up-close kind of guy. He let the statement hang, and when Jad waited for a joke that never came, Clark simply smiled. Jack stepped in to fill the silence. Jad and Carey really pulled me out of the fire. Jad engaged the sniper team personally until Carey arrived to assist. I wasn't completely empty-handed, Jad corrected with a grin. Had my favorite folding knife, besides pulling Jack's bacon out of the pan seems to be in the job description these days. The room broke into laughter, though Jack remained quiet. You two are going to fit right in, Ding remarked. Clark agreed. So what happened after that? We faced off against a direct action team twice in 24 hours, Jack explained. You always taught me not to trust coincidences, Mr. C. We were compromised, which meant our identities, travel arrangements, even our communications might be blown. So I called an audible, we switched covers, crossed into Austria, and caught a flight from Salzburg. I know I've been off the grid, but going dark felt safer than risking the operation here. All eyes shifted to Clark. After a thoughtful pause, he gave a slow nod. You made the right call, Junior. We'll go over the details later, but your extraction was handled well. Jad, Carey, this isn't exactly the quiet introduction you signed up for, but we could still use your skills, you both willing to stick around for what comes next. Jad glanced at Carey, who cleared his throat. "We're ready to help," Carey said. "But we have one condition Jad emphasized. "We have a condition." "Right," Carey corrected. "We need firearms. Knives and fists only get you so far." "That can be arranged," Clark said, another smile touching his lips. "The back room is full of Pelican cases. You'll find plenty to choose from. We'll get you both geared up right after we review the operational plan." "Excellent," Carey said. "Then we're in, assuming our team leader agrees." Jack appreciated the show of support, though. He wasn't convinced he'd earned it. It was their training, not his leadership, that had kept them alive. And while Clark had praised the exfil, Jack could sense the unspoken critique of his earlier decisions. Beyond that, there was the unspoken shift in command. Ding was Clark's deputy, and Dom also outranked him. Jack's time as the lead was over. "I believe in keeping teams that have already worked together," Clark stated. "You three know each other's rhythms. This operation requires two elements. Ding, Dom, and I will take point. Jack, you, Jad, and Carey will provide support. Everyone comfortable with that?" "Works for me," Carey said. "As long as we're armed, heavily armed," Jad added. With Jack, it's better to have extra. Navota's Fish Port Complex. Manila, Philippines. Scepter, this is Reaper. We are in position, clear line of sight to Macbeth. The objective is visible and quiet. No activity to report over. "Reaper, Scepter copies all," Jack responded. "Continue mission, over Reaper. Continuing mission, out." Jack checked his cell phone to confirm the correct channel was selected, then keyed the transmitter. Managing separate communication channels for each team was a practical necessity, but the constant switching was enough to drive anyone up a wall. Jack had configured his audio to monitor both nets simultaneously, though he could only transmit on one at a time. "Trident element. This is Scepter. How do you read Scepter? Trident reads you loud and clear. Send your traffic." A faint grin touched Jack's lips at the sound of Ding's voice using a seal call sign. Once the Green Berets had floated the idea of reviving operational handles from the North Korea mission, Clark had immediately seized on the Naval Special Warfare designation. Jad, the team's resident joker, had an endless supply of frogman quips, but John Clark's presence carried its own weight. Jack had noticed the usually irreverent Green Beret tended to dial back the seal ribbing whenever Clark was in earshot. As Ding had privately admitted to Jack once, if even a fraction of the stories about Clark were accurate, then Rainbow Six was one seriously formidable individual. The amusing part was that every story Jack had heard checked out. "Copy, Trident," Jack responded. "Reaper element is set. We have clear visual on Macbeth. You are authorized to proceed." "Trident acknowledges," Ding replied. "We are at phase line Bravo moving in." "Understood," Jack said. "Report when you hit phase line Alpha." Jack glanced at the satellite imagery on his phone as Ding answered with two quick mic clicks. Phase line Bravo was a designated east-west axis running from the junction of Pescador 2 Road and the major north-south artery, Radial Road 10. As the support team lead, Jack carried two critical responsibilities. First, he acted as the primary information link for the Green Beret sniper team, positioned roughly 500 yards to the northeast of their target, Objective Macbeth. This meant Jack maintained overall command and control of the operation, while Clark, Ding, and Dom focused on the objective itself. Second, Jack was the designated one-man quick reaction force. Neither duty was exactly light lifting. He angled his phone away as a couple of teenagers ambled past. They appeared harmless, but Jack's experience had taught him that a young face didn't guarantee innocence. Often, it signaled the opposite. Criminal networks regularly used kids as scouts, couriers, gophers, and, in the most twisted cases, as assassins. The nearer of the two, a lanky boy of about 15, shot Jack a piercing stare but didn't break stride. In this dockyard neighborhood, hostile looks were probably just part of the daily greeting. Despite his efforts to blend in wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, and loose layers, Jack's appearance still screamed that he wasn't local. On the gritty fringes of the Navota's fish port standing out was a liability. To be honest, the surroundings here weren't all that different from what you'd find in any industrial harbor, whether it was in Baltimore or Singapore. Ports naturally drew a certain kind of crowd, people used to physical labor, and a gritty, relentless hustle to survive. The legitimate work available was tough and perilous. The illegal variety was exponentially worse. Navota's fish port ranked among Asia's largest seafood hubs. Every day, over 300 tons of fish and shellfish were offloaded from the fleet of more than 15 commercial vessels that operated out of these docks. The vast complex sat west of Highway R10, enclosed by tall brick walls that separated the bustling port from the adjacent parks and pedestrian walkways. Seaports were inherently magnets for a nation's underworld, and Navota's proved no exception. Just a short walk from the well-lit promenades and manicured gardens of the Navota's Green Zone Park lay a landscape of grimy warehouses, decaying piers, and rusting hulls. It was toward one such warehouse, codenamed Macbeth, that Clark, Ding, and Dom were now advancing. Trident is nearing phase line Alpha. Roger, Jack acknowledged, his eyes scanning the shadows between the warehouses. A sudden sharp memory surfaced, a briefing years ago about a port operation in Marseille where a child, no older than 12, had been used to plant a tracking device on an agent's car. The innocence of youth was a luxury this environment rarely afforded. Jack changed the channel and passed the update to the team, adjusting his stance to better observe the busy R10 highway behind him. Phase line Alpha was marked by Teoko Street, a narrow road heading east just north of Pescador Park, where Jack was currently stationed. Compared to the more manicured Navota's Green Zone Park across the highway, this park's name promised more than its worn facilities could deliver. Jack sat on a concrete bench built into a long planter that buffered the park from the relentless traffic. The space was essentially a cluster of basketball courts encircled by a rusted iron fence. The courts were a mess, littered with leaves and dust churned up by the ceaseless flow of vehicles only a few yards away. The concrete surface was cracked and stained, with blotchy discoloration spreading like an old bruise. Graffiti in Tagalog covered most of the barriers, and just one of 4 court lights was still working. It wasn't a spot he'd choose for his kids to hang out, but the deepening shadows and empty court gave Jack the cover he needed. From this bench, he had a clear line of sight to Phase Line Alpha, a view that would soon become crucial. Right on schedule, a dark sedan rolled past. At first, it blended seamlessly with the river of cars on R10. The only thing that stood out was who was inside Trident is at Phase Line Alpha, Ding reported, just as the vehicle drew even with Teoko Street. Hitting its left signal, the car executed a U-turn through traffic, aiming for the cluster of corroded buildings that signaled the start of the waterfront district west of the highway. Jack relayed this to Jad and Carrie, watching closely to see if any other cars would trail the campus operatives westward. Normally, during a surveillance detection run, you avoid flashy moves like U-turns. The whole idea is to keep a tail guessing, is this person meeting a spy or just running errands? A sudden U-turn is basically flipping on a neon sign that says the action is starting. Usually. But here in the Philippines, like in much of Asia, the rules of the road are more like loose guidelines. Traffic signs are suggestions, and aggressive maneuvers are commonplace. The waterfront location helped too. Even with constant traffic on R10, there were no cross streets or traffic lights to allow an easy crossing, making Jack's perch ideal for spotting a surveillance team. He watched a stream of scooters and cars pass the basketball courts as Clark's taillights disappeared into the maze of alleys leading to the waterfront. After a couple minutes of observation, Jack felt reassured. No one had followed Clark. So far, so good. Skeptor, this is Reaper. I think we're in the clear, or maybe not. Mario Reyes studied the 2 men before him, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. They looked tough, as he'd anticipated, but not with the inflated, steroid-fed bulk common among Mon's enforcers. These men were lean, almost wiry, as if every non-essential ounce had been stripped away. They seemed forged from something harder than bone, more like iron and cable. Their faces held a focused intensity that wasn't openly hostile, but radiated a quiet, formidable energy from across the courtyard. They carried themselves like men who knew violence intimately, yet without the theatrical swagger of local toughs or street gang posturing. They were methodical, precise soldiers. No matter the precise label, their posture and demeanor spoke of men thoroughly educated in the craft of death, fluent in all its grim variations. Yet they were undeniably aged. After transmitting the images of the device to his American associate, Mario had received the anticipated response. The contact from the United States was intensely interested in what Mon Mun's fishermen had hauled from the sea. He would dispatch a team to retrieve it, offering a finder's fee, half up front, the remainder upon delivery. The haggling over the sum was brief, essentially non-existent. Mario had named a wildly inflated price, and the American had agreed without hesitation. This left Mario both pleased and oddly melancholy. As a banker, he knew the cardinal rule of any deal. Leaving money unclaimed was a folly almost as great as overpaying. But that was a concern for another day. Mario had secured twice what he'd promised Mon Mon and kept his American ally content. And while Mario was no blind admirer of Americans, he was a pragmatist. In his volatile world, a friend within U.S. intelligence was a connection worth nurturing. Once the financial terms were settled, the American relayed a set of clear directives. His collectors would meet Mario at the fish market at a specified hour. Mario was to guide them to Mon's warehouse and hand over the device. Simple, except the visitors he now faced were not the young brash operatives he had pictured. Mario? The query came from the older of the two, a man well into his 60s, whom Mario would have judged past his prime for such field work. A more unsettling thought then occurred to him, perhaps even at 60. This man remained more lethal than agents half his age. Meeting the man's pale, icy gaze and taking in his weathered features, Mario hoped that particular theory would never be tested. Yes, Mario replied in English, the common tongue of business. He suspected that, had he not the man's brown-skinned partner, would have effortlessly conversed in several other languages. Good, the older man said. I'm Clark. This is Chavez. You have something for us? Chavez was perhaps 15 years younger than Clark. His thick black hair shot through with gray, though a good 6 inches shorter. His broad chest and heavy shoulders compensated for his stature. More than his build, it was his focused intensity that commanded attention. Chavez's face was creased with what might have been laugh lines, but he radiated a sense of purpose as tangible as heat from a stove. These were not men to be taken lightly. Mario felt a knot of apprehension tighten in his stomach. They weren't old-timers being put out to pasture, but neither were they the junior enforcers he'd expected. It suggested the device's value far exceeded his initial estimate. He should have demanded more money. The thought of renegotiating flickered and died unspoken. The same instinct that helped him spot lucrative real estate deals his rivals overlooked now urged him to be satisfied with the agreed sum and conclude this transaction. Swiftly, men of this caliber weren't deployed for routine errands. It was best to part with the device before any unforeseen trouble could arise. Will your friend be joining us? Mario asked, gesturing toward their vehicle where the driver sat, visible behind the grimy windshield, watching intently. No, Clark stated, his tone leaving no room for discussion. Fine. Mario wanted this over with. Every passing second made his hard-won fee feel less substantial. No problem, he said, pulling open the warehouse's heavy metal door to usher them inside. You'll be on your way shortly. The dim, cluttered interior of the building, however, seemed to whisper a different promise entirely. Reaper, this is Scepter. Go ahead, Jack said into his comms. Roger, Scepter, Carrie's voice crackled in reply. I've got 5 military-aged males southwest of your position where the boardwalk meets the pier. They were tucked away between a pair of docked fishing vessels and a delivery van, likely out of Trident's line of sight. I'm marking them as Charlie 1. Overjack acknowledged. Scepter copies. Relaying to Trident, keep watching and update. Carrie responded with 2 quick mic clicks, and a red diamond tagged C1 popped up on Jack's phone screen. Similar to his past mission with Special Forces, the team was using a customized version of the Military Coordination app, ATAK. This platform fused data from multiple sources, giving everyone a shared real-time view. It could overlay live drone feeds and, crucially, let one operator's markers, like Carrie's Charlie 1, instantly appear for the whole team. That meant Clark's assault element would get the warning, provided they were checking their screens. Trident, Scepter here, Jack radioed approach to Macbeth, looks clear from my position. Heads up, Reaper has spotted 5 potential hostiles southwest of the target, designated Charlie 1, over Dom's voice came through as ringside. Scepter, ringside copies all. We never thought this would be a ghost town. If Reaper maintains visual on Charlie 1, you are cleared to move over. Roger that, ringside, Jack said, standing up. Dom using his ringside call sign meant Clark and Ding were already engaged with their local contact and off the net. Time to move. With a deep breath, he darted across the chaotic street during a brief lull, a maneuver local kids performed with casual phone-absorbed indifference. An old colleague once joked that traffic here worked on a principle of collective momentum rather than rules, watching a teenager glide across without ever looking up from his screen. Jack felt a pang of being decidedly out of his element, or just officially old. By the time he reached the western edge of R10, his shirt was damp with sweat. The Navota's green zone offered a stark contrast to the sparse park he'd left behind, with its tidy walkways and landscaped gardens, but Jack wasn't here for the view. Its northern tip sat only about 500 yards from Macbeth. More importantly, while the manicured lawn ended a short distance from the west-leading road Clark had taken, a dense thicket of brush continued right up to a crumbling perimeter wall. Jack's plan was to navigate through that brush to a specific, heavily foliaged spot he'd pinpointed on satellite photos. There, a gnarled neem tree's limbs reached over the wall like beckoning arms, granting access to an alley that ran parallel to Clark's route. The Filipino contact had already agreed on a price for the Chinese drone, but Jack wanted to be nearby if the man got any last-minute ideas about changing the terms, perhaps with a show of force. Pushing through the undergrowth, he counted his steps, hitting the 100-meter mark. Landmarks that seemed clear from above could be confusing on the ground, but the pace count kept him oriented. He needn't have worried. The tree was exactly where it was supposed to be, its twisted branches creating a perfect ladder over the ancient stone. After a swift check to confirm he was alone, Jack unzipped his pack, revealing a compact folded MP5 submachine gun. Since using it on a prior operation, he'd grown to appreciate the weapon's reliable accuracy and easy concealment. It couldn't match the long-range punch of a rifle, but for the close-quarters work he anticipated, it was the ideal tool. Jack's modified submachine gun, complete with a built-in suppressor, fit snugly into the single-point sling concealed under his open shirt. Clark and Ding had their handguns hidden, while Dom kept a spare MP5 on the passenger seat beside him. As the team's marksman, Carrie and Jad were armed with HK 416 rifles, each fitted with an under-barrel 40mm grenade launcher, not standard Green Beret issue, but Jad had declared them perfectly suited for the job. Jack scaled the tree, edged along the branch stretching over the wall, and dropped down on the other side. The sharp hiss that met him on landing was unnerving, though it thankfully wasn't from a waiting cobra. Instead, he found himself staring at a crouched orange cat, hunched protectively over the remains of a fish, its ears pinned back. "It's all yours," Jack murmured, rising slowly to get his bearings. The cat hissed once more before resuming its meal. Jack could only hope the rest of the operation would go half as quietly. "Scepter, this is Reaper." Carrie's voice came through. We have military-aged males near Charlie 1 moving southwest along the pier, away from the red sector of Macbeth. Over. That was promising. Following Carrie and Jad's color-coded system, the four sides of the target building, code-named Macbeth, were each assigned a color. White marked the southern face and the entry point for Ding and Clark. Black designated the northern rear, which backed up to the docks and water. Green was the eastern side nearest to Rally Point 10, while red covered the western exposure, facing a long pier lined with derelict fishing boats. If those men were moving away from the red side, they might be heading back to a boat at the very least. They were putting distance between themselves, Macbeth, and the alley where Jack was positioned south of the White Wall. The situation was improving. Scepter, this is ringside. Dom cut in. "We've got a problem," Jack muttered a curse under his breath. It wasn't the building itself that gave Mario a moment's hesitation. The place still carried the heavy stench of fish, with murky seawater standing in patches on the grimy concrete floor. The weak lighting did little to push back the dense shadows. A lone bulb hung over the stainless steel cleaning station, throwing a pallid yellow glow onto the device resting there. All of that was expected. What wasn't expected was the group of men clustered around it, with Danilo standing squarely in the middle. "What's going on here?" The question came from the older American Clark, just as before. And just as before, Mario detected a sharp edge beneath the words, only now it felt less like a hint of steel and more like a fully drawn blade. "This is Danilo," Mario explained, keeping his tone deliberately casual despite the tension thickening the air. "He's my cousin's lieutenant. His crew was the one that pulled the device from the water." Danilo and his men looked just as startled by the arrival of Mario and the Americans as Mario was to see them there. Looking closer, Mario realized these five weren't part of Mon's usual circle. Though dressed in the standard dock worker attire of shorts and short-sleeved shirts, the tattoos winding down their forearms lacked the distinctive grinning skull emblem of his cousin's crew. "What is happening, Danilo?" Mario asked, switching to Tagalog. Since Danilo didn't speak English, and Mario desperately hoped the Americans didn't understand Tagalog either, he pressed on with a growing sense of dread. Whatever came next was unlikely to please the visitors. "Plans have changed," Danilo stated flatly. Mon has decided to sell the device to another buyer. Mario's relationship with Danilo had always been tense. While he held real affection for his cousin, he couldn't say the same for most of the men in Mon's orbit. Danilo was a straightforward criminal, his personality as rough as his bristly, close-cropped hair and narrow features. The whole scene felt like a poorly staged play, and Mario was stuck in the middle with no good lines. The man's sharp eyes and narrow face gave him a distinctly rodent-like appearance, an impression Mario felt was well earned by the thug's behavior. He had never liked Danilo, but the man was, for better or worse, his cousin Mon's representative. Mario studied the new arrivals more carefully, their arms adorned with intricate tattoos. He saw the coiling bodies of dragons, their tails wrapping around the unmistakable English numerals and letters, 14K. His cousin was proving to be more shrewd than Mario had assumed. These men belonged to the 14K Triad, a Chinese criminal organization notorious for its connections. Mon was playing a clever game. Handing over the glider to this group would forge an alliance with a formidable underworld power, a useful counterweight against the ambitious local gangs encroaching on his territory. Simultaneously, this move would curry favor with interests in Beijing, potentially easing the relentless pressure his fishing fleet faced in the contested waters. It was a savvy maneuver, Mario had to admit. If one ignored the armed Americans standing just behind him, "I apologize," Mario said, turning to Clark. "It seems my cousin has reconsidered the sale." Meeting Clark's gaze, several truths became immediately clear to Mario. First, the Americans grasped the situation perfectly. Second, they showed no intention of leaving empty-handed. Third, and most critically, he was now squarely in the middle of two very dangerous groups. "You catch all that?" Clark asked, glancing at his companion. "Enough," Chavez replied. My language skills are a bit out of practice, but the gist is the little guy is trying to sell our merchandise to someone else. Clark gave a slight nod before fixing his eyes back on Mario. Inform your cousin, we will double the other party's offer. I'm sorry, Mario said, the inevitable outcome already settling in his gut, but I do not believe tell him. Clark's voice was low, but it carried a finality that brooked no argument. Mario nodded, his throat dry, and fumbled for his phone. What are you doing? Danilo snapped. Calling my cousin, Mario answered, dialing. The triad enforcer nearest to Danilo moved his hand toward his waist. Then everything dissolved into chaos. Ringside, this is Scepter. Jack's voice was tight. Define trouble. Scepter ringside, Dom responded. Ding just initiated the Alamo signal. Any thought of stealth abandoned. Jack broke into a full sprint. This was the aspect of campus operations he was beginning to dislike more with each mission. While they always operated at the razor's edge, Jack now evaluated their tactics through the prism of his harrowing experience in North Korea. On that mission, he'd been backed by a full SEAL team with Green Beret sniper support. When everything went sideways, as it always did, he had the immense comfort of 12 highly trained operators and all the firepower they brought to a fight. The campus team had courage to spare, but sometimes sheer numbers were a tactical advantage you couldn't simulate. Ringside Scepter, Jack transmitted as he ran. Copy Alamo. I am en route now. Can you provide a situation report? Over, Clark? Ever the planner had arranged a silent alert system. Their phones were configured to send specific coded audio tones, one for a developing problem, Alamo, and another for a last stand fight. Custer. In Jack's career, those two signals tended to arrive as a pair, a predictable prelude to violence. Scepter, ringside. Nothing yet, Dom said. They just went inside and standby. Clark had just activated the continuous broadcast function. This was precisely why Jack and his Green Beret snipers were on one communications channel while the entry team and Dom operated on another. Though Clark and Ding couldn't risk whispering in a room full of potential hostiles, they could switch their microphones to transmit constantly. These specialized mics were engineered to capture only the vibrations of the speaker's vocal cords, so they wouldn't relay background noise, but they were far better than having no audio at all. All right, Dom's voice came through, tense and low. Sounds like they've got unexpected visitors inside the warehouse. Clark just demanded to know what was happening. Then he offered to double the payment for the glider. I've got a bad feeling this whole operation is about to spiral. Jack shared that feeling completely. The only real question was whether this spiral would be resolved through tense negotiation or violent confrontation, given how the day had gone so far. Jack was putting his money on gunfire. Copy that, Jack replied, breathing heavily as he sprinted down a grimy alley littered with refuse. I'm almost at position, Lear. Break, Reaper. This is Scepter. Stand by to initiate the contingency plan over position. Lear was a loading dock situated just southwest of the target warehouse, code-named Macbeth. It would allow Jack to stage almost directly on top of the objective while staying concealed. From there, he only needed to vault a low wall separating an adjacent structure from Macbeth. In short, it put him close enough to intervene if everything went loud. At least that was the theory. As much as Jack liked the idea of charging in to rescue Clark, he knew that he and Dom alone probably wouldn't be enough to swing a full-blown firefight. For that, they'd need the Green Berets. But there was a complication. The Army commandos were staged in a hide site roughly 350 meters northeast of Macbeth. It wasn't an impossible distance, but to reach Jack, they'd have to cross a section of the industrial harbor. The overland route required crossing a bridge and then hooking east down the same narrow alley Clark and Ding had used earlier. 2 Honda scooters were parked and ready at the base of the building where Jad and Carrie were hiding, intended for this exact scenario. But the Green Berets' response would still be measured in minutes, not seconds, in a close-quarters battle. Minutes could mean the difference between everyone walking away and a body count. With that grim reality in mind, Jack had pre-briefed a fallback plan, an option to pull the snipers forward if the situation turned sour. Since this move meant abandoning their overwatch and leaving the assault team without eyes, Jack wanted to reserve it for a true emergency. Based on the tension in Clark's transmission, that emergency was now Scepter. "This is Reaper." Carrie's calm voice cut in. "Be advised, I have a small watercraft approaching Macbeth from the black side, moving at high speed. The cabin is enclosed, and the deck appears clear, so I don't have a passenger count, but it's heading straight for the dock over." Jack cursed under his breath, pushing himself to run even faster. This was the exact threat the sniper hide was meant to monitor their position, let the Green Berets cover the assault team while keeping watch on Macbeth's vulnerable rear waterfront. Jack felt a surge of frustration. Should he order the commandos to pack up and reinforce his admittedly thin, quick reaction force, or have them maintain surveillance on the mysterious boat? Keeping eyes on the boat was the safer, more cautious choice. After all, it was John Clark and Ding Chavez in that building, not some untested rookies. In Jack's estimation, there wasn't much the Rainbow Commander and his top operator hadn't seen and survived. He keyed his mic, about to instruct Carrie and Jad to stay in place, when Dom's transmission overrode his scepter. "This is ringside. Custer, Custer, Custer over." Sometimes Jack absolutely despised being right. He fought the impulse to ask Dom for details. Clark had just called Custer when one of the most dangerous men Jack had ever known signaled that his life was in immediate jeopardy. The specifics became irrelevant. The time for debate was over. Jack's entire world narrowed to a single urgent goal: get himself and every ounce of firepower into the fray without a second's delay. "Ringside, Scepter, I copy Custer," he barked into the radio. "Break! Break! Reaper, this is Scepter. Split your team. One stays on the boat. The other comes to my position immediately. Reaper copies all." Carrie's voice came back, steady and clear. "Reaper 1 is en route." Hearing Carrie's confirmation was a small relief, but Jack's immediate task was right in front of him. He gripped the railing and swung himself over the side, his boots landing with a thick splash in a murky cocktail of seawater, spilled oil, and other unidentifiable dock filth. He ignored it completely, his focus already on the red-painted door of the Macbeth. A sudden movement to his right snapped his attention and his HK toward a potential threat. It was only at the last second he recognized Dom sprinting for the same entrance. The adrenaline had made him forget. Dom was supposed to be stacking with him. If Clark and Ding were already engaged inside, it would be tactical suicide for him and Dom to come in right behind them, walking straight into the fatal funnel of the doorway. "One coming in!" Jack whispered sharply. Dom flinched, a clear sign Jack wasn't the only one whose thinking was racing ahead of his training. That was a debrief topic for later. Since Dom had reached the door first, he took point in their two-man stack. He pressed his weapon into his shoulder, his entire being focused on the rust-streaked metal door, every inch the seasoned operator he was. Jack slid around his cousin, positioning himself on the opposite side of the frame. In a two-man stack, the job of breacher fell to Jack. Ideally, he'd have waited for Carrie to make it a more lethal trio. But the sporadic gunfire echoing from inside the building was a stark reminder that ideals had no place here. Jack caught Dom's eye, got a sharp nod, and tried the handle, locked, shifting his HK. He aimed at where he guessed the locking bolt would be and fired a controlled 3-round burst. It wasn't a textbook breach, but the thin metal siding was no match for the 9mm rounds. He just hoped the lock felt the same way. The muzzle blast echoed off the nearby wall, washing over his face. It didn't matter now. It was all about speed and overwhelming force. The aluminum door panel crumpled under the assault. Through the jagged hole, the shattered bolt protruded like a broken fang in a grotesque smile. Jack grabbed the handle with one hand, twisted, and hauled backward. Metal screamed in protest, but the door gave way, swinging open. Dom flowed through the opening like water, and Jack tucked in behind him. Inside, chaos ruled. Entering from the left, Dom immediately button-hooked in that direction. Standard procedure would have Jack sweep right standard procedure. But as he began his turn, Jack remembered Clark and Ding were supposed to be ahead of them. He corrected his movement mid-stride. If his teammates were behind his current position, then the threat had to be in front of him. One glance confirmed it. The interior was a grimy, dimly lit rectangle, and it was a battlefield. At first, Jack was puzzled. A cluster of at least 5 tattooed men were huddled to his left, using only a flimsy fish gut-stained metal table as pathetic cover. Clark and Ding should have neutralized them already. Then the sharp, distinctive crack of a semi-automatic rifle cut through the din, and he understood. A storage loft ran along the far wall, probably used to keep nets and gear above the foul mix of fish waste and saltwater sloshing on the floor. It also provided a perfect perch for a pair of shooters, who now had the entire room under their guns. Jack settled the glowing red reticle of his EOTech sight onto the lead target, his thumb clicking the MP5 selector to semi-auto. The moment the crimson dot steadied, he started the deliberate trigger squeeze, advancing with a fluid rolling stride that belied the hammering in his chest. Moving toward the knot of armed men felt wrong in his gut, but staying put was a death sentence. An attacker closing the distance triggered something primal. Those snipers' minds might understand the range, but their instincts wouldn't be so certain. His first 2 rounds struck low, sparking against the metal grating. The next 2 found their home. Over the ringing in his ears, Jack registered the staccato bursts as Dom and the rest of the campus team engaged the figures crouched behind the fish processing table. A sniper's body tumbled lifeless from the loft above. Without breaking rhythm, Jack shifted fire to the second shooter. Properly applied, suppressive fire didn't just pin a target, it dismantled his nerve. Unlike the frantic, panicked bursts of a frightened man, a steady, disciplined rain of bullets spoke of an opponent in utter control. Jack had no clean line of sight, but the relentless stream of 9mm rounds chewing into the loft floor and the crates serving as cover did the work for him. The sniper scrambled into a crouch, undoubtedly trying to fall back. He never made it. Jack sent 4 rapid pairs into the man's center mass before swiveling back to the main floor. Dom had been thorough. Of the 5 hostiles on their feet when Jack breached, 3 were down, 1 remained standing, weapon raised, while his partner bolted for the exit. Jack panned his sight left and put an aimed pair into the standing gunman just as Dom did the same. The shooter whirled and collapsed across the fish table before sliding to the concrete. Jack tracked right, centered the dot on the fleeing man's back, and pressed the trigger twice more. Then there was nothing left to shoot. "Clear front," Jack announced. "Clear side," Dom echoed. "Clear rear." Jack turned toward the familiar sound of Clark's voice and got his first real look at the team. The sight tightened his throat. John Clark stood upright, seemingly unscathed. Ding Chavez was another story. The former Rainbow leader was slumped against the wall, his cig still clutched in one hand, a dark red stain blooming across his right shoulder. "Ding," Jack said, already moving toward him when a transmission crackled in his earpiece. "Scepter, Reaper 2. Boat still inbound to the dock. 15 seconds over." Jack's eyes met Clark's Jad. The Green Beret had clearly patched himself into their assault net on his own initiative. Those guys were seriously sharp. "You and Dom check that boat," Clark ordered. "Mario will help me get Ding to the car." For the first time, Jack noticed their asset. The Filipino banker was pressed flat against the wall, trying to make himself invisible. To his credit, he straightened up at Clark's command, even though his thin legs trembled visibly. The guy had spine, no question. "On it?" Jack replied. He sprinted across the floor, doing his best to ignore the dark spreading puddles. Gunfights weren't new to him, but the claustrophobic intensity of this one had left his nerves frayed. His system was now processing the massive dump of combat adrenaline, leaving him with a jittery over-caffeinated buzz. Scepter, Reaper 1, 5 seconds, Carrie's voice came through. Roger, Reaper 1, Jack answered, shoving open the building's heavy black side door. The cool night air hit his face. We have one Eagle wounded in action. Rally on the red side of Macbeth to assist with casualty evacuation over. Reaper, 1 copies all. Jack had paused in the doorway while talking to Carrie. Managing multiple moving pieces over the radio sometimes required a moment of still focus to picture the entire chessboard. He hadn't even realized he'd stopped until Dom tapped him on the shoulder. Jack's focus snapped toward the water, his gaze fixed on the approaching speedboat. He moved, but Dom was faster, shoving him hard from behind. The world detonated in a flash of noise and force. The relentless roar of the ocean pulled him back to consciousness, a sound that hammered against his aching skull. Salt water burned his eyes and throat. Gasping, he tried to sit up, only to collapse back into the surf. The shock of nearly drowning finally jolted him fully awake. Coughing violently, he crawled from the shallows near the dock, his mind a fog. How had he gotten here? The deafening noise he'd thought was waves resolved into a persistent, high-pitched ringing, an explosion. His ears were ringing from an explosion. Nauseous and unsteady, he forced himself to stand. The water around him was littered with wreckage, splintered wood, twisted metal, and the foul stench of dead fish. Then he saw it. A shape he'd mistaken for debris was a body floating face down. Dom. With a muttered oath, Jack waded over, hooked his hands under Dom's shoulders, and began the agonizing haul toward shore. It was only about 10 feet, but with his concussion and the sucking mud of the shoreline, it felt like a mile. His legs wobbled, vertigo threatening to drop him with every step. He fell twice, gritting his teeth as he forced himself back up. Dom was a dead weight, and Jack could do nothing for him until they were on dry land. The sputtering growl of an outboard motor signaled the slow return of his hearing. He glanced up to see a boat racing away into the distance, trailing a plume of exhaust. He dismissed it instantly. His only concern was right here. With a final heave, Jack dragged Dom onto the slick, algae-covered beach and dropped to his knees. The sight was grim. A jagged piece of steel was buried deep in Dom's leg, likely driven into the bone. But the head wound was worse. Blood matted Dom's hair. The skull seemed intact, but internal swelling could kill him without immediate surgical intervention. Brain damage, or worse, was a real possibility. He needed a hospital now. Jack keyed his radio. Any station this net scepter has an eagle down on the black side of Macbeth. I say again, eagle down? A familiar voice crackled a reply, but the persistent ringing in Jack's ears garbled the words. Instead of asking for a repeat, he tore open the cargo pocket on Dom's right leg. Thankfully, Dom had followed protocol, carrying the low-profile medical pouch Ding Chavez had designed based on hard lessons from years of combat. It wasn't much, a few one-handed tourniquets, some quick-clot gauze, a compact pressure bandage, but with luck it would be enough. Dom, can you hear me? Jack asked. The steady rise and fall of Dom's chest confirmed he was breathing, and a check of his neck found a thready but present pulse. That was the only positive sign. Jack swiftly applied a tourniquet above the leg wound, twisting the rod until the bleeding stopped and locking it in place. Dom didn't stir. He was in deep trouble, shaking out the pressure bandage. Jack stared at the head injury. To apply it, he'd have to lift Dom's head, a dangerous move without a way to stabilize his neck first. One wrong shift could turn a survivable injury into a permanent paralyzing one. Jack was about to key the radio a second time when a hand gripped his shoulder. "We're leaving, Jack, right now." He looked up to find Carrie standing over him. "I need to stabilize his neck first," Jack insisted. "That head wound needs pressure." "There's no time," Carrie replied, though his fingers were already checking Dom's spine. "It feels stable. We can treat him in the vehicle. You need to be calling the shots, not working as a medic." "Why me?" Jack asked, his voice thick. "I'm the junior man here." "Not anymore," Carey stated flatly, sliding his hands under Dom's shoulders, dings concussed, fading in and out. You're in charge. What about Clark? Jack forced the words out. Is he? Alive, Carey said. But they took him. He nodded toward the retreating boat on the water. Clark was on that launch? The reality of it refused to make sense. I don't get it, Jack muttered. Car, now, Carey ordered. Grab his legs. Together they lifted Dom's limp form and began slogging up the muddy bank, the distant wail of sirens carrying over the bay. It was really happening. In mere moments, Clark had been captured, Ding was out of action, and Dom was critically wounded. The team had been systematically dismantled. Everyone was down, everyone except him. Jack had imagined he understood the weight of command. He'd been wrong. Jack! Hey, Jack! The voice sounded distant. Jack met Carey's eyes in the rearview mirror. He's crashing, Jack. Part of Jack recognized the Green Beret's deliberate, repeated use of his name, a technique to keep him grounded. He didn't want to admit it, but he was teetering on the edge of shock. Clark! Gone! Ding out! Dom dying! Each fact was a hammer blow to his focus, and a seductive, numb warmth whispered at the edges of his mind. He swiped blood from his face with his left hand, his right clenched on the steering wheel. Perforated eardrums. Just perfect. He wanted to blame his injuries for the fog in his head, but he knew better. For the first time on an operation, Ding, Clark, and the rest were out of the fight. He was the only one left standing, the one responsible. It was time he started acting like it. He adjusted the mirror to see the frantic scene in the back. The 7-seat Mitsubishi was packed. Mario sat silently beside him in the passenger seat, shell-shocked. The banker had helped load the glider, but had since retreated into a silent stupor. Ding was slumped against the door behind Mario, drifting in and out, a bloody bandage darkening on his shoulder. The rear seats were folded flat, and Dom was laid out across them. Carey and Jad were crouched over his unresponsive form, their movements urgent as they began chest compressions. His cousin was dying right there, and Jack could do nothing but drive. Closing his eyes briefly, Jack rubbed the bridge of his nose, mentally replaying those final instants before the blast. He saw himself pausing in the doorway to answer the radio call, then Dom shoving him violently clear. After that, nothing but his mind kept circling back to that fatal hesitation. His own momentary freeze had forced Dom to pause, too. Then something had clicked for his cousin, maybe the faint click of a relay, or that primal honed instinct operators develop. Whatever the trigger, Dom's split-second premonition had made him act, throwing Jack to safety. Dom had taken the full force of the blast because Jack had stalled. He might have just gotten his cousin killed. Jack's name cut through the tension. A sharp command? On it? He rasped, his voice raw and shredded. Forcing himself to look away from Dom's motionless body, he focused on the man beside him. The polished financier from the dossier photo was gone, replaced by a trembling, wide-eyed creature who looked ready to bolt from the vehicle and its grim cargo. Jack got it. He leaned closer, his words deliberate and clear. Mario, we need your help right now. People mocked Americans for talking slow and loud to foreigners, but there was a brutal logic to it. Pure terror could scramble a mind, and Mario was clearly drowning in it. No, Mario stammered, shaking his head. I have done enough. That ambush was a setup, Jack stated, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Your cousin either betrayed you or his whole operation is being gutted from the inside. Neither option leaves you in a good spot. You need protection, and we need a doctor. A good one who knows how to keep his mouth shut. I am a banker. Mario protested, his voice rising. Not some, you're a banker with connections, Jack interrupted, talking right over him. People who owe you. Call in those favors. I need a private clinic, fully equipped, or my friend bleeds out in your back seat. This isn't a request. You ask for the impossible, Mario whispered. I know exactly what I'm asking. Jack said, a new, almost sarcastic edge creeping into his voice. "And I know you, finance was my old life too. You're a deal maker, so let's make a deal. This could be the simplest, most profitable transaction of your career. Your cousin's enterprise is undergoing a violent merger, and your name is on the ledger, bold as brass. Help us, and we make sure you and your family walk away from this mess." What if we wish to go to America?" Mario ventured, a flicker of desperate hope in his eyes. "Start packing," Jack said flatly. "But my friend needs a surgeon, not a travel agent." "I have a very large family," Mario pressed. "Get us the clinic and the doctor, and you can bring your entire neighborhood for all I care," Jack snapped, the patience evaporating from his voice. "But if he dies while we're negotiating the fine print, I will become a profoundly unhappy man. Do you understand?" Mario was silent for a long moment, the only sound the strained breathing from the back. Finally, he gave a slow, resigned nod. "Turn right at the next light," he said, pointing a shaky finger. "I will make a call." Jack wrenched the wheel at the intersection and pressed the accelerator, the engine growling for once. The chaotic, swarming traffic of Manila was a welcome distraction, something to focus on besides the frantic efforts behind him or the difficult call he'd have to make once they arrived. The sudden ring of her desk phone made Mary Pat jump. It wasn't that she was unaccustomed to calls. As Director of National Intelligence, her line was theoretically busy around the clock. In practice, her assistant, Sam, functioned as a human firewall, meticulously guarding her schedule. Mary Pat had initially resisted the protocol, clinging to her field hand mentality of being always accessible. She'd learned quickly. Those days of clandestine meetings in foreign parks were a memory. She was a bureaucrat now, and the system treated her as one. An unscheduled ring from her direct line was never a social call. Hand stopped halfway to the receiver, frozen by the caller ID display. Where a name or number should have been, the screen simply read. Unknown, Mary Pat's personal cell was as cluttered with spam calls as any ordinary American's, but her office line was a fortress. To slip past Sam's watchful screening, a caller had to enter a sequence of numeric codes after a silent prompt. Only a select few possessed those codes, and their names were already saved in Mary Pat's contact. In all her years as Director of National Intelligence, an unknown number had never broken through. Until this moment, she picked up the black handset, her fingers tightening around the plastic. "Hello, Mary Pat. It's Jack." "Jack?" She didn't mask her shock. "What's going on?" "It's bad, Mary Pat," Jack said, his voice strained. "Really bad?" She listened in silence as her oldest friend's son laid out the situation. By the time he finished, one thought echoed in her mind. He wasn't exaggerating. It was a disaster. "MP, I didn't think I'd see you today." John Patrick Ryan rose from the resolute desk, turning away from the windows that framed the rose garden. In 2 swift steps, he moved around the desk's corner to embrace one of his closest confidantes. Mary Pat accepted the hug from the most powerful man on earth, her thoughts spinning. During her half-hour drive from the Liberty Crossing Intelligence Campus to the White House, she had rehearsed several ways to broach the subject, only to reject every one. This was the peril of serving alongside a friend. She would follow this man anywhere without hesitation, yet she had also grown fiercely defensive of his well-being. Next to his wife, Kathy, Mary Pat had the clearest view of the personal costs he had endured while holding the world's most coveted position. Everyone saw how the office aged a person. Almost no one grasped what it did to a person's spirit. "Thank you for fitting me in, sir." The president's smile faded at the formal address. Though they had been allies long before Ryan's unexpected journey into politics, Mary Pat still afforded him the respect his office commanded. In public and private, Jack insisted she drop the title. The role of commander-in-chief brought immense power and profound loneliness. Early in his first term, Jack had confessed that only a handful of people outside his family still saw him as a person. not just the president. Mary Pat was one of them, and the price he asked for their continued friendship was the use of his first name. As with nearly everything he requested, she had agreed. But even though they were alone in the Oval Office, Mary Pat wasn't here to speak to her friend. She needed the president. "Just say it, Mary Pat," Jack urged. "No games between us." You know that? She did know. She also knew her friend was still healing from a trauma whose full weight he hadn't yet confronted. Years ago, the love of his life had almost been killed by an IRA assassin. Jack once told her that seeing Kathy bloodied and unconscious in a hospital bed was the darkest moment he had known. Mary Pat no longer believed that was true. A year earlier, Kathy Ryan had been taken hostage and held for a full day. Those 24 hours had scarred the president's soul. True to his unwavering moral code, her friend had stepped back from his duties. But what followed was somehow worse. Stripped of the presidency, Jack Ryan became just another man, powerless, forced to wait while the woman he loved suffered at the hands of monsters. Kathy was rescued, and while her physical wounds were minor, the psychological damage ran deep. His wife had come terrifyingly close to death. Mary Pat understood all too well the lingering scars left by trauma, having faced her own mortality more than once. She knew the First Lady had left a part of herself in that desolate safe house, and now she feared the president might be enduring a similar, silent anguish. "Your immediate family is secure, Mr. President," she stated, her voice steady. His reaction was immediate, a complex flash of understanding and relief that made her feel foolish for not leading with that crucial assurance. Jack Ryan had been an intelligence analyst long before the presidency, a man who could read a room and a purpose in an instant. She should have known he would decipher her solitary entrance immediately. For a fleeting moment, she saw not the commander-in-chief, but the man, the relief bright in his eyes, the caught breath he finally released. He had once offered her the vice presidency, a role she had declined. On many a sleepless night, she had revisited that decision, but seeing his raw concern now confirmed her choice. Personal risk was one thing. The constant dread that every briefing could herald the loved one's loss was a weight she was not built to carry. "Then what is it?" Ryan pressed his voice tight. "The campus, sir," Mary Pat replied. "They walked into an ambush. Your nephew, Dom Caruso, is in a coma with an uncertain prognosis. Clark is wounded and missing. Ding is out of action. Jack Jr. is bruised, but otherwise okay. He's the one who called it in." Ryan absorbed the blow with another shuddering breath. "Tell me everything," he ordered. Mary Pat gathered her thoughts. Dom was family. Clark, while not related by blood, was as integral to the Ryan circle as anyone could be, a cornerstone of that original band of brothers alongside Jack Sr. and Ding to the president, bound by a shared code of honor. That distinction was meaningless. "The team was on a covert mission to retrieve a Chinese undersea glider from Manila," she explained. "We believe it's a node in a new distributed sensor network. The Chinese are deploying across the South China Sea to track our submarines," Ryan stated flatly. Of course, he'd grasp it instantly. The navalist in him, the analyst who cracked the Red October case, never truly faded. "Correct," Mary Pat confirmed. "Flash traffic from the USS Delaware suggests the network is operational. I tasked the campus because the glider was in Manila and you didn't want the CIA caught stealing from a nominal ally," Jack finished, gesturing for her to continue. A wry, almost sarcastic smile touched his lips. "I understand the necessity. I just don't have to enjoy the moral gymnastics of it, do I?" Mary Pat recognized this wasn't a critique of her, but of the shadowy world they operated in. Jack Ryan possessed an almost antiquated sense of honor. Concepts of right and wrong were concrete to him. He believed in American exceptionalism not as blind patriotism, but as a historical fact, that the nation, for all its flaws, had been a unique force for good. He accepted the need for deniable assets like the campus, but it chafed against his principles. "In any event, sir, the glider appears to have been bait for my team." Ryan's question was sharp. "How?" This was the puzzle that had haunted her since the call. If Jack Jr.'s assessment was accurate, the operatives in that warehouse weren't merely waiting. They had meticulously prepared a kill zone. The how remains unclear, Mary Pat admitted, the frustration evident in her tone. The setup implied a devastating level of foreknowledge, a chilling detail that pointed to a breach far deeper than any of them had feared. The early evidence certainly leans in that direction, though I'm hesitant to open that specific can of worms just yet. What I can say with confidence is that Clark and his team walked straight into a trap designed for Americans. Jack pressed for details. An informant had led Clark and Ding to the warehouse holding the glider Jr., positioned elsewhere, wasn't part of the initial entry, so the next moments are unclear. "We know Clark activated a distress signal," Dom Jr., and 2 non-campus operators responded. "Who were they?" Ryan asked. "A pair of Green Berets," Mary Pat replied. "Carrie and Jad," Ryan finished, dragging his hands down his face. The weight of the moment was palpable. What a brutal first real-world test for those men. Mary Pat waited, knowing her boss's unique perspective. Unlike many of his predecessors, Jack Ryan Sr., a former Marine, never saw combat as an abstract concept. He made it his business to know the names of those who paid the ultimate price, especially on his orders. That he knew these 2 soldiers wasn't a shock, but it did highlight how deeply read-in he was on an organization she nominally oversaw. A clearer chain of command might be a necessary discussion later. "Yes," she continued, after the silence stretched. Carrie was still inbound, and Jad was providing overwatch from a concealed sniper position. It was Jack and Dom who entered the building and helped neutralize the immediate threat. At that point, Ding was the only casualty, and then Jack's voice was tight. "Then it gets chaotic," Mary Pat said. Jad reported a boat speeding toward the pier. As Jack and Dom moved to get visual confirmation, a bomb inside the warehouse detonated. Jack was thrown clear, but Ding, Clark, and Dom were hit with shrapnel. Dom went into cardiac arrest during medevac. He's still fighting for his life. Now the president reacted not as a commander, but as an uncle. Mary Pat had seen the analytical engine in his mind whirring to life when she first delivered the news, processing the strategic nightmare of a state-sponsored attack on an unofficial asset. Only now, with that grim calculus complete, did the personal toll hit him. His face crumpled, and a slight tremor touched his right hand. Mary Pat felt a pang of sympathy, torn between offering comfort and giving him space. She remained still. There would be time for grief. "But this wasn't it, Clark?" Ryan asked. His voice wavered slightly, but the blue eyes that met hers were steely and direct. The friend was gone. The commander-in-chief stood before her. Jad reported a team from the boat entered the building, Mary Pat explained. Carrie arrived simultaneously from the opposite flank and engaged them in the firefight. The attackers left Ding behind, but took Clark. "Clark was alive? You're certain?" Mary Pat gave a firm nod. Without a doubt, Jad had a clean line of sight. They were forcing Clark onto that boat, and he was putting up one hell of a fight. "Of course he was," Jack said, his tone shifting from somber to one of cold, focused intensity. "Who did this, MP, sir?" "We don't have definitive. Your best guess, who?" Mary Pat sighed. She had known this question was coming, that he would demand a target. This was Jack Ryan, but she hesitated. The man she had known for decades was measured and deliberate, yet she couldn't be sure who stood before her now. Malicious forces had once again struck at his family. His nephew hovered between life and death, and one of his oldest friends had been taken. The man demanding an answer was forged in a different fire. No one could imagine the president stepping away in the middle of this emergency, though Mary Pat wasn't certain that was for the best. Would the frustration and anger born from Ryan's powerlessness during Kathy's abduction now color his judgment? She looked at her boss and understood her private doubts were irrelevant. The elected president had posed a question, and she was obligated to reply. "My assessment points to the Chinese. Mary Pat stated, Junior was involved in a European operation that turned bad. A Chinese researcher was taken. His American brother was killed. The attackers were Asian. The Chinese are moving on something significant. Jack gave a slow nod. All right, what do you propose? Allow me to manage the Clark situation for the moment. I'll contain the operational fallout and coordinate with Junior. I realize you'll want to speak directly with President Chen. But you need more than I can give you right now. Grant me the hours to develop this so when you make that call, you're operating from a place of real leverage. How many hours? Jack asked. Mary Pat had anticipated this. Clark was in danger, and the campus was compromised. Whoever set this in motion had a strategy, and they were advancing it. She was racing to close the gap, but if she asked for too little time, she risked returning empty-handed. She knew how that would unfold. Strength or not, Ryan would get the Chinese leader on the line and let events take their course. As much as the president might deny it, Dom and Clark were personal to him. 4 hours, Mary Pat said. You have 2, Jack countered. In the interim, I'll be consulting with Arnie and the Secretary of Defense. I thought you were giving me time, Mary Pat replied. I am, Jack said. Just not a lot. Sivi pacem parabellum. Mary Pat didn't study Latin, but she knew the meaning well enough. If you want peace, prepare for war. Is there anything else you need? No, Fenley answered, not glancing up from her screen. The man asking was the vessel's captain, a tough individual shaped by a harsh existence. As part of the Filipino Islamist faction Abu Sayyaf, the captain likely saw himself as a holy warrior. Fen did not share that view. While the terrorist group had evolved over the years, the man before her was, in her eyes, simply a pirate. Whether he justified his kidnappings and ship seizures in the name of faith or plain greed mattered little to Fen. She only needed him to uphold the arrangement she'd negotiated with his superiors. Years spent protecting Chinese shipping from these very pirates had given Fen a pragmatic approach to the problem. She'd struck a deal with the group's leadership. Her mercenary transports could move freely through their waters in exchange for substantial payments, and occasionally she could hire their crews for special tasks, like this one. Fen's mood was already sour when her launch met the captain's boat. Saying the Manila operation had gone poorly was an understatement. The captain's demeanor as she boarded with her team and their prisoner only aggravated her irritation. He hadn't openly challenged her, but his posture said enough. Fen Li sensed that before this leg of the mission concluded, she might have to demonstrate her authority in a far more forceful way, but that could wait. First, she had to update her co-conspirator. You're certain? The captain pressed, stepping into the tight cabin. Instead of answering, Fen Li pulled the QS-92 pistol from its concealed spot against her back and placed it on her bunk with one hand, while her other continued tapping at her laptop's keyboard. Fen Li understood that the Abu Sayyaf pirates, much like certain rigid hierarchies she was familiar with, held little regard for women in command. It was of no consequence. This captain would not be the first stubborn man she needed to correct. Regarding those other power structures, Fen believed her discovery of the polymetallic nodules would eventually help balance the scales. With this particular captain, however, a more immediate and physical response was ready. As he took a step forward, Fen let out a weary breath and her hand moved toward her weapon. There's no need for that, the captain said, raising his hands in surrender. He retreated from her cabin, shutting the door, but not before his gaze lingered pointedly on her damp t-shirt. She waited until the sound of his footsteps disappeared, then inserted her earbuds and initiated the encrypted program on her satellite phone. The application, like much of the technology from her homeland, was built on software appropriated from various sources, and, also typical, it functioned adequately, though not with the seamless efficiency of its Western equivalents. Still, Fen Li was currently aboard a fishing trawler chugging along at 10 knots in the vast ocean. While the capabilities of American agencies like the NSA were legendary, they were not all seeing in a world teeming with urgent dangers. A call from a tiny boat in the middle of nowhere likely registered as a very low priority. At least, that's what she needed to believe. Dialing a memorized number, she pressed the call button. It was answered almost instantly with a curt, "Yes." "It is finished," Fen said, a surprising thrill running through her as she spoke. "The target has been eliminated?" "No," Fen replied, the image of the large American flashing in her mind as she began the explanation she had practiced repeatedly during the turbulent journey to the pirate vessel. That proved impossible. The brief silence that followed made her shiver. The man on the other end had as much, if not more, riding on this operation's outcome. His rewards for success were generous, but his methods for addressing failure were notoriously thorough. If the American is still breathing, how can you possibly claim this mission is a success? "I have secured something more valuable than a dead American," Fen stated. "What could that be?" "A live one," she answered. "Explain." Fen drew a steadying breath. Her delivery was nearly as crucial as the information itself. Her partner did not share her appetite for risk. The slightest tremor in her voice would be detected. She had to project a calm assurance that completely contradicted the frantic beating of her heart. In March of 1984, the United States suffered one of the most devastating blows ever dealt to the Central Intelligence Agency. It wasn't due to a failed operation, a compromised asset, or an uncovered mole. It was something far more straightforward, a kidnapping. Hezbollah abducted Beirut Station Chief William Buckley. From the moment he was taken until his body was found 15 months later, the entire American intelligence apparatus in the Middle East was thrown into disarray because they feared he was dead. "No," Fen said, "because they knew he was alive." Several proof-of-life videos were released, each one revealing the brutal effects of his torture. He was the chief of one of the world's most critical intelligence posts, and his captors were methodically draining him of every secret. Though they would never admit it publicly, by the end, his own colleagues were secretly hoping each new tape would show Buckley's corpse. "The man I have captured is the modern equivalent of William Buckley." This time, the silence on the line felt less intimidating. She could almost hear the gears turning as her conspirator considered her words. "And the son? What about him?" Fen gave a slight shrug, a gesture lost over the phone. Would his death have paralyzed his father? "Absolutely. But what I have is better. It offers leverage, duration, and a far deeper, more sustained form of psychological torment." She paused, allowing the strategic advantage to sink in. The rolling of the boat, a constant reminder of her precarious position, suddenly felt like a metronome keeping time with her rising confidence. "My prisoner holds some of America's most sensitive intelligence secrets and is a personal friend of the president. Losing a son is a devastating blow, but it's a final one. The president would have stepped back, as he did when his wife was taken, but in time, he would have grieved and returned to his duties, possibly even fortified by the ordeal. This, however, is a different kind of torment." Picture, knowing your closest confidant is being slowly dismantled by barbarians, all while he is betraying your nation's deepest secrets. "I told you I would distract the American president with this asset. I can achieve far more." "What's that?" "I can paralyze the entire administration," Fen stated. Her co-conspirator pressed for details. How Fen laid out the strategy in the crisp, efficient manner he anticipated. "What makes you so sure this won't backfire, that Ryan won't throw every resource he has into a rescue mission?" "I am counting on him to do exactly that," Fen replied. "Regardless of the outcome, we come out on top." There was no hesitation in the man's response. "Proceed. I will handle my end." The line went dead before Fen could acknowledge it. It didn't matter. She had preparations to make. In Manila, Jack watched as the doctor finished her examination. "How is he?" The small Filipino woman had just placed her stethoscope around her neck after a long listen to Ding's breathing. In Jack's experience, that was the universal sign a medical professional was ready to talk. "He's stable," the doctor said, taking off her glasses to massage the bridge of her nose. "I'm keeping him sedated while he's on the ventilator. His heart rhythm is strong. But I am concerned about the head injury. Jack shared that concern and then some. Surrounded by beeping machines and a web of tubes, Dom looked shockingly vulnerable. The ventilator dictated the steady rise and fall of his chest. The shrapnel had been removed from his leg, which was now bandaged and braced, but the head trauma was an unseen threat. "I don't believe there's cerebral bleeding," the doctor continued, interrupting his thoughts. "But I cannot be certain without proper imaging equipment. If you would allow me to transfer him." "No hospitals," Jack said firmly, shaking his head. "You've done incredible work. Our support team is en route." The doctor, Maria, gave a curt nod, but her dissatisfaction was plain. Jack understood. "Dom wasn't her only unexpected patient. In the next bed, Ding was propped up on pillows." His injuries from the gunshot and concussion were less critical than Dom's, but his moments of clarity were still interspersed with confusion. He was in no shape for fieldwork. For now, Jack remained the senior campus operative in charge. "I cannot keep my clinic closed indefinitely," Maria stated, planting her hands on her hips. Though she stood barely 5 feet tall, her presence commanded the room. Her dark collar-length hair was streaked with gray, and her face, usually marked by laugh lines, was now set in a stern expression. "We will compensate you for your time and trouble," Jack offered, raising his hand slightly. "This is not about payment," Maria countered, her tone sharpening. "It is about the patients I am turning away at the door. They need care, and I need to be here for them." Jack felt the weight of her words. After Jack had requested a discreet medical location from his contact Mario, the banker had directed him to this clinic deep in the Tondo district. He had promised excellent off-the-grid care, and Maria had delivered. But Jack now saw the real cost, not in pesos, but in her ability to serve the community that relied on her. "I am truly sorry," Jack said, and he meant it. The guilt was a cold stone in his gut, a reminder that survival in this shadow war often came at the expense of innocent routines. "We'll be out of your way soon." "My team should arrive within half an hour." Maria's expression didn't soften into a smile, but Jack noticed a shift in the doctor's eyes all the same, a quiet acceptance. Running a medical clinic in one of Manila's most impoverished districts didn't come with dreams of wealth. Returning to it day after day required letting go of idealism. Jack understood she was a pillar of the community, but he also sensed Maria was accustomed to situations she couldn't command. "I know we're keeping you from your patients," Jack said, "but I give you my word, this will be worth the disruption. Write down any medical supplies or medications that are difficult to obtain. I'll make certain you receive them." "What about equipment?" Maria replied, her tone practical, as if large promises were an everyday occurrence. "A new X-ray machine would change lives here, a portable ultrasound, too. If his brutally wounded cousin weren't lying just a few feet away." Jack might have grinned. Despite her slight frame, Maria possessed a fierce resilience, the kind that let her confront Manila's street gangs and armed foreigners with the same steady nerve. Jack had a hunch his mother would admire this woman. Kathy Ryan might even insist on meeting her someday. "Put them on the list," Jack said. "I'll see what's possible." Maria gave a brief, efficient nod and moved toward the door to her cramped waiting and administrative area where Mario, Jad, and Carrie were stationed. She undoubtedly planned to use every minute before the extraction team arrived, filling pages with needed supplies. The door clicked shut, leaving Jack alone with his thoughts. It felt like a lifetime since he'd flown to Germany. Convinced he had what it took to lead a team now, he wasn't even sure he was cut out for field work at all. "Is Dom your first?" Jack started turning to find Carrie had stepped quietly back into the room. "First what?" "The first man you might lose." "He wouldn't be the first operator from the campus to die," Jack said. "That's not what I asked," Carrie replied. "Is he the first man you might lose?" This time Jack understood the distinction. Serving on a tactical team was one thing, leading it was another. As the leader, the successes belonged to you, and so did the failures. "Yeah," Jack admitted. Carrie nodded and placed a firm hand on Jack's shoulder. I wish I could tell you it gets easier, but it doesn't. Everyone believes inspiring people to follow you into danger is the toughest part of leadership. It's not. The hardest part is facing yourself in the mirror after someone dies on your watch. Jack's eyes remained fixed on Dom's motionless form. I could say it wasn't your fault, Carrie continued, but you're not ready to hear that. And maybe you're right. Maybe you're responsible for Dom, but picking apart blame right now is pointless. What we do is messy. I lost my first soldier during a training exercise, practicing fast rope insertions from a helicopter. It was our third run that day, and the team was sharp. The Black Hawk flared. The crew chief kicked out the rope just like before. Chris went out the door first, same as the last two runs, except this time he missed. One moment he was beside me. The next he was gone, his body broken on the concrete 60 feet below. Carrie paused, clearing his throat before continuing. I wish I could tell you Chris was the only one I lost. He wasn't if you stay in this line of work. Dom won't be the last person critically injured or killed under your command. It's a terrible reality, but we live in a terrible world. Jack nodded. The Green Beret hadn't offered profound philosophy or life-altering wisdom. Even so, his words carried a heavy truth, because they came from someone who had lived them, someone who had stood over a fallen brother and carried on. Jack was not free from blame or the weight of what had happened. The details of the attack and the ambush that followed would be thoroughly examined and the mission debrief changes would be made, and responsibility would be placed where it was due. But that was for another time. Right now, the campus had been hit hard, and Jack was the only operative still standing. Whoever had come after his team now had Clark. This was unacceptable. All right, Jack said, shifting his focus from his injured friends to Carrie. What's our status? Jad and I are ready, Carrie replied. But I thought the plan was to leave with the agency's extraction team, taking Dom and Ding with us. Plans change, Jack stated. They just sucker-punched us. Now we're going to return the favor. Undisclosed location, South China Sea. Begin, Fenn said, pressing the button on her radio. She could have handled the task herself, but she chose to delegate from the operations in Europe to the failed trap at the dock. Nothing in this venture had gone smoothly. Fenn had been in this business long enough to expect the unexpected, but this mission was in a league of its own. Mother would likely say the family spirits were displeased, a familiar refrain Fenn had heard her whole life for every minor setback. While Fenn didn't believe in angry ancestors, she couldn't deny that things had gone terribly wrong. She was taking no more chances, especially with the man tied to the chair below. The repurposed fishing trawler, once used by Abu Sayyaf, hadn't needed much alteration to serve her new purpose. The large refrigerated hold, normally for storing fish, now held a climate-controlled room. A chair was bolted to the floor, and a drain was installed in preparation. An observation area above originally for checking storage space gave Fenn a perfect view through reinforced glass. She had no intention of getting close to the prisoner. His fate was sealed, but Fenn knew a cornered man was dangerous and might try to take others with him. As if, sensing her thoughts, the man stirred. The pirate Fenn had chosen as her interrogator approached. To call him an interrogator was generous. He was more of a blunt instrument. Though likely not yet 30, his hair was already streaked with gray. He was lean, moved with a limp and a long scar cut across his right cheek, adding to his ruthless appearance. Religious motivations aside, he was a thug who made his living through robbery and violence. For Fenn's purposes, however, a blunt tool was precisely what she needed. She watched as the pirate moved toward the man in the chair. John T. Clark. His record was long and shadowy. Even the skilled digital operatives of China's Third Department hadn't been able to uncover all of it. To Western intelligence circles, the organization known as 3PLA was China's answer to the National Security Agency. For the better part of a year, its vast resources had been singularly dedicated to compiling a comprehensive dossier on one individual, John Patrick Ryan, Jr. This American first appeared on Fenn's radar because of a rare and unwelcome blemish in her company's otherwise flawless record, a contract that had failed spectacularly. Fenn's private security firm was not like others. It thrived in the shadows, executing sensitive missions in areas officially off-limits, while her personnel could be seen providing security for maritime assets in contested waters or protecting infrastructure projects abroad. These were not her primary income sources. Fenn's wealth was built on a far more discreet foundation, acting as a deniable arm of Chinese state power in regions where official intelligence services dared not operate openly. Israel was one such place. Just over a year prior, Fenn had accepted a contract to eliminate an American scientist on Israeli soil. Dr. Rebecca Schweigart, a university professor with a private lab, held the key to a revolutionary stealth-in-a-bottle formula, a radar-defying coating for vehicles and aircraft. Unlike many of her colleagues, Becca had repeatedly spurned Chinese investment and recruitment overtures after a Chinese graduate student in her lab smuggled preliminary test data to a Ministry of State security handler. A fatal decision was reached. If Becca would not contribute to Chinese advancement, she would contribute to nothing at all. Fenn's company was deployed to solve the problem, yet the entire operation unraveled because of one man's interference, John Patrick Ryan, Jr. Fenn, a career paramilitary professional, instantly recognized a fellow operative. In the simplest terms, this American was now her direct competitor, and she was resolved to understand him completely. After poring over the mission's dismal post-mortem, she directed her entire network to uncover every scrap of information about this enigmatic figure. The result was profoundly frustrating, a digital ghost, a file with nothing but a name. It was like shouting into a void and hearing only your own echo. Hitting this impenetrable wall, Fenn turned to her powerful patron and now co-conspirator, Guo Wu. Guo was a rising star within the Central Committee, a man with clear ambitions for the nation's highest offices. Like any successful business leader in China, Fenn had meticulously nurtured relationships within these circles of power. In Guo, she found not just a useful contact, but a visionary ally who shared her bold aspirations for China's future. He had been captivated by the white-haired entrepreneur whose mercenaries undertook missions too risky for even the state's own organs. Soon, Guo was channeling substantial government contracts her way, effectively transforming her company into a private annex of the MSS and the military. Fenn reciprocated by granting him an ownership stake, a convenient vehicle for funneling generous kickbacks for every contract secured. Was it corrupt? Absolutely. But in the landscape of Chinese business and politics, it was simply the cost of admission, the unspoken rulebook everyone followed. So Fenn brought her problem to Guo, requesting deeper insights into the mysterious American who had bested her. Guo, in turn, leveraged his influence, assigning the elite hackers of 3PLA to build a complete profile of this ghost, this John Patrick Ryan, Jr. From the digital ground up, Israel has long been a challenging nation for foreign intelligence to infiltrate, yet Chinese capital has flowed heavily into its infrastructure and tech sectors in recent years. This investment created digital inroads, allowing 3PLA cyber units to swiftly pull Ryan's images from compromised Israeli security cameras and his arrival details from airport systems. But when they tried to trace his digital footprint across the wider internet, they hit a wall. Ryan appeared to be a phantom. In our modern age, however, anonymity is a temporary state. Patiently, the operatives assembled a digital mosaic of his life. Fenn remembered the stunned silence when her hackers finally uncovered Ryan's real name. That revelation, though, opened a door. A simple mission to identify and retaliate against an adversary had transformed into a far grander scheme. It was Guo who first mentioned the rumored polymetallic nodule deposit near the contested Paracel Islands. True to their usual dynamic, Fenn would bankroll the verification and future mining, while Egwo handled the political shielding. To claim those riches, she needed the world, specifically its primary guardian looking elsewhere. What better distraction for a father than the loss of his firstborn, with Egwo's approval? Fenn ordered a full target profile on Ryan. MSS and 3PLA teams collaborated, using everything from airport feeds to hidden biometric scanners to build a link chart, placing Ryan at the center with his associates radiating outward. By employing machine learning and data pattern algorithms stolen from global labs and universities, including some elegant code from American institutions, they connected Ryan to other shadowy figures. One was John T. Clark. Unlike Ryan, Clark had a traceable past with official U.S. organizations, the CIA, the U.S. Navy, and the Rainbow Counterterrorism Unit. Much of his history was an open book, thanks to China's 2015 breach of the U.S. Office of Personnel Management, a blandly named treasure trove of data on every cleared American. For an intelligence service, it was a gold mine, and Fenn knew how to spend its currency. The operation in Germany targeting Jack Ryan Jr. was a masterpiece, a flawless lure executed with the precision her mercenaries were famed for, and it fell apart. That failure led to Manila. After a CCTV camera at Salzburg Airport flagged Jack, Fenn tracked his destination to Manila, where 3 other individuals from Ryan's link chart had converged. Clark was among them. Pinpointing their purpose wasn't hard. Like any competent intelligence service, the MSS had ties to Filipino criminal elements controlling the areas around the country's major port. It certainly helped that the local thug who found the glider was both avaricious and dim, a frustratingly common pairing in Fenn's line of work. Orchestrating the ambush before the Americans arrived still required effort. Stung by the German setback, Fenn chose to oversee the Manila operation personally, and she might have gotten a little carried away. Her plan was simple: trigger the bomb concealed in the warehouse, eliminate Ryan for good, and then survey the aftermath. The aftermath of the warehouse was a chaotic mess of triad Filipino and American casualties, guaranteeing the local police would have a field day with their theories. Once more, Fenn's meticulous plan had unraveled. Ryan, with a cat's luck, had escaped the blast, and the intervention of a hidden sniper and another armed man had allowed him to slip away entirely, yet Fenn hadn't left empty-handed. Amid the smoke and confusion of the firefight, she'd spotted Clark and made a split-second decision to take him alive. Getting a good look at him, however, was a disappointment. The man was weathered, far too seasoned for this kind of work in her opinion. Maybe she was doing his people a mercy by taking him out of circulation. On the grimy deck of the ship, a pirate yanked Clark's hood off with one hand, a rusted filleting knife gleaming in the other. Fenn had chosen that blade deliberately, finding it in a forgotten corner of the compartment. Her crew had offered their sharp, modern tools, but the old knife, with its stained wood and pitted, curved blade, told a story of its own. It wasn't about efficiency, it was about raw, visceral terror. Clark's head slumped, his body limp. For a heartbeat, Fenn feared her prize had expired on her. The pirate showed no such hesitation. With the casual cruelty of his trade, he swung a lazy backhand toward the prisoner's face, or tried to. What happened next was so swift Fenn almost missed it. A millisecond before impact, Clark's eyes snapped open. His body surged forward, and the man she'd written off as a relic clamped his teeth onto the pirate's fingers. The terrorist's scream cut through the air as the knife clattered to the deck. Fenn expected a quick end to the struggle, but Clark, shaking his head with ferocious energy, worried the hand like a dog with a bone. The pirate's cries turned into a shrill, panicked wail. Instead of fighting back, he grabbed his own wrist, desperately trying to pry his fingers free. The absurdity of it was almost comical. This swaggering fighter now engaged in a grotesque tug-of-war with a grizzled old man. The standoff lasted just long enough for Fenn to wonder if he might actually sever the digits before another pirate jolted into action, slammed the butt of his AK-47 into Clark's temple. The sickening crack sent blood and tissue spraying against the steel bulkhead. The pirate finally wrenched his ruined hand back, cradling the mangled fingers against his chest, his eyes blazing with pain and fury. He spat a rapid stream of Tagalog at his companion, the meaning clear even without translation. Fen ended the video recording with one hand, already raising her walkie-talkie with the other. Her command echoed through the fish-stinking hold just as the second pirate leveled his rifle. Clark's head dropped, but this time the unconsciousness looked real. She barked her orders. The armed man glanced from her to his bleeding comrade, who shuddered but gave a stubborn shake of his head. Fen understood his thirst for revenge, but Clark's death wasn't on the schedule. Not yet. The American would die in this rusting oceanic tomb, but first she had more scenes to film. Lieutenant Tom McGrath couldn't believe his luck. While his fellow aviators from flight school were crammed into the Navy's notoriously cramped shipboard quarters, Tom had managed to avoid sea duty entirely. Well, almost entirely. He still remembered that summer cruise between college years, a whirlwind tour of naval life with his ROTC classmates. He'd descended into the deep on a massive submarine, stood watch on a guided missile cruiser, and even felt the gut-punching thrill of a backseat ride in a roaring FA-18. He'd even spent an afternoon on the firing range with a SEAL team, an experience that left his ears ringing for days. By the end of it, two things were crystal clear. He was born to fly, and he wanted nothing more to do with life at sea. The P-8 Poseidon was his perfect answer. This massive aircraft, a modified Boeing 737, was far too large for any aircraft carrier, guaranteeing his feet stayed on solid ground. Choosing it over the flashy fighter jets his peers coveted was an easy trade for a real bed and steady horizons. But he got more than he bargained for, to his own surprise. Tom fell in love with flying the big, lumbering jet. He cherished the long missions to distant corners of the globe, the tight-knit crew, and, most importantly, the critical work they did. The P-8, successor to the legendary P-3 Orion, was a multi-role powerhouse, hunting submarines, tracking surface ships, and gathering intelligence. Nowhere was that mission more vital than his current posting over the contested waters of the South China Sea. The radio crackled to life, a harsh, grating voice shattering the cockpit's calm. "Foreign military airplane, you are approaching my military secure area. Please turn around immediately to avoid intercept." Tom reached over and dialed down the volume. A familiar ritual, right on schedule, he muttered. His co-pilot, Lieutenant Junior Grade Jack Stewart, nodded in agreement. They'd been paired together so frequently over the past month that their routines were synchronized, based out of Clark Air Base in the Philippines. Their patrols involved a grueling 3-hour commute each way to their station in the northern South China Sea, leading to endless hours shared in this cockpit. But even the longest, most monotonous flight was infinitely preferable to the alternative of shipboard life. Tom keyed the mic, his voice calm and professional. "I am a United States military aircraft, conducting lawful military activities outside of national airspace. I am operating with due regard in accordance with international law," the immediate, uncompromising reply boomed back. "Military aircraft. Turn away now." The transmission could have come from any of the numerous Chinese-occupied features below, a mix of natural islands and artificial ones built on contested reefs. This massive land reclamation project was China's blunt instrument for enforcing its audacious territorial claims, symbolized by the infamous 9-dash line that arrogantly looped around nearly the entire sea. It was a ridiculous fiction, of course, but one they enforced with relentless, noisy persistence. Tom exchanged a wry glance with Jack another day, another performative complaint from the maritime neighborhood bully. The whole routine was getting tiresome, a theatrical display of aggression that was more about saving face back in Beijing than any real tactical concern. They'd follow their flight plan, the Chinese would keep blustering, and everyone would go home having performed their parts in this endless strategic pantomime. The artificial islands below were a scattered collection of fortified outposts, each one bristling with military hardware. The biggest ones featured full-length runways, aircraft shelters, and surface-to-air missile installations. Even the tiniest specks of land were studded with radar dishes and signal towers, forming a rigid web of Chinese surveillance. It was a network that didn't take kindly to an American P-8 Poseidon poking around its edges. "Place your bets," Jack said, leaning forward. "Who's our welcoming committee today?" Tom allowed himself a thin smile, his gaze sweeping over the bank of glowing screens in front of him for 7 straight days. A Chinese fighter jet had scrambled to meet them the moment Tom had edged toward the disputed airspace. These encounters came in 2 distinct flavors, dictated entirely by the personality in the other cockpit. The first and vastly preferable pilot had earned the nickname Iceman. When he showed up, the interception was a model of cold professional precision. Sure, his J-16 fighter got closer than was comfortable, but his movements were predictable and never truly reckless. The second Chinese aviator was a different story entirely. Pilot number 2 had nearly sheared the nose off the Poseidon on their first introduction. Tom lived by a simple rule: the crazier the situation, the calmer a good pilot needed to be. But watching a twin-engine interceptor scream past your windshield at over 450 miles per hour could shake anyone's nerves. Their second meeting hadn't been an improvement. That time, the agile fighter had tried to buffet the massive patrol plane with its jet wash, executing a violent thump maneuver from below. As loose items clattered around the flight deck, Jack had mused if the guy had a death wish. The nickname born in that moment stuck: kamikaze. The fact that using a Japanese term would probably infuriate the Chinese pilot only made it more fitting. Now, as Tom double-checked their navigation points, he was silently pleading for Iceman to make an appearance. He should have known better. Without warning, the entire aircraft shuddered violently, lurching like his old beat-up sedan hitting a pothole at high speed. The autopilot screamed in protest and disconnected, adding a layer of chaos to the sudden turbulence. "Good grief," Jack muttered, his hands flying to his console language. Tom chided automatically, wrestling the yoke and throttle back under control before resetting the autopilot. For Jack, a man of deep faith who avoided swearing like the plague, an exclamation like that was practically a major outburst. He was usually as unflappable as the aircraft's own systems. What in the world was that? The new voice crackled over the intercom, belonging to Lieutenant Commander Vinnie Shorts. A former Navy football standout, Vinnie was no pilot and had a vocabulary that matched his physical intensity. As the senior naval flight officer, he commanded the sensor operators in the cabin behind them. In Vinnie's view, Tom and Jack were just the bus drivers. His team did the actual mission work, and he hated interruptions. "Kamikaze," Tom replied, flipping the intercom switch. He was already scanning the empty blue sky for a glimpse of the fighter. "That felt like a freight train hit us." Vinnie's voice came back, edged with irritation. "What's his game this time? Hard to say for sure," Tom answered, his eyes still searching. "If I had to guess, he just sliced across our path at nearly the speed of sound. I'd bet my next paycheck it was over the speed of sound," Jack corrected dryly. Vinnie's next question was blunt. "Where'd he go?" "I'm not seeing anything," Tom reported, scanning the horizon. "Any sensor readings?" The P-8 Poseidon was fundamentally a submarine hunter, a far cry from the dedicated surveillance of an E-2 Hawkeye. Yet its mission had evolved, and so had its toolkit. Beyond the sensitive acoustic arrays for tracking subs, it carried a sophisticated maritime radar and a forward-looking infrared turret. While optimized for the sea, these systems could be coaxed into scanning the skies. "Stand by," Vinnie's voice came through. "Let's see what we can pull up." Tom joined the visual search, his eyes sweeping the vast, empty blue. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Was this the same hollow feeling those World War II bomber crews had over Europe, watching for fighters they couldn't yet see? "Should I notify command?" Jack asked. Do it, Tom replied, his attention shifting. I'll monitor the controls. Everything feels stable, but that blast wave packed a punch. Copy, Jack acknowledged. By instinct, Tom's gaze swept across the 6 digital screens of the glass cockpit. He paused on the engine status display, noting the readings from both power plants before checking navigation and primary flight data. All parameters were nominal. Charlie Maine, Badger 15? Jack began his transmission. Tom Vinnie's voice cut in, urgently overriding Jack. That fighter is right. A deep shudder rocked the Poseidon as it hit turbulent air, swallowing Vinnie's warning. It didn't matter. Tom no longer needed sensors. The Chinese J-16 was right there, filling his windscreen. The twin-engine jet was terrifyingly close, its engine exhausts flaring so brightly Tom instinctively raised a hand to block the glare. Jesus, Jack breathed out. Tom's hands were already moving. He grasped the yoke, pushing it forward while adding pressure to the right rudder pedal, aiming to slip the big aircraft down and away from the anticipated jet wash. He was only partly correct. Something was indeed coming, but not just superheated air. The sky ahead suddenly erupted in a defensive spectacle. A brilliant, confusing storm of flares and chaff burst from beneath the J-16. Tom was committed to his descent, forced to guide the P-8 directly into the glittering, burning cloud. These countermeasures were designed to spoof missiles, but Tom knew a flare burned hot enough to melt steel, and chaff was essentially a blizzard of razor-sharp metallic fibers. Either one hitting a critical spot would be very bad news. Damn it all! Jack shouted. We've lost number 1. Just like that. The first engine had quit. Aircraft like the 737, the P-8's commercial cousin, were built to fly on a single engine. The Poseidon had countless modifications, but at its heart, it flew the same. Losing one engine was a serious but typically manageable situation. This, however, was far from typical. As if answering Jack's call, the engine display confirmed a worse fate. Engine 1 wasn't just dead, it was burning. Tom's eyes dropped to the bank of red fire handles on the center console. The switch for Engine 1 was lit up, a silent, glaring alarm. That engine was finished. Engine fire, number 1, Tom stated, his voice calm as he accessed the memorized checklist. Disengage autothrottle. His right hand moved to cover the thrust lever for the remaining good engine. A pilot's instinctive guard to prevent Jack from accidentally shutting down their only source of power. They were flying, but now they were flying wounded. The scene laid bare a harsh reality of aviation. Even seasoned pilots could misread a critical control in the high-stakes chaos of a real crisis. Too many accidents escalated from controllable situations to tragedies because of a fundamental human mistake. Autothrottle is off, Jack stated. Tom followed with thrust lever for Engine 1, verify it's closed. Jack confirmed. Now the start lever for Engine 1, confirm cutoff, Tom instructed. Another confirmation came from Jack. Engine fire switch for number 1, Tom said, his voice steady. Confirm and pull it. Jack reached out and pulled the glowing switch. Tom's gaze immediately shifted to the engine overheat warning light, which remained stubbornly lit. The fire was still burning. Rotate that switch to the stop and hold it, Tom ordered. Jack complied, and finally, the warning light went dark. One fire was out. It was a small victory, but the aircraft's controls still felt sluggish and uncooperative. We've got a new problem with Engine 2, Jack reported, a new tension in his voice. Exhaust gas temperature is approaching the red line. Exhaust gas temperature, or EGT, was a direct indicator of the heat inside the jet engine's core. Hitting the red line meant the combustion chamber was running dangerously hot. The specific reason could be diagnosed later. Right now, the consequence was all that mattered. Unchecked, that heat would cook the engine from the inside out. At this moment, however, a ruined engine was the least of Tom's worries. Keeping the massive aircraft airborne was his only focus. Like every other system on the Poseidon, the engines were governed by a computer, the Electronic Engine Control, or EEC. Its job was to manage the fuel-air mixture and, crucially, to protect the engine from damage by regulating fuel flow. In theory, it was brilliant in practice. This digital guardian was about to sink them. To prevent overheating, the EEC was strangling the fuel supply to the second engine, which drastically cut its thrust. The rapid descent on the altimeter confirmed it. Engine 2 wasn't producing enough power to keep them from meeting the churning Pacific Ocean 10,000 feet below. A cold dread settled in his stomach. "What's the situation up there?" Vinny's voice crackled over the intercom. "We might be going in the water," Tom replied, his tone clipped. "Secure the cabin immediately." To his credit, the usually chatty sensor operator simply answered, "Aye," and went silent. The prospect of an unplanned dive into a furious sea had a remarkable way of cutting through all non-essentials. "How does she handle?" Jack asked. Tom gave a grim shake of his head. "Like she's giving up." "I can't hold altitude. EGT isn't dropping," Jack said, his eyes fixed on the gauge. "I think we're about to lose number 2 for good." Tom stared at the engine display, nudging the throttle for the failing engine back another notch to idle. There should have been a response, a sigh of relief from the machinery. Instead, the temperature needle crept even higher, a silent scream. The choices crystallized with brutal clarity. He could try to nurse the dying engine along, gambling that it wouldn't erupt into a fireball that would consume the wing, all for a few more miles towards shore. Or he could accept the loss now, cut his losses, and use their remaining altitude to set up the best possible ditching while they still had some control. He weighed these grim options as the temperature climbed and the altimeter unwound. Time was up. "We're ditching," Tom announced, and he was almost surprised by the calm, detached sound of his own voice. "You make the Mayday call. I'll alert the crew." "Roger," Jack said, his hand moving to the radio. "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday, this is United States Navy P-8. Tom stopped listening, flipping the intercom switch. "All hands brace yourselves," he said, the words final and absolute. "We are ditching the aircraft. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes, copy that," Vinny confirmed. "The crew is secure. We're initiating the sanitization protocol much like the older P-3. The P-8's unremarkable exterior hid significant capabilities. It didn't possess the dramatic silhouette of a stealth bomber or the visible armament of a gunship, but within its frame were some of the country's most sensitive technologies. Its sophisticated sensor suites, extensive databases on submarine signatures, and the complex software that integrated everything meant a captured Poseidon would be an intelligence windfall for an adversary. That outcome was unacceptable. Vinny and his team of operators were already at work, purging systems and destroying critical data. As the aircraft commander, the ultimate responsibility rested with Tom. This duty didn't vanish upon landing, or in this instance, ditching. It would be his task to ensure the jet was positioned and prepared to deny any exploitation of the wreckage. While the others prepared to evacuate, Tom's final act would be to sink the plane. But that was a problem for the imminent future. Right now, his entire world had narrowed to the single act of flying a dying aircraft. "We should fire up the APU," Tom stated. "Why?" Jack asked. "That's not in the emergency checklist." "The checklist didn't account for a complete dual-engine failure," Tom replied. "No engines means no power for the flight systems or hydraulics. Flying blind and without controls tends to complicate things." "Understood," Jack said. Starting the auxiliary power unit, a voice crackled from the cabin. "Cockpit, this is Vinny. We have visible flames from the number 2 engine nacelle." "Roger," Tom said, pushing the nose forward, increasing dive angle. "All personnel assume crash positions now." "Assuming crash positions," Vinny echoed back. "Passing through 5,000 feet," Jack reported, tightening his harness. Tom acknowledged the call and steepened the descent further, acutely aware that every second was precious. A modern jet engine was a marvel of material science built from advanced alloys designed to endure extreme heat and stress. Some of those components, once ignited, burned at temperatures that were virtually unstoppable. If that number 2 engine let go, the adjacent wing and its massive fuel load would follow instantly. He needed this bird on the water immediately. Exhaust gas temperature is still rising. Jack noted. The airflow isn't cooling it. For a second, Tom was puzzled by the remark. Then he realized Jack thought the dive was an attempt to smother the fire. Normally a sound idea, but the amber ing fail message glaring from the temperature gauge told the real story. The sensor had maxed out. The engine was now just a contained inferno. Tom was flying a bomb with wings 1,000 feet, Jack called out. "We're coming in fast," Tom said. "Give me 40 degrees of flaps. Standard procedure aimed for the slowest possible approach speed, minimizing the impact force for the safety of both the multi-million-dollar aircraft and everyone aboard." This was not a standard landing. The jet suddenly shuddered, rocked by a deep, jarring thud that seemed to echo Tom's own racing thoughts. "Number 2 engine is fully involved," Vinny's voice reported, tense. "Fire is spreading onto the wing root." "Roger, brace for impact," Tom commanded, his voice steady. 500 feet, Jack said. "Airspeed is stable." In that moment, Tom felt a surge of respect for his co-pilot. Anyone who could maintain that level of calm composure while riding shotgun in a flaming, powerless jet definitely had the nerve and judgment to sit in the left seat someday. The water rushed up to meet them. Tom's mind was too consumed by the looming expanse of the ocean to offer Jack any word of encouragement. His entire focus was locked on the water, rushing up to meet them. "Impact, coming, impact, impact," Tom muttered, pulling back on the control yoke in a desperate attempt to flare the aircraft. A violent spray of salt water erupted, completely obscuring the windshield, in Washington, D.C. Mary Pat entered the Situation Room with a hurried, "My apologies for the delay, sir." The underground bunker was maintained at a perfect constant climate, yet to her it always carried a bone-deep chill, a sensation that held true no matter the season. Today felt particularly frigid. "No need, Mary Pat." President Jack Ryan replied, "This meeting was my call." Or, to be more precise, it was prompted by our friends in Beijing. As he spoke, Ryan stood and gestured to the empty seat beside him. Mary Pat offered a grateful smile. John Patrick Ryan might command the free world, but he never abandoned the manners of a gentleman. No amount of gentle teasing about official protocol could ever stop him from rising when she entered and personally pouring her a cup of coffee. Typically, she cherished this quiet reminder of a friendship that predated the presidency and, she hoped, would long outlast it. Today, however, was different. Today, she carried information that would wound her friend deeply, and she would have to ask him to bury his entirely justified personal feelings beneath the immense weight of his duty as commander-in-chief. It was a terrible thing to ask. "What's the latest?" she said, taking her seat. She could usually gauge a meeting's gravity by its attendees. The presence of the Chief of Staff, the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of Defense, along with Admiral Billings representing the Navy, signaled serious trouble. Illuminated screens along the walls displayed a detailed map of the South China Sea, the contentious 9-dash line prominently overlaid. It was clear the Admiral had been briefing the President in her absence, or had at least begun. While Jack was a stickler for having full intelligence, usually meaning her present before deep discussions, real-time crises on the other side of the planet didn't always allow for such courtesies. Sometimes, though, the motives for proceeding without her were less about urgency and more about bureaucratic positioning. In an administration known for its assertive foreign policy, the military and intelligence communities often engaged in subtle power plays. The long years focused on counterterrorism had in some ways politicized sections of the uniformed services, with more senior officers adopting the calculating demeanor of politicians. The irony wasn't lost on her. Many in the capital's inner circles were convinced she was quietly building a political future for after Ryan left office, If they only knew the truth. Not only had she refused the vice presidency, but every night she listened to her husband Ed's increasingly pointed daydreams about retirement. A former CIA officer himself, Ed understood sacrifice, but he was also a grandfather acutely aware of fleeting time. He longed for her to step away so they could finally enjoy their family and the life they'd earned. The last few years had been a relentless grind, and she had to admit his arguments were wearing her down. Yet here she remained, held in place by loyalty to one man, John Patrick Ryan. For as long as her dearest friend sat in that office, she would endure this particular purgatory right alongside him. This was the moment they had trained for, and Mary Pat was determined to stand firmly beside her colleague until the very end. "Proceed, Admiral," President Ryan instructed. The subtle correction was clear, evident in the Admiral's flushed cheeks. Those who attempted to outthink Jack Ryan often found the experience humbling. "Understood, sir." A young Navy lieutenant named Kane advanced the presentation slide, appearing entirely unaware of the tense exchange happening around her. Mary Pat sincerely hoped the earnest officer was indeed that focused. At a similar point in her own career, Mary Pat had been consumed with running agents through East Berlin, constantly evading the brutal reach of the Stasi. Petty office power plays were the last thing on her mind. It was a sobering thought that she sometimes looked back on the Cold War with a sense of nostalgia. Perhaps Ed had a point. Roughly 15 minutes ago, a U.S. Navy P-8 Poseidon issued a mayday following a near collision with a Chinese J-16 fighter, Admiral Billings reported. The broadcast included the aircraft's coordinates, placing the incident here. The screen displayed a flight path map, with a marker in a stretch of the South China Sea nearly equidistant from Hong Kong, southern Taiwan, and the northern Philippines, alongside a standard image of the Chinese twin-engine fighter. "We knew this was coming," Secretary of Defense Burgess stated flatly. "Beijing has been courting disaster. It was inevitable one of their hotshot pilots would cross a line." Mary Pat understood the secretary's frustration. She shared it. But now was a time for cold, hard facts, not heated reactions. "What is the status of the P-8?" Ryan asked. It was the question she knew he would lead with. The president was acutely aware of the human consequences of every decision, valuing each service member under his command. He would never allow them to be reduced to mere statistics on a report, a conviction that now fueled Mary Pat's own deep concern. The aircraft's emergency beacon activated, confirming it went into the water, Admiral Billings replied. Along with the position data, the Poseidon transmitted information from a flight data recorder based on its speed and descent angle. We assess the ditching was potentially survivable. "Survivors?" Ryan pressed. Lieutenant Kane gave a slight, regretful shake of her head. "Status unknown, sir. We are tasking every intelligence and reconnaissance platform in the region, but the P-8 was at the extreme edge of its patrol radius. It will take time to get any friendly assets on station." Satellite coverage. Ryan's question was directed at Jason Jackson, the National Reconnaissance Office liaison. While Mary Pat oversaw the broader intelligence community, her role was coordination, not the direct management of individual agencies. That duty belonged to their respective directors. Still, she listened intently for Jason's response. "My team can examine the location," Jason said, "but it's likely just outside our satellite's current orbital tracks. The P-8's patrol routes are specifically designed to cover the gaps in our space-based surveillance." "Can we adjust the orbits?" Ryan asked. "Technically, yes, Mr. President," Jason answered. "But I'd need to calculate the fuel expenditure and the impact on each satellite's operational lifespan." Despite his months in the role, Jason's answer revealed he still hadn't fully grasped his commander's priorities. His reasoning was sound from a purely budgetary and engineering standpoint. Satellites have a limited fuel reserve for maneuvers, and once it's gone, their orbit is fixed. But in this room, with lives potentially hanging in the balance, such calculations carried a different, far heavier weight. even with their new orbital slots offering a tactical edge for the intelligence teams managing collection. The satellites were locked in a constant battle with gravity, destined to plummet back to Earth without regular propellant boosts to keep them aloft. Building a single reconnaissance satellite could cost close to $1 billion and require nearly 18 months of painstaking assembly. These were not resources to be casually risked. Yet Jack Ryan was proposing exactly that for the sake of 7 airmen whose fate remained unknown. His stance served as a sharp reminder to Mary Pat of why she continued to push back against Ed's persistent suggestions. "My absolute priority is the recovery of that crew," Ryan stated, his eyes fixed on Jason across the table. "The satellite's operational lifespan is not my concern. If adjusting its orbit can give us a visual on those people, you will make it happen immediately." Ryan hadn't raised his voice, but his directive was unmistakable. A wave of motion swept the room as officials reached for encrypted devices to send urgent messages or place calls. Ryan might have been a future fixture on Mount Rushmore, but he was also profoundly human, and his legendary Irish temper was a force to be reckoned with when provoked. Nobody wanted to become the latest case study of the so-called Ryan Doctrine. "What about the 7th Fleet?" Ryan asked next. Secretary of Defense Burgess gave a nod, as if he'd anticipated the question. "The main carrier group is positioned roughly 400 nautical miles from the crash site. That's pushing the operational limits for our fighter aircraft. Alert F-18s have already been launched, along with slower search and rescue platforms, even at supersonic speeds. It will take time for our birds to arrive on station. Once there, the Hornets will only have a brief window before they must break away to rendezvous with tankers. So, we have a Poseidon crew potentially in the water, and our best plan is to sit and wait." Ryan's voice remained measured, but a telltale flush was rising from his collar, a sign everyone recognized as dangerous. "There is another option," Burgess offered. "The USS Delaware is on a patrol in the vicinity. She could intervene, but doing so would blow her covert mission profile." Several Chinese Navy frigates are already steaming toward the P-8's last known position. I anticipate that entire sector of ocean will soon be swarming with vessels. Spending a satellite's precious fuel to locate Americans was one calculus. Revealing a $3.5 billion submarine was an entirely different equation. Stealth was the Delaware's primary shield. Using her for a rescue would not only offer the Chinese a glimpse of one of America's most clandestine assets, but it would also undermine the sub's strategic purpose in the South China Sea. The cost-benefit analysis for such a move was starkly different, but not for Ryan. "Rescue that crew by any means necessary," the president said, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Do I make myself clear?" "Perfectly, Mr. President," Secretary Burgess replied. "Good," Ryan said. Turning to his Secretary of State, he added, "Scott, get me on the line with President Chen. When one of his submarines was disabled, I afforded him the space to recover it. Now it's his turn to extend the same courtesy." Mary Pat had seen this coming. Ryan was a Boy Scout to his core. His unwavering moral compass was one of his greatest strengths. Yet it could also create a strategic blind spot. Because he operated from a place of principle, he often believed others would reciprocate when given the chance. Part of her role was to provide a counterweight to Ryan's innate idealism. "Understood, Mr. President?" Secretary of State Scott Adler said, "But I would recommend allowing me to deliver the initial message. Let my counterpart vent his frustrations to me first. That sets the stage for a follow-up call between you and President Chen, where he can magnanimously agree to your terms. Giving the Chinese a path to save face might just allow us to navigate out of this crisis without lighting a bigger fuse." The flush that had started at Jack's neck was now tinging his ears, but after a tense moment, the president gave a slow, conceding nod. Even at his most furious, the analytical part of Ryan's mind enabled him to break down and assess any situation with cold, detached logic. "Usually, all right, Scott," the president stated, "but time is not on our side. Beijing created this crisis, and my tolerance is running out." The unspoken truth behind Jack's urgency was clear. The downed P-8 crew wasn't the sole reason Ryan looked ready to confront the Chinese with his fists. Mary Pat understood that Clark was dominating the president's thoughts. If concrete evidence linked Beijing to Clark's abduction and Dom's assault, all restraint would vanish. "Understood, sir," Scott replied. "I'll contact my counterpart the moment we adjourn. Give me half an hour." "An hour at the absolute most. Make it 30, Jack said. "Bob, I need every player in the region to grasp the seriousness with which we're treating this incident. Order all our naval units in the vicinity to begin moving toward the estimated crash coordinates." "Which assets specifically?" the Secretary of Defense asked. His brow furrowed. "All of them," Ryan stated flatly. A heavy silence filled the room as the Secretary and Admiral Billings exchanged a weighted look. Finally, the Admiral spoke up. "Sir, even if the USS Ronald Reagan broke formation and raced ahead with a skeleton escort, it would still take the carrier group over 13 hours to reach that position," Billings pointed out. "I'm aware," Ryan said, his voice low and steady. "This maneuver isn't solely about the rescue. It's about demonstrating our resolve to retrieve those airmen. Full stop. We're handling live explosives here. We cannot allow Beijing to misread our commitment, and nothing broadcasts commitment like a fleet of U.S. warships sailing in unison." Mary Pat agreed completely. The last time she recalled a naval mobilization of this scale was decades prior, during a certain missing Soviet submarine incident. She chose to keep that historical parallel to herself. "Anything further?" Ryan asked. After scanning the quiet faces around the table, he gave a sharp nod. "Good. Move out, everyone. We have Americans in the water." Sensibly, nobody voiced the obvious, that the group had no confirmation any crew had survived. Jack Ryan was an optimist by nature, and he demanded the same mindset from his team. Until shown otherwise, he operated on the belief that the P-8 crew was alive and that U.S. forces would bring them home. Furious as he was, Jack was also in his element, focused and decisive. This was her friend at his peak. Mary Pat could only hope that focus would hold after he heard what she had to report. "Sir, may I have a moment?" Mary Pat said. Jack turned, his blue eyes reading her expression. "Of course," Ryan said. "Should anyone else stay?" "No, sir," Mary Pat replied. "Okay," Ryan said. "Arnie, please wait for me in the Oval Office." "Yes, Mr. President," Arnie Van Dam said, flashing Mary Pat a brief, annoyed glance. The Chief of Staff was clearly displeased at being dismissed, but he didn't argue. Within the President's closest advisors, only Kathy Ryan held more sway than Mary Pat. Arnie had history with Jack, but Mary Pat had shared experiences with him that ran far deeper. The room cleared amid the sounds of shuffling documents and retreating footsteps, leaving the two of them alone. "What have you got, MP?" Ryan asked. Mary Pat retrieved a secure tablet from her bag, powered it on, and navigated through the layers of security protocols. Only when the screen displayed a paused video did she look back at the president. "Jack," Mary Pat said, placing her hand over his, "you need to brace yourself. Clark is alive, but the situation is grim. Okay?" Ryan's gaze turned to steel, but he gave a slow, deliberate nod. Mary Pat gave his fingers a reassuring squeeze before pressing play. The video was brutal, its horror amplified by the stark, clinical lighting and the jarring camera work. The audio captured every sickening impact and accentuated every cry. Mary Pat had forced herself to review the footage 3 times at her desk and once more during the tense ride over. It had churned her stomach. But the audio clarity was, unfortunately, impeccable. A new, chilling detail she hadn't mentioned earlier was a brief shot of a familiar, nondescript water bottle in the corner of the frame, a brand Clark always carried, now a stark piece of evidence in this grim tableau. She was certain she could hear the distinct crack of finger bones as Clark tore into the guard's hand right before the ex-SEAL was pummeled into unconsciousness. Then, Silence. "Play it again," Ryan ordered. "Jack, I really don't again." The president hadn't raised his voice yet. Mary Pat flinched. It wasn't the volume, but the tone, a Marine's command voice, cold and absolute, biting her tongue. She restarted the video. This time, she looked away, which turned out to be a mistake. Without the brutal visuals to anchor her, the raw audio took over. The wet, crunching sounds and guttural cries were unmistakable. A sudden, acidic wave surged up her throat. She clamped a hand over her mouth, fighting back nausea. "I'm sorry, MP," Ryan said, his voice softening. "Truly, it's not your fault, Mr. President," Mary Pat managed, shaking her head. "Frankly, I'd be more concerned if this didn't make me sick. I apologize for the interruption." Ryan gave her arm a reassuring squeeze. "You didn't interrupt anything, MP. You reminded me to feel just today I learned 7 people are missing at sea because they flew a mission on my command. Before that, I had to tell my sister her son might not come home from his deployment. And now, Clark, shutting down every emotion is the most tempting thing in the world right now." "You're the commander-in-chief, sir," Mary Pat replied. "Maybe that's exactly what's required." "I understand what you're saying," Ryan said, "but I disagree. There's a reason a human being sits behind the resolute desk. Not a machine. The best leaders don't suppress their emotions. They acknowledge them. That's what keeps us grounded, and it's what prevents us from becoming monsters in the name of duty." Mary Pat grasped his point, but a thread of worry remained. A commander who fixated too much on potential losses could spiral into hesitation at the worst possible moment. While she agreed the president shouldn't rush toward conflict, neither could he afford to waver once the path became clear. She kept these thoughts to herself, however, simply nodding and giving him a moment to breathe. She needed Jack sharp for what came next. This private screening was deliberate among his staff. He had to be the unflappable president here. For just a few minutes, he could set that burden down and react as any grieving friend would. The moment passed quickly. "Who has Clark?" Ryan asked, his focus returning. Mary Pat placed both palms flat on the table, steadying herself for the next blow. "The short answer is, we aren't certain," she began. The video appeared on an Abu Sayyaf-affiliated channel. "Our analysts are tracing the digital footprint now, early data points to an upload from a rugged, hilly region on Basilan Island in the southern Philippines, a known terrorist sanctuary. It strongly suggests Clark is being held by that Islamic extremist group." "But you have doubts," Ryan stated. Mary Pat paused, assembling her thoughts. Summarizing intelligence was always more art than science. The best briefings married hard data with an analyst's instinct, a delicate dance between human intuition and cold facts. Stray too far toward gut feeling, and you risked coloring the intelligence with personal bias. Lean too heavily on raw data alone, and you were left with a pile of disconnected clues that led nowhere. "I believe there are layers here we aren't seeing," Mary Pat finally said. "It's entirely possible Abu Sayyaf has him, but this operation deviates from their standard playbook. Yes, they're pirates and kidnappers. Yes, they've operated in Manila, and sure, it's plausible they have tentacles in a major Asian port, but this feels different." The attack on the campus team unfolded in 2 distinct phases. The initial clash appeared to be a firefight between 2 factions vying for the Chinese glider technology. However, the latter stages of that confrontation are far more concerning. That planted explosive, coupled with the kidnappers' precise timing, suggests a meticulously planned trap, a deliberate ambush. When I connect this to the violent events unfolding across Europe, a disturbing pattern emerges. This feels less like a series of isolated incidents and more like a coordinated campaign aimed directly at the campus. "Then what's the purpose of the Clark video?" Ryan asked, tapping the tablet screen. "A bullet would have been simpler, frankly. Why kidnap him at all?" These were the exact questions churning in Mary Pat's mind, questions without clear answers. Sometimes she wished her boss hadn't been forged in the crucible of the world's top intelligence agency. I don't have that answer yet, sir, she admitted, but I will get it. You have my word. Jack studied her for a prolonged moment before releasing a weary sigh. I trust you, MP, Ryan said. But what's your plan for Clark? Let me take point on Clark, Mary Pat urged. My instinct tells me every event in that region is connected. A campus operative is fighting for his life, and a man you've known for decades has been taken. That's not random chance. What are you implying? Ryan said. His voice remained steady, but his tone shifted. He sensed her direction, and it unsettled him. Less than a year ago, you temporarily stepped back because your wife was taken, Mary Pat reminded him. I said it then, and I believe it now, that voluntary decision was the correct one. But our adversaries were observing and learning. If we operate under the assumption that the campus has been compromised, then we must also assume those same enemies are aware of your deep personal connections to Junior Clark, Ding, and Dom. You are a formidable president, known for decisive and prudent action on the global stage. Unless I'm placed in a situation where I cannot act effectively, Ryan finished. Mary Pat gave a single nod. Threats to our family strike at a primal level, regardless of position or power. You partially neutralized that leverage during Kathy's ordeal by stepping aside. But consider the alternative. What if you had remained in the Oval Office, your judgment clouded by fear and anxiety for your missing wife? Could you have made clear, unbiased decisions for the nation? What are you suggesting, Mary Pat? Ryan's voice was tight. That I should step aside now because Dom is in a coma and Clark is missing? No, sir, Mary Pat said, shaking her head firmly. That is not what I'm saying, but I do believe you must be acutely aware that compromising your decision-making capacity could be the ultimate objective of this entire operation. It's a classic playbook move. Target the heart to cloud the mind. And what exactly is this operation? Ryan pressed, a hint of frustration breaking through. So far, I have a downed surveillance aircraft and very little concrete intelligence. If your theory holds, what crucial piece am I overlooking? I don't know, sir, Mary Pat repeated, feeling the weight of the admission. But forewarned is forearmed. That's precisely why I need you to let me manage the Clark situation while you focus on the escalating crisis in the South China Sea, as if her words pulled him back to the immediate reality beyond the Situation Room's insulated walls. Ryan checked his watch. Scott should have the Chinese ambassador on the line by now, he said. If past precedent holds, they'll stall for about 45 minutes before patching me through. I'll follow your advice, Mary Pat. But I need results. Understood, sir, she replied. I have resources positioned to pursue Clark, but I require one thing from you. Name it. Unified authority. Clark's time is running out. We need the ability to leverage every tool at our disposal, merging intelligence and operations without any seams. No bureaucratic barriers, no jurisdictional walls. Ryan's brow furrowed as she spoke, then understanding dawned. The campus, he said. You want to formally bring it under the intelligence community's umbrella. It's not about semantics or official charters, Mr. President, Mary Pat stated bluntly. And I'm not interested in blanket pardons or legal loopholes. I need your authorization to integrate the campus's capabilities as I deem necessary. If my suspicions are correct, someone has already pierced the organization's veil of secrecy. We need to move faster than they do. If I've misjudged this, we'll handle that situation when it arises. Ryan met her gaze, his expression unusually inscrutable, before he gave a slow, deliberate nod. All right, he agreed. Proceed as you see fit. Thank you, Mr. President, Mary Pat replied, gathering her materials, unless there's anything further I should begin. Just one caution, MP, Ryan said, his tone halting her as she reached for her secure tablet. Sir? I will not stand by while one of my closest friends is tortured to death, Ryan stated firmly. You'll have your latitude, but if another video surfaces, all previous constraints are void. Is that clear? Understood, sir, Mary Pat affirmed. We will recover Clark. As the president rose, a silent worry crept into Mary Pat's mind. A hope that she hadn't just made a promise to a friend she couldn't keep, USS Delaware, South China Sea. "You need to see this, Captain." Commander Christina Dixon looked up from the printed department reports she preferred over her tablet, a habit left over from her early career despite the boat's advanced digital network. The concerned face of her executive officer told her the comfort of her routine was about to end. "What is it, Dan?" Wordlessly, Dan handed her a printout, a telling sign. If he wanted her to read it firsthand, the news was likely serious. She was correct. A P-8 Poseidon aircraft had crashed, and the Delaware was ordered to investigate. The instructions were precise, yet allowed for her interpretation. As was customary for a submarine commander, while directed to proceed to the crash site at best speed, her subsequent actions were left undefined. Her vessel represented a key strategic deterrent against potential Chinese moves around Taiwan, a threat that relied entirely on remaining undetected. Merely the suspicion of her presence influenced Chinese naval movements, much like a single concealed sniper could disrupt an entire platoon. Every Chinese ship had to wonder if the Delaware was just beyond the horizon. Her Mark 48 torpedoes or Tomahawk missiles locked on target, but that tactical advantage would evaporate the moment she sacrificed stealth. Once detected, she became a known entity, still formidable, but far less of a psychological weapon.
How far out?
Christina asked. 20 miles. At her current patrol speed, the journey would take hours, precious time any survivors would spend battling the sea and their injuries. She could order a faster sprint, but the increased noise would degrade her passive sonar and risk revealing her position. The choice was hers. "Officer of the deck," Christina commanded, "plot an intercept course to the crash site. Make speed 20 knots. Plot intercept course and make speed 20 knots. Aye, Captain," Brian responded. "Ensure navigation accounts for drift from wind and current," Christina added, a sudden memory flashing of her own survival training in the cold Pacific years ago. "If there are American crew in the water, we reach them before anyone else does." After hearing her orders acknowledged, she turned back to Dan. "Send our reply to Comspac. Inform them Delaware is en route." "Aye, Captain," Dan said. His eyes betrayed his concern about the operational risk, but he wisely kept any doubt to himself. Christina commanded a formidable 7,800-ton nuclear-powered submarine, a vessel granting her far greater operational freedom than most naval officers ever experienced. Even with that autonomy, her recent, deliberately vague response to command had stretched protocol to its limit. A captain was expected to outline specific intentions. Christina had offered none. This wasn't some reckless display of confidence, despite what Dan might assume. The truth was, with her boat slicing through the ocean at 20 knots, she had under an hour to formulate a plan for a scenario she hadn't fully resolved. What to do if they actually found survivors? The clock was ticking, and it was time for decisive thought. In Manila, a crackle of static preceded a voice. "Lysand? Gavin, do you read me?" Jack asked. "We hear you loud and clear, Jack." Lysand responded, her familiar, slightly raspy tone sending an unexpected wave of resolve through him. Their last unresolved conversation had lingered in his mind, forcing an answer to a question he'd been avoiding. He wasn't going to let her walk away. This raven-haired woman was different from anyone before her, and he was determined to win her back, no matter the cost. The irony that this personal epiphany arrived during a full-blown crisis wasn't lost on him. "Good," Jack said, pushing his own anxiety aside. "Here's the situation." He drew a breath, less to calm his nerves and more because he genuinely disliked the report he had to give. Then again, as his surgeon mother always noted, two conflicting truths could coexist. He could be simultaneously rattled by seeing Lysand's face on his screen and thoroughly displeased with their new dismal safe house in a rough Manila neighborhood, a trade from the grim clinic that offered no upgrade in ambiance. "Mary Pat dispatched a CIA team for Ding and Dom," Jack continued. "Ding is at the embassy. Dom was stabilized and is on a medevac flight back to the States. He's still in a coma. He paused, not to delay, but from a pang of guilt. Refusing the extraction team's offer to evacuate everyone was the right call for the mission. But it meant he wasn't flying home with his injured cousin. Carrie's earlier words had helped frame the severity of the operator's injuries, yet Jack felt a deep personal duty to his aunt. He should have been there when she received the news about her son, but that was a debt for later. Every ounce of his focus now belonged to Clark. Until their director of operations was recovered, everything else, including untangling things with Lisanne Robertson, was relegated to the distant background. "Where exactly are you guys?" Gavin's distinctive, high-pitched voice came from off-screen. "We're in a safe house, Gavin," Jack replied. More or less after the agency team left, their local contact Mario had tried to leave as well. Jack understood the Filipino banker's desire to check on his own family, but he couldn't allow it. Mario was their only tangible link to the city's shadowy networks, their best chance to find who took Clark and where they might be hiding. Jack proposed a deal. Mario's family would be granted sanctuary at the U.S. Embassy on Manila's waterfront, a short walk from their home, in exchange for his continued assistance, with his cousin Mon unreachable, and the actions of Danilo still unclear. Mario agreed, wanting his family secure until the dangerous political winds settled. Once confirmation of his family's safety arrived, Mario recommitted fully to the effort. With a few quick phone calls, Mario arranged for a recently foreclosed property to serve as their new safe house, providing Jack with the address and the code for the digital lock. This was now the temporary base for Jack and his small, weary team. "What's the next move?" Lisanne asked. Jack scanned the cramped apartment as he considered the question. The fluorescent lights hummed incessantly. The kitchen faucet had a persistent drip, and the floors were coated in a layer of grime. It wasn't the most dismal place he'd ever laid low, but this two-bedroom dump was a strong contender. On the bright side, the plumbing worked, and the window units wheezed out a vaguely cool breeze. For shelter, it would suffice. Their weapons and gear were in a comparable state of bare adequacy. They weren't outfitted for a prolonged battle, but Jack and the Green Berets still had their firearms from the previous engagement and a decent supply of ammo, thanks to the commandos' quick thinking. Before evacuating the first location, the soldiers had raided the campus's equipment cases, stuffing their packs with every round they could carry. Jack had found it amusing then. He wasn't smiling now. With their immediate survival needs met, only one crucial element was missing: a destination. "I need to find Clark," Jack stated. Mario checked with his contacts at the port, but nobody has a lead on the kidnappers, their origins, or why that warehouse was wired to explode. "Sounds like we're starting from scratch," Lisanne replied. "Pretty much," Jack said, biting back a more pessimistic retort. Once he'd committed to staying in the fight, he knew he'd need every ally he could muster. That meant fully integrating Lisanne and Gavin into the operation. Lisanne would function as their operations coordinator, while Gavin would work to piece together the intelligence puzzle. Together, they'd form an impromptu support cell, freeing Jack and his shooters to focus on their core competency, eliminating threats. At least, that was the plan in a perfect world. "What assets do we have on hand?" Lisanne pressed this. Jack answered, angling his laptop to show the Chinese underwater glider resting on the stained carpet. He was fully aware that hauling the bulky device up the apartment stairs with Jad and Carrie probably looked like a bad comedy sketch, but he wasn't letting the strange piece of hardware out of his sight. Even without knowing its exact purpose, it was clearly important enough to murder for, making it far too valuable to leave in the trunk of a car, especially in this neighborhood. "I examined the photos you sent of the glider's interface panel." Gavin's voice came through the laptop speaker. "The data port looks like it takes a standard USB connector. Can you hook it up to your computer?" Jack stared at the screen, waiting for Gavin's chuckle to signal he was joking. It never came. "You want me to plug my laptop into this torpedo thing?" Jack asked, his voice flat. "Got a brighter idea?" Gavin countered. Jack did not. Still, introducing his computer to a piece of Chinese military technology seemed like a spectacularly bad idea. Then again, Gavin had a point. Brilliant alternatives weren't exactly lining up at the door. Fine, Jack conceded, unspooling a cable and connecting it to the port Gavin had identified. A sudden, unbidden memory flashed of a training exercise where a similar plug-and-play moment had resulted in a simulated system meltdown. He pushed the thought aside. Just so I'm clear, what exactly are you hoping to find in there? Your guess is as good as mine, Gavin said, the sound of unwrapping bubble gum punctuating his words before a loud pop. I'll recognize it when it shows up. The plan felt flimsy to Jack, but Gavin had performed greater feats with less to go on. And really, what was the worst that could happen? Hey, Gav, Jack said as his laptop's fan suddenly kicked into a higher gear. How certain are we that this glider isn't packing an explosive payload? 100% not a warhead, Gavin asserted, smacking his gum. I've been digging into the specs on these things. That tiny propeller on the tail is more for stabilization and steering than thrust. From what I've gathered, this model might hit 2 knots. 4, absolute maximum, with a current behind it. That's far too sluggish to pursue ships effectively, Gavin remarked, his voice crackling through the speakers. Jack let out a tense breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Then again, Gavin continued, an anti-tamper mechanism isn't impossible. We ought to keep an eye out for that. Jack's hand snapped back from the glider's smooth surface. When you say keep an eye out, what exactly am I looking for? He pressed. What? Oh, the anti-tamper thing. Gavin's tone was distractedly casual. Honestly, Jack, I'm not sure. Check if the LCD on the control panel starts a countdown or flashes a warning. That's usually how it goes in the films. Nearby, Jad murmured what sounded like a prayer in Arabic, while Carrie softly recited the 23rd Psalm. Jack felt a strange urge to join the impromptu chorus. How's it going on your end, Gavin? He asked, forcing his voice to remain steady. Pretty good, thanks for asking, Gavin replied, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Though HQ is out of cold brew again. I really need to have a word with someone about that. I was referring to the glider, Gavin, Jack said, his patience thinning. More specifically, the glider's potential anti-tamper system. Oh, right, that, Gavin said, his focus snapping back. The positive update is I've powered up the device's hard drive and started imaging it. Since we haven't been blown to bits yet, I'd say we're in decent shape. The real test, I suppose, will come when the imaging finishes. If it were me designing this, I'd wire the electronics so any unauthorized access arms the device. Then I'd wait until the hard drive was nearly fully copied before triggering any explosives. You know, to really lure the investigators in, Jad switched to English, and he and the Green Berets finished the psalm's final lines together. How much longer? Jack asked, his eyes fixed on the laptop screen. Come on, Jack, I'm not a magician, Gavin sighed. This data is encrypted, so it'll take me some time to crack it open. First, I need to. The hard drive imaging, Gavin, Jack interrupted. How close are we to finishing that? Oh, that. If nothing happens in the next 5 seconds, we should be clear, I think. A clear electronic chime echoed through the room. It seemed to come from the glider itself. Jack clenched his jaw, bracing for the searing flash that would precede meeting his maker. If the circumstances weren't so grim, it felt like the setup to a bad joke. A Muslim, a Catholic, and a Protestant walk up to the pearly gates. The chime sounded again, and then a third time. With a shuddering breath, Jack realized the sound wasn't emanating from the glider at all. It was coming from his back pocket, from his burner phone. He pulled it out with trembling fingers. Hello, Jack. Yes, it's Mary Pat. Are you okay? Jack wasn't entirely sure how to respond. Hey, Mary Pat, he said, keeping his voice low. I'm fine, just in the middle of something here. Can you talk? Jack glanced at the laptop screen. Gavin's progress bar had passed 90% and was still climbing. If Gavin's theory about the anti-tamper device was correct, things could get very lively, very fast. On the other hand, Jack had a strong feeling the Director of National Intelligence wasn't calling just to chat. "Sure," he said, watching the bar hit 95%, "but we might get disconnected unexpectedly." "No problem," Mary Pat said. "I'll be brief." Jack seriously doubted the spymaster could outpace electrons, racing through the glider's circuits at the speed of light. But he supposed it didn't matter now. What was destined to happen would happen. Mary Pat had enough on her plate without adding a Chinese booby trap to her concerns. "Okay," Jack said. "Go ahead." "It's done," Gavin announced from the laptop, "but don't unplug the dongle from the glider yet. Sometimes these anti-tamper systems are wired into the control port. This thing could still blow, possibly." "Jack," Mary Pat's voice sharpened over the phone. "What exactly are you doing right now?" "Not me, specifically," Jack said, carefully disconnecting the dongle from his computer. "Gavin's handling the technical work. I'm just facilitating his access to the Chinese glider we recovered." "Did he just say something about an explosion?" Mary Pat asked, her tone laced with alarm. "You know, Gavin," Jack replied, offering a weak smile nobody could see. "He's a worrier, with good reason," Gavin replied. Jack, muted the laptop, bracing for the scolding he was sure was coming from the Director of National Intelligence. "Actually, it's good. He's listening," Mary Pat said, "because what I need to say involves him too. Can he hear me?" "Hold on," Jack said. The whole exchange was starting to feel like a convoluted game of telephone. After muting Mary Pat, he activated the laptop's microphone. "Mary Pat's on my cell. I'm putting her on speaker so she can address everyone. Until then, please keep the line clear, of course," Gavin answered, sounding a little offended. "I won't say a word." Jack seriously doubted that. But they were out of time between Clark's abduction, the potential gang war simmering in the city, the Filipino police who were undoubtedly swarming the docks by now, and the questionable anti-tamper device. It was well past time to move. "All right, Mary Pat," Jack said after unmuting his phone. "You're on with the group. Carrie and Jad are here with me. Lisanne and Gavin are connected through the laptop." "Good," Mary Pat said. "Hello, everyone. I want to be clear. While I'm concerned for your injured teammates, we can't do more for them right now. That's not the case for Clark, so I'm dedicating our limited time to him. Are we agreed?" "Agreed," Jack said, as Carrie and Jad nodded. What Mary Pat said was obvious, but Jack appreciated her addressing the unspoken tension in the room. Ding was stable, but Dom's condition was still critical. This wasn't a normal workday, and Jack was thankful Mary Pat wasn't pretending it was. "Okay," Mary Pat continued, "here's how this will work. Effective immediately, the campus is officially part of the U.S. intelligence community and will report to me." "Why?" Jack asked. "Because we don't have the time or the luxury to pretend otherwise," Mary Pat stated. The South China Sea is practically a pool of gasoline waiting for a spark. We are closer to a conflict with China than we've been in decades. A Chinese J-16 fighter just shot down an American P-8, and their frigates are speeding toward the crash site. The president has ordered all available conventional assets to focus on recovering the P-8's crew. I might be able to redirect a ground branch team your way, or possibly a unit from Special Operations Command, but that will take time. Until then, if retrieving Clark requires direct action, the job belongs to the campus." Jack took a deep breath, understanding the weight of Mary Pat's declaration. At this moment, the campus had exactly 3 shooters ready, but that was a problem for later. Right now, Jack needed one thing above all actionable intelligence. "Understood," he said, "but we have no leads on who took Clark." "You have no leads yet," Mary Pat corrected. "That's about to change since the campus is now an official member of the intelligence community. The restrictions are lifted. I'm signing an emergency finding that will authorize a full link between your secure network and ours. Gavin and Lisanne will have access to everything we have. ISR feeds, human intelligence reports, all of it. Even the NSA's data?" Gavin blurted out. Everything, Mary Pat confirmed. Jack quickly muted Gavin's microphone before he could respond. The look of pure elation on the tech expert's face would have been comical if the situation weren't so grave. Gavin resembled a child who'd just been given unlimited access to the world's greatest toy store, and in a sense he had, after years of building workarounds and inferior applications to mimic government capabilities, he now had the real tools at his fingertips. But as much as Jack valued Mary Pat's support, he remained a realist. To have any hope of finding Clark, the team needed a solid starting point, a single thread to pull in the dark. Without this crucial guidance, the resources they were being offered could easily become more of a hindrance than a help. "Appreciated, Mary Pat," Jack replied. "That's going to make a real difference, but even the world's brightest flashlight is useless if you're pointing it at the sky. Do you have any leads for us? Anything that can point us toward who has Clark and where they're holding him?" The weary sigh that traveled through the phone line was its own form of answer. "Almost nothing, I'm sorry to say," Mary Pat admitted. "There's been a posting to a social media account linked to the Abu Sayyaf group. It's a video showing Clark being interrogated under duress." "How severe is it?" Jack asked, his voice tight. "Could be worse," Mary Pat said. "He took a serious beating, but he's breathing and talking." Jad leaned in. "What intel can we pull from the video itself?" "Smart question." Mary Pat acknowledged. "Our analysts stateside traced the upload point. The file's metadata points to Basilan Island, southwest of the Philippines, roughly 500 miles from Manila, but that only tells us where the digital file entered the network. Not necessarily where the recording was made," Jack finished. "Besides, there's no physical way his captors could have traveled that distance so quickly." "Precisely," Mary Pat confirmed. Just then Jad interjected, "Jack, Gavin's signaling he needs to say something." Jack looked at his laptop screen to see Gavin Byrie with his hand politely raised like a student in a classroom. Under different circumstances, the sight might have been amusing, but the cold dread sitting in Jack's gut stifled any hint of a smile. "Go ahead, Gavin," Jack said, unmuting the audio. "Thanks," Gavin said quickly. "Can you ask Mary Pat to send the raw video file to me? I have a theory I want to test." "Consider it done," Mary Pat said. "In fact, I'll do better than that. I'm connecting you directly with my assistant, Sam. He'll be your single point of contact for anything you require from our community. Any asset, any data stream, he'll facilitate it." "Outstanding," Gavin said, his mind already racing. "Right away, I know we'll need to." "Gavin," Jack cut in gently, "Mary Pat's schedule is packed. Unless you have an immediate specific request for her, let's save the operational details for Sam." "Right, understood," Gavin said. As if timed by a stage manager, the distinct ring of a landline echoed from Jack's handset. "That's my direct office line," Mary Pat said. "I have to take it. Anything else from your end, Jack?" "One more thing," Jack said, the question forming as he spoke. "My father always said you were the sharpest intelligence officer he'd ever partnered with. If you had to make an educated guess right now, where would you put Clark?" The phone rang 2 more times in the background before Mary Pat answered. "On the water," she stated firmly. "That corridor is teeming with thousands of vessels, from fishing boats to freighters. If Clark were my high-value prisoner, that's where I'd keep him, mobile and hard to pin down. Good hunting, Jack. I have to go." The call ended. For several seconds, Jack simply stared at the silent phone in his hand, half expecting it to ring again. It remained still. Slipping it into his pocket, he turned to face the expectant eyes of his team, his hand-picked group from the campus. "Gavin," Jack began. "You got all that?" "Already on it," Gavin confirmed. "I need some runway to analyze that video and cross-reference it with the data we pulled from the glider's systems. I'm piecing a concept together, but it needs to solidify. Time was a luxury they decidedly did not have." But Jack kept that thought to himself. Ding Chavez had once told him that a key part of leadership was understanding what drove your people. Gavin didn't need a pep talk to work faster. His own brilliant, obsessive mind was motivation enough, but maybe Jack could clear the path for him. "Lisanne," Jack said, shifting focus, "I need you to quarterback this search. Secure every intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance asset you can get your hands on. Frankly, commandeer anything you think might give us an edge. I'm not banking on a cavalry charge from Mary Pat's special mission teams. That said, assaulting a ship with just the three of us is a tall order. A full SEAL platoon would be a welcome sight right now." Jad started to speak, then seemed to think better of it, closing his mouth. "What's the matter?" Carrie asked with a faint smile. "Cat got your tongue?" "No," Jad said, shaking his head with a wry expression. "I feel like the moment demands a Navy SEAL joke, but for once I just can't muster one up. If Lieutenant Brandon Cates and his team of Navy SEALs walked through that door right now, I'd probably hug every one of them." A ripple of tense laughter followed his remark. Jack had pulled off some wild operations during his time with the campus, but trying to intercept a vessel with only 3 armed men seemed borderline suicidal. That, however, was a worry for later. His immediate priority was locating the boat. "Understood," Lisanne replied. She held his gaze for a long moment before offering a firm nod. Jack knew she grasped not only his explicit instructions, but also the unspoken one, keeping Gavin focused. For a second, he thought he saw a flicker of something more in her eyes, a hint that maybe their strained partnership wasn't beyond repair. Figuring out if that olive branch was genuine or just wishful thinking would have to wait. "Thanks, both of you," Jack said. "Update us the moment you have a lead." Gavin and Lisanne acknowledged, and the video call dissolved, leaving Jack alone with 2 green berets and a Filipino banker who looked like he was deeply regretting his recent life decisions. "Welcome to the club. So, where does that leave us?" Carrie asked. "With a little time to plug a few gaps in our approach," Jack answered. "Only a few?" Jad retorted with a skeptical raise of his eyebrow. "Try to dial down the pessimism," Carrie shot back. "He's got a plan. I'm feeling optimistic already." Jad let out a dismissive grunt. "All right, Jack," Carrie said, turning back to him. "Lay it out for us first." "We need to secure a boat," Jack stated. "Fantastic," Carrie replied dryly. "And where exactly do we get one?" "I was thinking we might have some local assistance for that," Jack said, as all 3 Americans turned their attention toward Mario. The man sighed, muttering something under his breath in Tagalog, but he didn't refuse. It was a start. Yes, Delaware. South China Sea. "It's looking a bit congested up there, Captain," Dan observed. Christina had to consciously keep her expression neutral as she studied the digital navigation plot. Executive officer's talent for understatement was in fine form. The horizontal electronic display, similar to a massive touchscreen table, had replaced the old paper charts. It integrated nautical maps with real-time sonar data into a single dynamic tactical picture. Digital or not, in her 15 years of submarine service, Christina had never seen a plot so utterly packed. A dozen separate surface contacts littered the screen, several of them on a direct intercept course. "Officer of the deck, what's our range to the estimated crash site?" Christina asked. 2 miles, ma'am." She had called the crew to battle stations 15 minutes prior. While she had absolute faith in her team, the nav plot strongly suggested the next few minutes were going to be intensely complicated. Then again, sailors didn't compete for a berth on a nuclear fast-attack submarine because they wanted a peaceful pleasure cruise. Judging by the 3 no-make that 4 Chinese frigates now steaming toward the projected location, the USS Delaware was about to get all the action she could handle. "Periscope depth," the officer of the deck announced. "Up periscope," Christina ordered, feeling the familiar electric buzz that even this routine command brought. Sharper now with the tension in the air, nothing captured the essence of being a submariner quite like the moment the optics broke the surface. As a girl, she'd watched every classic submarine film with her father, from Run Silent, Run Deep to Crimson Tide, dreaming of this life. Now she was living it, sort of. In a modern twist, Virginia-class submarines like the Delaware no longer had a traditional tube-like periscope. Instead, they used a photonic mast, a sensor array that sent high-resolution color and infrared images via fiber optic cable to monitors in the control room. It was more efficient and lethal, granting the entire command team a shared view, but Christina sometimes missed the solitary, tactile ritual of the old way. The view from above the waves instantly wiped any nostalgia from her mind. The sea state was a rough four, and the surface was a crowded, dangerous chessboard. To the average person, the term sea state 4 might sound like a minor detail, but for anyone who works on the ocean, it signals a serious situation with waves capable of cresting at 8 feet. The rolling swells Christina observed were already pushing toward 5 feet. A naval frigate would navigate these conditions without a second thought. But for smaller boats, it would mean a miserable, nauseating ride for anyone on board. Christina, however, wasn't watching a leisure yacht. Focus was locked on a bright orange life raft, packed with figures in flight suits, each one fighting desperately to stay inside as the sea tried to claim them. The sight was alarming enough, but then a dark, imposing shape materialized ahead through the spray. She engaged the digital zoom on her mast camera, her gut already telling her what was coming. The screen resolved to reveal the aggressive silhouette of a warship cutting through the water. This was no ordinary patrol boat. It was a Type 054, a Chinese frigate, charging directly toward the vulnerable raft. The situation had just escalated dramatically in the South China Sea aboard that very frigate. Commander Lixin Wang of the Chinese Navy studied the digital readouts glowing on the bridge of the Zhuchang. Commanding this ship was a point of deep pride. Commissioned in 2017, she represented the cutting edge of the fleet. From this nerve center, Lixin could monitor the precise data from the ship's targeting radar while listening to the whispers and echoes of the deep with advanced sonar. The Zhuchang was a floating arsenal armed with everything from rapid-fire 76mm cannons to long-range cruise missiles capable of striking targets on sea or land. Yet the object of his intense focus wasn't a hostile warship or aircraft. It was that same battered orange raft looking pitifully small against the churning waves. "What's our estimated time to intercept?" Lixin asked, his voice calm. 15 minutes, Commander," came the prompt reply from his executive officer, Lieutenant Yan Zhang. Lixin and Zhang had served together for a year and a half, a partnership forged during anti-piracy patrols, sovereignty assertions near disputed islands, and tense shadowing operations against U.S. vessels. Today, a shared unspoken tension hung between them. They both understood the stakes of this mission were different. "Increase speed to 27 knots," Lixin ordered. The command was echoed and executed. Powered by 4 massive diesel engines, the Zhuchang could maintain this pace for a long haul, and in a true emergency, she could push past 30 knots, though risking mechanical stress. Today, that risk was acceptable. The deck thrummed with renewed power as the ship surged forward. Lixin had no radar contacts suggesting arrival for the raft, but he operated on the assumption one was out there, lurking. He wasn't briefed on every high-level political maneuver, but he knew the essentials. An American reconnaissance plane had gone down, and his orders were to secure the survivors. If his own command was scrambling every available ship for the recovery, logic dictated the Americans would be doing the same. Letting them succeed was not an option. His instructions were crystal clear. Retrieve the crew at all costs, of course. Even the most unambiguous orders encounter the messy reality of the open ocean. Getting the survivors to come aboard wouldn't be the hard part. The worsening weather was his unwitting ally. The real threat was something far more unpredictable than the storm. It was the United States Navy. The critical question forming in Lixin's mind was what he would do if an American warship arrived first and attempted to pluck the survivors from the sea. His instructions hadn't covered this specific situation, and Lixin was certain the oversight was deliberate. It didn't matter. While he couldn't influence the unpredictable officials in Beijing who dictated his fate and that of his crew, he could dictate one thing: reaching the survivors before anyone else. Is the helicopter prepared? Lixin asked, his gaze fixed on Zong. The officer gave a slight shake of his head. Not at this time, Captain. Zong replied. The maintenance team is still addressing a problem with the hydraulic system. Any seasoned naval officer understood that ship-based aviation was notoriously temperamental, and the solitary Z-9C helicopter aboard the Zuchang was a prime example. The aircraft was based on the French Eurocopter Dauphin. The initial models had been built under license, but this upgraded version was a domestic design, using primarily Chinese parts. Lixin wasn't a pilot, but in his year and a half commanding the frigate, the helicopter had spent more time in the hangar being repaired than on the flight deck. Today appeared to be following that familiar pattern. Lixin studied the tactical screen as the distance to the estimated crash site kept decreasing. In under 10 minutes, he could have the Americans alongside his ship. Yet a nagging instinct told him that would be too slow. His expensive sensor array hadn't picked up any American vessels. But Lixin's gut feeling, honed by years at sea, contradicted the electronics. With the typical heavy traffic in these waters, pinpointing a nearly silent American submarine was a formidable challenge. His sonar operator had briefly held a promising contact moments before, only to lose it in the ocean's constant background chatter. Lixin needed to reach that life raft immediately, order the engine room to push the diesels to maximum, and begin the transient torque protocol. Lixin commanded, also inform the aircrew their aircraft departs in 10 minutes. It will either take off under its own power or be cleared from the deck. The pilots will be in the cockpit regardless. Acknowledged, Captain, Zhang said, his face an impassive mask. Further orders sound general quarters, Lixin stated. A flicker of surprise passed over Zhang's normally composed features. Nothing communicated a captain's resolve more clearly than his ship preparing for combat. With both his surface search and long-range radars actively transmitting, Lixin knew any hidden American submarine would detect his approach. Perfect. He hoped his actions would also convey his absolute determination. Within 10 minutes, the waterlogged survivors would be on his frigate. Whether their retrieval happened peacefully or not was now a decision for their compatriots. Assessment? Christina asked, watching the display. We face two options, Dan said. Either persuade that frigate to stand down so we can surface and recover our people, or sit here and watch the Chinese take our crew members into custody. Christina finished for her executive officer. Dan nodded slowly. Christina looked from the tactical screen to a secondary monitor, replaying the footage from their photonic mast. While she had focused mostly on the approaching warship, she had also quickly swept the camera across the life raft. The recorded images now played before her. 7 survivors. Christina didn't know the total crew complement of the downed P-8, so she couldn't be sure if there had been any fatalities. But she knew exactly who was to blame for their current crisis, the same nation responsible for a similar incident decades prior. The Hainan incident was before my service, Dan remarked, following her train of thought. Mine as well, Christina said, a cold edge entering her voice, but a classmate of mine from the academy lost her brother in that event. On April 1, 2001, a Chinese J-8 fighter jet collided with an American P-3 Orion patrol aircraft over the South China Sea. The Chinese pilot was killed, and the American crew had narrowly escaped the same fate, their aircraft badly damaged, but managing a desperate emergency landing. The memory of that deliberate aggression, a topic of sober study at Annapolis, fueled her resolve now this wasn't just a rescue. It was about preventing history from repeating itself. With remarkable skill, the Navy pilots managed to land their crippled aircraft, safely defying the odds. Yet their troubles were just starting. Faced with severe damage, the aircraft commander chose to set down on Hainan, an island under Chinese control. Chinese authorities swiftly impounded the valuable reconnaissance plane and took its crew into custody. For 10 days, the airmen faced relentless questioning and were freed only after the U.S. government delivered 2 deeply embarrassing letters of apology to China. In the years that followed, tensions with China had steadily intensified. This latest aerial clash between American and Chinese forces could easily ignite a wider regional crisis. Christina doubted the American crew struggling in the waves above her would meet a kinder fate than that earlier group. In fact, there was every chance their detention would be far longer if they were ever released at all. Christina weighed her choices once more. Beneath the ocean's surface, the USS Delaware was a formidable presence. 7 decades after America's first nuclear submarine entered service, the U.S. undersea fleet had attained an almost legendary reputation, except for a short span when Soviet technology nearly matched it. No other vessel could operate with such stealth. And even the Soviet successes with their Typhoon and Akula classes in the late 80s were largely built on secrets stolen from the U.S. Navy by an American spy duo, a father and son. Since then, diesel submarine technology had grown far quieter, and the Chinese were now deploying their own nuclear-powered boats. But at this precise moment, Christina held the upper hand. That would vanish the instant the Delaware broke the surface. There was no method to save the stranded pilots without revealing her location. Once surfaced, her technological marvel would be reduced to just another ship. No, that wasn't quite accurate. It would be worse. While the sub still had her 4 torpedo tubes available in a surface engagement, the Chinese frigate would utterly outmatch the Delaware. This meant Christina had to shape the conditions for the rescue immediately. "Up periscope," Christina ordered. "Prepare to verify the range to the Chinese frigate using active sonar, 1 ping only." "Prepare to verify range with 1 ping aye," the officer of the deck acknowledged. Christina met Dan's eyes, and the uncertainty in his gaze was clear. Did she truly understand the implications? Using active sonar against another vessel was practically a declaration of war. Then again, so was seizing a downed naval crew under the pretense of a rescue. Was she sure of her plan? Christina wasn't entirely certain. There was only one way to learn. Sonar, standing by, reported the officer of the deck. Drawing a steadying breath, Christina focused on the image of the Chinese warship. Then she gave the command. "Ping them!" Lixin had always imagined the sound of his ship breaking apart would be the most frightening noise he would ever hear. He was mistaken. One moment, he was listening to the strained roar of his engines. The next, a vibration like a massive tuning fork struck resonated through the entire hull. The sonar ping carried such raw energy that Lixin felt his dental fillings hum in sympathy. "Report?" Lixin shouted. "Undersea contact bearing 07DO, range 2,000 meters," came the reply. Lixin glanced at his first officer, who gave a grim nod. The submarine was positioned directly below the drifting American life raft. "Are there torpedoes in the water?" Lixin demanded. "Negative," Captain Zhang responded. "No sounds of torpedo tube outer doors opening either." This meant the Americans might have already opened their torpedo hatches ready to fire, or the doors could still be sealed, which would send an entirely different message. That single sonar ping was clearly intended as communication. Modern submarines, especially American ones, had no tactical need for active sonar to locate a target. So what was the purpose of the ping? A challenge or a warning? A clear warning to stand down? That was likely the message the submarine commander meant to send. But in a moment this tense, Lixin refused to act on guesswork alone. Even now, he pictured himself in the South Sea Fleet commander's office, justifying his decisions. He was certain the stern-faced vice admiral wouldn't appreciate one of his frigate captains retreating from the American target over a solitary sonar ping. Lixin could not show weakness. It was just as possible the sub-captain's resolve would crack first. While that one ping had given away the submarine's position, the vessel remained dangerous. The American commander could launch a volley of torpedoes at Lixin's ship. Even if they missed, the sub might use the distraction to plunge deep, hoping to vanish beneath a thermal layer that would scramble sonar returns. But to retrieve its stranded aircrew, the submarine would have to come up, tilting the tactical balance in Lixin's favor. Would that commander risk his boat for the helpless pilots? Lixin didn't know. Were their positions reversed, Lixin would never entertain such a trade. But Americans were a different breed. Unreadable regardless, Lixin wasn't moving. The American snake had just sounded its rattle. Now they would see if it was truly prepared to bite. Chinese frigate maintains intercept course, Dan reported, his voice tight. Speed has increased slightly. Estimated time on station. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. In roughly the time it took to microwave a frozen dinner, Christina would be staring down a Chinese warship with enough firepower to turn her boat into floating debris. Christina had never played chicken in a car, but she was no stranger to standing her ground. As a lacrosse goalie from her youth league all the way through the Naval Academy, she'd learned that nothing sharpens your focus like watching an opponent charge straight at you, ball cradled and no defenders in her path. From childhood games to her final match at Annapolis, she had never flinched from a challenge, no matter how imposing the adversary. She wasn't about to start today. "Prepare to surface," Christina ordered, her tone leaving no room for debate. "We're going to get our people." "Prepare to surface." "Aye," the officer of the deck acknowledged. "Blow main ballast and open the outer doors on torpedo tubes 1 and 2, Christina added. Once again, Lieutenant Andrews repeated the command without hesitation, but Christina noticed Brian's posture stiffen slightly as he barked the orders. For submariners, few sounds were as distinctive as the roar of air forcing seawater from the ballast tanks, and only one was more ominous, the heavy metallic groan of the protective outer torpedo tube doors swinging open. Christina had essentially just told the approaching frigate she wanted no fight. But she absolutely was not leaving without her sailors. She could only hope the Chinese captain understood the message. Lieutenant Tom McGrath had certainly experienced more comfortable situations. He'd put his jet down in rough seas with a landing that wasn't graceful, but had, generously speaking, gotten the job done. In the frantic aftermath, his crew executed their ditching procedures perfectly. The survival rafts were inflated and secured, and those who could move assisted the injured out of the sinking aircraft. All 7 crew members had escaped the jet alive. Crucially, the plane had been prepped to sink, sending its cache of secrets and sensitive gear housed within its ordinary-looking frame to the ocean floor. And sink it did, perhaps a little too efficiently. The aircraft vanished beneath the waves faster than anyone anticipated. Tom had grabbed a paddle, fighting to keep their bobbing rafts from being pulled into the churning whirlpool left by the massive plane. He succeeded in keeping his crew from following the P-8 into the deep, but this was where Tom's run of good fortune ran out. A sudden sharp cramp seized his leg from the cold water, a painful reminder of their precarious reality. The shift in weather came with the sudden, brutal force typical of this region. The ocean, which had been merely restless before, now churned with a ferocity that turned the waves into towering liquid mountains. Each swell threatened to engulf their flimsy rafts entirely. A massive, unexpected surge nearly flung Jack into the abyss, forcing Tom to command everyone to secure themselves with the safety lines. After what felt like an eternity of being battered by wind and salt water, Tom's stomach revolted, expelling his recent snack and seemingly every meal from the past several days. Just as despair began to solidify, a shape emerged from the mist, a potential salvation. Or so they thought. "It's a Chinese frigate, no doubt," Jack confirmed, his voice tight. "I can make out the flag." For a fleeting moment, the sight of the gray warship lifted the spirits of the soaked survivors. Then a cold dread settled in Tom's gut as the vessel's profile sparked an unwelcome sense of recognition. Since the survival gear bag was clipped near Jack, Tom asked him to retrieve the binoculars for a closer look. Jack fumbled with the bag, losing a few items to the hungry sea, but his assessment was grim. Tom now wrestled with a terrible choice: take their chances with the merciless ocean or with the approaching ship? "That's what I was afraid of," Tom muttered. "Any signal on the SATCOM?" Jack shook his head, water dripping from his hair. "The emergency locator is pinging, I think, but the voice channel is just static." Tom gave a curt nod. He'd expected as much. The rugged radio was built to blast their GPS coordinates through the satellite network, but heavy weather played havoc with clear communication. The dense cloud cover and moisture-laden air scrambled voice transmissions. Though the digital distress signal might punch through. "What's the plan?" Jack asked, lowering his voice so only Tom could hear. The implication was clear. While their countries weren't officially at war, that Chinese warship didn't mean rescue. Not in any way they'd hoped for. Relations were tense enough now. Decades ago, during a lesser crisis, the Chinese had still milked a similar situation for every drop of propaganda value. If it came down to a direct choice between his crew's survival and being taken aboard, Tom knew his duty lay with his sailors. But he wasn't ready to concede that point yet. "Let me check the radio," Tom said. "Maybe the issue is just me." Jack let out a derisive snort, but handed over the transmitter. Both men knew Jack was the undisputed radio whisperer, able to coax life into the most temperamental devices long after others had given up. The look he gave Tom, however, showed he understood the real reason for the request. Tom's command hadn't ended when their aircraft went down. For better or worse, he was responsible until they were back on friendly soil. And the decision about the frigate rested solely with him before potentially ordering his crew to refuse rescue. He felt compelled to try everything. Tom made a theatrical display of checking the antenna, reseating the battery, and cycling through the channels, but it was just a performance. As suspected, Jack had already done a more thorough diagnostic than he ever could. Deciding he'd stalled long enough, Tom raised the radio toward the sky and pressed the transmit button. At that exact moment, a rogue wave hammered the raft. The safety line kept Tom aboard, but the radio was torn from his grasp, vanishing into the froth. The absurdity of the loss washed over him, a bitter laugh dying in his throat as the ocean, indifferent and vast, seemed to deliver its final verdict. The vessel that broke the surface was less a machine of steel and more a dark behemoth from the deep. Despite the sonar operator's warning of American intentions, the sheer scale of the submarine erupting from the water was staggering. Where moments before there had been only wind-whipped swells, now a shadowy colossus dominated the horizon. "Captain, your orders!" Lixon studied the frigate's high-definition feed, his mind racing. The second acoustic signature had been clear. The outer doors of the American torpedo tubes were open. In a direct confrontation, the submarine stood little chance against the Zhuchang's arsenal. He had weapons that could strike from above and others that could pursue the boat into the abyss if it dove. Yet he paused. He couldn't ignore the meaning behind the Americans' actions. The tubes were open, but not flooded. This, like the earlier sonar ping, was a deliberate show of restraint, a predator showing its fangs but holding its ground. Would the American actually fire? For years, Lixon's comrades in the air had outperformed their American rivals, a fact underscored by the bobbing orange raft nearby. Maybe it was time he adopted their boldness. Maintain course and speed, Lixon finally commanded. Let's see what mettle the American captain possesses. What's his game? Dan's voice, usually so steady, held an edge Christina couldn't blame him for. They stood together in the Delaware's sail, buffeted by salt spray, surrounded by electronic masts. Unlike the conning towers of older submarines, this structure was merely an exposed platform, offering little more than a chest-high rail as the boat heaved in the rough seas. But Dan's tension didn't come from the ocean. It came from the Chinese frigate charging toward them. The warship was pushing close to 30 knots, its bow cutting a furious white wake, and it was aimed directly at them. Watching the tactical display had been one thing. Seeing the massive hull bear down with her own eyes injected a cold, sharp urgency into Christina's thoughts. "He's sending a message," she said. "Officer of the deck, come right to course 075. Her order was repeated as Dan hurried down the ladder to the external deck to assist." The crew had secured the survival rafts, but 3 aviators were still struggling on the submarine's slippery hull. Christina's sudden turn was a desperate gambit, like a matador sidestepping a bull meant to slip past the frigate and buy those men precious seconds. But on the surface, the Delaware was no agile dancer. It turned with a lumbering reluctance. The frigate's bow remained on a collision course. Then a signal lamp from the Chinese bridge began to flash in Morse code, engine for failure. Unable to alter course. In a flash, Christina understood the ruse. By claiming a mechanical problem, the Chinese captain was crafting a convenient excuse, a defense for the disaster he was about to cause. The man wasn't just bluffing, he intended to ram them. "Officer of the deck, prepare to crash dive," Christina commanded, her voice cutting through the wind. "Prepare to crash dive. Aye," came the immediate reply. Two crew members were still out on the Delaware's hull, Dan and one of the wounded pilots. Christina's eyes darted from her struggling executive officer to the approaching frigate. It was going to be a near thing. 500 meters to the submarine, Captain," Zhang reported. "Sound the collision alarm," Lixon ordered. As the klaxons blared across the bridge, Lixon clenched his jaw. He had fully anticipated the Americans would leave their downed air crew behind rather than face his aggressive maneuver. They hadn't. In fact, the opposite had happened first one. Then both officers on the sub's sail had left their station to help their injured comrades scramble onto the slippery deck. Now the last three were climbing the ladder to the sail, led by a blonde woman. Zhang looked at Lixin from across the room. His unspoken question clear, Lixin gave a slight shake of his head. His orders from the vice admiral had been explicit. He knew every command was being recorded and would be scrutinized later. This was a lose-lose situation. The American submarine was built to handle the ocean's immense pressure. Its HY-100 steel pressure hull was far stronger than the sheet metal of the Zhucheng's outer skin. A direct hit would likely split his frigate in half. But there was a slim chance. In the crowded South China Sea, ship collisions were almost routine. Because of that, the Zhucheng's bow had been specially reinforced with a custom alloy blend. This improvised ram wasn't designed for submarines, but Lixin believed it might just cause enough damage to keep the American vessel from diving. If the sub was stuck on the surface, more Chinese frigates could converge and tilt the odds. It was a reckless gamble from a desperate man, and Lixin had no clue if it would work. But he was sure of one thing for his career, and possibly his life. He could not show weakness now. 100 meters, Zhang called out. The sub was so close Lixin could make out the details on the sail. Two of the three remaining sailors vanished inside, leaving only the blonde. For a fleeting moment, she paused, seeming to stare directly into the frigate's camera, as if meeting Lixin's gaze. Then the sail was clear. A line of geysers shot up along the hull as the submarine flooded its ballast tanks, and the dark structure began to slip beneath the water's surface. 50 meters, Zhang said. "Brace for impact," Lixin commanded. A second, more urgent alarm sounded throughout the ship. Lixin tightened his grip on the armrests. Then the Zhucheng's bow tore through the churning water where the submarine had been just seconds before. "West Wing, Washington, D.C., ma'am?" Mary Pat looked up from the papers on her desk to see Sam in the doorway. She'd been so focused she hadn't heard him come in. Truthfully, that wasn't the only thing making her feel unsettled. Instead of going back to her office at Liberty Crossing, she'd commandeered a spare workspace in the West Wing for herself and Sam. Staying close to Jack was the right call, but the new setup meant leaving behind the comfort of her own space and her full team. She even missed her hidden stash of Folger's coffee. "Is it another video?" Mary Pat asked, noticing the strain on Sam's face. Her voice tightened as she spoke. Despite what she'd told the president, Mary Pat wasn't sure how many more of those videos she could watch. Jack Ryan had kept her by his side for years because he valued her unbiased judgment. But the Clark situation was making her doubt herself. How could she continue to give clear, impartial advice when she knew he was being tortured? The thought left a cold, heavy feeling in her chest. No, Sam replied, stepping inside as if the question had been an open door. "My apologies. I should have led with that, and here I brought you this." It was a coffee mug, steaming and unmistakably Folgers by the scent. Mary Pat had no idea where he'd managed to scrounge it up, but she accepted it gratefully. With a gesture for him to continue, she took a sip. The caffeine seemed to jolt her weary mind awake. How many hours had it been since she'd last slept? Just as she had to remain vigilant about her blind spots concerning Clark, she needed to be sufficiently rested to deliver the analysis Jack demanded. The hot brew would stave off the impending crash for a while, but even Folgers couldn't fight exhaustion forever. "We've had some movement in the South China Sea," Sam said, passing her a tablet. "Our team reached the downed aviators first. The USS Delaware fished them out of the water, practically under the bow of a Chinese Type 054A frigate." "That's a positive development," Mary Pat said, scrolling through the data on the screen. "Did recovering our people help calm things down in the area at all?" Sam gave a grim shake of his head. "Afraid not. If you jump to the final slides in the briefing, you'll understand why." Mary Pat swiped to the end of the presentation and let out a low curse. If anything, the situation in those contested waters had grown more tense. Earlier reports mentioned a few frigates heading toward the suspected crash site. Now it appeared the entire Chinese naval fleet had sorted in one massive formation. But they weren't converging on the crash site. Instead, the warships were gathering near an even more sensitive location, Taiwan. "The president has called a meeting with the principals," Sam informed her. "I've been cross-referencing analysis from the entire intelligence community with what the Department of Defense is observing. The prevailing view is that this is a demonstration of strength, not the opening move of an invasion." Mary Pat nodded, having reached the same assessment herself. While the sheer number of conventional forces churning toward the Taiwan Strait was indeed staggering, an invasion of Taiwan wouldn't start with a giant, obvious armada. That tactic might have worked at Normandy. But the era of achieving surprise with a massive amphibious assault in such a heavily monitored stretch of ocean, the mere 100 miles separating Taiwan from the mainland, was long over. Conventional wisdom said an invasion would commence with a barrage of ballistic and cruise missiles launched from the mainland, targeting Taiwanese defenses and airfields. This was different, which led to the glaring, urgent question: what on earth were the Chinese playing at? "It feels like they're posturing," Sam offered, "trying to salvage some pride after we got to the P-8 crew before they did. Or they're trying to grab our focus," Mary Pat murmured, flipping back through the slides. "But why?" Sam pressed. "Another excellent question." "My father dabbled in magic," Mary Pat said, her thumb navigating back to the start of the briefing. "He always said magic boiled down to a single principle: controlling where the audience directs its attention. Watch the right hand while the left hand hides the rabbit." "Exactly," Mary Pat confirmed. "Are there any slides with imagery from farther south, say around Hainan Island?" Sam leaned over her shoulder, scrolling through the presentation at a blistering pace. "Try slides 6 through 8, he suggested. "What are you hunting for? Recall that Vietnamese fishing trawler?" Mary Pat asked. "The one the Chinese sank." "Of course. What were the coordinates for that incident?" "Much farther south," Sam recalled, "in the vicinity of the Paracel Islands, if I'm remembering correctly. Do we have satellite imagery for any of the major southern Chinese naval ports?" "Not in this briefing," Sam said. "But I can pull it. Get it," Mary Pat said, rising to her feet. "Pull the data back to the time frame of the trawler's sinking." "We already looked into that," Sam reminded her. "Between the poor weather and the ambiguity of the trawler's exact position, we came up empty." "I know we did," Mary Pat said, a new urgency in her tone. She paced a few steps, her earlier fatigue momentarily forgotten in the spark of a hunch. "But I'm less interested in what we saw then. I'm more interested in what we didn't see, what might have slipped out of those southern ports after the trawler went down. Take a comprehensive look at the entire region." I need time-lapse imagery. If a Chinese vessel was responsible for sinking that fishing boat, I have to identify its port of call. Sam's expression turned skeptical. Understood. But that's a massive search area, thousands of square miles with potentially hundreds of ships. This isn't a needle in a haystack. It's like rummaging through a whole toolbox to find the one bent screw. Mary Pat raised an eyebrow. What? Sam replied, a touch defensive. My father was a contractor. He never believed in tossing out usable hardware, or anything at all, I imagine, Mary Pat remarked. You're correct. The data set is enormous, and we don't have a clear target, but that's fine. We aren't the ones who will locate it. Say that again? Sam asked. This is a job for the analytics division, Mary Pat explained. I keep receiving briefings about the new machine learning tools they're integrating with NSA metadata. Find someone to apply those algorithms to the satellite footage using the Paracel Islands as the southern limit. Focus on the period from when the trawler went down up to the present, but zero in on maritime movements starting right after the attack on our team in Europe. Tag key incidents, Clark's abduction, the loss of our P-8 with precise timestamps. Hold on, Sam interrupted. Are you suggesting the Chinese intentionally took down our aircraft? I can't say if that was the pilot's goal, Mary Pat responded, but I believe the encounter was designed to provoke an international crisis, a diversion, so we're all staring at the magician's empty right hand while the real trick is happening with the left. The USS Ronald Reagan's carrier group was already steaming north toward the crash site. Now they're likely shifting even farther north, toward Taiwan. So where is no one paying attention? The Paracels? Sam answered. Exactly where a Vietnamese fishing boat was sunk for reasons we still don't understand, Mary Pat said, snatching a notepad. Tell the tech team it's time to prove their systems work. Find me that rabbit, Sam. Also, check with Gavin. If another video surfaces, I need to assure the president we're making progress on locating Clark. But we aren't any closer, Sam pointed out as Mary Pat headed for the door. Then get to work, she called back without turning. Don't force me to stretch the truth undisclosed location. South China Sea, it came as little shock to Jack that the vessel Mario had secured wasn't exactly a conventional boat. Technically, it qualified. It floated and was mostly sea-ready, but that was where the similarities ended. Unlike the sleek yachts typically moored at the Manila Yacht Club, Mario's craft spent most of its journeys not on the water, but above it, because it flew. Anyone else think we should be scanning for leftover Japanese subs? The quip came from Jad. The irreverent Green Beret had a knack for finding levity in almost any scenario, though here his question might have been half serious. The Grumman Hugh-16 Albatross they were riding and first rolled off the assembly line in 1949, 4 years after World War II ended, but its exterior and twin radial engines reminded Jack of the Allied seaplanes famous for plucking downed pilots from the ocean and hunting Imperial Japanese warships. He could only hope the Grumman's avionics had seen more recent updates. I was leaning more toward smugglers, Carrie chimed in from across the cabin. Didn't Jimmy Buffett crash one of these? He did, Jad confirmed, but he swam ashore. He almost wasn't so lucky a few years before in Jamaica. Authorities suspected he was running drugs and opened fire on his plane. Never happened, Carrie countered. I'm a surfer from Southern California. Jad shot back. You're a farm kid from New Hampshire. Which one of us has more authority here? Listen, I was born a parrot head, Carrie insisted. Besides, New Hampshire is basically the Southern California of New England. Jack thought Jad had a fair point, but he stayed out of the debate. His attention fixed on the horizon where sea met sky, wondering what awaited them at their destination. Jad rarely required backup in verbal sparring matches, but that wasn't the main issue. Jack was wrestling with the unsettling possibility that he himself might be slipping into madness. This is entertaining, Jad remarked, his tone dry, but perhaps we should discuss how much longer we intend to keep carving patterns into the clouds. There it was. Jack could have blamed the deafening engines. the jarring turbulence, or the plane's decidedly non-luxurious interior for Jad's sour mood. But he knew better. As a seasoned sniper, Jad was intimately familiar with both mind-numbing boredom and severe physical discomfort. He'd once shared a story over dinner about a mission where his team had established a sniper position inside a reeking garbage dump in Iraq. They'd remained there for a full 12 hours under a blistering sun, temperatures soaring past 120 degrees, just to get a clear shot at a problematic militia commander. No, Jad's irritation wasn't about the vintage aircraft rattling through the air. It was rooted in their current seemingly hopeless task, 3 men scanning a vast, empty ocean spanning over 1,000,000 square miles, searching for a specific boat they couldn't even properly describe, and weren't entirely convinced was real. All while Clark's time was running out, and the Chinese Navy was conducting aggressive exercises perilously close to Taiwan. Jack couldn't fault the Green Beret's logic. The problem was, he had absolutely zero alternatives. Their mission had started with a clearer objective. Jack needed a vessel, something swift enough to close the gap created by Clark's captor's head start, yet with the staying power to shadow the target once found. He quickly realized these two requirements were often mutually exclusive. Speed demons guzzled fuel, while efficient, long-range boats were notoriously slow. The solution, ironically, came from the sky. Mario, while no angler, was passionate about accessing remote locations. Living in an archipelago, he believed aviation was the key. His enthusiasm for old aircraft led them to the Grumman Hugh-16 Albatross, with a top speed exceeding 200 knots, a range of nearly 3,000 miles. And the unique ability to settle onto the open sea, the seaplane was an ideal, if unconventional, choice. With transportation secured, Jack's next challenge was determining where to look. This proved less difficult than expected. If the Chinese were responsible for Clark's abduction, logic dictated they would move him to a location they considered secure. In recent years, China's territorial footprint had expanded dramatically closer to the Philippine coast. Through the controversial construction of artificial islands across the South China Sea, Jack decided to begin his search around the disputed reefs and shoals near the Spratly Islands, roughly 500 miles southwest of Manila. This area held another strategic advantage. It was the frequent operating ground for the Chinese maritime militia, a fleet boasting over 120 vessels. Officially, Beijing described this force as a collection of civilian fishermen and sailors. In reality, it had become a blunt instrument of state policy. Crews received training from the People's Liberation Army and used their civilian-appearing boats to swarm, harass, and intimidate anyone venturing into waters China claimed. While these ships weren't outfitted with obvious weaponry, their coordinated, overwhelming numbers were a tactic in themselves. Jack reasoned this chaotic, crowded flotilla would provide perfect camouflage for moving a hostage. Finding Clark among that swarm would be like trying to pick out one specific, nondescript pebble on a miles-long shoreline. Jack and his team were racing against the clock to find Clark's boat before his captors could slip into the protective reach of a militia, or, even more troubling, onto one of the man-made islands or reefs claimed by China. Working with Mario, Jack had plotted a likely search grid based on the assumption the kidnappers were heading toward friendly waters at the best speed a trawler or freighter could manage. They'd loaded their gear into the Grumman and taken off. But what had looked clear on a nautical chart felt far less certain while bouncing through turbulent skies over the South China Sea. The fisheries around the Spratly Islands, located some 400 miles southwest of Manila and about 600 miles east of Ho Chi Minh City, were among the richest and most hotly disputed in the world. With China, Vietnam, the Philippines, Taiwan, Malaysia, and Brunei all asserting claims, the area was crowded with vessels and tensions. Even after narrowing their search to boats heading toward the Spratlys from Manila, within their estimated timeline, Jack and his team had spotted half a dozen possible ships, and those were just the ones they could see. Though Jad and Carey were highly skilled observers, scanning the vast ocean with binoculars alone was a monumental task. A truly thorough search would require multiple radar-equipped aircraft and ships. The distances were simply too great, and the targets too small for Jack to feel confident they hadn't missed the boat carrying Clark. As plans went, this one was shaping up to be a long shot, hardly one of his more brilliant operations. Gavin mentioned he might have a way to locate Clark, Jack said, lowering his binoculars to massage his tired eyes. I want us ready to move on, whatever he finds. But you're right, this isn't yielding much. I'll talk to Mario about setting us down on the water to conserve fuel, then check in with Gavin. Any clue what he's working on? Carrie asked. Jack shook his head. It's usually better not to ask. Trying to follow his logic while he's doing his digital wizardry is like watching a hyperactive puppy spin in circles. But I'll say this, Gavin always delivers. That much was true, though Gavin's idea of delivering didn't always match Jack's expectations. No problem, Carrie replied. Honestly, a little time on the water wouldn't be bad. It'll give us a chance to re-zero our rifles. Carrie nodded toward the HK-416s secured to the bulkhead. Both men had used their weapons during Clark's abduction, but the snipers were obsessive about maintaining their rifles zero. Conditions over the ocean were similar, but not identical to what they'd experienced in Manila. Before taking any precision shots, they'd want to confirm their long guns were performing as intended. Of course, even the world's most accurate rifle was useless without a target. Jack was turning toward the cockpit when his pocket vibrated. He pulled out the buzzing phone and glanced at the screen. Gavin, speak of the devil, Jack said, angling the phone so Carrie and Jad could see. Oval Office, Washington, D.C. Mary Pat could hear her boss's voice through the heavy door, separating the Oval Office from the outer reception area. He didn't sound pleased, exchanging a brief look with the Secret Service agent who opened the door for her. She read the clear, unspoken message in his eyes. Things were not going well. President Chen, that is simply untrue, Ryan said, his tone almost robotic, stripped of any warmth. Mary Pat had witnessed President Ryan in every emotional state imaginable, so she recognized the signs immediately. When John Patrick Ryan spoke with that particular low, measured tone, it wasn't mere anger. It was a white-hot fury barely contained. Ryan glanced up as she entered the Oval Office, but for the first time in her memory, he didn't stand. He was likely using every ounce of his willpower to keep from reaching through the telephone on the resolute desk and throttling the Chinese president with his bare hands. Arnie Van Dam sat in his customary place on the sofa to the president's right, his suit looking even more rumpled than usual. Ryan's chief of staff was leaning forward intently as if preparing to physically intervene. To Mary Pat's expert gaze, Ryan resembled a trapped predator. His knuckles were white where his fists pressed into the desk, his entire body coiled forward against the polished wood that seemed to be the only thing holding him back. The heavy door shut behind her with a definitive thud, sealing them in. Ryan locked eyes with her and lifted his brows in a silent question. "Do you have anything for me?" A sharp, metallic taste of failure filled her mouth as she gave a slight, negative shake of her head. Ryan acknowledged it with a tight nod, but his posture deflated. She had come up empty. Even though Ryan, of all people, understood the unpredictable nature of intelligence work, seeing the hope drain from his face was a personal blow. Her friend had needed her, and she had nothing to give. Oblivious to this wordless exchange, Arnie shifted on the couch to make space, but Mary Pat remained standing. She'd never served in the Navy, but she imagined this must be what it felt like on the bridge during battle. A tense, charged atmosphere where only the captain remained seated. A young, female voice, translating for President Chen, came through the speakerphone. "The collision between our aircraft was a direct result of your surveillance plane violating Chinese sovereign airspace." The use of a translator for a conversation that could spark a war felt bizarrely disconnected, adding a layer of surreal detachment to the crisis. Ryan's face flushed at the mention of the P-8. While the USS Delaware had recovered all 7 crewmen, one flyer had a broken arm and a $150 million aircraft was at the bottom of the sea. Ryan might have been open to a mutual halfway acknowledgement of fault, but he would never issue the kind of unilateral apology his predecessor had. Frankly, the lost plane was now a secondary concern. John Clark was still a prisoner, and a significant portion of the Chinese Navy was conducting aggressive exercises right off Taiwan's coast. One wrong word, one misinterpreted move, could explode this diplomatic standoff into open conflict. And Mary Pat had brought no leverage to the table. "We clearly have a fundamental disagreement about the facts of this incident," Ryan stated, his voice deceptively calm. "I categorically reject your version of events. Your fighter pilot executed a reckless and dangerously unprofessional intercept, violating every standard of safe airmanship. He then escalated an already volatile situation by deploying chaff and flares directly into my aircraft's path. This deliberate, provocative act destroyed the plane and almost killed 7 of my people. I take this with the utmost seriousness, President Chen, but I also believe the reckless mistake of one individual should not unravel the trust and productive relationship we have worked so hard to build." There it was, the offer and the line in the sand. President Ryan was about to offer a diplomatic olive branch, a subtle suggestion to the Chinese leader that the grace period he'd been given to retrieve his disabled submarine was nearing its end. But this wasn't a strategic play from a position of power. It felt more like a desperate, last-second prayer. It was less a dignified exit for President Chen and more a frantic appeal for de-escalation. The entire approach was doomed from the start. Just then, Mary Pat's phone buzzed on the table. She flipped it over to see a stark message from Sam. Outside, now catching the president's eye, she held up a single finger. Ryan's frown was brief, followed by a nod. 1 minute. He would buy her 60 seconds, clinging to the hope that his chief intelligence officer had somehow found a key to defuse the crisis. For the 100th time, Mary Pat was grateful for her practical shoes. Sprinting in heels was a special kind of torture. "What is it?" Mary Pat demanded as she pushed through the door. "The missing link," Sam replied. For the first time, she really looked at him. Normally, Sam dressed like a professor from a bygone era, his corduroys and tweed jackets, a deliberate attempt to add decades to his youthful face. The effort was utterly futile. With his mop of dark curls, fair complexion, and smooth, unlined skin, he still looked like one of Peter Pan's lost boys playing dress-up. His clothes were usually impeccable, but today was different. Today, Sam looked like he'd been through a hurricane. His shirt was partially untucked, one sleeve haphazardly rolled up while the other sagged at his wrist. His hair was a wild, Einstein-esque tangle, and deep shadows underscored his eyes. It hit her then. She wasn't the only one running on fumes. She made a mental note to check in on him later, but that was a luxury for another time. Right now, she had less than a minute to prevent a war in the South China Sea. "How did you crack this so fast?" Mary Pat pressed. "I know our analytics are advanced, but they're not wizards." "It wasn't the AI," Sam said, his curls shaking with his head. "I did it the old-school way, like you taught me. I stopped staring at the magician's waving hand and looked for the rabbit." Mary Pat had no clue what he meant, and the clock was ticking too loudly for metaphors. "Give me the headline, Sam. The president is on the line with Beijing. I have seconds." "Right," Sam said, turning his tablet toward her. Despite hands trembling from a brutal cocktail of adrenaline, caffeine, and exhaustion, his voice was calm and precise. "This is the Mao Chong, Mandarin for caterpillar. It departed Zhanjiang port 48 hours ago, coinciding with the incident involving Junior in Germany. It's been on a steady southeast course and is now positioned near the coordinates where the Vietnamese fishing boat went down." Mary Pat studied the image. The vessel was bizarre, a vague cousin to a container ship, but with its deck dominated by a lattice of metal scaffolding and gantry cranes, at its stern sat two massive cranes, and amidships was a structure that looked eerily like an oil derrick. "Is it a resource platform, drilling for gas?" "Almost," Sam answered, judging by the gear secured on deck. "We assess the Mao Chong is configured to vacuum polymetallic nodules from the seabed." Mary Pat shook her head in frustration. "Sam, stay with me. What does a deep-sea mining ship have to do with our naval standoff?" "Everything," he stated, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He launched into his explanation. It took a few seconds longer than the time she had left, but when he finished, the pieces snapped into place with terrifying clarity. "Everything." "Okay, that's enough," Mary Pat said, cutting him off with a raised hand. "You're coming with me." "Where?" Sam asked, his already pale face draining of color. "To stand behind me when I brief the president. I need you there." I can't," Sam stammered, looking as if he might be sick. "I'm just an analyst." "Not anymore, son. Apologies for the interruption, President Chen," Ryan said. "We experienced a technical glitch on our line and were disconnected. Can you hear me clearly now?" "Yes, we can hear you," the interpreter's voice replied. As Mary Pat Foley entered the Oval Office with Sam trailing behind her, two details immediately struck her. First, Jack Ryan was no longer seated. He was standing behind the Resolute desk. Second, judging by the horrified expression on Arnie's face, there had been no technical issue, unless you considered the president's own decisive finger on the disconnect button. She had asked her boss for just 1 minute, and instead of stalling, the leader of the free world had simply ended the call with the Chinese president. Mary Pat felt a wild mix of disbelief and grim amusement. As the door clicked shut behind her, Ryan's eyebrows shot upward, his gaze locked on her. The unspoken question was as clear now as his silent inquiry had been earlier. "Do you have what we need?" Mary Pat gave a firm nod. Then she pointed decisively at herself. To his credit, the president didn't waver. "Excellent," Ryan stated. "You will now be addressed by my Director of National Intelligence, Mary Pat Foley. She has some urgent, late-breaking information that I believe will help clarify the events that have transpired." Mary Pat. Ryan stepped back from the speakerphone, ceding the floor to her. In that instant, Mary Pat knew with absolute certainty that despite what she had told Ed, she would never leave this man's side. She loved her husband deeply, but her devotion to Jack Ryan was something else entirely. "Hello, President Chen," Mary Pat began, her eyes fixed on the phone. "I apologize in advance for any potential confusion. Immediately following this call, my office will transmit a detailed summary to your intelligence director, along with all supporting imagery and data. We have gathered evidence that a Chinese firm called has orchestrated a deliberate and coordinated assault against American intelligence officers. Furthermore, we assess that this company, in collaboration with the Abu Sayyaf militant group, is currently holding and torturing one of those captured officers. We believe the objective of these attacks is to push our two nations to the brink of armed conflict." For once, Mary Pat was grateful this wasn't a video conference. Arnie, never known for his poker face, sat on the couch with his mouth agape, fingers digging into the upholstery. From across the room, Ryan stared at her as if she'd lost her mind. A possibility Mary Pat herself wasn't entirely ready to dismiss. Beside her, Sam was practically vibrating, whether from too much coffee, the overwhelming awe of being in the Oval Office with the president for the first time, or perhaps because he wasn't as confident in his own conclusions as he had pretended. For both their sakes, she hoped it wasn't the last one. The silence from the other end of the line felt endless. Mary Pat knew she had just dumped a truckload of accusations into Chen's lap, but even accounting for translation and fact-checking, the quiet was unnerving. Ryan's famous index finger hovered over the mute button, seemingly torn between cutting the audio to demand a fuller explanation from her or charging ahead regardless. His calloused finger was just beginning to descend when the silence finally broke. "Why would Has desire a war between our countries?" the interpreter asked. Mary Pat let out the breath she'd been holding as quietly as she could. As a seasoned case officer, she had become skilled at predicting the probable flow of a conversation. Some rushed meetings with an asset lasted less than 60 seconds, requiring her to gather intelligence, issue instructions, and reassure her source all in one breath. Though it had been years since she'd whispered orders to the cardinal in Moscow, reading a person's next move was a skill that never left her. For the first time in many tense hours, something was finally going according to plan. President Chen had posed the very question Mary Pat was hoping for, and she seized the moment with the precision of a seasoned batter connecting with a perfect pitch. "That's an excellent point, Mr. President," Mary Pat replied, her tone measured. "I should have been clearer. I don't believe the architect of this scenario wants a war. Their objective is to divert our attention just long enough to lay claim to the polymetallic nodule deposit near the Paracel Islands. That is precisely where the Chinese-flagged vessel Mao Chong, which left Zhanjiang port 48 hours ago, is currently headed. My associate is sending you photographs of the ship now. You'll notice a 12-meter, 25-ton subsea robotic system secured to its deck, equipment specifically engineered for deep-sea nodule collection." She considered pushing further but held back. This dialogue felt like a strange hybrid of an intelligence debrief and a high-stakes negotiation. The trick was to provide just enough detail to demonstrate her grasp of the situation while keeping her actual cards, which honestly weren't many more than she'd already revealed, close. Sam was sharp, but he wasn't all-knowing. He had pieced together a series of alarming coincidences that pointed toward a larger scheme. It wasn't a watertight case, but Mary Pat had learned decades ago that in both spycraft and cards, you work with what you're dealt. A heavy silence settled over the room, punctuated only by the rapid clatter of Sam's keyboard as he dispatched the images and a concise analysis to the Chinese delegation. With a final keystroke, the email shot off, accompanied by an absurdly cheerful chirping sound effect. Sam's face flushed a deep crimson, making him look painfully young. Under less dire circumstances, Mary Pat might have found the whole thing endearing. To his credit, the kid rallied instantly. He tapped a few more keys, caught Mary Pat's eye, and gave a firm nod. Delivery confirmed. As the materials we've sent illustrate, Mary Pat continued, the Mao Chong was chartered by a shell corporation linked to Has. As I'm certain you know, Has supplies private military contractors and maintains considerable connections within the Chinese Communist Party. That final remark was intentionally incendiary, and it landed exactly as intended. Every person in the room was now fully focused. President Ryan's gaze locked onto hers, his mouth set in a thin, disapproving line, while Arnie looked positively queasy. Sam's jaw went slack, then shut, giving him the momentary appearance of a startled goldfish. But the most visceral reaction came from the speakerphone. "Are you implying my government is involved in this?" And just like that, Mary Pat had her opening. "Absolutely not, sir," she said smoothly. "We are all aware that if the Chinese government had authorized a seabed mining operation without first securing a permit through the UN's International Seabed Authority, the 7 other exploration licenses held by Chinese firms could be immediately revoked and reassigned to other nations. That would sacrifice years of research and billions in investment. Given the colossal stakes, the only logical conclusion is that this is an unauthorized venture by rogue elements within Has, operating without the Chinese government's approval or knowledge." Mary Pat scanned the room as she finished. Arnie's knuckles were white where he gripped the sofa, and Sam's fingers tapped a frantic beat on his tablet. But her attention was fixed on one man alone, the one standing behind the resolute desk. John Patrick Ryan's expression remained stern, but as his eyes met Mary Pat's, he gave a slight, deliberate nod. It was a subtle gesture, but unmistakable. Professional recognition. She had cleared the hurdle. President Chen, Ryan said, his voice firm. This is President Ryan. I'll be direct. I need to request your assistance with two matters. President Ryan's voice was measured, yet firm. First, both our nations have been drawn into a dangerous escalation that could turn catastrophic. I have no desire for that outcome, and I believe you share that sentiment. If you agree to halt the live-fire drills currently underway in the Taiwan Strait, I will order my carrier group to withdraw to its previous patrol zone. Mary Pat found herself agreeing with the president's approach. Offering a dignified exit was crucial in any high-stakes negotiation, and with the Chinese leadership, it was absolutely essential. By using their preferred name for the strait and proposing a mutual de-escalation, Ryan was providing exactly that off-ramp. "And your second request?" she asked. This time, the voice on the line was male, older, and carried the polished accent of an Oxford education. It was President Chen himself. Ryan drew a steadying breath, leaning toward the secure phone. "The individual currently detained by the rogue Has operatives is a personal friend. I would consider it a significant personal favor if you could assist in securing his safe return." Somewhere over the South China Sea, the seaplane hummed around them. "Talk to me, Gavin," Jack said. "What did you find?" He shoved a rumpled sleeping bag aside and sat on the lower bunk fastened to the Grumman's wall. He wouldn't admit it to the Green Berets, but the quirky seaplane was starting to feel oddly familiar. It was nowhere near the comfort of a commercial first-class cabin, but its makeshift interior had a nostalgic, almost cozy vibe, reminding him of childhood road trips in a rented camper. "Jack, please tell me you still have that Chinese drone." Jack's body went rigid despite the comfortable mattress. Gavin was a genius when you pointed him in the right direction, but Jack had learned years ago that the tech expert's casual demeanor rarely matched the gut-level tension of field operations. It wasn't that Gavin didn't grasp the life-or-death stakes. He did, but his battlefield was a digital one, far removed from the scent of gunpowder or the deafening roar of close combat. Gavin's stresses were real, but they existed in a different universe from the physical peril Jack routinely faced. So when Gavin's typically relaxed tone was replaced by sharp urgency, Jack listened. "Yeah, we've still got it," Jack confirmed. The winged silhouette of the glider was just visible beneath a makeshift nest of blankets Jad and Carrie had arranged. He wasn't entirely sure why he'd insisted on bringing it along. Perhaps it was because the cost of obtaining it, Dom's severe injury, made it feel too consequential to discard. Once Gavin had cloned its drive, its intelligence value was arguably spent, a view the extraction team seemed to share. But leaving it behind felt like an admission that Dom's sacrifice had been for little more than a piece of disposable hardware. He couldn't accept that. So the glider had traveled with them from the marina onto Mario's plane. Thank God. Gavin breathed, his voice pitched even higher than usual. "That thing is our ticket to finding Clark." Jack stood and moved across the cramped cabin, looking down at the device. In the seaplane's shadowy interior, it looked even more unimpressive, like a cheap prop from a forgettable sci-fi film, with the laptop dongle still hanging from its port. "You're going to have to connect the dots for me here," Jack said. "I'm not seeing how this piece of tech scrap leads us to Clark." "Two key points," Gavin said, words tumbling out in his excitement. "First, I confirmed Clark is on a vessel. Whoever posted that video was sloppy. They didn't fully scrub the background audio. I had to process the raw file through multiple software filters, but I managed to extract enough ambient noise to verify the video was filmed on a vessel and to build an acoustic profile that will help us locate it." Jack paused, his mind involuntarily picturing the sounds. Gavin must have filtered out the sounds of Clark's suffering. He forced the anger down. There would be time for that later. "An acoustic profile?" Jack asked, keeping his voice steady. "Exactly," Gavin replied, unaware of Jack's inner tension. "It's similar to how submarine sonar operators build signatures to identify ships by the noises they make. We now have the unique acoustic fingerprint for the ship holding Clark. You managed this alone?" Jack said. Not a chance, Gavin answered. I'm skilled, but not that skilled. When Mary Pat mentioned opening the intelligence community's floodgates, she meant it. Turns out there are some exceptionally sharp minds over at. Understood, Gavin. Jack cut in, acutely aware of the Grumman's radial engines gulping fuel at a frightening pace. So this glider, it's supposed to listen for Clark's boat? Of course not, Gavin said, his tone slightly indignant at the suggestion. Its sensors have a very limited range. The glider itself could never. Gavin, right? Sorry, Jack. I should have been clearer. That glider is part of a distributed sensor network covering a large section of the South China Sea. Since your glider was found by Filipino fishermen in the same general area where Clark's captors are hiding, it's reasonable to assume the rest of the glider fleet is deployed nearby. And this glider lets us tap into the whole underwater network, Jack asked. Not directly. Underwater communication is notoriously difficult. We believe the gliders surface periodically like dolphins to transmit collected data in bursts to an autonomous sea drone. Oh, what? Think of the gliders as worker bees, Gavin explained, and the sea drone as the hive's queen. These drones are uncrewed, long-endurance autonomous vehicles that gather and analyze data from the glider network before sending the refined intelligence back to China via satellite. Naval intelligence suspects one of these drones actually tracked a Virginia-class submarine a few days ago as it passed through the sensor field. So we use our glider to sync with the sea drone, hoping to leverage the entire sensor network to find Clark's boat, Jack summarized. That's the idea I've been trying to convey, Gavin confirmed. Jack glanced from the glider to the two other members of his three-man assault team. As seasoned professionals, the Green Berets were using the downtime to perform meticulous maintenance on their rifles. Both appeared wholly absorbed, Carey wiping his already immaculate bolt carrier group for the third time, Jad repeatedly unloading and reloading the same magazine with mechanical precision. Jack would never be hired by the Navy Research Lab. But even to him, Gavin's plans seemed precarious. Then again, so did the notion of assaulting a terrorist-held boat with just 3 men, one step at a time. All right, Jack said. What's our next move? Unsurprisingly to Jack, Gavin was somewhat vague on how to translate his concept of hacking into what he jokingly called China's version of Skynet from theory into practice. After a brainstorming session that felt a bit too improvised for Jack's comfort, Gavin provided a set of maritime coordinates where he wanted Mario to set down the search area they'd plotted on the open sea was a desperate patchwork of guesses. It combined the best estimates of Clark's current position, factoring in the time since the abduction and the freighter's possible speed, with the projected coverage zone of the glider network and the last known vicinity of the mystery drone from the Delaware's report. Jack's earlier assessment was an understatement. This wasn't just a thin lead. It was a complete shot in the dark, but it was the only shot they had. 20 minutes later, the Grumman seaplane was rocking on the growing swells. The port side hatch stood open, with Carey and Jad struggling to hold the sleek glider above the churning water while Jack, back inside, reconnected his laptop. He'd already linked the computer to a satellite Wi-Fi hotspot and handed full control over to Gavin remotely. At this moment, Jack felt utterly useless. Check the access port on the glider for any lit LEDs, Jack. Gavin's voice crackled through. I'm not receiving any data here. Jack reconsidered his earlier thought. Even a trained monkey might find some amusement in this absurd scenario. Jack, however, was just worried and entirely at the mercy of Gavin's increasingly clipped instructions. With a resigned breath, he left the laptop on a bench and moved to help the 2 Green Berets by a stroke of rare luck. The cable was long enough for Jack to stay relatively dry inside while the commandos muscled the glider halfway out the hatch. The goal was to give its satellite antenna a clear line to the sky while keeping the sensitive electronics out of the surf. They were managing, but just barely. While the antenna nubs had a clean view of the gray clouds, the ocean itself was putting on a show. The sea state had worsened, and the Grumman now wallowed heavily with each wave that slammed into its hull, drenching Carrie and Jad in icy spray. This had been mildly entertaining when Jack was warm and dry. Now that he was joining them, the humor had evaporated entirely. "Gavin needs to know if any lights are on in the access port," Jack shouted over the wind. "Your guess is as good as mine," Jad grumbled back. For a guy who claimed to be a lifelong Southern California surfer, Jad seemed to have a remarkably poor tolerance for cold seawater. Jack wisely kept that particular observation to himself. Leaning past the shivering men, he peered at the glider's port. 2 unlit dark LEDs stared blankly back. "No lights, Gavin?" Jack reported, double-checking that the USB connection was secure. "Okay," Gavin replied. "My theory is this thing has a fail-safe standby mode. It shuts down all non-critical systems if it thinks it's beached." The core processor acknowledged the file I just sent, but the peripheral sensors and transmitters are still dormant. "Plain English, Gavin," Jack said, ducking back inside just as another swell smacked against the seaplane's pontoon. "It goes to sleep if it's out of the water too long," Gavin simplified. "I think you need to unplug the laptop, seal the port, and dunk the glider for a few minutes. Once its brain detects seawater, it should wake everything back up." Choosing to ignore the ominous word "should," Jack asked the inevitable question, already certain he'd hate the answer. "And how long exactly do we need to hold it underwater?" "No clue," Gavin admitted. "I'd guess it boots up fast. Maybe 5 minutes. 2 minutes it is," Jack declared, turning to the commandos. They had, unsurprisingly, been listening to his side of the conversation and looked less than thrilled. "You have got to be kidding me, Jad," spat seawater dripping from his chin. "Come on, Jad," Jack retorted, a hint of forced cheer in his voice. "You're always saying whatever a Navy SEAL can do, a Green Beret can do better." "And with far less hair product," Carrie added, managing a grim smile through chattering teeth. "You guys are really sucking the joy out of a good-natured service rivalry," Jad remarked. "All right, what's the plan here?" "I'll lend a hand as soon as I secure this USB cable," Jack replied, disconnecting the dongle and sealing the glider's waterproof compartment. "With the 3 of us, this should be straightforward. The swells are increasing. We have to launch before they grow any larger." Mario's voice came from the Grumman's cockpit, where he remained seated. Jack had heard the cockpit window slide open, half expecting some words of encouragement from their pilot. That optimism was misplaced. "What's our window?" Jack asked. "I need to fire up the engines in 3 minutes," Mario stated flatly. "Understood," Jack said, tossing the laptop onto a bunk. Inside the cabin, the aircraft's rocking motion was unmistakably stronger. It was time to move. Carrie and Jad were clearly thinking the same thing. The 2 Green Berets had already wrestled the glider's nose into the water, and Jack moved to support the tail section. The craft was unwieldy and surprisingly dense. Luckily, once the front was buoyant, managing the rear became less of a struggle. With a concerted effort and only a few muttered curses, the 3 men guided the device into the sea, aligning it alongside the Grumman. Jad secured a grip on a fin-like antenna midway down the glider's spine, while Carrie held fast to one of the wings. "All right, Gavin," Jack called out. "It's in the water. 2 minutes." Mario shouted from above. A sudden surge of seawater slammed the glider against the plane's fuselage. Carrie yanked his hands back just in time, then had to lunge for the slick wing as the glider started to drift. Jack caught the Green Beret by his belt right as Carrie's fingers closed around the wing's edge. This really redefines the whole concept of a disaster. Jad grunted through clenched teeth. He had seized the dorsal fin when Jack was forced to release his hold, and his arms were trembling from the strain. 1 minute, Mario warned. "What's the status, Gavin?" Jack demanded. I'm not. Hold on, wait." "Gavin, I swear," Jack began, his voice tight. "If you don't, it's initializing, Jack?" Gavin cut in, a note of disbelief in his voice. It's coming online. The peripheral systems are rebooting. I can see the GPS attempting to lock onto satellites. That's odd. Gavin, there's some kind of auxiliary processor powering up. It looks like it's— Reel it in, Jack. Pull the glider back in now. Jack, being merely human, required a precious second for his brain to process Gavin's frantic command and formulate a response. The glider operated under no such delay. One moment it was floating obediently beside the aircraft. The next, the small propeller at its rear erupted with a ferocious whine. Apparently, small was a relative term. Until that instant, Jack would have bet the gleaming, multi-bladed piece of steel was mostly for show. That opinion vanished the second the propeller began to spin. The glider tore itself from their grasp and shot into an oncoming wave. Then its nose pitched down, and the compact shape sliced into the dark, churning water like a vengeful spirit returning to the abyss. "Damn it," Jack roared, the word tearing from his throat. "Damn it all to hell." "That pretty much sums it up," Carrie said dryly. "We are departing," Mario announced, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Immediately." "Where did the glider go?" Gavin's voice was small in Jack's ear. "Based on its heading? I'd say it's on a direct course for the underworld," Jack muttered, slumping against the cabin wall in defeat. Jad sank onto a seat across from him as Carrie secured the fuselage hatch, the sound of the Grumman's engines spooling up filling the space. "What's your next move?" Gavin asked. Jack had absolutely no idea. "I'm sorry, Jack. Truly I am." Jack didn't respond, not immediately anyway. While the Grumman's takeoff from the heaving sea was far rougher than their earlier calm departure from Manila Bay, the turbulent air and the queasy twist in his gut weren't the cause of his silence. The reason was far more fundamental. Jack didn't trust himself to open his mouth without completely losing his composure. Clark was likely taking a brutal beating at that very moment, and their one possible lead had just vanished into the ocean depths. Jack was far beyond accepting Gavin's sincere apology. Okay, maybe that was a little harsh. Sure, the glider's sudden disappearance was almost certainly due to something Gavin had inadvertently triggered, but it wasn't as if that bundle of plastic and metal had Clark's GPS coordinates stored in its digital memory. The glider plan had always been a desperate gamble. Gavin had simply been using the same playbook Jack himself had relied on for years. When you're down to your last card, you play it and pray for a miracle. This time, the miracle hadn't arrived. Deep down, Jack knew Gavin wasn't the true focus of his fury. That distinction belonged solely to himself. "Jack? I'm here, man," Jack replied, forcing his voice steady. "Listen, this isn't on you. Without your glider idea, we were staring at a blank wall. We're no worse off than when we started. Strictly speaking, that was a lie." The fuel being gulped by the Grumman's engines and the precious minutes ticking away were both dwindling assets. Their situation had objectively deteriorated, but Jack kept that thought to himself. He needed his tech wizard sharp and focused, and harping on the mistake would only make things worse. A part of him desperately wanted to retreat to a bunk, to let someone else shoulder the burden of command, but he couldn't. Leadership, especially now, meant little more than making sure his team didn't lose heart. "I just wish I had something else," Gavin sighed over the line. Another angle. Jack was about to offer another empty reassurance when his train of thought violently switched tracks. "Hey, Gav," he said, a new edge in his voice. "What about that software toy you were fiddling with back in Germany? The one you were testing on the Chinese security detail?" "What? Parsec?" "That's designed to—" "No, not the one that sounds like a space opera," Jack cut in. "The other one." "Oh," Gavin said, recognition dawning. "You mean Houdini? Yeah, I was using it to try and breach the Minders' mobile devices and—" "What about the motorcycle kidnappers?" Jack pressed. "Could it have penetrated their phones, too?" A thoughtful silence followed. "Huh, that's actually a brilliant question, Jack." But why would I? The kidnappers in Germany and the operatives in Manila are part of the same organization, Jack stated, the pieces clicking into place. If Houdini got into their phones, you'd have their entire contact lists and call logs map out who they called and then who those people called, build the whole rotten network. Then cross-reference it to see if any phone linked to that network is pinging a satellite or Wi-Fi signal from somewhere in the South China Sea. A prolonged silence on the other end told Jack he'd struck a nerve. He bit back the urge to push, giving Gavin space to process. A sudden jolt of turbulence rocked the aircraft, sending Jack's stomach into a nauseating flip. The romantic notion of seaplane travel had lost all its appeal. "That's not a terrible idea, Jack," Gavin finally conceded, "but I don't have the processing power for that kind of data crunching." "Like hell, you don't," Jack fired back. "You heard Mary Pat. All barriers are down. The entire intelligence apparatus is yours for the asking. Get her aide, Sam, on the line and spell out what you need. He'll have the NSA's supercomputers at Fort Meade eating data for breakfast." "I'm on it, Jack. Consider it done." The call ended. "Sounded promising," Carey remarked. Jack glanced from his phone to the Green Berets seated across the cabin, who had used the time to reassemble their weapons and check their gear. They'd even given his HK a once-over. "After the day we've had," Jack said dryly, "promising is a pretty low bar to clear." The initial spark of the idea was already giving way to cold practicality. "Do you think Gavin can actually find Clark?" Carey asked. Jack shook his head, his earlier moment of inspiration fading into the grim reality of their search. "I honestly don't know." "Honesty's good," Carey said. "Yeah," Jad added, checking a magazine. "We can work with that." "What's our backup plan if Gavin's tech wizardry doesn't pan out?" Jad asked, his voice tight with tension. Jack let out a slow breath, the salt air heavy around them. "We choose a vessel and take our chances. Are you serious?" Jad shot back, disbelief etched on his face. "You asked for the truth," Jack replied, his gaze steady on the horizon where the ships lay like toys on the water. "Maybe not that much truth," Jad muttered. Jack pressed on, his mind already shifting to logistics. "We know Clark's on one of those boats. The calculations we ran earlier narrow it down to a probable handful. We conduct quick visual recons on each, draft some rough extraction strategies. Right now, that's the only move we have." "I'm with you," Carey said, pulling out his own phone. "I'll update Mario. Let's just pray Gavin's typing faster than this bird gulps jet fuel." Jack shared the sentiment, his own hope, a fragile thing. The numbers on his watch seemed to mock him. 58 minutes since they'd lost visuals somewhere in the South China Sea. "It is finished." Fen stared at the phone in her hand, as if the sleek device had personally delivered the betrayal. The words were clear, yet their meaning refused to settle in her mind. "I do not understand," she said, carefully stripping any trace of worry from her voice. "It is quite simple." Aguo Wu's voice was a cold line. "The Americans have unraveled your scheme." The cramped cabin, which had never fazed her before, now felt suffocating. Her eyes lifted to a water-stained patch on the ceiling, the rust bleeding down the metal like desperate, grasping tendrils. It was almost laughable. Was this grimy room on a stolen trawler really where her grand design and her country's fate would sputter and die? "How?" she demanded. "The how is irrelevant," Aguo dismissed. "At Ryan's urging, President Chen has agreed to offer Chinese assistance in recovering the American operative you hold. Jiaolong commandos have been dispatched to secure your pirate ship. I advise you not to be there when they board. And the mineral deposits?" Fen pressed, her knuckles white around the phone. "I do not know how to be more clear," Aguo said, a note of finality in his tone. "Your plan has collapsed. The Americans know all of it. President Chen has recalled the Mao Chong to port. Your corporate offices are being searched as we speak. I am telling you this as a professional courtesy. Vanish while you still can." Fen could disappear. Every successful CEO in China understood their survival hinged on the whims of the party. Her alliance with Aguo had offered a shield, but she had woven her own safety net long ago. Offshore accounts, alternate identities. As ex-intelligence, she knew the shadows well. She could fade away and perhaps in time her patron could engineer a quiet return. But retreat was a foreign concept to her. No, Fen said. The word sharp and final, I stay the course. She terminated the call. Abandonment was not an option. She would see this through. The financial windfall would have been significant, yes, but this venture was never about money or personal power. It was born from watching her nation pushed to the economic precipice by its rivalry with America. Clark was still in her custody. That meant she still held a weapon capable of striking a devastating blow against China's most formidable adversary. She fully intended to use it. Somewhere in the South China Sea, Jack's phone buzzed against his leg. He snatched it, a flicker of hope for Gavin's name. It was Mary Pat. "Hey, Mary Pat," he answered. "They're going to kill him, Jack. They're going to execute Clark." His first instinct was to ask if she was certain, but he choked the question down. She was the director of national intelligence, a seasoned former field officer. She was sure. "What's my window?" Jack asked, his voice flat. "Non-existent," Mary Pat said. Another post just went live on that militant group's social feed, hinting at a final video. An execution reel. Whoever's pulling strings on the Chinese side clearly doesn't have full control of their local partners. The words hit Jack like physical blows, but he refused to buckle under their weight. There was a mission. It demanded focus and resolve, not grief. It required him to view Clark not as a friend or a guide, but as an objective. In this moment, that was the only way forward. The man from the campus was just another anonymous American, held captive and out of time. A hostage Jack was determined to bring home. "Will we have any support?" Jack asked, struggling to keep the strain from his voice. He didn't quite succeed. Jad glanced up from adjusting his rifle's optics, and Carey's hand went to the fasteners of his plate carrier. Both Green Berets understood the impossible odds staring them down, yet here they were, silently preparing to walk into the fire anyway. A fierce, warm pride tightened in Jack's chest. "Negative," Mary Pat replied. "The Chinese are offering something, but it's vague, and we're miles from any real agreement. Dedicated assault forces wheels up, but they're hours out. You're the only play we have right now, Jack." In a strange way, her blunt assessment was a relief. Sure, he'd give anything to have a full SEAL team like Brandon Cates and his crew storming in. But throwing new faces into the mix at this late hour would just complicate everything. Recent history had proven campus operators were far from bulletproof. In a fight, he'd always choose the men he'd already bled with over any untested unit. Knowing his entire world had shrunk down to the people inside this Grumman actually clarified things. The variables were gone. This was going to be Jack and his team, period. "Understood," Jack said. "I'm on it, Jack." Mary Pat's voice held a final gravelly note. "Yeah? Give them hell?" The line went dead. Jack immediately hit speed dial for Gavin. "Jack," Gavin answered, sounding rushed. "I was just—" "Need to cut you off, buddy," Jack interjected. "Time's up. We have to move on a target immediately. What have you got?" "I need more minutes, Jack," Gavin pleaded, his voice trembling. "There are threads, but nothing solid yet. They're going to execute Clark, Gavin, as we speak. I'm not asking for a guarantee. I just need your best professional estimate." Jack forced his tone to remain level, a stark contrast to the cold tremor in his gut. This was the point of no return. "And if I'm wrong," Gavin's fear was palpable. "Last time I was wrong, we lost an asset. This time, I could be sending one of you back in a bag. Listen to me," Jack said, each word deliberate. "I'm the team leader. This call is mine. Whatever happens, the responsibility rests with me, not you. Now, give me your best guess, please." For a long, silent moment, Jack feared Gavin would simply shut down. Then, a resigned sigh crackled through the phone. "All right, Jack. Here's what I've got. Gavin recited a set of coordinates. Jack cross-referenced them with the nautical chart spread across his makeshift desk. They weren't a perfect match, but they aligned closely with one of the trawlers he and the Green Berets had already circled as suspicious. It was enough. "Outstanding work, Gav," Jack said. "I'll call you when we have him." He ended the call. "What's the word boss?" Jad asked. Until now, Jad had used that title almost exclusively for Carrie. The fact he was directing it at Jack now wasn't lost on anyone, but Jack wasn't about to start celebrating. He had a feeling that goodwill would evaporate the second he outlined his thinking. "We're going for Clark," Jack stated. "I'm in," Carrie said without hesitation. "Who's on the assault team?" "You're looking at it," Jack replied. "You had to ask," Jad muttered, rolling his eyes. "Got it," Carrie said, then pointedly added, "So who else is on the assault team?" "I guess they grow 'em sturdy and literal up in New Hampshire," Jad quipped. "It's just us," Jack clarified. "So the silver lining is we won't have to worry about deconflicting with some other unit we've never worked with." "Something tells me I don't want to hear the downside," Jad said. "What's the plan?" Carrie pressed. "Less of a plan, more of an operational concept," Jack offered. "Told you," Jad said to Carrie. "Told me what?" That. He was an officer. Only officers talk in concepts and buzzwords. "I'm standing right here, gentlemen," Jack said dryly. "Then you'd better start explaining," Carrie said, folding his arms. "The faster you wrap this up, the sooner we can start shooting." Jack had to admit the Green Beret's blunt statement carried a twisted sort of reason. Maybe they were finally clicking as a unit. Maybe the pressure was finally cracking his sanity. There was only one real way to know, all right, Jack replied. "Here's my idea. Undisclosed location, South China Sea, Antel Andang, wasn't a man who believed in miracles. He shared the Muslim faith of his crew, but in the gritty reality of his daily life, Antel was a pragmatist. He'd survived kidnappings, thefts, and years of violence. The Imam's blessing for his bloody work, contingent on a 10% cut to the mosque, meant almost nothing to him. In all his years prowling the Sulu and Celebib seas off the Philippine coast, Antel had seen countless oddities, but he'd never witnessed Allah personally stepping in to tip the scales. That changed today. One moment, he was on the bridge keeping watch. The next, the sky seemed to open and dump a fortune right into his hands. Not an actual bucket of cash, but close enough. Antel had been a pirate his entire adult life, and he'd honed a sharp instinct for distinguishing a genuine payday from a mere hassle. The aircraft bobbing on the waves ahead of his ship practically had dollar signs painted on its hull. He'd heard the twin-engine plane before he saw it. His knowledge of aviation was limited, but he knew engines, and these were in serious distress. The sputtering cough had drawn his gaze through the grimy bridge windows just as the plane lurched into view. Thick white smoke was pouring from the cabin, and with one engine misfiring badly, Antel doubted it could stay airborne much longer. The pilot clearly agreed. The aircraft made a tight, wobbly turn around Antel's ship and then descended for a rough landing on the water. It bounced across the swells before settling, its engines giving a final pathetic wheeze before falling silent. While the landing was just in time, it did nothing to stop the smoke now billowing even more thickly from an open cabin window. The situation grew worse when the cabin door swung open, releasing a heavier, darker cloud. A compact raft was tossed out, hitting the water and inflating automatically. Two men then plunged into the churning surf, hauling themselves into the raft and immediately beginning to paddle toward Antel's vessel with desperate, frantic strokes. Given the smoke still engulfing their plane, their panic was understandable. One of the men who looked American popped a flare and began waving it urgently at Antel, while his companion kept paddling, as if the pirate could have possibly missed their dramatic arrival. "Get the cargo net ready," Antel ordered a group of deckhands as he nudged his trawler closer. "Haul them up. The airplane might be a total loss, but its occupants were another story." Anyone who could afford private air travel was certainly worth a ransom. And if he was wrong about their value, well, dumping 2 bodies into the deep ocean was no trouble at all. Maybe there was something to the idea that God helps those who help themselves. "Looking solid, boss," Jad's voice came through the earpiece. "You're really committing to the bit," Jack answered with 2 quick clicks on his transmitter. Sound carried too easily over open water, and he couldn't risk the pirates overhearing anything. Besides, Jad wasn't wrong. They were selling the performance completely. Jack liked to imagine that Mario was paddling so fiercely because he, too, was convinced by the sheer brilliance of Jack's hastily formed plan. The truth was probably less flattering. Jack had promised the banker that once Jack was on the trawler, Mario's part in this rescue would be over. That promise was likely the only thing fueling the Filipino's manic strokes. Jack was perfectly fine with that. Battered by 4-foot swells, Jack clung to his makeshift raft as the armed pirates loomed above him from their trawler. It was time to end this part of the operation. "All right, Scepter," Carrie's voice crackled. "All business. I've got activity on the bridge. I still need that sentry to step outside for a clean shot. Over. Taking a shot through glass was always a gamble." The pane could deflect a bullet in unpredictable ways, making a first-round hit unreliable. This was especially true with the lighter 5.56 millimeters rounds their HK-4016s fired. Jack needed the pirate on watch eliminated, which meant getting the man to move clear of the windows. With a resigned glance at Mario, Jack decided on his next move. "Has he completely lost it?" Jad muttered. Carrie didn't bother answering. After all this time working with Jack Ryan Jr., the question seemed pointless. Though, to be honest, Carrie was starting to wonder if they'd all taken leave of their senses. "I said we needed him out of the bridge," Carrie stated flatly. "He's getting him out by stripping Mario down to his skivvies?" Jad asked, incredulous. "Maybe he's really committed to the role," Carrie offered dryly. "Or maybe our luck has officially run out." "Call the shot," Carrie ordered. Less for the wind data and more to pull his spotter's focus back from the bizarre spectacle unfolding before them. "Winds out of the northwest, 3 miles per hour," Jad reported, his tone shifting to professional crispness. "Range is 150 meters. Your average weekend hunter could probably make that shot with a store-bought rifle. A special forces shooter like Carey could have done it with iron sights on an old M16. Given he was armed with an HK-4116 and a SIG Tango 6T scope, dropping the pirate should have been as easy as a home run in a casual softball game. But with anything involving Jack Ryan Jr., nothing was ever simple. The 2 Green Berets weren't on stable ground aiming down at an oblivious target. They were crammed into a makeshift firing position inside the Grumman's cabin, peering through empty window frames as the seaplane rocked in the chop. And then there was the smoke. On the plus side, Mario's plane was perfectly fine. It wasn't sinking, and the engines still ran. The tricky part was convincing the pirates why 2 men would abandon a perfectly good aircraft for a tiny raft. Smoke grenades were the convincing answer. While Jad had tossed them near the open ramp, the cabin air was growing thick and acrid, making Carrie's eyes water. This discomfort wasn't on par with the rotting heaps of Iraq, but the pending shot over 100 meters of rolling ocean was no simple task. Either, Carey settled the red crosshair of his scope on the pirate's head and waited. If Jack drifted all the way to the trawler without drawing the man out, Carey would take the risky shot through the glass. He considered adjusting his aim to compensate for the deflection, but decided against it. Guessing how the glass would affect the bullet was a fool's game. Better to aim true and be ready to send a second round right behind the first if needed. "Well, look at that," Jad said, a note of grim admiration in his voice. "Our boy might just get a standing ovation." A cargo net tumbled down the side of the fishing vessel, offering Jack and Mario a way up. Jack's frantic, desperate performance had clearly convinced the pirates he was in dire need of rescue. While these pirates were hardly known for their compassion, they weren't about to let a valuable prize escape. Carey watched as his intended mark moved away from the bridge to join a group of deckhands. Simultaneously, a second pirate seized the cargo netting and started his descent toward Jack's drifting raft. This was a mixed development. It simplified one aspect, but complicated another, as Carey now had multiple hostiles in his sights. "Get on your weapon," Carey instructed, adapting the strategy instantly. "I'll handle the one near the bridge. The other is yours." Finally, Jad replied, swapping his binoculars for his Heckler & Koch rifle. "What about the guy on the net?" "He's a gift for our commanding officer," Carey stated. "Reaper to Scepter. Targets are acquired. Be advised, one hostile is descending the cargo net toward your position. He's your responsibility. We will commence firing on your signal. Over." Jack gave a slight nod, his hands occupied with performing chest compressions on Mario, who was for the most part unharmed. The banker would certainly prefer not to be shirtless in a puddle at the bottom of an inflatable boat. To his credit, the most hesitant member of the team was committing fully to the charade. Then again, given that the alternative was remaining a captive of pirates, finding motivation wasn't terribly difficult. Jack kept up the rhythmic thumping on Mario's chest, mentally rehearsing the impending confrontation. The raft had shifted, putting Jack's back to the freighter, so he couldn't see the pirates' progress down the net, but the snipers had a clear view. "Reaper to Scepter, hostile is now 10 feet above you." Jack didn't acknowledge. He simply waited, picturing the fight like a director blocking a scene, which, in a way, he was. His success depended on a perfectly timed move with the two snipers, who were currently bobbing on the ocean 100 yards away inside a smoke-filled aircraft. Just once, Jack wished for a simple assignment, but as his Navy SEAL buddies always said, the only easy day was yesterday. "Reaper to Scepter? Hostile is, damn it?" This was not part of the script. Jack began to turn, but the answer came as the raft shuddered violently beneath him. The pirate had opted to jump the last 5 feet instead of climbing. So much for their carefully synchronized operation. "Teo!" the man shouted. "Thank God you're here," Jack said, spinning to face him. "He's having a heart attack. I need—" The pirate displayed a profound lack of medical interest. With the dismissive ease of swatting a fly, he flipped his compact AK-47 and slammed the stock into Jack's head. Another brilliant plan, thoroughly derailed. The impact made Jack's vision swim. He managed to avoid collapsing face first into the raft, but he was in no shape to deliver a decisive strike with the folding knife concealed in his hand, Jad's Spyderco. To be precise, a panicked shout from Mario helped clear the fog, and Jack suddenly understood the new, grim reality. The pirate's solution for Mario's supposed cardiac event was brutally efficient: execute the patient. As the pirate's finger tightened on the trigger, Jack lunged, driving the blade deep into the soft tissue of the man's inner thigh. He missed the femoral artery, but he certainly got his point across. The AK-47 erupted, the burst firing wildly. Unfortunately, not wild enough. The rattle of gunfire was instantly followed by a sharp, persistent hiss as the 7.62mm rounds tore through the raft's thin rubber hull. That was a future problem. Every ounce of Jack's focus was on stopping a second more accurate burst. He snapped his hand upward, seized a handful of the pirate's genitals, and wrenched with all his strength. The man's scream shot up an octave, but the dark muzzle of the rifle kept drifting inexorably toward Jack's face. Jack released the Spyderco and lunged for the metal barrel, attempting to shove the rifle aside. It was a futile gesture. The gap was just too wide. Then Mario surged forward, tackling the pirate and driving him down onto the raft. Another rifle shot cracked the air, the sound pounding against Jack's skull like invisible blows, but he was still breathing. Grateful for that simple fact, Jack snatched the knife back and drove it deep into the man's throat, then tore sideways. Knife work was almost never tidy, and this was no different. After several brutal thrusts that left Jack's arms slick with blood up to the elbows, it was over. The guard lay dead, and both he and Mario were still standing, relatively unscathed. Anyway, Their celebration was cut short by the obvious. They were now stranded in a bullet-riddled lifeboat taking on water over the comms. A voice broke in. "Scepter, this is Reaper. If you're finished playing around, I suggest you move. That wasn't exactly quiet, and your ride's going down." Sometimes, Jack didn't know whether to laugh or curse. He didn't bother with a reply. Instead, he seized the cargo net and started climbing. Below decks, Fenley stared at the ceiling, listening. The deep vibration through the trawler's walls was unmistakably an engine, but something about its rhythm felt off, rough, uneven, like it was misfiring. The noise swelled to a roar, and Fen tightened her grip on her phone, bracing for impact. Then, gradually, the rumbling faded as whatever it was moved past. "Go check that out," she told Hao Yu in Mandarin. To his credit, her second-in-command didn't question her. The bulky mercenary simply nodded and slipped up the ladder toward the deck, leaving Fen alone in the refrigerated hold with one Abu Sayyaf pirate named Radalan and her captive, Clark. Those comfortable days of directing operations from a safe distance were over. This had to be executed flawlessly, and she intended to oversee every detail herself. "What was that noise?" Radalan asked. Like the others, he was Filipino, compact and lean. But unlike the pirate now missing fingers, thanks to Clark's earlier resistance, Radalan had reacted with swift decisiveness. He would be a reliable ally for what came next. "Probably nothing," Fen replied coolly. "Either way, Hoyu will deal with it. You and I have work to finish here." Radalan's eyes shifted from Fen to Clark and back. "How do you want to do this?" "I'm stronger than I look," Fen said flatly. The pirate gave a slight shrug and began tying one end of the rope into a noose, while Fen tossed the other end over a metal ring bolted to the ceiling. She didn't know what the ring was originally for, and she didn't care. It looked solid enough to hold Clark's weight, and that was all that mattered. The rough fibers of the rope scraped against her palms, and for a fleeting second she imagined how it would feel drawn tight around her own neck. Done properly, hanging could be quick, almost painless, with the drop snapping the spine. But Clark wouldn't get that mercy. She and Radalan would haul him up slowly, letting the noose crush his windpipe while his brain starved for air. It would make for compelling footage. After forcing Jack Ryan to watch Clark turn blue and lose control of his bladder, his rage would cloud his judgment, and angry men made fatal mistakes. "Ready?" Radalan asked. "Give me a second," Fen said. She'd need both hands to help lift the American. Scanning the compartment for a spot to set up her phone, she noticed a narrow shelf running along the far wall. She switched the device to auto-record, stepped across the stained floor, and placed it carefully on the ledge. After a brief test, she reviewed the recording. Perfect. Clark and the chair were centered neatly in the frame. The camera's zoom would frame him perfectly as the rope hauled him up, keeping both her and Radalan safely out of shot, or at least it would keep her hidden. Maybe it was for the best if the Americans got a clear look at the pirate. Ryan's fury would need something to focus on. After erasing the test recording, Fen activated the timer on her phone and set it back on the shelf. She turned to Radalan, her voice steady. "It's time." Jack scrambled up the cargo netting, forcing himself not to imagine what might be waiting on the trawler's deck. His original plan had relied on the Green Berets' suppressed rifles for a quiet approach. Well, mostly quiet. Anyone who knew guns understood that suppressors could muffle the blast, but they couldn't hide the sharp crack of a bullet breaking the sound barrier. Still, between the ocean's noise and the usual racket of a working boat, the shots should have stayed hidden. That was the idea, anyway. But once his pirate decided to unleash his AK like a rock concert, stealth went straight out the porthole. Now the steady rifle fire coming from the seaplane was a welcome boost. He might still be outnumbered and outgunned, but his Green Beret buddies were doing everything they could to even the odds. "Reaper, this is Scepter," Jack said, pausing just below the trawler's steel edge. "What's my status?" "Scepter, Reaper, stand by." Jack held still, gripping the swaying rope with gloved hands. Two sharp cracks carried over the water, then his shape toppled over the railing and hit the sea with a splash. Scepter, Reaper, you're clear over the side. Heads up, we're moving one at a time onto the seaplane's roof. It'll give us a better view of the boat, but you'll be short one rifle until we're both in position. Overcopy that, Reaper, Jack replied. Nice shooting. Once again, Jack felt a surge of gratitude for the commandos. The snipers had chosen to fire from inside the seaplane for better cover. Moving to the roof would improve their sight lines, but it would also make them more visible. Not that personal risk ever seemed to factor into their decisions. Their job was to cover Jack. If doing it better meant climbing onto an exposed roof, they'd do it without a second thought. Jack might be boarding alone, but he was far from on his own. He hauled himself over the gunwale and dropped into a crouch on the deck, bringing his MP5 to his shoulder. He swept the EOTech's red dot across the open space. To his left, a cabin door swung open, revealing a bearded face. Jack fired twice. The first round was enough. The man pitched forward, his rifle clattering on the deck. Jack moved toward the door, keeping the red dot centered where the man's head had been. Based on Lasson's quick research, the trawler likely carried a crew of about 6+ room for a few extra passengers. Judging by the bodies already scattered on the deck, Carey and Jad had been busy reducing those numbers, but the odds were still heavily stacked against Jack's solo rescue. Luckily, he had a way to shift the balance, or rather, Carey did. After closing in on the still open doorway, Jack did a quick peek around the corner, leading with the MP5's barrel. The passage beyond was dim, reeking of stale air and fish, but it was empty for now. Scepter is inside, Jack whispered as he moved down the hallway. Execute Phase 2. Roger. Carey's voice came back. Fire in the hole. The ship's thick walls muffled the start of Phase 2, but there was no missing its grand finale. An explosion rumbled through the hallway, shaking the bulkheads and sending a shower of dust and grit drifting down from above. Jack had been doubtful at first when Carey laid out his plan for a diversion, but now he was a true believer. The 40mm grenades Carey was launching from the M320 under his HK-416 weren't going to tear the trawler apart, but they created an absolute racket. Enough, he hoped, to keep the remaining crew occupied for the next few minutes. Their focus needed to be anywhere but on him. The passageway ahead jagged sharply to the right. The corridor was too tight for Jack to slice the pie around the corner properly, and he didn't have time for a cautious peek. Carey was basically ringing a dinner bell with those high-explosive rounds into the superstructure. Every second counted. Jack crashed the corner, ready to own the space, except a burly Asian man was already charging toward the same doorway. They collided like two freight trains, spilling onto the deck in a mess of limbs and tangled weapons. Jack had trained for close-quarters fights, but never in a hallway this cramped. His hand instinctively went for the MP5's stock, but there was no room to bring it to bear. Pinned with one shoulder against the bulkhead and the other flat on the deck, the HK mashed against his chest by the man's weight and an AK-47, Jack had to improvise, so he led with his head, literally. He snapped his forehead forward in the short, sharp strike he'd drilled 1,000 times in the campus fight house. It didn't land as planned. Instead of crushing the man's nose, Jack's skull met the fighter's with a sickening crack. Stars burst behind his eyes, but the impact created just enough separation. Jack drove his right elbow upward. The angle was awkward, but he didn't aim for perfection. He slammed the hard bone into the man's neck, once high near the jaw, then lower, where a good hit could stun the brachial plexus. The fighter sagged. Jack hammered him twice more, cutting off blood flow to the brain. The man went limp, and Jack made it permanent. He freed his MP5 and put 2 rounds into the fighter's chest. The whole scuffle was over in seconds. Swift and savage, Jack pushed himself up, breathing hard as he swapped the magazine in his MP5. Luck had been on his side, a faster reaction or a better-placed shot from the other guy, and Jack would be the one lying there with 2 holes in him. He looked down at the dead man, big, Asian, Chinese. If he had to guess, maybe he was finally on the right boat after all. For a moment, it almost felt like things were turning around. Then his radio crackled. "Scepter, this is Reaper." "Go for Scepter," Jack answered, seating the fresh mag. "You need to pick up the pace." Little distraction worked a little too well over. Jack sighed. "Reaper, Scepter. It's been a long day already. Just give it to me straight." The fishing trawler's on fire over. Of course it was. Elsewhere, between the grenade blasts shaking the hull and the rattle of automatic fire, Fenn knew the operation was unraveling. But that was fine. She had one last purpose to fulfill, and she would see it done, if only to honor those who came before her. "Hurry," Fenn urged. "Put it around his neck." Radolin glanced nervously at the compartment hatch, but he didn't leave. With a resigned shrug, the pirate finished the noose, testing the loop with 2 firm tugs to be sure it would hold. Fenn shifted her focus to Clark. The American's face remained an unreadable mask as the pirate drew near. You could never truly predict how someone would meet their end, no matter how familiar you thought you were with their character. Fenn had seen supposed warriors weep like infants when the final moment arrived, while others confronted eternity with a silence so profound it was unnerving. Clark, however, was a category of his own, even restrained by handcuffs and a chair anchored to the steel deck. The utter vacancy in his expression sent a cold ripple down Fenn's spine. He didn't look like a man about to die. He looked like the storm just before it breaks, a gathering darkness promising violence. He carried himself more like the one holding the axe than the one kneeling at the block, but it was the look in his eyes that truly unsettled her. When their gazes met, Fenn didn't find fear. She saw a void, a promise of oblivion that was entirely his own. Shaking off a chill, Fenn threaded her end of the thick rope through a heavy-duty pulley bolted to the bulkhead. Clark had to be pushing 200 pounds. Even with Radolan's assistance, hoisting him wouldn't be easy. So she welcomed every bit of mechanical advantage. After a sharp tug to test the pulley's feed, she gave Radolan a curt nod. The pirate, having learned from his chatty friend's earlier mistake, didn't hesitate. As planned, he drove a fist into Clark's jaw, snapping the American's head to the side. Clark went slack. In one fluid, practiced motion, Radolan looped the rope over Clark's head and drew the noose tight. He then bent to work the key into the handcuffs securing Clark to the chair. His movements were efficient, but the hardware itself was less cooperative. Whether the key was bent, the lock corroded by sea air, or the mechanism simply gummed up, Fenn couldn't tell. When the cuff didn't pop open immediately, Radolan dropped to one knee, bracing his shoulder against the chair back as he wrestled with the key. Though Clark showed no sign of shaking off the punch's daze, a knot of tension tightened in Fenn's gut. Something felt off. She opened her mouth to shout a warning just as a metallic shriek announced the cuff's release. Instinctively, Fenn yanked the slack from the rope, intending to control Clark like a leashed animal. It was a catastrophic error. Clark erupted upward, driving himself backward. The solid chair, screwed firmly to the deck, became a fulcrum. Clark flipped over it, crashing directly into the kneeling pirate. Fenn hauled on the rope with all her 110-pound might, putting her entire body into the pull. The rope went taut, jerking Clark toward the overhead, but his sheer mass was too much for her to manage alone. Then she realized why. Despite crashing into Radolan with all the elegance of a falling refrigerator, Clark had used the collision perfectly. In the instant of impact, he had scissored his legs around the pirate's throat. Fenn's desperate heave hadn't just lifted Clark, it had provided the brutal leverage for his improvised chokehold. Cords of muscle stood out on Clark's neck like rigging cables as he fought the constricting noose while simultaneously whipping Radolan from side to side. Fenn's arms trembled violently under the combined weight of the struggling men, but she dared not release her grip. A grim, almost sarcastic thought cut through the panic. Of course, the man turns his own execution into a wrestling match. Despite Clark's savage resistance, the noose was biting into his throat, and his face was darkening to a deep crimson. He was formidable, but not supernatural. If she could just maintain the tension, his own weight would finish the job. Every muscle in her back and shoulders screamed in protest, but Fenn held on. As Clark had proven more than once, he was as lethal in cuffs as most men were with a weapon, a lesson Radolan was getting a brutal first-hand refresher on true to form. When panic sets in, the pirate bypassed his brain and engaged pure muscle, thrashing wildly as he tried to pry the vice-like legs from his neck. His fists hammered uselessly against the American's legs. Fenn could see the obvious answer, but Radolan's blind fury kept him from grasping it. "Get up!" Fenn shouted, her thin arms trembling under the weight. "On your feet!" Something in her command pierced the pirate's haze. Just as Fenn's strength was about to fail, Radolan planted his feet and rose. Fenn fought the instinct to ease the rope. She kept it tight, the line straining against Clark's throat as the now upright pirate forced the American to support his own weight on shaking legs. The struggle became a raw test of endurance, Fenn ordering her shrieking muscles to hold, Radolan pushing down on Clark's torso with everything he had. Clark was pulled in two directions, by the noose and by the anchor of his own body. When the pirate staggered a step toward Fenn, the American swayed like a suspension bridge, tethered only by the rope and his weakening grip. Fenn clenched her teeth, a ragged groan escaping her lips. This couldn't last. Clark broke first. Releasing his hold, he managed to brace his feet against the chair, easing the pressure on his neck. Seizing the moment like a predator, Fenn yanked the slack from the rope and screamed at Radolan, "Now help me!" The pulley's release latch mocked her just inches away. If she could engage it, the mechanism would take the weight instead of her failing arms. But she had the tiger by the tail now. She couldn't let go. For a long second, Radolan wavered. Then he shook his head violently, like a dog throwing off water. When his dark eyes finally focused on Fenn, he let out a roar and charged straight at her. A desperate urgency drove Jack deeper into the ship's belly. He raced down grimy passages, taking turns without slowing. An instinct he couldn't name screamed that time had nearly run out, though explosions still shuddered through the trawler and smoke hung thick in the air. Jack knew the ship's condition wasn't the true source of his dread. He'd never been first on scene for an active threat, but he imagined this was the feeling, that if he didn't reach his destination fast, what he found would be too terrible to bear. A small, grim part of him was grateful it wasn't a classroom of children he was racing toward. Even so, desperation churned in his gut. The campus was still healing from the warehouse ambush. The tight-knit team wouldn't survive losing another member. Neither would he, so he ran. Ran like something was chasing his soul. He still carried the MP5 ready, but he stopped checking corners or pausing at doors. His recklessness might get him killed, but Jack didn't slow. As a captain goes down with his ship, he would bring John Clark home or not come back at all. A shadow spilled across the wall. Jack shouldered the weapon, finger taking up the trigger slack. A man rounded the corner, a burst to the chest, and Jack vaulted the twitching body without breaking stride. Speed was everything. He let the MP5 drop on its sling, arms pumping hard for a flash. He was a teenager again, sprinting the 100-yard dash as his father watched from the bleachers. His breath came in ragged gasps, the balls of his feet slamming the metal deck. Jack tore down the corridor. He was out of time. Jack rounded the last turn with the controlled slide of a base runner stealing second. Just as the blueprints Lisanne had secured indicated, a rusted ladder stood waiting in a shadowy alcove. It led down into the trawler's refrigerated fish hold. He seized the cold rungs and descended into the gloom. Only then did the sound reach him, a chorus of muffled, desperate screams that had been too faint for his conscious mind to grasp before they were coming from behind the heavy door of the compartment. Jack's boots hit the deck plating just as the screaming ceased. With a grunt born of fury, Radolan seized the coarse rope in his grimy hands and hauled. The wiry pirate was no powerhouse, but a toxic cocktail of adrenaline and rage lent him a burst of unnatural strength. Clark's body jerked violently toward the ceiling, his toes now barely clearing the seat of the chair. Those precious inches might as well have been miles. Clark's legs kicked feebly as the noose tightened. Fen, her hand trembling through the heavy locking lever. The gears clanked into place, taking the strain. It was done. A shudder of relief escaped her lips as she turned to Radolan, a triumphant smile beginning to form. Then the door exploded off its hinges. Jack burst into the room with the force of a detonation. He shouldered the shattered door aside, his world condensing to the glowing red dot of his holographic sight. It settled instantly on the horrifying sight of a body hanging limp from a rope. Jack forced the image from the forefront of his mind. Pivoting hard to the right, he came face to face with two figures, a man and a woman. His thumb found the selector switch on the MP5, flipping it to full auto, and he hammered the trigger. The submachine gun chattered, its muzzle sweeping from one target to the other. This spray-and-pray method was a far cry from his disciplined training, but in this moment, raw speed was the only currency that mattered. He saw them both fall, but there was no time for confirming shots. Instead, he swung the weapon toward the wall-mounted pulley and emptied the rest of the magazine into it in a shower of sparks. His entire career had been about learning finesse, to be a precise instrument rather than a blunt weapon. But sometimes, you just need a sledgehammer. The metal pulley was mangled, but still holding. Jack dropped the smoking MP5, grabbed the rope, and yanked it from the wall with a motion that felt like starting a stubborn chainsaw with a shriek of tortured metal. The mechanism finally failed, and Clark's full, terrifying weight dropped into Jack's hands. Desperate to release the lethal pressure on Clark's throat, Jack let the rope go. Clark crashed down onto the chair before tumbling to the deck. Jack covered the distance in 2 long strides. He wedged his fingers under the cruel noose and fought to work it loose. Clark's face was a dark purple, his eyes shut, his chest, still a vicious red ring, marked his neck. Jack pressed 2 fingers against the carotid artery. Nothing. Tipping Clark's head back, Jack delivered 2 quick rescue breaths and immediately began rhythmic chest compressions. Standard protocol emphasized compressions over breathing, but this wasn't a standard cardiac arrest. The noose changed everything. A cold clinical part of Jack's mind surfaced, whispering the worst possibility. The rope had crushed Clark's windpipe. If that were true, the only chance was an emergency tracheostomy right here on this filthy deck. Time seemed to stretch and warp as Jack fought to recall the steps from a trauma medicine refresher months ago, taught by a Johns Hopkins physician in a sterile, well-lit classroom. A universe away from this blood-slicked reality, Jack studied the swollen area around Clark's neck. He had a knife, but performing the procedure would mean stopping chest compressions. Yet if Clark wasn't breathing, oxygen deprivation would kill him anyway. The dilemma hung in the air until Jack caught himself whispering. No, not whispering, but reciting the rosary under his breath. He halted the compressions and flicked open the Spyderco with a sharp metallic click. Pressing his fingers to Clark's throat, he felt the faint but steady rhythm of a pulse. Relief washed over him in a shaky breath. With one hand, he carefully located the base of Clark's neck, the blade poised in the other. A proper tracheostomy required a hollow tube to keep the airway open, something Jack didn't have. Maybe he could use his fingers to hold the incision apart. "Please, God," he murmured, "don't let him die." His hand was surprisingly steady as he positioned the blade's tip against Clark's throat and began to press down. "Get that away from my neck before I kill you." Jack jolted backward, almost driving the blade in by accident. Clark's voice was rough and grating, but unmistakably his. "You weren't breathing?" Jack managed. "Almost getting your throat slit tends to focus the mind." Clark croaked, "Do I smell smoke?" Jack suddenly registered the acrid, sooty taste in the air. "Probably," he replied. "The boat's on fire." "Why am I not surprised?" Clark said. "What do you say we get the hell out of here?" Jack was more than ready to agree. While the idea of abandoning ship was one he supported wholeheartedly, actually doing it turned out to be a serious challenge. Getting pummeled by terrorists and then nearly hanged tends to drain a person's energy, and Clark was now more of a burden than an asset. Dragging him through the ship's lower decks was going to be an adventure all its own. And then there was the fire. Thick, greasy smoke filled the passageways, turning the dim corridors into a hazy twilight maze. The ladder Jack had used to get down now acted like a chimney, funneling heat and smoke upward. So he hauled Clark to the far side of the hold where a second ladder stood. The air there was slightly clearer, but the climb was just as long, and Jack had serious doubts about Clark's ability to manage it. "Hey, Mr. C," Jack said, propping him against the ladder. "Think you can climb? What do I look like, an invalid?" Clark rasped. "Of course I can climb." It quickly became clear that Clark's definition of climbing was open to interpretation. Sure, he could move from one rung to the next, but at the speed he was going, they'd both be dead long before reaching the top. The only question was whether they'd succumb to smoke, burns, or drowning when the trawler finally went under. "Let me give you a hand," Jack insisted. "Hop on my shoulders." "I've got this." "Junior," Clark grumbled. "I know," Jack said, "but I need you to have something left when we reach the deck. Getting off this floating junk heap is going to be a lot harder than getting on was." Whether it was Jack's attempt to save face, or the fact that after just 2 rungs Clark had to admit his body was thoroughly battered, Jack didn't know and he didn't care. What mattered was that Clark finally settled onto his shoulders. For a fleeting second, Jack felt his mouth curl into a grin. If only the others at the campus could see them now. John T. Clark, the legendary operator who'd once ended a man with his bare hands, perched on Jack's shoulders like a kid gearing up for a poolside chicken fight. Then Jack took the first step upward, and the humor evaporated. Clark was a big man, and he was clearly more exhausted than Jack had realized. Though the director of operations was gripping the rungs, he wasn't doing much to lift his own weight. The first few steps were manageable, but by the 6th run, Jack's legs were trembling under the strain. Jack refused to pause, knowing any hesitation might give Clark the chance to insist on finishing the climb alone. Yet that was a secondary worry. His primary focus was the thick, acrid smoke pouring from the compartment below, and the intense heat radiating through the metal walls of the passageway. The vessel was burning. While Jack held immense respect for his boss, he had zero desire to spend his final moments trapped in the belly of a fishing boat with Clark as his companion gathering every ounce of remaining strength. Jack pushed to clear the last few rungs, or so he thought. With only 1 rung left, his grip nearly failed. It wasn't just the jelly-like weakness in his legs or the trembling in his arms. No, Jack almost fell because of a sudden jarring distraction, the sharp, deafening crack of Clark firing the HK-MP5. Jack had passed him earlier in the tight steel echo chamber of the ladder. Well, the 4 rapid shots exploded like thunder. Jack swayed violently, clutching the rungs so fiercely a muscle spasm seized his right forearm. The cramp was sharp, but it was nothing compared to the ringing agony in his ears. "Clear," Clark announced. "Move." Disregarding his shaking muscles, Jack hauled himself over the final rung, dumping Clark onto the deck beside a fallen pirate. An AK-47 lay near the man whose chest now displayed a swiftly growing red stain after surviving severe beatings, and a near-hanging John T. Clark could still place a tight 4-round group into a man's center mass using only 1 hand. Jack considered himself a competent operator, but there was truly only 1 Rainbow Six. Fighting the overwhelming urge to collapse, Jack slung Clark's arm over his shoulder and stumbled down the hallway, thumbing his radio as he went, "Reaper, this is Scepter. We are exiting now. Scepter Reaper, good copy. Confirm you're exiting port side, over." Jack had entered the superstructure on the port side, but after weaving through a maze of corridors to avoid both smoke and hostiles, he'd completely lost his bearings. "Mr. C?" Jack said, deferring to the seasoned sailor. "Are we port or starboard?" "Starboard," Clark stated firmly. "Definitely starboard." The former SEAL was then racked by a coughing fit, cutting off any chance for Jack to ask how he could possibly be so certain. Maybe sailors were just born with an internal compass for ships, like nautical homing pigeons. The thickening smoke was probably addling his own brain. Jack cleared his throat and keyed the mic. "We're coming out starboard side, Reaper." "Roger, Scepter," Carey responded. "Stand by, we need to reposition." The original plan called for Mario to paddle back to the seaplane and start the engines after Jack boarded, a daunting task in a rapidly deflating raft. Yet, unless one of the Green Berets had suddenly learned to fly the Grumman, the banker must have succeeded. Just as Jack began to feel a flicker of relief that the operation was back on track, another problem materialized. A pirate leaned around the far corner. At least Jack assumed it was a pirate. All he saw was the muzzle of an AK-47, which was evidence enough, especially when that muzzle began flashing. Fortunately, this particular pirate favored the spray-and-pray technique, while Clark subscribed to the far more effective aim-and-fire school of thought. Predictably, Clark's approach won. Another pirate crumpled to the deck as Jack felt another year vanish from his life expectancy. "Negative Reaper," Jack transmitted. "We are exiting immediately." Jack half-dragged Clark toward the hatch at the corridor's end, the one that supposedly opened to the starboard side. He desperately hoped that was true. If Clark resented being manhandled like an invalid, he didn't complain. Or perhaps with a submachine gun in his grip and his legendary Irish temper fully ignited, the campus's director of operations was right where he wanted to be. Jack kept his head low and his legs moving, trying to block out the staccato bursts of Clark's MP5 covering their escape. That was harder than it sounded, especially when a round struck the wall to his left and whined down the corridor like nails on a metal roof. A few pirates were still kicking, and they weren't in a forgiving mood. Jack reached the hatch just as Clark's disciplined firing stopped. "I'm dry," Clark called out. Jack didn't answer. He kicked the door open, hauled the seal through, and slammed it shut as a volley of rounds smacked into the steel, denting it outward. They'd made it, in a manner of speaking. What greeted Jack wasn't reassuring. This part of the trawler was clear of hostiles, but he quickly saw why. Aside from a narrow stretch of deck leading off like a gangway, everything was engulfed in flames. Absolutely everything. "Let's move," Jack said, helping Clark toward the edge. "We're leaving this boat." Except they couldn't. Peering over the rail, Jack saw the ocean itself was burning. Fuel leaking from the crippled vessel had ignited, transforming the churning water into a vision straight out of a nightmare. They were trapped. Jack spun back toward the hatch just as a flaming section of superstructure collapsed onto the deck, blocking their retreat. No way back, no way forward. "Well, shit," Clark muttered, two simple words that said everything. Jack had known since the day he began this line of work, plunging a poison-filled syringe into a terrorist's neck, that a violent end was a real possibility. Those who live by the sword often die by it. Still, he never imagined, well, shit would be the last thing he'd hear. Then again, it had a certain ring to it, maybe even tombstone material. Scepter, Reaper here, were coming from the stern, stand by to jump. Turning, Jack was met with a breathtaking sight. Like some avenging angel rising from a lake of fire, the Albatross seaplane skimmed across the flaming water. Carey and Jad stood braced on the aircraft's broad wing as it drew alongside the boat. The port engine's propeller was still, but between the heaving trawler and the dancing flames, this wouldn't be easy. A point Jad emphasized by raking the deck with rifle fire to clear remaining pirates. "Jump!" Carey yelled. The Green Beret was poised at the wingtip, ready to catch them. But Jack knew Clark wouldn't make the distance. "Go on, Junior," Clark said, as if reading his mind. "I'll be right behind you." "You bet, Mr. C," Jack replied. Then he seized his mentor by the belt and the collar, took a running start, and hurled the campus's operations director through the air like he was tossing a sack of grain. To his credit, Clark landed like a cat, a grizzled, furious alley cat, but a cat nonetheless. He hit the wing on all fours, and Carrie immediately dragged him to safety. Before he could second-guess himself, Jack followed. His own departure was far less graceful. Whether from a sudden swell, a gust of wind, plain miscalculation, or just exhausted legs, Jack slammed onto the top of the wing in a clumsy sprawl. Then he slid right off the slick canvas like a fried egg slipping from a pan. One instant he saw Carrie's horrified expression. The next he was plunging into open air. He would have been, if not for the portside underwing float. Jack caught the bright yellow bullet-shaped pontoon between his thighs, stopping his fall and leaving his legs throbbing. The impact shuddered up his spine, guaranteeing another appointment with his overworked chiropractor. He didn't mind. The sharp pain radiating from his groin was proof he was still breathing. Gritting his teeth, Jack locked his aching legs around the float and clung to the vertical strut with both arms. "You actually pulled it off." Jack glanced up to find Carrie's face, peering down at him from the top of the wing. "Just get us out of here," Jack managed to say. With a quick nod, Carrie disappeared. The aircraft immediately swung to the right, its pontoons skipping across the waves as Mario gunned the engine, putting distance between them and the damaged trawler. Wind whipped at Jack's face. His clothes were soaked with salt spray, and with the knowledge that Clark was secure somewhere overhead, a single weary thought crystallized in his mind. Perhaps that German exchange student back in college had a point. Maybe he truly was getting too old for this line of work. Then again, probably not. Epilogue. Alexandria, Virginia. A gentle breeze from the Potomac River played with Lisanne's hair, weaving dark strands around her face. The fading sunset cast a soft, golden light on her skin, and the subtle scent of her perfume was a quiet temptation, a promise of closeness if he could just bridge the mere inches between them. Yet those few inches felt like an impassable gulf. Their crystal glasses, catching the candlelight, held wine neither had sipped. "Why did you bring us here, Jack?" Lisanne asked. Her voice wasn't angry, but it carried a deep, resonant sadness that found an echo in Jack's own heart. They sat beside each other at a white-clothed table on the private second-floor terrace of one of Old Town's finest restaurants. Jack had arranged for their complete privacy, but the intimate setting and the gentle twilight did nothing to close the distance. The table offered a panoramic view of the harbor, and Lisanne had kept her gaze fixed on the distant waterline as she spoke, a small courtesy that somehow made her question land with even greater force. Seeing her in profile didn't soften the blow of the single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Jack reached for her hand, but she subtly shifted her fingers away. "Use your words, Jack," she said softly. "It's time for words." He had rehearsed this speech 100 times, but now the phrases were stuck, a tangled knot in his throat. Clark was fine, and Ding's recovery from his gunshot wound and concussion was progressing well. Dom, however, was a different story. The campus operative had only been taken off the ventilator the night before. Initial surgery had been needed to relieve the pressure from his brain swelling, a procedure that, thankfully, had gone smoothly. After a series of tests and weeks of careful monitoring, his neurologist was optimistic about a full cognitive recovery. That was the blessing. The harder part was the jagged piece of shrapnel that had devastated his femur. Repairing the damage had demanded several complex operations. While his orthopedic surgeon believed Dom would eventually regain full use of his leg, a long and grueling journey of physical therapy lay ahead. Jack had just witnessed the starting line of that journey. A few hours earlier, to mark Dom's move out of the ICU and the restoration of normal visiting hours, Jack, Lisanne, and a few others from the campus had crowded into his small hospital room. Jack was accustomed to seeing injured men, but the sight of Dom, his head bandaged, a healing tracheostomy scar on his neck, his thigh a mass of dressings, was a visceral punch. It was stark evidence of a man who had nearly returned from Manila in a coffin. Adara Sherman's reaction had been the most telling. The woman known for her unshakable composure had simply broken, wrapping her arms around Dom and weeping uncontrollably. When her tears showed no sign of stopping, the rest of the group had quietly filed out, leaving the couple alone in their grief. Lisanne must have noticed Jack's bewildered expression. Later, in the elevator descending to the hospital lobby, she had leaned close, her warm breath and beloved husky voice delivering a truth that shattered him. Several months ago, she whispered, Adara had lost Dom's child. The drive from the hospital to the restaurant had passed in a heavy silence. One Jack felt was justified at the time. Now, under the dim glow of the patio lights, that silence felt like a mistake. Lisanne was right. It was past time for words. Look, she said, her gaze fixed on the distant city lights. Neither of us is in any state for a serious conversation. Let me just call a ride back to my apartment. We can table this. Not a chance, Jack replied, his voice firm. With a weary sigh, Lisanne finally turned to look at him. For heaven's sake, Jack, she said, her eyes shadowed and deep. Could you stop being the hero for 1 minute? I'm handing you an easy exit. Lisanne Robertson, Jack said, gently brushing a stray tear from her cheek with his thumb. I don't want an exit. I want the opposite. I want all the way in. What does that even mean? Lisanne asked, pulling back slightly. You were right, Jack continued. What you said back in Austria was spot on. The way we've been navigating this isn't sustainable. I want to change everything about how we are together. Lisanne stared at him, utterly baffled. Then her expression shifted to disbelief. Have you completely lost your mind? She said, leaning away in her chair. We literally just left Dominic in a hospital bed. I know, Jack said, his voice steady. Believe me, I'm acutely aware, but here's the truth. For the first time, I feel completely sane. Do you remember what my mother told me after she met you? Lisanne gave a slow, uncertain shake of her head. She said marry that woman before somebody smarter does? Jack, I can't. Please, just let me finish. Jack interjected softly. Okay. Lisanne nodded, her face a mixture of confusion and alarm, as if she were diagnosing a sudden fever. Not exactly the reaction he'd hoped for. I'm not saying this because of what happened in the Philippines or even because of my mom, Jack explained. I'm saying it because in Salzburg, I truly thought I'd lost you for good. In that instant, the mission didn't matter. Gaining Clark's approval didn't matter. Living up to my father's legacy didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was the idea of a future with you. I'm not saying the rest is unimportant. It is. I've spent years trying to prove I belong at the campus on my own merit, not just because my last name is Ryan, but whether it's next year or in 2 decades, I will leave that life behind someday. And when that day comes, I want to come home to you. Does any of that make sense? None of this makes a lick of sense, Lisanne said, her words measured and slow. But I think I understand what you're saying, and I believe you're sincere. But we aren't ordinary people, Jack. You know what I realized in Salzburg? That 2 people who love each other can't do this kind of work, at least not as a couple, and I'm not sure I even know how to do anything else. Are you honestly willing to trade fieldwork for a desk and spreadsheets? I don't know, Jack admitted. He truly didn't. He'd finally achieved what he'd always wanted. His actions had solidified his role as a leader at the campus. More importantly, he'd earned the genuine respect of John Clark and Ding Chavez, men whose approval meant more to him than almost anyone's. He was no longer the kid brother tagging along out of obligation. He was their equal. He should have been elated. Instead, the memory of Adara weeping quietly against Dom's shoulder played on a loop in his mind. Carrie had been right. If he stayed on this path, there would be more tears, more hushed condolences, more somber gatherings. One day, it could be him in that hospital bed, or worse. This was the stark reality of the life he'd chosen, a truth he could no longer ignore. For as long as he could remember, Jack had chased a life at the very edge of danger, letting that pursuit consume everything else. But that drive was gone. I don't know, he repeated. But if walking away from the field is what it takes to build a life with you, then I'm willing to try. I hope we get the chance to have a family, to grow old together, to spend our retirement watching the sunrise, but I can't promise any of that. Our time is precious, and it's running out. I can't say how many tomorrows are left for us, but I'm certain I want every single one of them to be by your side. Jack reached for Lisanne's hand once more, and this time her fingers curled around his without hesitation. He lowered himself to one knee on the pavement, the cool evening air a quiet witness. From his pocket, he drew the small velvet box his mother, Kathy Ryan, had spent an entire afternoon helping him select, her advice about cut and clarity still ringing in his ears. With a practiced flick of his thumb, he opened the lid, revealing a solitaire diamond that caught the last of the sunset's light. He held it up, his gaze steady on the woman who had changed everything. "Lisanne Robertson," he began, his voice thick with emotion, "will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" For a moment, Lisanne was silent, her vision blurring as tears pooled and then spilled over. A single joyful sob escaped her before she found her voice, clear and sure. "Yes," she whispered, then said it again, louder, for the whole world to hear. "Yes, I will."